People on the Douluo Continent all possess something called a martial soul. A martial soul is a part of their body, which can be an animal, a plant, or a tool. If the martial soul is a hoe, their farming ability will be stronger than others. If it's an animal, they will inherit some of that animal's abilities. Besides martial souls, people also hope for the appearance of soul power. Soul power is the energy that can upgrade a martial soul. Out of any 1,000 people, there might not even be one who possesses soul power. For that reason, every family hopes that their children will have both a martial soul and soul power after their awakening. In Ao Lai City, a coastal city on the eastern shore of the Sun Moon Federation, the road in front of Hongshan Academy was bustling from very early in the morning. Parents from all over had brought their children today to attend the awakening ceremony. The protagonist, Tang Wulin, was one of the children present at the awakening ceremony that day. Along the way, he seemed incredibly excited, constantly asking his father, Tang Zi, similar questions. "Dad, what do you think my martial soul will be? I'll definitely have soul power, right, Dad?" Tang Zi just smiled gently and said, "This is all up to chance, so I can't say for sure. The only thing I'm certain of is that no matter what Tang Wulin's awakening result is, I will always love my son." Encouraged by his father, Tang Wulin became even more determined. Finally, his name was called. To say he wasn't nervous would be a lie. Tang Wulin was practically dying of anticipation. He quickly left his father's arms and rushed forward. The dome of the Awakening Tower at Hongshan Academy had an incredibly majestic architecture. There were a total of 7 floors, and Tang Wulin was led to the 3rd floor. The walls, floor, and even the ceiling were covered in strange patterns that made him feel an indescribable, thrilling sensation coursing through his body. The person who greeted Tang Wulin was a slightly odd-looking teacher named Wenba. Seeing the boy looking at him with suspicion, he spoke up to explain. "I slept on my neck wrong, so I look a bit strange. Don't mind me. You're Tang Wulin, right? Don't be too nervous. Come here and stand in the middle of the circle. We'll begin the awakening ceremony." Tang Wulin obediently followed, but suddenly Wenba got very close, which made the boy a little jumpy. "Is something wrong?" Tang Wulin asked hesitantly. "Well, the heavens have blessed you with a beautiful pair of eyes. If your martial soul is related to these eyes, it would be perfect." The man praised him admiringly. "Have you heard of the spirit eyes? That was the 1st-generation master of the spirit pagoda." As Wenba spoke, he continuously pinched Tang Wulin's cheeks. It's not strange for people to fall for such an adorable child, but for him to get so distracted while on the job seemed a bit unprofessional. After realizing this, Wenba slowly backed away, regaining his serious demeanor to begin the awakening ceremony. A dazzling yellow light gradually appeared in Wenba's hands. Tang Wulin watched with his mouth wide open in amazement. He thought to himself, "Wow, the Spirit Master's hands are glowing. So cool. Is this the legendary soul power?" Suddenly, Wenba let out a shout that made him jump. Then, all the light from his hands concentrated beneath Tang Wulin's feet. He immediately felt a warm power flowing into his body. However, that stream of power gradually became incredibly intense. Unable to bear it, Tang Wulin began to scream his head off. This made Wenba nervous along with him. Normally, the awakening of soul power brings a sense of pain. Although some people can't handle it due to a weak constitution, the level of pain Tang Wulin was experiencing seemed a bit exaggerated. This was a situation Wenba had never encountered before. He really didn't know what to do, or if he should stop the awakening. And then, suddenly, Wenba saw a golden vein pattern appear on Tang Wulin's forehead. Where did that golden vein pattern come from? Wenba had no idea. His intuition just told him that this child was no ordinary person and urged him to continue the martial soul awakening process for him. Along with Tang Wulin's screams, a gentle blue light gradually appeared in the palm of his hand. Wenba waited with great tension. This is it. This is the moment the martial soul appears. However, when it actually appeared, it was like a hard slap across his face, because Tang Wulin's martial soul was just blue-silver grass, the weakest of all trash martial souls. Wenba couldn't help but feel disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his expression so the child in front of him wouldn't be discouraged. He stepped forward, affectionately patted Tang Wulin's shoulder, and then reassured him. "First of all, my dear little friend, I sincerely congratulate you. You have a martial soul. Although your soul power isn't the best, it's still a rare thing. Moreover, it's just..." Wenba was cut off by Tang Wulin, because he knew what he had just awakened was blue-silver grass, one of the trash martial souls, and the trashiest of the trash at that. Seeing the look of utter disappointment in the child's eyes, Wenba ruffled his hair a few times. "Just calm down and listen to me. Have you heard the story of the Tang Sect? The main martial soul of the founding ancestor of the Tang Sect was blue-silver grass." On this point, Wenba wasn't lying. 20,000 years ago, that man used that seemingly ordinary trash martial soul to shake the entire continent, not only establishing his own sect, but also successfully defeating the evil spirit masters. So, to Wenba, Tang Wulin wasn't useless at all. He just wanted to tell him that, where there's a will, there's a way. But the Tang Sect founder's martial soul was the Blue-Silver Emperor. Tang Wulin was not easily persuaded. Well, the Blue-Silver Emperor is an evolution of Blue-Silver Grass. Blue-Silver Grass is just a bit weaker. No matter what, the future is something you have to seize for yourself. As long as you work hard, you'll have a chance to become an outstanding soul master. Wanba tried to use the most comforting words possible to coax him. For some reason, he truly couldn't bear to see the child's sorrowful expression, especially his eyes. Although those eyes, filled with a murderous aura, were mesmerizing, they also made one feel extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, Tang Wulin's spirits lifted after that. His gaze gradually became resolute, and he even seriously thanked Wanba for enlightening him. Wanba had to admit that the boy's determined gaze was truly captivating. However, as he walked out, Tang Wulin couldn't immediately shake off his pessimistic thoughts. His entire body was aching. Whether it was his bones and joints, his muscles, or his skin, no part of him was free from pain. The awakening had been so arduous, yet in the end, it only awakened Blue-Silver Grass. How could he not be disappointed? In the darkness, Tang Wulin stared incessantly at the palm of his hand. Thinking more optimistically, he realized Wanba had a point. His future was in his own hands. In that moment, Tang Wulin made a resolution. No matter what, he would not be defeated. So what if it was Blue-Silver Grass? He would definitely use it to become the most outstanding soul master on the Douluo Continent. When he got home, more than anyone else, his parents, Tang Ziran and Lang Yue, understood their son's mood perfectly. Tang Ziran tried to comfort him, carefully choosing his words to say that they weren't disappointed in their son at all. But that wasn't enough to dispel the sadness in Tang Wulin's heart. He decided to skip dinner and dejectedly went to bed. Tang Ziran seemed very worried, while Lang Yue was more relaxed. She knew that a young man like Tang Wulin would have a hard time accepting such a blow immediately. It was better to let him have some quiet time to get over it on his own, as that was how he would mature. Moreover, becoming a soul master was never easy, especially since Tang Wulin was born into an ordinary family. His mother, Lang Yue, also came from a common background, though she was an exceptionally skilled homemaker. His father, Tang Ziran, was just a mechanic who specialized in repairing simple soul tool components, and his salary was just enough to support the family. All in all, their family's circumstances were modest. Tang Wulin wasn't fortunate enough to be born into a prominent clan. The most precious thing he had was his parents, who loved each other dearly and doted on him as their only son. The relationship between the three of them was also very good. Tang Ziran ate heartily, but it couldn't dispel his worries about his son. As for Tang Wulin, he was already fast asleep and snoring. Because aside from his disappointment over the Blue-Silver Grass, the day's awakening had left the boy's body aching and completely drained of energy. And so, Tang Wulin slept until the afternoon, when he suddenly developed a fever and his body temperature skyrocketed. His skin began to flush bright red, and his blood circulation sped up to 3 times the normal rate. The golden pattern Wanba had seen that morning reappeared on his forehead. It gradually spread all the way down to his feet, forming a web-like pattern. After circulating 3 times, these lines disappeared. Following this shock to his system, Tang Wulin's bones and marrow slowly returned to normal. His body temperature also returned to normal. He then had a dream. In his dream, Tang Wulin was in a meadow full of blue-silver grass. Then, a terrifying object suddenly fell from the sky. Its gigantic golden mouth opened wide and swallowed everything. Tang Wulin was then lost in a vast, golden world. At this point in the dream, he woke up in a panic, breathing erratically and covered in sweat. After realizing it was just a nightmare, Tang Wulin calmed down a bit and went to the bathroom to wash off the sweat. But while bathing, he noticed something else unusual. His body seemed to emit a faint, strange fragrance. Every time he finished a bath, Tang Wulin would have to endure a round of affection from his mother. She would incessantly rub his cheeks, praising her son for being so clean and fragrant, and for having such nice skin. This time was no exception. Only after his mother was done fussing over him was Tang Wulin allowed to eat dinner. Perhaps because he had slept all afternoon, he ate a huge amount. But when Tang Wulin had eaten 4 times his normal portion, Tang Ziran started to feel that something was strange. Son, I understand if you're eating to forget your sorrow. Your heart must be in a lot of pain, right? If that's the case, you can talk to us. You don't have to act so tough, Tang Ziran said timidly. But Tang Wulin answered nonchalantly. Huh? In pain? I'm not. Why do you say that? I understand the pressure you're under, but you don't have to become a soul master. From now on, you don't need to attend the soul master class. You can just attend the regular classes. He only meant to comfort his son, but as soon as Tang Ziran finished, Tang Wulin jumped up in protest. He said he was well aware that his martial soul was very common. He knew the road ahead would be full of hardships, but that was no reason for him to give up on becoming a soul master. I will definitely become a soul master. Once I'm a soul master, I can make a lot of money, and then I can buy mom lots of delicious food. Looking at the boy's innocent eyes and hearing his determined voice, Tang Ziran and Lang Yue were stunned for a long while. Tang Wulin was certainly naive, but at least he was a naive boy with a warm heart. The first day of school finally arrived. Tang Wulin officially enrolled in the Soul Master class at Red Mountain Academy, along with the other children, began their academic journey that would last at least 9 years. As soon as he left home, Tang Si kept crying, continuously repeating that, regardless of whether their son could become a soul master or not, the couple would support him wholeheartedly. He was so reluctant that Tang Wulan took a long time to finally leave home. Although Tang Wulan was young, and his martial soul was useless, he had an intense desire. Moreover, his starting point was quite good, as the class entrance had specialized teachers who provided much better treatment than those in regular classes. The Soul Master class still learned cultural knowledge like regular classes, but in addition, students would be guided by specialized teachers on how to use soul power and gradually become a respected soul master. Becoming a soul master was the stepping stone to enter the middle school of the academy. This year's soul master class had a total of 50 students. Among them, there were quite a few who would become his friends, even close friends. His school life officially started here. However, of course, there were also some very annoying people, like the kid named Wan Yun Chao, whom Tang Wulan met on his very first day at the academy. At first, Wan Yun Chao just started a conversation to get acquainted, then asked what Tang Wulan's martial soul was. After learning that Tang Wulan's martial soul was just blue silver grass, he immediately burst out laughing as if he had hit the jackpot, then mocked him for daring to step into the Soul Master class with such a useless martial soul. After that, Wan Yun Chao began to brag that his martial soul was a blade, with a 5th level soul power, and that he could later cultivate to the rank of Douluo, becoming the undefeated Douluo God Blade. At that time, I will be like a chef, and you will be like a green onion, cut into pieces by my strength. Wan Yun Chao threatened, but Tang Wulan was not very afraid, even kindly going along with the joke so that the other party wouldn't lose face. This first clash made Tang Wulan understand even more that anyone could possess a martial soul and soul power stronger than his. Therefore, the road ahead would be filled with thorns. However, Tang Wulan remained steadfast, affirming that these difficulties would not become a reason for him to stop. Not long after, Tang Wulan entered the classroom and officially met his homeroom teacher, Lin Qimeng. The first time he saw Lin Qimeng, he silently wowed in his heart, admiring soul masters like her. Little did he know, this teacher would later embarrass Tang Wulan in front of the whole class, because to get acquainted, Lin Qimeng asked each student to stand up and introduce their name, martial soul, and level of soul power. I am Tang Wulan. My martial soul is blue silver grass, similar to the founding ancestor of the Tang Sect, with a 3rd level soul power. At that time, Tang Wulan introduced himself clearly, only to be met with laughter from the whole class. Even Lin Qimeng couldn't help but cover her mouth, but the smile was too obvious for her to hide. Although he felt a bit embarrassed, this was something Tang Wulan had anticipated. If people laughed, he would just have to accept it. After that, Lin Qimeng signaled for the class to stop laughing and begin their first lesson. Their introductory lesson in the Soul Master class was about classifying martial souls. In the afternoon, there would be tutoring time to develop thinking skills and enhance their martial soul's strength. By the way, martial souls in this world are divided into 2 types: weapon martial souls and beast martial souls. Everything that manifests externally is a beast martial soul, while those that do not manifest externally are weapon martial souls. After awakening, everyone would enhance their martial soul's strength through soul power cultivation. When soul power breaks through to level 10, one officially becomes a soul master. Soul masters are further divided into 2 types: battle soul masters and weapon soul masters. The first type is those whose main purpose is to fight. The others who do not cultivate to fight are called weapon soul masters. That day, Lin Qimeng provided a lot of new knowledge to the little students, and as he listened to her explain these things, all the dissatisfaction in Tang Wulan's heart gradually disappeared. Since childhood, he had always been curious and eager about the profession of a soul master, and today, this knowledge felt like the door to a beautiful world opening up to lead him in. Tang Wulan was born into a happy family, with very good parental affection, and he was loved a lot. Even when he made mistakes, his parents never scolded him, but taught him to understand. The first day at school made him feel frustrated, a feeling he had never experienced before. Not only did his classmates mock him, but even the teacher noticed that the time he stood still was the shortest. His classmates pointed and laughed at him, classmate, little grass. However, Wulan didn't care about those teasing words. His father had once said that success is made up of 99% effort and 1% talent. If his martial soul wasn't good, then he had to work harder than others, and one day it would pay off. One day, on his way home from school, he was feeling down, dragging his heavy steps, starving to death. What was wrong today? The lunch at school was free. He ate so much and still wasn't full. He ate non-stop, with empty bowls piling up on the table. His classmates saw his incredible eating capacity and stood around cheering. Little Grass eats really well, has already finished 7 or 8 servings. Keep it up, mine is for you too. Go, Ricebox Grass, keep it up! But Wulan didn't feel happy inside. And the worst part was that even after eating so much, he was still hungry. He held his growling stomach and told himself to go home and ask his mom to cook something delicious. On a road, the brilliant sunset light shone through the foliage. Nani was sitting alone, completely contrasting with the bright city in the distance. As Wu Lan walked, he was attracted by that figure. He curiously thought, who is this girl? I have never met. Is she a beggar? He observed the little girl more closely. Her sparkling eyes were filled with tears. Wulin marveled inwardly. Her eyes are so beautiful. Out of nowhere, a group of thugs approached and surrounded Nair, teasing her. They jeered. Little girl, where are your parents? Are you from a different race from outside the continent? Are you hungry? We'll take you to get something to eat. The one wearing a hat grinned. Little girl, are you hungry? Nair, with a bruised face, sat silently without saying a word. Wulin froze. He knew those guys were no good. Finally, one of them hoisted Nair onto his shoulder. Come with us. We'll get you something delicious to eat. Seeing them about to take the girl away, Wulin ran over and shouted, Hey, what are you guys doing? Let her go. You can't take her. The thugs turned to look at him, one of them grinding his teeth impatiently. Someone stepped forward and shoved him hard to the ground, looking for trouble. Huh? Who do you think you are? Although it hurt, Wulin didn't give up. Hey, you can't go. He spread his arms to block the 3 of them. You bad guys. The blonde-haired man pulled out a dagger, leaning in to threaten him. You little brat. You want to die, don't you? Do you know what you're doing? Wulin was a little scared when he saw the man pull out a weapon. He tried to regain his composure, his tone still resolute. You're still not allowed to take her. Bad guys never end up well. I'm a soul master. I'm not afraid of you. Let her go. The man with the dagger got right in Wulin's face. Is that so? How fun. If you want to be a hero like that, the man in purple leaned in with a reminder. The kids from the Spirit Pagoda are all registered. If something happens, the federal government will definitely investigate, and that'll be big trouble. The man with the dagger yelled. What? The federal government. Damn it, they're so annoying. Did we step in something bad today? Why is our luck so awful? Suddenly, the whole group screamed and ran away. We've been spotted. Wulin went over to Nair and comforted her in a low voice. They're gone now. Don't worry. He gently touched her hand. I'll protect you. Where are your parents? Nair shyly shook her head. Wulin asked again, so what's your name? The girl sighed, her eyes filled with sadness. Nair looked at him and introduced herself. My name is Nair. Looking at her, Wulin seemed to freeze for a moment. With blushing cheeks, Wulin observed Nair and sized her up. This girl's sparkling eyes are really beautiful, and her voice is very pleasant to listen to, not like the voices of people on this continent. Growl. The sound from both his and the girl's stomachs rumbled, breaking the silence. Wulin shyly asked the girl, Sorry, you're really hungry too, right? Nair's cheeks flushed red, and she didn't answer. He stood up excitedly. Then let's go to my house to eat. My mom is a great cook. Wulin proactively went and took Nair's hand. Let's go. Let's eat until we're full, and then we'll look for your parents. First, you have to taste my mom's cooking. After getting home, Wulin told his mother what had just happened. Lang Yue was shocked. Those bad people are very dangerous. They're capable of anything. Wulin placed a hand on Nair's head. Dad said, a man has to be brave, to bravely fight against bad people like that. Besides, we're both really hungry. Can you make something delicious for me and Nair to eat? Hearing her son's request, she sighed, and then Lang Yue cheerfully rolled up her sleeves. All right then, let me show you kids what I can do. Even the chefs at big hotels can't compare to your mom. Today, you'll taste the most delicious food in the world. Wulin cheered happily. Yes! Lang Yue led Wulin and Nair inside. She reminded the 2 little monkeys, you 2 go take a bath first, or you'll eat a lot of germs with your food. The clothes were neatly placed in a laundry basket in a corner of the room. Nair huddled close to Lang Yue. Wulin scratched his head and asked, Nair and I seem to be different somehow. She laughed and replied to him, Of course, you're a boy and Nair is a girl. Wulin took a whole ladle of water and poured it right over himself. You have to pour a whole bucket of water to be healthy. She held Nair in her arms, a thought popping into Lang Yue's head. Nair is very shy. I thought 6-year-olds wouldn't understand anything. Next time it's better to have them bathe separately. Snapping out of her thoughts, she looked up and saw Wulin excitedly running over. Lang Yue shielded the girl. Linlin, don't come over here. You don't understand things yet. You just rush in. Come help Nair wash her hair clean. Lang Yue fumbled. Don't come over here. Seeing his mother acting strangely, he was confused. I usually help you wash your hair. After her bath, Nair looked neat in a white shirt, the fabric highlighting her porcelain white skin. After getting all cleaned up, Nar was like a beautiful flower, absolutely adorable. Lang Yue hugged Wulin and Nar tightly. She sniffed them both. You two, come here and let mommy hug you. A sumptuous meal was laid out on the table. Lang Yue spoke up. Linlin's friend is mommy's friend. Don't be shy. Just eat as you please, dear. I made a lot of dishes. You don't have to finish everything. Just try a little of each. Nayer's eyes sparkled as she looked at the food on the table, and the mother gently reminded her, no need to say so much. Hurry up and eat. Let's eat. The girl cautiously picked up a steamed bun. Lang Yue urged, go on, eat. Don't be polite. Nayer held the bun in her hand and looked at it for a while. When she saw the girl wasn't eating, she coaxed her, really, you don't need to be so formal. Finally, Nair let down her guard. She brought the whole bun to her mouth and ate it with great relish. Lang Yue exclaimed, she ate such a big bun in one bite? This child must not have eaten in a long time. She smiled gently. Don't worry and eat, just eat. There are still many more dishes. The more you eat, the happier I'll be. After relaxing, Nair ate whatever she saw, and all the steamed buns disappeared in a flash. Lang Yue worried something was wrong with the girl. Oh my goodness, isn't this a bit too much? Just as she finished her sentence, Wulin's stomach rumbled with hunger again. She looked at the situation. All right, if that's the case, outside, the sky was gradually darkening into evening. Duong Tu stepped into the house, his face lit up with satisfaction. Honey, I'm home. It smells so good. Just as he was feeling happy, the scene before him made him turn pale. Vulan and Nahi were eating as if they didn't know what being full meant. Lang Nuyet was frantically cooking and setting the table. No matter how hard it was, the strongest housewife in the world would determine the winner. Duong Tu stood frozen. Can anyone tell me what happened? Vulan over here slurped his noodles like a machine. Contestant number 1. Next to him was Na Ni, devouring all the buns. Contestant number 2. This was the liveliest dinner at home. Everyone was eating to their heart's content, and eventually, they all felt stuffed. After the meal, Mom took Nani to the administrative office to investigate news about Nani's parents. Watching Nahi's figure leave, he truly felt a bit reluctant to let her go. Dry and withered every year, yet spring winds revived the earth. Duong Vulan seemed to hear many sounds while meditating. Those faint sounds came from the world of Lam Nan grass. Everywhere, powerful spirit beasts were at risk of destruction. Yet Lam Nan grass had spread across the continent for thousands of years. Its strong vitality made it the most abundant plant on the continent, a strong survival ability for tens of thousands of years. The faint enlightenment made Duong Vulan unconsciously feel that there were a few tiny things circulating within his body. The merging speed was not fast, but he could sense his soul power steadily increasing. The refreshing feeling while meditating made Duong Vulan lose track of time. That feeling was like being embraced by countless Lamgan grass. Vulan stretched and exclaimed, so refreshing. Gai Thean is truly miraculous. Duong Tu suddenly rushed in from somewhere. You're awake? He was surprised. Oh, Dad has always been by your side, hasn't he? He didn't hide it. That's right. Just now you were even smiling. Vulan blushed. Really? How embarrassing. I don't know if this counts as meditating, but I feel like a few tiny things are merging with my body, and then my soul power will increase. Duong Tu agreed, raising his hand. That's right, this is the state of meditation. You learned it in one day? That's really fast. It seems my son's enlightenment is quite good. Vulan felt full of confidence upon hearing his praise. Duong Tu continued the conversation. All right, next, let's talk about the second thing. Dad heard your mom say you were very brave in saving someone. Vulan puffed up with pride. It's just a small matter. As soon as he finished speaking, he broke out in a cold sweat. Duong Tu lectured him. Being brave is good, but bravery must be based on wisdom. You clearly knew you couldn't win, yet you still rushed in. You should have sought help from others. If among them, someone knew about soul skills, the most dangerous one would be you, being brave but not reckless. He scratched his head in response. Yes, Dad is right. I understand now. Not stopping there, Duong Tu continued. All right, next, let's talk about the third thing. Vulan fell back in surprise. Is there more? He stepped forward and joyfully put his arm around Vulan. Duong Tu poked his cheek and teased softly. You little rascal, you're so tiny, yet already playing the hero, saving the beauty, and then bringing the girl home. You little rascal, you did well. Hearing that, his eyes sparkled. Dad said, Na Ni? Where is she now? Na Ni is beautiful. Mentioning the girl, Duong Tu sighed. Your mom took her to the administrative office to find out, but they couldn't find her family. Vulan's eyes sparkled. He seemed delighted and hopeful that Nani couldn't find her family. Not found? That's great. Let her stay at our house. Duong Tu broke out in a cold sweat. That's too good. This statement is a bit rude. This kid is really naive. He crossed his arms and regained a serious expression. You really want her to stay at our house, don't you? No need to think. Wulin answered immediately. Yes, I can take care of her. Where is Nani now? Scene change. He happily ran to where Nani was sitting nearby, shouting as he went. Nani, can you stay at our house? I've always wanted a little sister. Lang Nuyet stopped him. No, Nani has to go to the orphanage. Wulin stood in front of the girl and protested. No, we can't send Nani to the orphanage. Just keep Nani here. I can eat a little less. He held Nani's hand tightly, his tone resolute. I can take care of Nani. As soon as school is over, I can take care of her. The girl's cheeks flushed as she looked down at the hand holding hers. Seeing her son's reaction, Duangtu couldn't help it. This little rascal, he approached to teach him. Lan, you can't decide for others. You have to ask Nani if she wants to stay at our house or if she wants to go to the orphanage. Wulin turned around and called Nani. Nani, can you stay at my house? Please stay. You will be my little sister. Stay? My mom cooks really well, and my dad is also especially nice. You can stay with me. I really want a little sister. Please stay. Can you? Please stay? Duangtu reminded him. Lan, you can't force others. Nani had been silent all this time. Finally, she smiled happily and softly agreed. Wulin excitedly took her hand and jumped. Nani agreed to stay at our house. I have a little sister now. Lang Nuyet ran out from the kitchen. You can't drag someone else's daughter like that. Duangtu stood beside and laughed out loud. This little rascal is truly a master at charming girls. In reality, how much he can eat is not something these two kids can control. In one meal, these two kids cleaned out the food prepared for 3 days. Duangtu was astonished by Wulin and Nahi's appetite. Although he ate a lot when he was young, it was still nothing compared to them. This eating ability is somewhat frightening. Lang Nuyet was distressed. Our food for 3 days is all gone. She looked at Wulin and Nair, her voice helpless. You two sure have a big appetite. On the table were many stacks of plates, wiped completely clean. Wulin clutched his stomach. That was so delicious. He definitely still wanted more. Tang Si shared Lang Yue's expression, also wanting more. Does that mean they're still not full? Night fell, and Nair lay quietly. Wulin sat cross-legged, preparing to meditate. He thought, Nair fell asleep right after eating. She must be very tired, so I'll take this time to meditate a bit. I have to work hard to become a soul master so I can earn money to support my little sister. The feeling of meditation is so refreshing. I can't wait any longer. Suddenly, Tang Si's voice cut in. Wulin, hold on a second. He came over and sat down beside the boy. You chose the path of a soul master, and I fully support you. But you know, you'll have to face many hardships. This goes for both you and Nar. In the past, one could obtain soul rings by hunting soul beasts, but soul beasts are now extinct. Through thousands of years of research, it was discovered that spirit souls have far more advantages than soul rings. Spirit souls of different grades can provide a soul master with 1 or more soul rings. And for common people like us, there's only one way to get a spirit soul, which is to buy one from the spirit pagoda. But the price of man-made spirit souls is very high. Do you understand what I'm saying? Wulin asked him naively. You mean our family doesn't have that much money? Tang Si put on a pained expression. That's right, we really eat way too much. Hearing his answer, the boy froze like a statue. Wulin looked down, running a hand through his hair. I didn't think it would be that much. What should I do? Tang Si looked at him and brought something up. Do you remember your uncle Mang Tian? He's an elite blacksmith. I talked to him about our family's situation. He's willing to give you a chance to be his apprentice. You'll learn for 2 hours a day, for 3 months. After that, you can earn some money. Seeing an opportunity to make money, Wulin's eyes shone brightly. Is that possible? I agree. So when can I go? A light seemed to radiate from the boy, causing Tang Si to shield his eyes. It was so dazzling. He looked at Wulin and said seriously, but learning to be a blacksmith is very hard. Are you sure you can handle it? Wulin was filled with fighting spirit and determination. Absolutely no problem. I've wanted to help carry the burden for our family for a while now. Seeing him like this, Tang Si was touched. Good heavens, this child is actually glowing. He encouraged the boy. Then go and give it a try. If you can't handle it, it's okay to stop. Wulin said enthusiastically, Yes, sir. I'll continue my meditation now. After their conversation ended, Tang Si stepped outside to give the boy space to meditate. Lang Yue quietly asked him, Wulin is so young. Why are you putting so much pressure on him? We can skimp on food and clothes a little. We can definitely save up enough money to buy him a spirit soul. He's just a child. Tang Si's expression was heavy with thought. He said, Wulin only has a blue-silver grass martial soul. Becoming a true soul master will be incredibly difficult. Being a blacksmith is a skilled trade, and it also forges one's character. If he succeeds, he'll be able to make a living for himself even if he can't become a soul master. He gently hugged and comforted her. Wulin is a strong little man, rest assured. The school bell rang continuously, signaling the end of the day. Wulin came out of the school gate, skipping over to Lang Yue and boasting proudly, "The teacher praised me in class today. Mom, what are you doing here to pick me up?" She watched him in silence for a moment, and suddenly, tears streamed down her face. Lang Yue pulled Wulin into a tight hug. Noticing his friends nearby were staring, he said shyly, "Mom, let go of me. My classmates are watching. This is so embarrassing." Murmurs spread through the onlookers. "What's going on? Wow, they're so affectionate." Lang Yue took his hand, and the mother and son walked home together. She said gently, "Wulin, we're going to see Uncle Mang Tian. If you feel it's too much, just tell me, and we'll stop." Undeterred, he reassured her, "It's fine. No matter how difficult it gets, I'll see it through to the very end." She was moved beyond words once more. Lang Yue hugged Wulin again. "Oh, my dear son, you're such a good and sensible boy. It breaks my heart." He hastily reminded Lang Yue, "Mom, hurry and let go. Not again." The city wasn't very large, so it only took the two of them 20 minutes to arrive. At the door to Mang Tian's workshop, Lang Yue called out, Mang Tian, are you in there?" A deep voice called out from inside, "So you've arrived, sister-in-law?" Hearing that voice, Wulin felt a bit intimidated. It was so deep and resonant. Plus, it sounded a little... The door slowly creaked open, and the cold figure of Mang Tian appeared. "You can head back now, sister-in-law. Come back to pick Wulin up in 2 hours. Get in here, kid." Wulin's eyes went wide as he stared at the man. "This is Uncle Mang Tian?" Inside, Mang Tian stood with his arms crossed and warned sternly, "You need to remember, you only touch what I tell you to touch. If I catch you secretly touching anything else, then you can get right out of here immediately." Wulin meekly replied in a small voice, "Yes, sir." His mind was racing with thoughts. Why is Uncle Mang Tian so strict? And also, how can he listen to music that loud from his headphones without any problem? Uncle Mang Tian's workshop is filled with so many strange parts. Did he make all of these? Wulin was lost in thought when Mang Tian asked, "Do you know anything about forging? Have you ever even heard of the blacksmithing trade?" Looking at Wulin's innocent face, he sighed, "Never mind. It looks like you don't know a thing." Wulin was starting to form an opinion of the man before him. He felt like Uncle Mang Tian was just looking at him with disdain. The man voiced his reservations to Wulin. "You're too young. I didn't want to take you in to begin with. I really didn't want to. Absolutely did not want to. Do you get it? It was your father who insisted on you giving this a shot, but if you try and you're no good, you have to leave. I'm warning you. Even if you fail, you are not allowed to cry. In front of me, I really hate children crying here." Wulan replied immediately, "Yes, I won't cry." He thought it felt like there had been many children crying here. Man Tin, annoyed, stomped his foot and walked away. "The children use their tears to gain sympathy, but don't think that I will sympathize. Never. Listen here. This is your task for today. Use the hammer to hit this piece of metal 500 times with each hand. If you can't do it, then you don't need to come tomorrow. Just make sure the counting machine reports it and call me." Wulan scratched his head. "Yes. So should I do it at the same time, or one after the other?" After asking, he didn't receive any response from Monthin. He helplessly thought to himself, with the music playing so loudly, he might not be able to hear what he said. Could it be that he was just talking to himself earlier? All right, no more thinking. Let's get to work. Okay, no more thinking. Let's get to work. Should I use both hands to hit? Wulan raised the hammer high, using all his strength to smash it down. Seeing the numbers on the screen going wild, he shouted, "It's counting." From inside came Monthian's voice, "Is your hand okay?" Wulan raised his other hand, then switched to using his left hand, smashing down again, golden sparks flashing with each hit. He felt satisfied. It must be like that. After a while of getting used to it, Wulan caught up with the pace. The continuous hits echoed throughout the air. On the other side, Monthin was sitting with his legs crossed on the table. In his hand was a piece of metal. He seemed to be estimating something. Monthin squinted down, took a pen to adjust a bit, then looked at it again and felt satisfied. While he was immersed in his own space, Wulan ran over and gently tapped his shoulder. "Master Monthin." He startled and dropped the piece of metal on his foot. Monthin yelled out in pain, "Get away from me!" Losing his balance, the chair he was sitting on broke into many pieces. Embarrassment filled the room. Manthin's eyes burned with anger as he stared at Wulan. He growled, "How dare you touch me? Why didn't you call me?" Wulan trembled as if he wanted to cry. "I'm sorry, I actually did call you, but you had the music too loud." Suddenly, Manthin kicked high and jumped up. Wulan exclaimed, "So impressive." Finally, Manthin landed with a series of strange movements and walked over to him. "What do you want to call me for now? Do you find 1000 too difficult? Want to give up after just half an hour? You are the fastest person to give up that I have ever met." Manthin's cold gaze swept over Wulan. We both agreed, "If you don't complete the task, then get out of here immediately. No matter the reason, I don't want to hear it." He approached the machine. In front of Monthin was the round number 1000. Vulan whispered. Actually, I finished it before calling you. Monthian stared at the number in disbelief. No way, this hammer weighs about 10 pounds. By my standards, even adults would find it very difficult to complete. I originally wanted to use this as an excuse to make it leave, but I didn't expect it to really hit 1,000 times. Monthian called Vulan over. Hey, hit a few times for me to see. He obediently ran over to grab the hammer. Yes. Vulan struck down with all his might. Monthian stood behind, observing. The force was enough, the movements direct, without any techniques or magical powers. This little brat hit more than 1,000 times, completely without any technique, relying entirely on perseverance. I suddenly felt the determination and persistence from this 6-year-old child. Huh? Is it a mistake? A golden light was emanating from him, and the more he hit, the faster and stronger he became. Even the intensity kept increasing. Could this child be born with divine power? Monthian didn't say anything, while Vulan in front continued to hit madly. He had formed some conclusions about him. The density and rhythm felt like each hit struck straight into my heart. Amazing. He is indeed a genius blacksmith. At the entrance of Monthian's office, the sun was gradually setting. Lang Nuyet had arrived to pick up Vulan. Monthian looked at her seriously. Lang Nuyet, you two have taught this child very well. I will take him in. Today, in front of a child to cry, is indeed embarrassing. From now on, come find me at this time every day, and remember to apply this medicine to the red blisters when you get home. Lang Nuyet looked at Vulan's hand. She scolded angrily. How did this happen? Man Tien, what exactly have you made Lan Lan do? Vulan beside comforted her. Mom, I'm fine. I have passed Master Man Thien's test. Isn't that the promise between men that Dad talked about? Out of love, Lang Nuyet couldn't help but hug him tightly. Mom is so heartbroken. Indeed, the night sky has fallen at Vulan's home. He happily ran to Nani to boast about today's achievements. Nani, do you know? I just passed that test. I have passed Master Monthien's test. I can learn the blacksmithing profession now, and I can earn money to buy soul gems, and I can buy you lots of delicious food, the little girl gently replied. Suddenly remembering something, he asked. Right, Na still doesn't remember where her home is, not even a little? The little girl honestly replied, I can't remember. She looked a bit sad. I only remember my name is Na Ni. Am I very stupid? Vulan acted like an older brother, his eyes sparkling as he comforted the little girl. Nani is definitely not stupid. Not remembering is okay. From now on, this will be your home. My parents are also your parents. You are my little sister. I will strive to become a powerful soul master to protect you. Nani looked straight into his eyes. She felt the warmth and sincerity. Yes. Seeing Nani looking at him like that, Vulan froze for a moment. He shyly raised his hand to scratch his head. The little girl noticed he was acting a bit strange and asked, What's wrong? Wulin smiled. It was the first time he had seen Nar smile. You're truly beautiful. While they were happily chatting, he accidentally touched his wound and cried out in pain. Nair asked worriedly, Brother, what's wrong? Wulin clutched his arm. My arm hurts so much. I used too much force during the trial, and now I can't lift it. Seeing him in so much pain, Nair offered to help. Then it must be inconvenient for you. I'll feed you, brother. Wulin didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Okay. Tang Si's voice echoed from the kitchen. Let's go eat, everyone. Dad is starving today. During the meal, Wulin just sat still while Nair fed him. Lang Yue felt helpless, thinking this scene felt a little off. Tang Si made a joke. Can I interpret this as a scene of feeding an animal? The sound of Lang Yue and Tang Si arguing filled the house. She disagreed irritably. No way. Absolutely not. No matter what, I can't let Lin Lun keep going to Mang Tian's place. Did you see how swollen our son's hands are? He's still so young. Tang Si, however, had the opposite opinion. He held firm to his belief that without weathering the storm, how can you see the rainbow? No one can succeed easily. Lang Yue stomped hard on his foot. She flared up. Be serious for a moment. Neither would back down. Tangxi raised a hand to his head. Lang Yue, honestly, seeing Lunlun struggle like this breaks my heart too, but if he doesn't endure hardship now, it will be even harder for him when he's older. When I first went to see Mang Tian, he actually didn't want to accept him at all. He approached her and took her hand, his tone full of sincerity. For a master blacksmith like him to accept our Lun Lun, to be accepted by that arrogant Mang Tian, do you know how outstanding our Lun Lun must be? Mang Tian specifically called me to say that our son has an extraordinary, innate divine strength. Moreover, what moved him was that our Lun Lun persevered and didn't give up. Mang Tian said his future is limitless, which is why he insisted we bring him to his place. You also know Len Lun's martial soul is blue-silver grass, so his chances of becoming a soul master are very slim. But if he can become an outstanding blacksmith, he'll never have to worry about making a living for the rest of his life. Tangxi gently pulled her into an embrace. If the child isn't afraid, what do we, as parents, have to fear? If Len Lun has this mindset, we as parents must support him even more. Mang Tian is a 6-star master blacksmith, right? He must have his own methods for teaching disciples. Can we just let Lan Lan try? If it really doesn't work out, we'll tell him to stop, okay? Understanding his thoughts, Lang Yue softened. Yes. Tang Si put his arm around her waist and led her out. Don't worry. Lan Lan is very outstanding. Let's go have dinner. Lang Yue felt more at ease. Yes. At the dinner table, Nair was like a machine, continuously feeding Wulin, who couldn't lift his arm. If you're still hungry, eat it all. The little girl asked, Are you still hungry? Wulin praised the food as he ate. A moment later, she asked again, Still hungry? Lang Yue watched the scene and whispered to Tang Si, Maybe I should get a job too. Otherwise, we won't be able to feed them. After they had eaten their fill, Nar and Wulin approached them. He spoke up happily. Dad, Mom, thank you for your hard work. Dinner was delicious. I'm very full. It was really good. Nar softly thanked them right after him. Lang Yue froze for a moment, then couldn't hold back any longer. She ran over and hugged Nar and Wulin. You two are so adorable. Stay like this forever, my two precious darlings. He didn't seem to like it very much. Not again. But Nair complimented her. Your hands are so warm. Under the brilliant sunset, as small snowflakes fell on Wulin's hand, blue streaks of light began to flow upwards. He showed off to Nair. Nair, look, this is blue silver grass. It's my martial soul. He complained that his hand was stinging. The little girl watched intently. Brother, will I have a martial soul in the future too? He looked at Nair and replied, Of course you will. Everyone has their own martial soul. When you turn 6, on Awakening Day, you'll get to participate in the awakening ceremony. As they were talking, he started to get drowsy. Wulin collapsed into Nair's lap. And then you'll be able to. He fell asleep before finishing his sentence. Looking at him lying still on her lap, the little girl thought to herself that he must be very tired. Nair cautiously reached out her hand. She hesitated for a moment, but finally, Nair let down her guard and gently placed her hand on Wulin's head, stroking it softly. She closed her eyes and told herself, as well as him, Brother, rest easy, go to sleep. Nair quietly watched him sleep. Night had fallen, and the sky was sparkling with stars. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening was heard. Tang Chi stood outside and whispered, Lin Lin, are you asleep? Hearing no reply, he quietly entered and closed the door. Never mind, just keep sleeping. I'll apply it for you. Dad came to bring you some medicine. Mang Tian had said he needed to apply medicine at night. Tang Si gently took Wulin's hand to look at it. The hand was fair and without a single scratch. He was bewildered. There's nothing wrong with Lun Lun's hand at all. Strange. Didn't my dear wife say his hands were all swollen? Maybe she was just too worried. His hands are fine. Well, just keep sleeping. He tiptoed out to let them sleep, trying his best not to wake them. Oh right, Nar is also in the room. I can't just barge in next time. Just as he reached the door, Tang Si stopped. Something caught his attention, and he whipped his head around. It seemed like there was a flash of light just now. He scanned the room but saw nothing else. Tang Si then closed the door, relieved. Did I see things? It might have been the light from the living room. Wulin lay there, deep in a dream. Under the blanket, his body was enveloped in a cluster of golden light, sparkling like a galaxy. The next morning, the sun was high in the sky, heralding a new day. Wulin, holding a plate of bread, cheered happily. Time for breakfast? Nair, let's eat breakfast. Mom made bread today. Lang Yue asked about his condition with concern. Lin Lin, are your hands okay? Wulin showed his uninjured hands to her. That's right. If you hadn't mentioned it, Mom, I would have forgotten. I think both my hands were swollen yesterday. She asked again, Are you really okay now? He clenched his fists. Yes, they don't even sting a little, and I feel full of energy, completely fine. Besides, I have to go to Master Mang Tian's place today. Lang Yue happily said to Tang Si. It seems Mang Tian's medicine is really effective. He replied dismissively, Yeah. A thought surfaced in Tang Si's mind. He hadn't actually applied any medicine to him. How strange. How could a normal person recover at such a fast rate? Could it be the power of the blue-silver grass? No way. I've never heard of the blue-silver grass having this ability. So what is it then? Oh, well. I can't think straight just watching them eat. It feels like their appetites are growing bigger and bigger. I'm not mistaken, am I? Nair and Wulin ate their fill and even bumped their heads together. After the meal, he waved goodbye to his family. Mom, Nair, goodbye. I'm off to school. Dad, let's go. I have to learn about martial souls today. I'm so eager to go and ask my teacher. Outside, Wulin eagerly ran ahead. I was so sleepy last night, I even forgot to meditate. That was so bad of me. Dad, can you remind me when we get back today? Tang Wulin, you must become a famous soul master. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed, and the primary soul master class at Hongshan Academy was about to graduate. Yun Chao ran up to Wulin to start a conversation. Wulin, have you heard? Zhou Xiaolong's soul power has broken through to level 10. You're level 9, right? Keep it up. There are already 6 people in our class who've reached level 10. If you don't reach level 10 before graduation, you'll have to go home and train by yourself. Plus, the school won't give you a letter of recommendation. After 3 years, he seemed to have matured. Wulin was sitting upright, reading a book, and he replied in a low voice, I know. Yun Chao was shocked by his current state. What? Aren't you worried? Wu Lin, I really admire you. Tang Wulin was now 4 feet 7 inches tall, looking a bit taller than his peers. Over the 3 years, his face had become increasingly handsome, especially his jet black eyes. The boy's name was Wan Yun Chao, the very student who had bullied Tang Wulin when they first enrolled. He was one of the 6 students in the class whose soul power had reached level 10. Reaching level 10 before graduating from the primary academy meant you could get a letter of recommendation from the school. This would make the path to an intermediate academy much easier. The letter of recommendation was used to prove one's talent. If you only reached level 10 after graduating and turning 10 years old, you would have to go through many competitions to get into an intermediate academy. It was said that Wan Yun Chao had tried to bully Tang Wulin at the very beginning, but was taught a lesson by him in a single fight. Wulin grabbed him by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Yun Chao struggled in fear. Brother Tang, I was wrong. Brother Tang, I was wrong. I won't do it again. At that moment, Wu Lin didn't really feel his weight at all. He thought, he's so light. Tang Wulin scared Wan Yun Chao with his innate divine strength. From then on, Wan Yun Chao started following Tang Wulin willingly. After being put in his place by Wu Lin, he approached and bowed sincerely. Brother Tang, you've defeated me. From now on, I'm willing to be your follower. In reality, Tang Wulin had already reached the peak of level 9, and even his homeroom teacher, Lin Shimeng, was astonished by his cultivation speed. Reaching level 10 in 3 years wasn't considered fast, but his martial soul was the blue-silver grass. Although he couldn't compare to geniuses, Tang Wulin was proof that miracles could happen. Lin Jimeng discovered that Tang Wulin had a real talent for meditation. He was extremely focused and could easily sense the energy particles in the air that were most suitable for him. As for the reason behind Tang Wulin's rapid cultivation, Lin Shimeng concluded that his spiritual will was much stronger than that of his peers. Yun Chao put his hands on his hips and challenged him. Once you reach level 10, let's have another match, Wu Lin replied lethargically, not interested. At the school gate, a familiar small figure ran up. Brother, I'm here. Have you been waiting long? It was my turn for cleaning duty today. I want some candy. Hurry up and buy me some. Wu Lin looked at the little girl affectionately and agreed immediately. All right. 3 years had passed, and Nair hadn't changed much. But strangely, Nair had never awakened her martial soul. This was extremely rare on the entire continent, so Nair could only attend a regular class, which is why Tang Wulin waited for Nair at the school gate every day after school. Of course, everyone had to get used to this situation, whether they liked it or not. Nair's beautiful appearance made the girls her age jealous and the boys curious. Therefore, Tang Wulin had to fight quite a few people. One time, they were cornered by a group of boys, and Wulin used his body to protect his sister, getting beaten to a pulp himself. The next day, Tang Wulin found that group of boys, and used his innate strength to teach them a lesson. His opponents were beaten into submission, and since Wu Lin was a student in the Soul Master class, he didn't get punished. Anyway, because of that fight, Tang Wu Lin's name became known to everyone. From then on, no one in the entire Hongshan Academy dared to bully Nair anymore. The bully was cornered against a wall, and Wu Lin beat him relentlessly while he couldn't fight back. I was wrong. I won't do it again. A student watching from the side had to shout, "Help! Run! That guy's crazy!" Tang Wulin picked Nair up to take her home every day. Of course, on the way home, he would also buy lots of tasty treats for Nair to eat, and then he would go to Meng Tian's place to work. This became Tang Wulin's daily routine. The students who witnessed this scene all cried out internally with admiration. How unfortunate. Why isn't it me? Of course, when it comes to work, Tang Wulin has put in a lot of effort to earn a significant amount of money, part of which is to buy food for Nani, and part is saved for himself to purchase a soul spirit. After safely bringing Nani home, he asked everyone to get ready to leave. Mom and Dad, I'm going to Master Meng Tian. Tang Si and Lang Yue encouraged him. Go for it, son. He happily set off running down the tree-lined path. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Wulin had fulfilled his previous promise. He relied on his own hands, helping his family ease the burden of making a living. In the air, the call of Wulin echoed, Master Meng Tian, I'm here. Master Meng Tian, I'm here. A burly man came out to greet him. Wulin, you've arrived? Today's tasks are quite a lot. Wulin cheerfully greeted. Longe, hello. How's today's task? Longe glanced at him. You can go into the room and see for yourself. Speaking of which, your workload has caught up with mine. You're so young yet have this skill. I'm a bit envious. He smiled happily at him. Not at all, I can't compare to Longa. Master still hasn't let me forge large components. Longa urged. All right, you should hurry up, otherwise you won't finish in 2 hours. It's quite a challenge, but not bad. That's because it solidifies your foundation. Longa was originally the only disciple of Meng Tian, and Tang Wulin could be considered the second disciple. Up to now, there were only the three of them in Meng Tian's workshop. In fact, Master Meng Tian was extremely strict, with very high demands, and he was also very serious. Many times, Tang Wulin felt that what he learned here was more than what he learned in school. If Meng Tian was not satisfied, he would coldly order them to redo it. Wulin would only feel dejected but still obediently complied. Yes. Meng Tian's workplace received many different components. Simply put, Meng Tian would distribute them to Longa and Tang Wulin. As for the relatively difficult components, Meng Tian would do them himself, and he would even listen to music while working. The forge was different from the cluttered living room. Tang Wulin's forge was very tidy. In the first 3 months, Tang Wulin only hammered a piece of iron, which was basically the hardest time. As a result, his strength and skills increased, and the axe became heavier. After that, Tang Wulin began to do simpler tasks. After a year, he finally started forging simple components, and 6 months ago, he finally managed to forge intermediate components. He smiled with satisfaction at what he had accomplished. In fact, Meng Tian was even stricter with Tang Wulin than with Longa. The special attention he received from Meng Tian was entirely due to Tang Wulin's character. Over the past 3 years, no matter how hard the work was, Tang Wulin never complained. Meng Tian really appreciated Tang Wulin's resilience. Tang Wulin now mastered hundreds of forges, and then there were thousands of advanced forges. By that time, he would definitely need resilience. The more times he forged, the less complexity there was in the metal properties. Of course, he needed good quality metal. Meng Tian's cold expression observed every action of Wulin. Currently, Tang Wulin was very proficient in the field of hundreds of forges. Today's work was not difficult for him. A total of 10 components were details of the spherical mecha link. If forged, it would only take 2 times, but for a blacksmith, it required high skill. Speaking of Tang Wulin, this hammer was given to him by Meng Tian a year ago, each one weighing 40 pounds. It was difficult for an ordinary person to lift, but Tang Wulin could hold it effortlessly with one hand. Tang Wulin's perception was very good. In fact, Tang Wulin did not know that when Meng Tian gave him that hammer, he officially regarded him as a blacksmith. Suddenly, he turned to look at the door, where Meng Tian was always standing, observing and smiling. After 3 years of hard training, Tang Wulin's mindset and character had become more stable compared to his peers. Tang Wulin gradually adapted and began to enjoy this work, feeling very happy every day while forging. Moreover, sometimes he would fall into a special state. This state was truly magical. Tang Wulin would feel as if he resonated with the sound of the hammer and the metal. Whenever he fell into this state, the components produced were particularly good. Even a taciturn person like Meng Tian couldn't help but praise a few words. Meng Tian's eyes sparkled as he examined the product in his hand. He raised it high to look, then tested its durability. Wulin witnessed all his strange actions and noticed that Meng Tian became serious again. You go out now. Wulin was very obedient. Yes. After he left, Meng Tian continued to admire the work. Thus, Tang Wulin, over 9 years old, lived a life full of effort. 3 years, the daily accumulation finally paid off, and the sky gradually darkened. Wulin waved goodbye to Meng Tian as he prepared to leave. Master Meng Tian, goodbye. I'm going home now. He stood watching as Wulin moved further away. It's a pity that the martial soul is only blue-silver grass. No matter what the soul spirit is, it might be, but perhaps this is my luck in the forging profession. This talented kid might be able to take my place. Looking at the money on the table, Wulin joyfully cheered. 29,885, 29,930, 29,950, 30,000, 30,000, federal currency, finally gathered enough, finally enough. Tang Si, who was reading a book, was distracted by him and looked at Wulin, asking, "What's enough that makes you so happy?" He held the money in his hands with a satisfied expression, finally gathered enough 30,000 federal currency to buy a soul spirit for myself. As soon as Wulin finished speaking, Tang Si froze in surprise. What? You gathered 30,000 federal currency all by yourself? He looked at him seriously and shared, "That's right, I've gathered enough. Didn't I say so before? I will try to help you bear the family pressure." Hearing the humble confession of Wulin, Tang Su's eyes welled up with tears. He was so moved that he cried. Behind Lang Ningguate, she couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Oh my, what a thoughtful child. It makes me want to cry. The brilliance of her child has made it impossible for us to open our eyes. After finishing the story about the dragon, Wulin skipped back to his room. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to bed now. As he was about to reach the door, Tang Su stopped him, saying, "Wait, you are not allowed to sleep. You are already 10 years old. You cannot sleep with Na Ni. From now on, you are not allowed to sleep together." Lang Nuet agreed with him. "That's right. You two are growing up. There are many things that are not appropriate." Vu Lan exclaimed in shock. "Huh? What? Is it not allowed? When have we ever slept together?" Tang Su and Lang Noyet firmly refused. No means no. That's it. No. In the room, a small figure was sound asleep. Nani slept peacefully like a kitten, surrounded by many small, colorful, twinkling lights. Under the moonlight, halos slowly appeared on Nani's body, in colors of yellow, green, red, blue, gold, and silver. The 7 colors flickered in turn. After the beams of light flashed, they gradually merged into her forehead. Those soft halos on Nani's body gathered together. For the past 3 years, Nani's appearance has not changed much. Her height has only increased slightly. The house outside was covered by sparkling stars. At this moment, Vu Lan was sitting on a swing enjoying the breeze. The evening air felt refreshing. He closed his eyes, relaxed, and took a deep breath, feeling incredibly comfortable. He smiled and reached out to gently touch a nearby leaf. The sound of insects buzzing, the bright moonlight illuminated all the disturbances in his heart, gradually restoring peace. Countless blue dots of light from all directions gathered, slowly sticking to Vu Lan, permeating into every cell of him. Tang Wulin felt as if he was stepping into a blue ocean, with countless tiny voices cheering for him, embracing him. The distinctive fragrance of blue-silver grass spread all over Tang Wulin. In his perception, everything turned into blue, a strange blue. A drop of water fell, making a soft sound. Suddenly, something startled him awake. The figure of Lang Nuyet hurriedly ran over. "Lan Lan, why did you run out here? Mom has been looking for you. I was so worried." He replied softly, "Mom, when I went for a walk, I don't know why I started meditating." He lowered his head and whispered, "Moreover, I feel like my soul power has broken through to level 10. At Vulan's house, the sound of laughter and joy was ringing out. He opened the door and stepped inside. "Dad, my soul power has broken through to level 10. He was stunned. Then Vu Duong ran over and lifted him up. "Really? You are amazing! You did it! You truly are my good son!" Vulan happily shouted. "I finally succeeded." "I succeeded." He kept smiling. Vulan was very proud of himself. "I'm so happy, even though Dad always said he couldn't do it." Tang Su was taken aback. He placed his hand on his head and rubbed it. That is called a strategic surprise." The sky gradually turned to dusk. The sun slowly set. At the dining table, Vulan was eating heartily. Lang the Nuet reminded him, Lan, eat slowly. Why are you so hungry today?" Tang Su chimed in, "Is there any day when he isn't like this? Surely he is very happy." He turned to Nani beside him and shared, "Nani, actually, we not only saved 30,000, but we can also buy a lot of delicious food." "Nani, what do you want to eat?" The girl remained silent and did not respond. Vulan kept calling, "Nani, Nani." He softly asked, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" At that moment, the girl finally came to her senses. Nani looked at him. "I'm fine. I'm okay. No, nothing's wrong." She said that, but her eyes showed a hint of sadness. Nani cautiously asked him, "Brother, can we go for a walk by the beach?" Hearing the girl's invitation, Vulan was taken aback for a moment. Outside, the sun was slowly setting on the horizon, dyeing the sky and the sea a brilliant orange-yellow. On the beach, the warm golden sunlight shone down. Surrounding the rocks were many different shapes. He and Nani waded into the shimmering water. Vulan spoke. "It was originally a very beautiful beach, but here are these strange rocks. The legend says that it is because, from a long time ago, humans hunted soul beasts in the vast sea, which angered nature and created these rocks." In response, Vulan was met with an endless void. He called out to Nani, "What's wrong with you today?" The girl's face showed many worries and anxieties. Seeing that Nahi did not respond, Vulan also fell silent. Then he reached out and held her hand tightly. After a while, Vulan continued, "Is it because you don't have a martial soul?" Hearing his voice, the girl lowered her head. Nani's next action startled him. She pulled her hand away from Vulan's grip, then turned her head and walked away. He called out her name, Nani. She seemed not to hear. Nani continued to walk ahead. The distance between Vulan and Nani grew larger. Finally, she stopped and spoke, "Brother, the sunset today is really beautiful." Vulan gazed at her solitary figure. She stood still for a few seconds, then Nani slowly turned back to look at him. Her red pupils still sparkled like the first day. They just stood there looking at each other, neither saying another word. Vulan carefully observed those eyes, and finally, Nani could no longer hold back. Tears welled up in her eyes. Nani seriously asked him, "If one day Nani leaves here, will you remember Nani?" Her eyes held sadness as she looked at him, waiting for an answer. Vulan panicked and asked back, "Is Nani going to leave here? Why?" She lowered her head. It's just if. He slightly lost his composure and ran over to hold her hands. Of course I would remember. I would miss you very much. I only have one little sister. Huh? Nair. You seem to have gotten taller. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wulin's eyes widened innocently. He'd said the wrong thing. Didn't she care? Wulin wrapped his arms around the girl from behind and joked around. We're together every day, so we don't need to worry about that. Later, I'll talk to my parents, get into the academy, and then bring you to live in the same city as me. I'll take care of you. Nair looked at the hand resting on her shoulder. The girl turned around and leaned her head against Wulin's sturdy shoulder. He looked at her and asked softly, Nair, what's wrong? Nair replied, It's nothing. He wrapped one arm around her from behind. Wulin said firmly, as if to reassure her, No matter what happens, don't worry. I'll be by your side. Understand? After a moment of silence, the girl finally answered, Yes. The scene changes to Wulin's house. He was trembling with anxiety, his shaking causing him to spill food all over the table. Dad, what kind of spirit soul do you think I can buy? Dad, will I be able to fuse with a spirit soul? Tang Zi, who was reading a book, heard his voice and stopped to reassure him. Don't be in such a hurry. You've only had 5 bowls of noodles. Look at you, too worried to even eat. He put down his book and walked over to Wulin, putting an arm around his shoulder. It doesn't matter what kind of spirit soul you get. You can still become a soul master and pull ahead of the others, and we can become stronger. Lang Yue called out from the kitchen. Isn't that your job? After one night, the sun rose again. Wulin was the first to leave the house cheerfully. He was very excited. Let's go. Tang Zi was right behind him. Then let's get going. Bye-bye. Seeing how excited Wulin was, Lang Yue reminded Tang Zi and him of a few things at the gate. Be careful. I wish you all the best. Nair silently watched their departing figures. After he and Tang Zi were out of sight, she looked down at Nar. Lanlan seems so anxious today. Nar, don't you think so? The girl just silently looked in the direction Wulin had gone, not responding. 10,000 years ago, the defeated soldiers of the Heaven Dew Empire fled overseas after being crushed by the Sun Moon Empire. Braving many dangers, they discovered another continent. They defeated the few natives there, occupied the land, and named that continent the Heaven Dew Continent. At that time, only the Sun Moon Empire and the Star Luo Empire remained on the Douluo Continent. The two sides were in constant conflict. The Sun Moon Empire grew stronger and stronger. The Star Luo Empire fell further and further behind, so they sought out a new land for themselves through long sea voyages. Afterward, the Star Luo Empire conquered this new place, moved the entire nation there, and brought a vast amount of resources with them. That land was called the Star Luo Continent, then renamed the Star Luo Empire, and later became the Star Luo Federation. The Sun Moon Empire unified the Douluo Continent and renamed itself the Sun Moon Federation. The Spirit Pagoda, which has existed for tens of thousands of years, is incredibly important to soul masters because it invented artificial spirit souls. The status of the Spirit Pagoda organization rose rapidly. It spread across the 3 continents, becoming the most powerful organization. Ao Lai City also has a branch of the Spirit Pagoda located in the city center. It's a 3-story tall tower. This is the lowest level Spirit Pagoda. Mid-tier cities would have 7-story Spirit Pagodas, major cities would have 13-story ones, and the main headquarters has as many as 81 stories. It is known as the most magnificent structure on the Douluo Continent. For Tang Wulin, however, what stood before him now was just this 3-story Spirit Pagoda. This was the sacred land of his dreams. Everyone met in the hall of the Spirit Pagoda. Wenba extended a hand. He was the first to greet them. Isn't this Tang Wulin? We meet again. It must be fate. I came here today for my shift. Wenba's other hand was also fidgeting restlessly. Wulin approached Wenba. Sir, are you the one who helped me awaken my martial soul? He placed a hand on the boy's head and ruffled his hair. We really are fated to meet. Seeing him and Wenba chatting happily, Tang Zi was a bit curious. Lanlan, you know this gentleman? Yes, he's the one who helped awaken my blue-silver grass. Suddenly, Wenba cut in. Excuse me, he continued. This time, I'll definitely help you pick a good spirit soul. Otherwise, you'll think I'm an unlucky spirit master, Wulin began. Spirit master, sir, could you please explain to us how to buy a spirit soul? He happily explained. Of course, we have 3 types of spirit souls to choose from. Naturally, the price of each option will be different. Option A, a 10-year white spirit soul. Option B, a 100-year yellow spirit soul. Option C, a random spirit soul. There are 73 choices for the 10-year white spirit soul, and the price is 70,000. There are 10 choices for the 100-year yellow spirit soul, priced at 1 million. I will help you choose the most suitable one for your martial soul to fuse with. Wulin frowned, displeased. Why is it so expensive? Isn't it supposed to be 30,000? Wenba explained to him. 30,000 is for the random spirit soul. You could get a 10-year one, or you could get a 100-year one. Of course, there's also a chance of drawing a defective spirit soul. But will it be compatible with you? I can't guarantee that. Wulin's face fell. There are defective ones? Tang Zi, standing beside them, suggested. Let's go back and save up another 40,000. Wulin replied firmly. No, that's okay. Let's just go with the random draw. Seeing through his son's thoughts, Tang Zi let out a sigh. When Ba had been observing the boy's expression the entire time. Wulin spoke his mind. Mom and Dad have already worked so hard for me. Besides, my martial soul is just blue silver grass anyway. Let's just try our luck. Who knows, maybe the heavens will smile upon me and let me pick a good spirit soul. Seeing him like this, Tangzi's heart ached. Lanlin. A smile appeared on Wenba's face. He praised, what a sensible child, to be so considerate of others at such a young age. It's quite rare. Compared to my child, you are much more obedient. Originally, this was a test of mental strength, and there would be a fee before selecting a spirit soul. Did Vu Lan unexpectedly have to pay a fee? Van Ba smiled gently and continued. Right now, I have decided to help you diagnose your mental strength for free. You express your gratitude in a small voice. Really? Thank you very much. Van Ba leaned closer to your face and laughed heartily. That's right. No need to be polite. He led Duong Tu deeper inside. This is the first time you have come to select a spirit soul. After merging, you will officially become a spirit master. Spirit connection tower. We will record it in the files. Vu Lan stood at the door observing. Van Ba walked ahead, introducing details to you, the strength of the soul power related to the level of the spirit soul that can be merged. This indicates what level you will study at the intermediate academy in the future. For ordinary spirit masters, mental strength is not very important and is not carefully distinguished. But for a high-level spirit master, the strength of mental power is extremely important. The stronger the spirit soul, the stronger the mental power needs to be. Only then can a connection be made. Vu Lan felt enlightened. It turns out mental power is also categorized in such detail. He continued the story. A long time ago, in an era without spirit souls, mental power was not valued by everyone, as it is now. But with the emergence of spirit souls, people gradually realized that the necessity of mental power in merging spirit souls was greater than the necessity of merging spirit rings. Therefore, people continuously researched and drew conclusions. Until 2,000 years ago, the levels of mental power were finally determined. Vu Lan wondered, then why does mental power need to be tiered? Van Ba calmly explained, mental power ranges from low to high. There are a total of 6 major tiers, namely Spirit Origin Stage, Spirit Communication Stage, Spirit Authority Stage, Spirit Transformation Stage, and the legendary Divine Origin Stage. Simply put, being born is the mental power cultivation at the Spirit Origin Stage. The so-called Spirit Origin Stage refers to the primordial state of all things being fresh. You might be at this level, while the other levels will have to wait until you enter intermediate school to learn. Put on those headphones, we will diagnose your mental power, relax your whole body, and then you may feel a bit dizzy. That is a normal phenomenon. Vu Lan slowly sat down. Will it be very comfortable? You climbed onto the bed and put the headphones on your ears. Van Ba stood in front of a series of machines. He shouted, prepare to start. Remember to relax your whole body. Van Ba was about to press the button and asked you one last time. Are you ready? Vu Lan slowly closed his eyes to relax. You replied that you were ready. On the screen, the numbers were running continuously, gradually slowing down. Van Ba looked at the numbers appearing. He covered his mouth in disbelief. Huh? Here. Van Ba gestured with his hand, saying, this is really not bad data. You are the spirit master with the highest mental power I have diagnosed in nearly a year. Your mental power is 38. I will give you a diagnostic report so that when you go to high school, you can submit it. Vu Lan was surprised by the result he received. Huh? 38. Seeing you with wide eyes looking at him, Van Ba continued. Why does your face look so confused? A mental power of 38 is already very impressive. You seem to not believe it, and asked again. Really? Vu Lan seemed a bit dazed. Van Ba explained further to you. From 30 and below is the early stage of spirit origin. From 30 to 60 is the middle stage. From 60 to 90 is the high level. From 90 to 100 is the peak of the spirit origin stage. Are you dazed? Van Ba came closer and put his arm around Vu Lan's shoulder. Don't think that I am a great spirit master at level 28, but my mental power is only 87. You, at such a young age, have reached the middle stage, which is extremely rare. Moreover, with mental power reaching the intermediate level, you can best merge with a spirit soul of 100 years. But can you choose? It still depends on your luck. Vu Lan's face turned slightly red. You replied, yes. The homeroom teacher once said that the quality of the spirit soul will determine the strength of the spirit master. A strong spirit soul after merging can even elevate the level of the spirit master. If the spirit soul is too weak, it will also weaken the spirit abilities of the spirit master. Van Ba pointed to a large device. This is 100 randomly selected spirit souls. You just need to press that red button. holding an 80-pound hammer without ever trembling. But at this moment, you became unusually frightened. You placed your hand down and pressed the button as he instructed. The colorful spirit souls were swirling together. Wulan looked at them mesmerized, and Van Ba also observed in that direction. To ease your worries, he made a joke. Don't worry, just tell yourself it's a 100-year spirit soul. 100-year spirit soul. 100-year spirit soul. Wulan trembled and followed his previous actions. 100-year spirit soul. Van Ba reminded you not to shake. Say it louder. 100-year spirit soul. You and he jumped up and cheered. 100-year spirit soul. Van Ba was enthusiastically shouting, 100-year spirit ring. Suddenly, a spirit soul fell out. He was stunned, only caring about the excitement and forgetting to catch the spirit soul. The gray spirit soul fell to the ground, rolled around, and then lay still in a corner. Duang Tu asked, is this the spirit soul? You replied, that's right. Wulan approached and picked up the spirit soul. This will be my first spirit soul. Van Ba rummaged through his belongings. That's right. I will give you something very good. He pulled out something that looked like a flashlight, a tool to open the spirit soul. Wulan quietly praised, your actions and voice are just like a fairy appearing in a dream. Van Ba took the tool and shone it down on the spirit soul from above. He guided you to press the green button and that's it. Wulan watched attentively. Duong Tu beside him was no exception. The spirit soul was emitting a dazzling light. Van Ba stared with an excited expression. At this moment, Wulan thought, my first spirit soul is about to be opened. What will it be? A brilliant energy explosion where dazzling blue and white light flooded the area. Van Ba spoke first. The white light here is from him closing his eyes. It's the spirit soul from 10 years ago. Wulan still looked dry without blinking. On this side, Duong Tu seemed more contemplative. The heavens still did not favor Lan Lan. A 100-year spirit soul was indeed not easy to obtain. Zing! A powerful lightning bolt struck down, and a green snake appeared. Duong Tu shouted, is this a little herb snake? He leaned in closely. What is this little herb snake? Why is it so small? It's all curled up. It's really timid. No matter what, it is very. Before finishing his sentence, Van Ba agreed. Yes, it really looks very harmless, Van Ba explained further. This is actually a test product, created by a soulless beast species. After all, spirit beasts are nearly extinct. The Spirit Tower has conducted many experiments, and the truth proves that this type of spirit soul is pitifully weak. Simply put, Wulan opened his eyes wide, waiting for him to continue. Van Ba continued, the spirit soul you have drawn is a defective item. Moreover, it is the worst type among 100 spirit souls. Wulan felt like he had been struck by lightning. You must be kidding, he continued. After the spirit soul is chosen, it must be activated. Within 24 hours, it needs to be fused. Otherwise, it will die. Whether you want to fuse or not, you think about it yourself. This type of spirit soul can be discarded without any issue. At this moment, Duong Wulan felt empty and angry. He didn't even know how he could go home anymore. For this result, he was truly unprepared. The rare, quiet evening at Wulan's home. Unlike usual, today he ate very little, as if food no longer brought him joy. Lung Nuyet looked at him. Long Ba also followed suit. Nan He, needless to say, remained as quiet as ever. The atmosphere at the dining table was heavy. Duong Tu exhaled. He decided to speak up to ease the current atmosphere. Son, don't be sad. I will think of a way to gather money. In a few days, we will go buy a suitable spirit soul for you. Wulan was silent for a few seconds before replying, no, that's not necessary. I will go to my room first. He dejectedly walked step by step to his room. When his martial soul awakened, upon realizing that his martial soul was a silver herb, he did not cry. After all, soul power also appeared. As long as there was soul power, there would be a chance. When his father said the family was not well off, he was afraid there wouldn't be enough money to buy a spirit soul for him. He did not cry either. He said that his matters he would handle, he could save money to buy a spirit soul for himself. His aching hands made him cry out in pain. It hurt so much, the first day at work. He swung a hammer, striking down thousands of times onto a piece of iron. His arms felt like they were about to break, yet he did not cry. While others were playing, he spent day and night befriending the hammer. No matter how hard it was, he did not cry. No matter what difficulties he faced, he did not cry. He always faced everything with a smile. But now he had burst into tears. Although he was trying hard to hold back, tears inexplicably kept flowing, as if those tears reflected his wounded heart. 3 years had passed. He finally saved enough money, and he had finally cultivated to level 10. His perseverance, his stubbornness, all shattered in this moment. The tears gradually soaked into the little herb snake. It seemed to really enjoy the sound of this liquid. Duong Wulan had been hurt to the extreme. Perhaps he wanted to cry out. Just as he was about to shed all his resilience to cry, Na He walked into his room. The little girl hugged Wulan to comfort him. Brother, don't cry. Vulan was sad. Nanhi looked at him with droopy eyes and asked, "A useless waste, feeling heartbroken to death. Is that very weak?" Nanhi disagreed. She shook her head in denial. "Is it okay? Vulan wants some personal space." He reminded her, "Nani, you go outside first. I need to fuse the spirit soul." Nani wondered, "Brother, isn't this spirit soul not good?" Vulan shared sincerely, "Our adoptive parents have had it hard enough. I can't add more burden to them. Even though this spirit soul is not good, at least it can help me become a soul master. If I fuse with it, my parents won't have to worry about this anymore." Nani's eyes widened, seeming a bit confused. "Brother, Vulan, calm down. I'm fine. This is just a dream, or being a blacksmith is the most suitable profession for me." The smile on Duong Vulan's face at that moment was deeply etched in Nani's mind. It was a comfortable and pleasant smile, yet it concealed a sense of sorrow and helplessness. Outside, the rain poured down like a waterfall. Vulan encouraged himself that he could no longer be negative like this. He rubbed his head. Vulan looked down, a tiny golden light wrapped around his hand. Vulan almost sighed at the pitiful creature, the defective spirit soul and the waste martial soul. He sniffled and said, "Useless like us. The two of us really match. A waste of brilliance." Not much time left. Vulan cast aside his negativity. "All right, let's get started." Duong Vulan opened the little herb snake and began to absorb it. The fear of the little herb snake also transmitted into Duong Vulan's mind. Within this fear was a familiar sense of intimacy. Spirit-soul fusion, now officially beginning. The stronger the spirit soul, the higher the intelligence. It could even communicate with its master. But for Duong Vulan, that was just a legend. The spiritual power of the little white snake was too weak, basically offering no resistance. Although the silver herb was just a waste martial soul, the spiritual power at the level of the spirit origin realm of Duong Vulan dominated in the fusion. Warm light radiated around him. Vulan looked at himself. Huh? Is the fusion complete? The soul power seems to have increased a bit. Suddenly, Vulan's eyes widened, emitting dazzling light covered in intense red streaks. A terrifying power was erupting. He clutched his chest in pain. "What's happening? It's so hot, my body is burning up. What is this?" The whole body was burning hot, as if it was about to explode. The light yellow veins once again appeared from the body of Tang Wulin, spreading outward. At the same time, the lamb silver grass and little grass snake also showed golden veins on their surfaces. The golden veins intertwined, resembling a skeleton embedded in the lamb silver grass, making it more resilient. The scales on little grass snake also shone brightly. All the golden veins converged into a golden point on its forehead. Like a second transformation, it caused Tang Wulin's spiritual power to rapidly increase, and his soul power also rose a level in an instant. Wulin's body was on fire. He shouted, "It's too hot, like standing in a forge, as if thousands of insects are gnawing at my body." Outside, after the rain, the sky had cleared up. Tang Si just walked in and complained. It was pouring rain, and just as I got home, it stopped, leaving me completely soaked. "This is too much." He walked towards Wulin's room but was stopped by Nani. "Big brother is merging with a soul spirit." "Dad, don't go in." He paused. Merging with a soul spirit? He just borrowed 30,000 federal coins so he could go choose a soul spirit again. "Nani, are you sure that Lin Lin has merged with a soul spirit?" The little girl nodded in response. "Yes." Big brother said not to worry, Mom and Dad. He eagerly asked about the situation. "How long has Lin Lin been merging?" She estimated the time to be about 7 or 8 hours. Tang Si continued to ask, "How long does it usually take to merge with a soul spirit?" Nani immediately replied, "Usually a few minutes." Mr. Honghuo rushed over and flung the door open. "Lin Lin, are you okay?" Wu Lin was lying flat on the ground, drenched in sweat, and he shouted loudly, "Lin Lin, are you sleeping?" Nani also hurriedly spoke up, looking at him. He must be asleep. "Big brother is sweating a lot." Tang Si shouted, "Why are you soaked through your clothes? You've worked hard, son." He rushed over, bent down, and hugged him tightly, choking up. "Son, it's all because of me. I'm too useless. I told you this morning that you could exchange for a better soul spirit." After a while of calming down, Wu Lin finally woke up. He held the golden light in his hand. "I feel pretty good. I feel like I and this grass snake complement each other quite well. You don't need to blame yourself. I feel very good right now, so don't worry." Tang Si looked at him with pride. "My son is so understanding." He suggested, "Since that's the case, let's hold a celebration." However, Wu Lin refused, saying it wasn't necessary. Lang Yue asked him, "How does it feel to become a soul master?" Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. Meng Tian crossed his arms and looked at Wu Lin seriously, saying, "Quickly release your martial soul for me to see." Tang Si was startled by his presence. He asked, "Meng Tian, when did you come here?" Lang Yue beside called out to Meng Tian, "Come closer." The two of them bowed their heads in greeting at the same time. Meng Tian spoke first. "I was rude." Tang Wulin didn't come to my place today, so I specially came to see. I really knocked on the door before coming in directly. Tang Si looked at him, evaluating, coming in directly with Mang Tian's skills. It must have been breaking in. Lang Yue expressed her sincerity. Lin Lin has troubled you for these past few years. After the greetings, Mang Tian continued to return to the main topic. Tang Wulin, quickly release your martial soul for me to see. Tang Wulin, quickly release your martial soul for me to see. He sat in the chair, squirming like a child. Tang Wulin, Tang Wulin, Tang Wulin, quickly release your martial soul for me to see. Wulin looked at Mang Tian feeling helpless. He had to agree. Yes, Wulin thought. There's no need to repeat it so many times, and moreover, sitting directly in front is too embarrassing. Seeing him agree, the whole family rushed over to gather in one place, eagerly waiting. Nani was excited. Can we watch? Tang Si sat on the side, cheering. Lin Lin, don't worry. Look at you. Lang Yue chimed in. Go for it. He looked around and broke into a cold sweat. Everyone was like this, making him even more anxious. And moreover, Mom and Dad were looking for a way to pop popcorn. His eyes slowly closed. Okay, I understand. Wu Lin's eyes sparkled with a green light, and Tang Si shouted loudly, his eyes are open now. It's really cool. He reminded, Dad, you're too noisy. Wu Lin slowly stood up, extending both hands as if summoning power, releasing his martial soul. Wu Lin's arms, adorned with strong metal rings, reached out with slender fingers touching the shimmering emerald energy radiating in the space. Tang Si was stunned and took a few steps back. So beautiful. The entire room was filled with lamb silver grass, and it smelled very fragrant. His face relaxed, breaking into a slight smile. Mang Tian focused on observing without saying a word. Over here, Nani's cheeks were flushed, her eyes filled with admiration. So beautiful. Even though it was just a soul ring of 10 years, the light rhythmically shining made Tang Wulin's demeanor radiant. This is the charm of a soul master. Even with just one soul ring, it is different from ordinary people. Tang Si's eyes were misty. My son is so cool. The whole room is filled with grass, and my son has become so powerful. So cool. Just as he finished speaking, Lang Yue added, Can you help Mom create some grass in the bedroom? This smell is really nice. Wu Lin shyly scratched his head. Sure. Nani praised him. Is this really a martial soul? Big brother is so cool. Wu Lin was very pleased. He stuttered. Really? Really? Mang Tian approached to try touching the strands of grass. He assessed that these strands were still very soft. It seemed that was all there was to it. Mang Tian tried to pull one strand, and his expression suddenly changed. Huh? This? After observing, Mang Tian expressed what he was pondering. It seems that your lam silver grass martial soul is not simple. Over there, it seemed that no one cared about his words. Tang Si was endlessly praising. You are now a soul master. How does it feel to become a soul master? Lang Yue clapped her hands. So impressive. My son is so impressive. Nani also chimed in. Big brother is so impressive. He helplessly looked at everyone. Smoke? Long decided to run over to convey Man Thien's words. Master, I'm telling you, this isn't simple. Duangtu was confused. What? Not simple. Lang Nuyet was stunned. What does that mean? Man Thien said in a deep voice. I mean, the martial soul blue silver grass of Vu Lan is not simple. Although it looks very weak on the outside, in reality, it is very sturdy. Try holding it. That's right. Lang Nuyet tried to tug at it and said, It doesn't break at all. Duangtu pulled on the grass with all his strength, and it was indeed very firm. Manthien continued speaking to the two. Even with force, it won't work. After all, both of you are just ordinary people. Suddenly he took off his shirt, and Duangtu exclaimed, Don't just take off your shirt in front of others for no reason. You don't care, but you still have pants on. Vu Lan stood beside him with wide eyes. Take it off? Master, I want to too. Lang Nuyet shyly turned her face away. Manthien confidently held the grass. The strength of our blacksmiths is not like theirs. He tightened his grip until his muscles bulged. Long admired Manthien's body. Oh my, look at that. His shoulders look like the face of a demon. After a while of struggling, Manthien concluded, just as I expected, using brute force really doesn't work. Long agreed. Yes, yes. Duong too listened to the conversation, thinking to himself, is it appropriate for this younger brother, who is drenched in sweat, to say things like, I expected and indeed. Luckily, I haven't thrown up yet, Manthien panted. In this situation, I can only show my true skills. Duong Tu thought again. Don't you really need to take a break? Long covered his head with his shirt. Master, quickly put your shirt back on. Be careful not to catch a cold. Lang Nuyet whispered to Duong Tu. Are they making a joke? Should we also laugh a little? He interrupted. No, don't laugh. They're very serious. Manthien exhaled, closing his eyes. His body emitted a dazzling blue light. surrounded by a swirling golden energy and powerful currents. Lang Niet hugged Duong Tu and shouted, "Ah, amazing! So powerful!" Vu Lan was astonished. The soul power is really strong. Moreover, Master Monthin has 4 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple. Is Master a powerful soul master of the 4th ring? It feels like Master is glowing. Long was also mesmerized, his cheeks flushed. So handsome, so good-looking. A shadow of a rabbit appeared, and Vulan's mind continued to race. A little rabbit that looked weak. Is this the Master's first 10-year white spirit beast? The 2nd and 3rd spirit beasts are both 100 years old and yellow. These 2 spirit beasts are iron maces. Perhaps they are both artificial spirit beasts. The Master chose spirit beasts suitable for his profession. This little bear, about 10 feet tall, is the Master's 1,000-year purple spirit beast. Its entire body was covered in brown fur, with particularly large front legs, looking very fierce. Mantine stood upright, summoning a large golden hammer, a cute white rabbit, and the image of a fierce bear glowing behind him, showcasing a combination of various opposing powers. Even though they were inside a house, the wind and storm rose violently. Duong Tu gaped. So amazing. Just looking at it is impressive. Lang Nuyet snuggled up to him. It feels like a storm is brewing in the room. So powerful. Vu Lan observed without blinking. Man Thien tightly gripped the grass in his hand, pulling with force. He noticed something unusual. Huh? It seems like there are golden patterns inside. Suddenly, Vu Lan's eyes widened in shock. Seeing his change in expression, Man Thien asked, "Is there soul power in this blue-silver grass?" Duong Vu Lan, what just happened? He looked at his hand gloomily. I fainted. Then it seems my soul power decreased a bit. His gaze turned cold. What? Could it be? Duong Tu looked at Man Thien and then whispered to Lang Niet, while taking off his shirt and shouting soul power. The result is that he couldn't break it. She reminded, "Lower your voice. Be careful he hears you." Man Thien immediately responded, his keen hearing, "It's fine. Just speak. I don't mind." Lang Niet nudged him gently. "Look, he heard you." Man Thien, with a serious face, sincerely shared, "It seems that heaven has not completely abandoned me. Duong Vulan, your martial soul has undergone a mutation." Duong Tu was stunned. Mutation? Vulan stammered after hearing this. Mutation. Mutation. Lang Nuyet broke out in a cold sweat. What is a mutation? Man Thien laughed heartily. Even if I summon my entire martial soul, I still can't break your blue-silver grass. That's it. Don't ask me. I don't know anything either. Duong Tu was dumbfounded. Sorry. I thought he was very focused just now, and he was carefully observing. He continued to explain for Vu Lan to understand. Our martial souls can undergo mutations in certain special situations. For example, merging with spirit beasts, suitable or particularly unsuitable spirit rings, or due to stimulation from the external environment, mutations can occur. Mutations can be good or bad. They can weaken a strong martial soul or strengthen a weak one. Vu Lan exclaimed, "Oh." Mantien paused for a moment before continuing. I have a friend with blue-silver grass who also merged with a snake-type spirit beast. His blue-silver grass evolved into a vine. Although it is very large, it is extremely weak. But your blue-silver grass is not like that. Although I only used the first soul skill, my body is already very strong, yet I still couldn't break it. This is the anomaly. The strength and soul power of the martial soul are related to each other. This means that before your soul power is completely exhausted, even I cannot break your blue-silver grass. No matter how you look at it, this is definitely a beneficial mutation, but you must be careful not to let others wait for you to exhaust your soul power. He tugged on the grass. Look, can I withstand this force? Vu Lan felt weak. His soul power decreased. It's down. Montien used more strength. Let's see if I can use a bit more force. Your legs are all soft, right? Vu Lan is as soft as a noodle. Master has used too much force. I can't take it anymore. Don't. Encourage him. Let's try again. Keep it up. Looking at the two, Duong Tu also felt tired. What are they talking about? Vu Lan shouted. Don't. Mantian placed both hands on his hips. Logically speaking, after the blue-silver grass transforms into a vine, you will develop in the direction of control. Your soul skill mainly revolves around entanglement, and your ability to entangle the opponent will consume a large amount of your soul power. To avoid such situations, I think you should turn this sturdy blue-silver grass into a whip. That's not a bad choice. Although it's still uncertain how it will transform in the future, at least for now, you are turning disaster into fortune. I dare say your martial soul is not a useless martial soul. Just be happy. Vu Lan replied softly, yes. Duong Tu turned to Long Ka, who was happily sitting beside him. What was that guy doing taking off his shirt earlier? Mantian continued to instruct. Do you see my first soul spirit? It's also a 10-year white soul spirit, and it's just a weak little rabbit, but through hard work, I was still able to obtain 100-year soul spirit, even a 1,000-year one, because the blacksmith profession can accumulate enough money to buy the soul spirit you want. If Master can do it, I believe you can too. What's wrong? Does Duong Vulan believe that he can do it? Duong Tu and Lang Nuyet felt happiness in their hearts. Master spoke so well, such good advice, truly a good master. Vulan's eyes were misty with emotion. He smiled back, I can. After that scene, Antien said goodbye to everyone. All right, I'm off now. Goodbye. Oh right, there's one more thing. What did Vulan ask? Mantian returned to his cold demeanor. Because today I didn't apply for leave, so you lose a day's pay. After hearing this, Vulan almost stumbled while walking. The Vulan house was nestled among the lush green trees under the starry night sky. Inside the room, he and Nani were sitting observing the golden light on the table. Vulan smiled confidently, warmly, and determinedly under the dim light of the lamp. He whispered to it, Little one, thank you. You have brought me hope. I shouldn't have given up on you before. Just now, the scale on its forehead flashed a golden color. It was indeed very beautiful. Then I'll call you Golden Light. From now on, we will be good friends. Na-Ni just sat silently observing without adding anything. The celestial environment in the world of blue-silver grass was much more effective than at home. I don't know if it's because the soul power has advanced to Soul Master or due to the mutation of the martial soul. When Duong Vulan practiced, the speed of increasing soul power was much higher than before. Vulan reached out to admire himself. His expression was extremely relaxed. Suddenly, Lang Nuyet rushed over to report news. Lan, something's wrong. Seeing Madame Vulan looking up at her mother, what's wrong? Lang Nuyet panted. Nani is gone. Nani is gone. Vulan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He froze. Huh? You and I quickly go home. Inside the girl's room, she handed Vulan a letter. It was on her bed. She only left a letter. He took it. Yes. The letter contained Nani's heartfelt confessions. Mom, Dad, brother, I'm leaving. Special thanks to everyone for taking care of me over the years. But I have remembered who I am. My family has come to pick me up. I can only leave. The days spent together were very joyful. I also don't want to part with everyone, but I have gradually recovered my memory. I know I have to leave this place because I have many things to do. Brother, I will always remember the time you saved me from the bad guys. And I will forever remember the times you bought food for me. Seeing the letter, Duong Vulan was stunned. His feelings were extremely chaotic, and he didn't even know what to say. Since Na-Ni came to his house, although she brought many burdens, she also brought a lot of joy. Having a little sister, Duong Vulan didn't know how happy he was. Every time he saw Nani eating the things he bought with his saved money, his heart felt very happy, especially when the little girl always smiled gently at him. Vulan's voice trembled with a choked tone. Nani, how could this be? How could she leave like this? Even if she finds her family, she shouldn't leave like this. Seeing his unstable mood, Lang Ngiat called from behind, Lan, you must not allow yourself to be weak. It seems Vulan is very determined. No, she can't leave like this. Vulan ran out of the room. Nani. Lang Nuyet was a bit panicked when she saw him run away. Lan, he didn't stop, running down the road while continuously calling Nani's name. He couldn't hold back his tears. Running a bit further, he shouted, Nani. The cry echoed in the air, his voice no longer pure but filled with sorrow. Nani. The sun gradually set. The mournful calls had not yet stopped. Nani. Vulan kept running as if there was no end. Nani. Over there, the little girl was standing alone. In Nani's hand was a doll. Looking at the old handmade doll, this was the first gift Duong Vulan bought for her with his salary. The doll's eyes were also purple like hers, and the hair was the platinum color that Duong Vulan intentionally bought. As long as he was with Na-In, he would always smile and find every way to make her happy. When she was bullied, he would be the first to run to her. No matter how strong those bad guys were, in his eyes, there was only determination. In Na-In's mind, memories of the days spent with Vulan kept flooding back, and tears kept flowing. Two strangers approached Na-In. Miss Na-In, let's go, they said. Let's go all over the city, searching every nook and cranny, the places Na-In could have passed through, even along the beach. But Duong Vulan couldn't find any trace of her. His throat screamed in pain, but Nair was gone, without leaving a single trace. Besides the letter, Nair also left something behind, a silver necklace, which was a silver gem attached to a silver chain. The gem sparkled with 7 colors, clearly an extraordinary item at first glance. But right now, all Tang Wulin wanted was his little sister. No treasure could compare. Night gradually fell, but he couldn't get a wink of sleep. At Mang Tian's workshop, he was lost in thought. I, Mang Tian, never in a million years would have guessed that this kid, Tang Wulin, has a mutated martial soul. It seems I should look after this child a bit more in the future. I'm really looking forward to this kid's future. Long Jie looked at his expression. Master really cares about Tang Wulin. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Master, I'm here. Wulin looked completely spiritless. Master, I feel empty, like my soul has left my body. Longgay noticed his strange behavior and asked worriedly, What's wrong? Wulin had lost his usual liveliness. He greeted them. Mang Tian also noticed something was off, his face grim. What happened? Tang Wulin, what's wrong with you? He tried to compose himself and act like everything was fine. I'm fine. Wulin walked inside, and as he did, he painfully kicked his foot against a table but still tried to act okay. I'm fine. Mang Tian helplessly reminded him, Are you really okay? Be a little more careful, he thought. This kid definitely has a problem. Lin Shimeng helped Tang Wulin write a letter of recommendation. With this letter, Tang Wulin could attend an intermediate academy. Any student who becomes a soul master during their elementary schooling can be directly admitted to an intermediate academy as long as they have a soul ring. This letter represented Tang Wulin's academic achievements in elementary school. Yun Xiao stood waving his hand. Tang Wulin, remember our promise to duel. Wulin replied without turning back. No way, because I've been making mistakes at work these past few days. I got punished with 3 extra hours. He teased him. Is that because you're scared of me? Just admit you're a coward, and I'll let you off. My first soul skill is Blade Edge, and I had to spend an extra 10,000 Federation coins on it. This is the spirit soul that the Great Spirit Master helped me choose. It can cut through iron like tofu. As he finished speaking, Wulin used a blade of grass to repeatedly spank his butt as if teaching him a lesson. Yun Xiao cried and begged, I was wrong, stop hitting me. My butt is about to blossom. Brother Tang, I was wrong. Does this feel good or something? No, it hurts so much. Stop hitting me. It hurts. Can time really heal all wounds? Why does Nair's smile keep appearing in my mind? Nair, you once asked me if I would miss you if you left one day. Right now, I feel like I've lost the entire world. Outside, it was pouring rain, and a sound echoed from inside the house. Is it raining outside? The sound of a kettle boiling filled the room. Mang Tian walked over to pour a cup of water, his face tense. Tang Wulin was 20 minutes and 3 seconds late. This kid was always so punctual. But what's been up with him lately? I wonder if he got wet in such heavy rain. His work has been sloppy, his mood is chaotic, and his strength is unstable. Could it be that he's forgotten my teachings? He angrily crushed the hot cup in his hand. The water splashed out, scalding his face. Mang Tian thought again. Considering how well-behaved Tang Wulin usually was, he was always very obedient. He put the cup down and got a towel to wipe his face. As he wiped, he fell into thought. Could it be that I've been too strict lately? This child really makes his master worry. Am I teaching him too much? But he always denied it, and come to think of it, I've never even praised him. As he was deep in thought, he heard hurried footsteps from behind. Mang Tian was startled. Huh? A familiar voice called out. Master. He recognized Wulin. Huh? He's here. Mang Tian quickly wiped his face. He couldn't let the boy see him looking so disheveled. He wiped it again, regaining his serious demeanor. Mang Tian tossed the towel to him and asked, Why are you so late? Your punishment is to forge 3 more components. You're not allowed to go home until you're done. Wulin sincerely apologized. Master, something came up at school, so I had to stay for a bit. His expression didn't change. Don't explain. I know you graduated today, so I'll let it slide this time. But if you're late again, get out of here, and you don't need to work anymore either. He obediently replied, Yes, yes. As Wulin dried himself off, he said, But master, for intermediate academy, I have to go to East Sea City to study. I might not be able to continue training with you. Mang Tian froze for a few seconds after hearing this, then lowered his eyes. So that's how it is. It seems my guess was right. Wulin blinked innocently at him. Mang Tian spoke casually. You don't need to worry. My workshop has a branch in East Sea City. I can just give you a training room there. After saying that, he put on his headphones. Wulin's eyes lit up. Master, does that mean I can still be your disciple? That's great. Outside, the rain had stopped. Mang Tian moved closer to Wulin. He bent down. I'm not doing this just to take special care of you. He ruffled the boy's hair. No matter what, you are a disciple of I, Mang Tian. Until I've trained you to become an outstanding blacksmith, I will continue to guide you. He could feel Mang Tian's concern. Wulin called out softly, Master. Now he had even more reason to be determined. Yes, I will definitely do my best. He didn't let the boy get ahead of himself. Mang Tian added a warning, but if you don't complete my test, you can pack your bags and go home. The test is the 1,000 refinements. Wulin was full of excitement. This is great. Master is finally going to teach me the 1,000 refinements. He replied, Yes, Master. He smiled slightly. This silly kid was truly endearing. Mang Tian tossed Wulin a hammer. Listen up. This is a physical test. He caught the hammer. Yes. He moved to a corner, keeping his distance. I think the component you ruined earlier might is using excessive force. Before you practice the 1,000 refinements, let's test your strength. Mang Tian closed his eyes and called out, left hand. Wulin raised his hammer but didn't strike yet, replying, yes, master. Seeing him hesitate, Mang Tian urged him, hurry up and start. Wulin used all his might to bring down a powerful blow. The strike force meter climbed steadily before finally stopping at a number. A mechanical voice announced, striking force, 483 pounds. Sweat dripped down Wulin's forehead. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Meanwhile, Mang Tian was stunned. What? Nearly 500 pounds? Has his strength improved this much? Without hesitation, he urged Wulin, right hand. The boy stammered, Ma master. Mang Tian looked at him and said sternly, can you focus? Wulin adjusted his state of mind and said with determination, yes, master. Before striking, he took a deep breath to gather his strength, raising the hammer high with his right hand. He leaned forward powerfully, his eyes blazing, and brought down a mighty blow, creating a dazzling explosion of orange-yellow energy with sparks flying violently. His eyes seemed to glow along with the movement of the light. Tang Wulin's shout made Mang Tian feel as if he were in a daze, as if Mang Tian was witnessing an earth-shattering power. Now, Mang Tian couldn't even blink, his eyes wide as he stared at the result on the screen, a striking force of 543 pounds. Tang Wulin's hammer seemed to have unleashed a cataclysmic storm that erupted from a crack in the ground, leaving Mang Tian unable to react. He felt as if he were swept into a current, unable to resist. Mang Tian was completely immersed in this moment, drawn deep into it. At this instant, he felt as if he himself were the piece of metal being struck by that hammer, having all his impurities beaten out, becoming purer than ever before. Mang Tian felt serene. This sensation was truly blissful. Suddenly, Wulin's voice cut in. Master, master, can I learn the 1,000 refinements now? Hearing the call, Mang Tian snapped out of his trance. Huh? He turned around. Follow me. The so-called 1,000 refinements involves using continuous strikes to remove all impurities from a piece of metal and increase its density. At the same time, the greatest effect of the 1,000 refinements is sublimation. Wulin was eager to learn and asked, Master, are there any special techniques for the 1,000 refinements? Mang Tian glanced at the tools on the table. Techniques? There are no techniques to teach. I can only tell you that for the 1,000 refinements, you must use your heart to forge it. Wulin's eyes filled with determination. Yes, heavy silver can only be found at depths of over 1,000 meters below the sea, making it an incredibly rare metal. Wulin silently watched the red flames blazing inside the furnace. Heavy silver is naturally very hard, but at high temperatures, it has strong malleability. It is an excellent conductor of soul power, and its quality is also very high. It can even increase the effectiveness of soul power transmission by 5 to 10%. But heavy silver also has its problems, namely its incredibly dense molecular structure and great weight. This heavy silver must be heated to a high temperature before it can be forged. Mang Tian casually leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, occasionally nodding his head. Wulin tapped it with his hammer and sighed. It really is hard. However, that didn't discourage Wulin. He got to work. All right, I'm starting now. With both hands, he skillfully brought the hammer down in a steady rhythm. Mang Tian watched his rhythm and assessed, this kid is really focused. He found his rhythm so quickly, I hope he can understand that forging such a rare metal is like protecting and loving a girl, gently and slowly, experiencing it with your whole heart. Each strike created dazzling sparks, and sweat streamed down his face, but he remained full of passion. Mang Tian was surprised. Huh? On the other side, Wulin was forging with great proficiency. He noted, what's going on? It's been less than 2 hours, and he's already using his strength so skillfully? Mang Tian focused all his attention on the piece of heavy silver, failing to notice the changes happening to his disciple. A light seemed to shine from the depths of Tang Wulin's eyes, and the hammer in his hands felt like an extension of his own body. 3 hours, 4 hours passed. With each strike, the heavy silver emitted a pleasant, clear ringing sound. The figure of Tang Zi appeared. Looking slightly worried, he ran in and asked, Mang Tian, it's so late. Why isn't Lan Lan home yet? He looked inside and saw Wulin still working diligently, while Mang Tian was lost in a state of bliss. Tang Zi's blood boiled as he shouted, Lan Lan, come home with Dad. What has this monster done to my son? He looked at Mang Tian and demanded, Mang Tian, you better explain this to me. Hearing his nagging, Mang Tian scowled, Tsk. If you don't know what's happening, then shut up and look at your son. Tang Zi turned to observe Wulin and called out softly, Lan Lan. The glow of the fire cast a reddish hue over Tang Wulin's entire body. Not to mention, his shirt was already soaked through with sweat. Tang Zi's eyes widened as he noticed the heavy silver, which was becoming increasingly refined. Its volume was getting smaller and smaller. 5, 10, 15. Tang Wulin's father had an indescribable feeling. After a long period of hard work, it seemed Wulin was gradually running out of energy. Ugh, it's so heavy. His arms grew heavier and heavier, but he didn't give up. The small silhouette cast on the wall continued to work with passionate diligence. Tang Zi seemed to sense something, and he thought, since when did my son start giving off the scent of a blacksmith? Wulin persevered, unable to stop. If he stopped, it could mean giving up on success itself. 4.5 hours in, Tang Zi looked at him, his heart filled with complex emotions, as if he was no longer the little boy who used to trail behind him all day, calling him Dad. Mang Tian was also watching silently now, when suddenly his expression tensed. This is the moment. Tang Zi looked at him. What? Mang Tian's eyes lit up as he rushed forward, and the man behind him couldn't stop him. Wait, what are you doing? He grabbed both of Wulin's hands, and the boy called out, Master. Mang Tian stopped him. Don't say anything. Wulin's voice trembled. Did I succeed? Slash! A cut appeared across Wulin's hand, his blood dripping onto the heavy silver forging table. A blinding white light erupted. It was accompanied by a loud bang. A massive explosion spread out with a powerful boom. Mang Tian watched from start to finish, then said, It's a success. Tang Xi lost his cool. What did you do to my son? He ran over to Wu Lin. Lin, are you okay? Tang Xi screamed. Why did you draw blood from my precious son? Mang Tian. He grabbed the man by his collar. Mang Tian roared in anger. Draw blood? He's my precious disciple too! After his outburst, he let out a long sigh. Mang Tian continued, A genius. This is an absolute genius. Wu Lin, you must remember every feeling from today. For you, this is just the beginning. The beginning of something that would shake the entire blacksmithing world. The sky had turned golden orange, with flocks of birds soaring among the clouds. Tang Xi's voice could be heard. Lin, your master has already bandaged your wound, and the medicine is top-notch. He carried the sleeping Wu Lin on his back, speaking softly. Your master says you're a genius who will shake the blacksmithing world. Dad believes in your talent and gift. I just wish you didn't have to be so famous. Tears streamed down Tang Xi's face. He choked up. I just want you to grow up and have a normal life so I can take care of you. I just hope you'll always be my sweet little boy. A hazy light with sparkling sunbeams appeared. Nair's eyes sparkled as she called to Wu Lin. Big brother, hurry up and get ready for breakfast. I'm not waiting for you. He shot up from his bed. Wait for me, Nair. I want to eat. Wait a minute. Nair. Wu Lin calmed down and thought to himself, Huh? So it was just a dream, but I really am a little hungry. Lang Yue threw open the door in a panic. Lin, what just happened? Are you feeling unwell? She ran in and hugged him tightly, comforting him softly. Let mommy see. My poor, sweet baby. He grimaced. Mom, I'm hungry. On the dining table, many empty food bowls were stacked high. Wu Lin ate his fill, continuously stuffing buns into his mouth. Mom, this is delicious. Did Master Mang Tian say anything yesterday? I didn't hear him. He missed his mouth and a bun bounced off his head. Wu Lin cried out. Across from him, Lang Yue reminded him, Sweetheart, eat slower. It seems Lin is back to his old self. Beside her, Tang Xi rested his chin on his hand, watching him eat heartily and agreeing with her. That's right. This kid is so devoted. Your master said that was just the beginning of the 1,000 refinements, and you have to work even harder. I bet he hasn't slept a wink, and he said you should go find him when you wake up. I'll take you over there in a bit. Lang Yue shouted angrily. Where are you taking my son so late? If anything happens, you can just sleep on the street. Tang Xi broke into a cold sweat but had to calmly reassure her. Don't worry, dear. He's my son too. Let's go. Be good. Wu Lin obediently agreed. Yes. Lang Yue saw the two of them off. Wu Lin turned back to wave at her. Goodbye, Mom. I'll be back in a little while. I'm going to see Uncle Mang Tian. Tang Xi put both hands in his pockets. Honey, I'm heading out, she reminded them. Be back early. Wu Lin's cheeks turned red. It seemed he was really looking forward to it. I wonder what Master Mang Tian wants to tell me. I'm so excited. Mang Tian's workshop. Wu Lin's voice rang out. Master, I'm here. Master, where are you? Tang Xi was panting behind him. Lin. You run too fast. Dad's about to die from exhaustion. Seeing Mang Tian's figure, the boy stopped. Master. He looked at Wu Lin. You're here? Lin, no. Be serious. He composed his expression and said in a deep voice, Your 1,000 refinements this time can barely be considered passable. The boy's cheeks flushed as he gazed at Mang Tian. Yes, master. Behind them, Tang Xi yelled, Did Mang Tian just get out of the shower? Why isn't he wearing any clothes? What a pervert. That towel is about to fall off too. You're not planning to do something to my son, are you? Is this what Mang Tian's private life is like? Beside him, Wu Lin thought, I think master just smiled at me. The towel around him slipped off, but Mang Tian remained unfazed. Follow me and take a look at your work, the boy quickly replied. Yes. Wu Lin pressed his face close to look. Whoa, this is amazing. 1,000 refined heavy silver. I feel like it and I have become one. as if we could live together. 100 refinements purifies the metal by removing impurities. 1,000 refinements is about giving life to the metal. Seeing that the boy had observed enough, he asked, "Do you understand what 1,000 refinements is now?" Wulin replied, "Yes." Meng Tian smiled with satisfaction. Furthermore, the blood sacrifice helps to connect your bloodline with the 1,000 refined metal. So this piece of metal is yours. A proud expression appeared on Wulin's face, his cheeks flushing. "Really? Is that true? But master, I can't." Tang Xi interrupted. "You're spoiling my son a bit too much, don't you think?" Meng Tian crossed his arms with a defiant tone. "I like it that way." He gritted his teeth, seeming a bit impatient. "I told you to take it, so just take it." Then Meng Tian bent down and patted Wulin's head. "This is a rule of the blacksmithing world. A blood-sacrificed metal belongs to its creator. Take this piece of heavy silver and forge it. Work hard and make 2 maces for your master to see." The boy looked at Meng Tian and said in a small voice, "Yes, master." After their talk, Meng Tian finally let Wulin go home. "It's getting late. You should go home and rest for today. Come back a little earlier tomorrow." The boy replied happily, "Yes. Master, thank you, master." For the next 3 days, Tang Wulin was completely immersed in forging. He didn't know that while he was completing his master's 1,000 refinements task, Meng Tian had already truly accepted him. 3 days later, after 1,000 hammer refinement, the heavy silver hammer was finally completed. He looked at it in his hands and said happily, "It's finished." Meng Tian opened the door and peeked in. "Come here and let's see what effect its 1,000 refinements have." Wu Lin immediately agreed. Yes. With the heavy silver hammer in hand, he looked at the metal block on the table. "Master, I'm starting now." A mystical sensation and powerful energy surged forth as vertical streaks of purple-blue light appeared. Meng Tian was stunned. This is. Wu Lin swung the heavy silver hammer. "Master, this is so strange. I clearly only hit it once, so why did it make 3 sounds?" Meng Tian told him tensely. "Try it again." Wu Lin got into position to strike. Yes, the echo was the same as before. Meng Tian couldn't believe it. How was this possible? With a stern face, he looked at him and said, "Strike again." Wu Lin obeyed the command and struck down with all his might. Yes, with a single blow, intense white and orange rays of light burst from the point of impact. Meanwhile, Meng Tian was completely overwhelmed. He thought, "I've been a blacksmith for so many years and have never seen a special effect like this. This kid is truly a monster. How could he produce such a masterpiece-level effect?" Wu Lin, not understanding what was happening, asked him, "What is this?" Meng Tian replied, "The stacked hammer special effect." Still confused, he asked again, "Huh? What is that, master?" Meng Tian patiently explained that the main reason for the initial blood sacrifice is because the first piece of work will produce a good special effect. The blood sacrifice allows the metal and the blacksmith's bloodline to connect, thereby enhancing the special effect to its peak. Furthermore, this top-tier special effect can only be used by you. Wu Lin asked again, "Huh? What do you mean?" He came closer and warned him seriously. "Before you become stronger, you must protect yourself well and not let this be easily exposed, because you have forged the best possible special effect." The boy looked blankly at the heavy silver hammer in his hand and replied, "Yes, thank you, master." Meng Tian reached into his pocket for something. "I have something for you." He took out 2 metal rings. "Take these and store your hammer inside. This was my very first creation. Each soul tool has an 8 square meter storage space, which is perfect for you." Wu Lin pulled his hand back, refusing. "I can't, master. It's too valuable." Meng Tian continued. "It's not worth much, and it's no use for me to keep it." The boy still refused. "But I've already taken your heavy silver." Meng Tian's eyes began to well up with tears. "In the days to come, I won't be able to be by your side to watch over you. When your master gives you something, you should just take it. Or do you want to carry that hammer around on the streets every day?" Sensing his master's sincerity, he smiled gently. "Master, thank you." As it was getting dark, Meng Tian let him leave. "Go home now, and remember my words. Before you go to EC, you must come and say goodbye to me." Wu Lin took it to heart. "Yes, master." At Wu Lin's home, Lang Yue's voice rang out. "Tang Si, have you really decided?" Tang Si replied to her. "Because my weakness has affected our son's future." His eyes filled with sadness. "I can't continue like this. For our son's sake, this is nothing. I've already agreed to their terms." Lang Yue expressed her worries. "But if we do this, we don't know when we'll be able to see our son again." He wiped the tears from Lang Yue's face. "Meng Tian told me, Lin Lin has a very resilient personality. He's more mature than any other child his age, and he also has an innate talent for forging. As long as he continues to learn from him, his future will definitely surpass even Meng Tian's. But whether one is a blacksmith or a soul master, soul power and a soul spirit are the fundamentals. As his father, I've been weak for so many years, but for our son, I must take a risk. For him, I'll take this gamble. Wu Lin's hurried footsteps ran through the streets. He stopped at a corner railing and sighed. Wu Lin looked down and shouted, East Sea, I'm ready, his face filled with determination. Yes, there will be a day. Someday, I will find you. I must become stronger, and I will definitely protect you. East Sea City is the second largest city on the eastern coast of the Sun Moon Federation. The architecture of this city is steeped in ancient style. The Sun Moon Federation places great importance on preserving ancient architecture. As a result, one can find buildings in this city that are up to thousands of years old. All the soul-powered trains in East Sea City are predominantly blue. The train station is extremely bustling during peak hours. Tang Wulin, with a backpack on, blended in with the crowd. Arriving in such a large city for the first time, he looked around at everything with curiosity. He tried to weave his way through the crowd. In truth, if one word could describe his current state of mind, it would probably be anxiety. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Huh? Why is everyone clearing a path? In front of him was a dazzling yellow supercar. Wu Lin thought to himself, what a beautiful car. Then, a man in front of him spoke up. Young master, you've had a long journey. Wu Lin was bewildered. Huh? Before he could react, he was shoved hard. Not you! Get lost! Wu Lin fell to the ground, trembling in pain. Ouch! Why were they so rough? A figure appeared that caught him by surprise. Huh? A young man had appeared, catching Wu Lin's attention. Xie coldly strode past him, his face completely devoid of a smile. Wu Lin sized up Xie. Who is this guy? So arrogant. He didn't even spare me a glance. As Xie approached the car, the man who had pushed Wu Lin said respectfully, Young master, please get in. Your father has prepared everything. He then turned back to taunt Wu Lin. Watch where you're going next time. Country bumpkin. Wu Lin puffed his cheeks in anger. Those people are so obnoxious, with no manners at all. Country bumpkin. He sighed and continued on his way, deciding to ignore them. I'm not going to let those awful people ruin my mood. Let me see what reminders Mom wrote for me. Don't talk to strangers. Just as he was walking, a stranger approached him. Hey, little buddy, where are you headed? Wulan saw someone approaching and took off running without a single look back. I'm not going anywhere. So many strangers. Big cities are so scary. I have to get out of here fast. I'm not going anywhere. The man stood there, dumbfounded. Huh? He broke out in a cold sweat, trying to escape. I need to leave this place now. After a while, Wulan stopped in front of a magnificent building. In front of the gates of East Sea Academy, he held a map in his hand, having finally found his destination. As expected of a big city, it's huge. Wu Lan walked up to the reception desk. Excuse me, is this East Sea Academy? At the new student reception, Yu Xin stood up and greeted him with a smile. Hello, I'm Liu Yu Xin. Are you here to register? His cheeks flushed red. Hello, big sis. My name is Tang Wulan. I'm here to register. Yu Xin leaned down to get a better look at him, then got very close to Wulan's face and praised him. Little bro, you're so pretty. He was a bit taken aback and flinched. Big sis, what's wrong? She began to guide him through the registration process. Just fill out this form. Here, go ahead. He followed her instructions. Huh? Yes. After Wulan finished writing, Yu Xin took the information sheet and read it. Tang Wulan, 9 years old. Is your martial soul really blue silver grass? He seemed unhappy when she mentioned his martial soul. Yes, it is. Wu Lan thought to himself, everyone knows it's a trash martial soul. Contrary to what he expected, Yu Xin praised him. You managed to cultivate blue silver grass to level 10? You're really something special. He looked at her with wide eyes. Wu Lan seemed to regain his confidence and replied, Yes. Is there anyone else here with a blue silver grass martial soul? Yu Xin answered. Of course. There are many soul masters here. You'll learn that what martial soul you have isn't important. What's important is your soul power level and your talent with mechas. The teachers here will teach you all about that. Get on this bus, and it will take you to the academy. Wu Lan obediently replied. Huh? Okay. Yu Xin pushed him onto the bus. Get on. The driver will take you there. Seeing her actions, he thought this big sis was really enthusiastic. On the side, Yu Xin was still waving eagerly at him. Get on the bus. On the way, Liu Yu Xin's enthusiasm made Tang Wulan both happy and surprised. The senior's warmth left a deep impression on him, as Yu Xin talked nonstop. That bathhouse is the least crowded. The senior academy is over there, and you have to remember the dorm rules. The intermediate academy is this way. Also, the third cafeteria has the best food. Remember that. He listened with a bewildered expression. Yu Xin winked at him. Little bro, don't be so nervous. The atmosphere at our academy is great. After you're enrolled, the tests will begin. I hope you get good results. These impressions were definitely equivalent to a 5-star review. In the shadow of a towering spire, hazy in a light blue mist like a technological dream, This is where all stories begin. At the door of room 205, Wulan peeked around and muttered, 205. This must be the place. This must be it. He opened the door and poked his head in. Hello, everyone. My name is Tang Wulin. I'm a new student. I hope we can all get along. Yun Xiao stood in a corner and waved. Hello, my name is Yun Xiao. Yun as in cloud, Xiao as in small. Zhang Shi was more aggressive, shouting, What are you spacing out for? Get in here and clean the room. Seeing Zhang Shi's thuggish demeanor, Wulan was a bit stunned but agreed to his demand. Huh? Clean the room? Okay. Yun Xiao looked at Zhang Shi. Zhou Zhangxi, what are you doing? You shouldn't bully people like that. The guy maintained his arrogant attitude. Mind your own business. If you're so great, you can sweep. I need to teach this kid a lesson. Zhang Shi grabbed Wulan's bag and dumped it out, scattering its contents all over the floor. He looked at them with a disdainful tone. Huh? What is this stuff? Your things are so rustic. There's even a flower embroidered on the blanket. Wulan's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. He remembered that this cloth was embroidered for him by Nair. He had held it with delight. This flower is so beautiful. Its color is just like your eyes. The little girl had replied, I chose this pattern on purpose. In the middle of his happy memory, he suddenly cried out, Huh? It's bleeding. Nair pulled her hand back. Ah, I pricked my finger. Snapping out of his thoughts, Wulan now stared at Zhang Shi with ice-cold eyes. He growled, Pick it up. Now. The guy remained arrogant. Zhang Shi got right in Wulan's face. What? What did you just say? I'm the boss of this room, and don't you forget it, or else you'll be cleaning for me every single day. Hearing Zhang Xi's insolent tone, Wulan glared at him. Without another word, he threw a punch at Zhang Xi. The guy was sent flying backward by Wulan's fist, his large body smashing through the window, shattering it completely. Wulan's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the bully, who was now crying his eyes out, snot and tears everywhere. Yun Xiao stood frozen like a statue, not daring to move. The bully flew outside and lay motionless. People heard the noise and ran over to see. Everyone was asking, What just happened? What was that sound? Did someone just fly out of a second-story window? What happened? Yun Xiao still hadn't recovered from the shock. Oh my god, did he really just send the hefty Zhou Zhangxi flying with a single punch? And he didn't even use his soul power. Just who in the world is this kid? Wulan frowned. Humph, disgusting. Now it's all dirty. A pair of long, slender legs walked in, stepping on the cloth. The person spoke. Room 205. Shishi glanced around. This dorm room looks pretty shabby. There's even this torn piece of cloth on the floor, and the window is completely broken. Wulan looked at him and thought, this is the guy who was standing by that car. Yun Xiao was stunned and terrified, not knowing what to do. Huh? What should I do? What do I do now? It's over. Zhou Zhangxi's martial soul is the great strength divine ape, and his bone structure is also incredibly strong. So even though he was only 9 years old, his body was bigger than an adult's, but he was kicked away by Tang Wulin before he could even use his soul power. Yun Xiao hid in a corner, terrified. This kid Tang Wulin is too strong. Once someone steps on that flower of his, he goes into a frenzy. That's right, it's that flower, the one that guy just stepped on. After a moment, Xie looked down at his feet. Huh? What is this? Wulin charged forward with another punch, screaming, You despicable brat! Get your filthy foot off of that right now. Xie glanced in the direction Wulin was charging from. He nimbly took a step back, dodging Wulin's attack. As Wulin rushed forward, Xie stuck out a leg and tripped him. He tripped over Xie's leg and tumbled forward, losing his balance. Wulin flew a short distance and shouted. Xie smirked. You brought this on yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Wulin charged at him again with his fist raised. You little brat! He was stunned. Huh? He's not hurt? Wulin threw a punch, but Xie quickly leaped up to dodge it. He landed gracefully behind him. Wulin was surprised. Huh? Shishi regained his cool composure. He lifted one leg and kicked Wulin hard. Xie let out a breath. This should be enough for you. He continued walking into the room, once again stepping on Wulin's cloth. Seeing this, Yun Xiao covered his mouth from the side. Huh? He stepped on that flower again. Incoming danger. Wulin got up and walked towards them. Xie saw that he seemed normal, as if nothing had happened, and thought to himself, he's up again. Is that guy a monster? He summoned his power, and glowing blades of grass appeared. Wulin gritted his teeth. Despicable. Why are you all so evil? Seeing him, Xie was startled. Huh? In such a hurry? This is blue-silver grass. Strands of blue-silver grass shot out and wrapped tightly around his wrist. Shishi couldn't break free. What? I'm tied up? Seeing that he was restrained, Wulin rushed forward. Shishi could only watch helplessly, unable to break the strands. This blue-silver grass is really tough. A crimson light flashed in Wulin's eyes. Xie thought to himself. This is bad. Wait, this guy is about to attack, he shouted in a panic. Before he could finish, a fist landed squarely on his face. Hey, wait! Yun Xiao stood to the side, covering his face, not daring to watch. Xie's eyes rolled back in pain. Wulin's anger still hadn't subsided. He was radiating killing intent. Yun Xiao trembled, too scared to do anything, as Xie was sent flying through the window again. Zhou Zhangxie was still unconscious, and commotion erupted all around. Oh my god, what on earth happened in this room? What is going on? Inside the room, Wulin picked up the cloth and dusted it off. No matter who it is, no one is allowed to step on my flower. Furthermore, don't even think about bullying me. I'm not afraid of you. Tears streamed down Yun Xiao's face. Mommy, this is too scary. There's definitely something wrong with that flower. The majestic school with its large clock and prominent deep red tiled roof stood out, in contrast to the hazy, futuristic towers in the distance, holding countless secrets and the hopes of youth. East Sea Academy. In an office, Wulin and the others were standing at attention, being lectured. Fighting on the very first day of school? You are all too arrogant. Zhou Zhangxi, your martial soul could have basically gotten you into the first class, but your soul power level is a bit low. But now it seems your character is also very low, so you can stay in class 5. Hang Shu frowned and looked at Yun Xiao. And you? You're going down to class 5 as well? He quickly explained. Teacher, I wasn't involved! The teacher didn't accept his excuse. Who told you to see a fight and not intervene? He broke out in a cold sweat. Huh? If I had jumped into that situation, I would have been a dead man. Hang Shu then turned to look at Zhangxi and Xie. You two are going to class 5 as well. His sharp, intimidating gaze swept over to Wulin. As for you, fighting on the first day of school, and on top of that, injuring 2 people, your actions, though provoked, were still too hot-headed. After hearing Hang Shu speak, he became a little worried. This is bad. I was too impulsive. I must apologize to the teacher. I absolutely cannot get expelled. After a long lecture, the teacher's anger subsided and he turned away. Considering you were provoked first, I won't punish you. Being a straightforward and upright man is a good thing, but you'll still have to go to class 5. Your martial soul is too weak. Seeing that the situation wasn't as bad as he thought, Wulin calmed down and replied, Huh? Yes, I'm sorry for causing you trouble, teacher. After walking down the long hallways, their eyes landed on the warm brown sign for room 205, where the morning sun shone straight through. After the recent brawl, the room was a complete mess. Shi and Yun Xiao were standing in front of a bed, and he spoke first. I'll sleep on the bottom bunk, you take the top. Yun Xiao was still trembling. He had no objections. Okay. On the other side, Wulin also spoke up. You take the top, I'll sleep on the bottom. Zhou Zhangxi looked at the broken bed and screamed. Huh? What? He angrily refused. The top bunk is broken, and you're the one who broke it. Wulin grew impatient, his sharp gaze sweeping over him. Zhangxi looked at Wulin's expression and didn't dare to protest anymore. Seeing this, Yun Xiao thought to himself, didn't Zhou Zhangxi want to be the boss? After a while, Wang Qi and Wang Liu appeared before them, and the 2 men made an announcement. The glass door, wall, and bed have all been repaired. The total cost is 30,000 Federation coins. Pay the fee at the General Affairs Office tomorrow. If not, the bill will be sent to your families. Everyone was shocked upon hearing the price. Zhangxi screamed. What? Is this a robbery? That's way too expensive. Wulin's face turned pale beside him. 30,000. Yun Xiao was no exception. We could have just bought a whole new bed for that price. The man paid them no mind and turned to leave the room. These are the school's rules. There's nothing we can do, Wang Qi continued. But you guys can keep fighting, so we will get a little money. Wulan was very worried. This time it's really troublesome. Where can I get 30,000 federal coins? I had to save up for years to buy my martial soul for 30,000 coins. Ta Jie seemed calmer. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking that thinking left was wrong. Thinking right was not acceptable. No matter how he thought, he couldn't accept that he lost to that Lam Gan Thao. He approached and pulled Vulan's shirt. Hey, classmate Lam Gan Thao, let's fight again. I'm not satisfied. Vulan looked at Ta Ji. Fight? Are you kidding? Besides, what the heck is classmate Lam Gan Thao? He angrily shoved his hand away. Didn't he hear that he had to compensate 30,000 federal coins? Do you know what that amount means to my family? Ta Jie remained expressionless, not knowing and not wanting to know that the money could be paid by me alone, but you have to fight me again. Vulan's eyes widened in surprise. What? You think you can pay that generously by yourself? Van Tu also gaped in thought. Isn't he supposed to think? Seeing him waver, Ta Jie asked again. So, tomorrow at the gym? My stomach still hurts a bit today. Vulan clenched his fist and immediately agreed. Okay, tomorrow at the gym. Vulan's eyes sparkled. All right, I agree. Fighting and being able to get 30,000 federal coins is great. What time? Ta Jie frowned and assessed. Isn't he afraid of me? Looking at his cheerful demeanor made me sick. If you're in such a hurry, let's do it tomorrow, you agreed immediately. Tajie glanced at Vulan behind him. Tomorrow I must beat this brat to a pulp. At the school dormitory, Vulan's group was relieved. Trong Kai said, no matter what, Van Tu added. The debt of 30,000 coins has been repaid. Being friends with the big guy is really nice. After finishing his sentence, Trong Kai leaned close to him. But our matter is not over yet. Vulan looked straight into his eyes. So what? What do you want? Trong Kai thought for a moment and suggested, the fighting fee is too expensive, so let's not fight anymore. Actually, if we can't beat him, let's compete in eating to decide the winner. Vulan interjected, This is too shameless, he asked him. Do you dare? Vulan didn't answer, but the action of him swallowing his saliva spoke volumes. At the rice shop, Truong Kai laid out the rules. Both A and B grade rice must have money. So let's use C grade rice, which is free, to compete. Whoever eats more wins, and the loser will have to clean the room for a week. Do you dare accept the challenge? Vulan happily looked at the mountain of buns on the table. Okay, let's start quickly. I'm really hungry. Van Tu stood outside as the referee, so whoever loses will have to clean the room for a week. He thought to himself, anyway, no matter who loses, it won't be my turn to clean. Van Tu raised his hand and whistled to start. Trong Kai put a bun in his mouth, glancing at Vulan, who was completely unconcerned and just kept eating. Outside, people were watching eagerly. Huh? Are those two competing in eating buns? Both of them were eating very quickly. Trong Kai had a tense expression. He was using all his strength to eat quickly and swallow fast. This time, it seems like Duong Vulan is in trouble. My highest record is 29 buns. Trying to eat 35 should be no problem. The highest record in the whole school is 45 buns. 19, 20, 21. My mood is quite good today. This time, let's see how you do. Just obediently clean the bathroom for me. Vulan's eating speed was no less than his, even double. Trong Kai widened his eyes and shouted, oh my god, is this a machine gun? This is insane. The classmates are focused on counting. 44, 45. Trong Kai's face went stiff. Oh my god, how is this possible? He's so small, how can he? How can he eat 50 buns? Where did those buns go? After finishing, he ran to the food counter to order more. It's delicious. Please give me 20 more. The onlookers were astonished. What? Want 20 more? Oh my god, is he a bottomless pit? Van Tu reminded. Trong Kai, you should prepare yourself to clean the room. Finally, amidst the applause of everyone, Duong Vulan finished 80 buns, setting the highest eating record in the school. Although this was just Duong Vulan's normal eating capacity, it was enough to astonish everyone. Below, there were sounds of admiration. Great eating, the eating god of the East Sea, the eating god of Asia. His thoughts when breaking the record made everyone even more amazed. He scratched his head. The free vegetable soup here is also very delicious. I want 3 more bowls, someone shouted. What? Still want to eat more? The new record is 80 buns, 5 bowls of vegetable soup. Sandman ate to his heart's content. He and Van Tu returned to the room. After looking around for a while, Vulan asked, Why don't I see Truong Kai? Van Tu replied, he has despairingly gone back to clean up. Do you want to walk around? You refuse. I won't go. I have something to do. I had promised my master something before. Can I go out? Van Tu shared what he knew with him. It should be fine, but you must return before the lights go out. If you haven't returned by then, you will be punished. Vulan responded. In fact, Mang Thien had given Duong Vulan the address of the workshop in the East Sea. There was no one there, so Duong Vulan could use it freely. But if he wanted to take on a job, he had to apply for a permit from the Blacksmith Association first. This was where he had to go. In front of him was a magnificent building. Vulan looked at it, feeling overwhelmed. Wow, the building is both tall and big. Is this the Blacksmith Association that Master Mang Thien mentioned? Amazing. Vulan thought, as long as I pass the inspection, I can become a member of the association. He shyly covered his face. Hey, I need to go in for the inspection right away. I need to calm down a bit. In the distance, a figure appeared and walked towards Vulan. Xiaoling bent down to inquire, hello, little brother. Your looks are so beautiful. Who are you looking for? Big sister can help you, and Latang can take you home. Vulan looked at her and thought to himself, why is there such a beautiful big sister in the Blacksmith Association? I thought the Blacksmith Association only had men. Even at Master Mang Tian's place, there were only men. Vulan stammered, I came to check. Xiaoling teased him, his face turning completely red. The girl next to her reminded, don't tease him, you're making him embarrassed. Vulan said, I came here to check. I'm looking for Shen Yue. Xiaoling was surprised. Huh? Looking for the master? He replied, yes, I have a letter of introduction. She asked Vulan, have you notified Master Shen in advance with the soul communication? Vulan answered honestly, not yet. My master asked me to come find him. Xiaoling thought for a moment and said, let me ask. Master Shen Yue is currently free. Follow me. He hurriedly ran after her. Thank you, big sister. She led Vulan into the elevator. Xiaoling introduced, this is the soul elevator. In a moment we will reach the master's place. He admired it. Really impressive. The master is a good person, right? Master Mangtian said he is a friend of my master. The two of them, one big and one small, walked up to a magnificent door. Xiaoling replied to Vulan, the master is someone who can talk. It's right here. Master Shen, I am Van Xiaoling. I brought this child to see you. A deep voice echoed from inside. Come in. Hearing that voice, Vulan thought to himself, Shen Yue, the voice is so heavy. If he can talk, then he must be very skilled at receiving guests. So he went in and spoke first. Hello. Xiaoling bowed her head. Master, I will go outside first. Shen Yue agreed. Go ahead. Vulan assessed the man in front of him. A friend of my master? Shen Yue was reading a book with one hand in his pocket, glanced at him. You are the disciple of Mang Tian. That Mang Tian has such high standards. How could he accept a disciple like you, and moreover a girl? Am I not here so he has been foolish all this time? Vulan was stunned and shouted to explain. No, I'm a boy. He covered his mouth, his expression showing doubt. A boy? I don't believe it. How could Mang Tian approach anyone other than me? Unless you prove it to me, otherwise I will report to the police that Mang Tian is a fraud. Shen Yue thought to himself, looking at that hasty appearance just like Mang Tian, it really makes it hard for me to joke. What should I do? Vulan took out the letter and presented it to Shen Yue. I really am a boy. Master Mang Tian told me to send his regards to you. This is the letter of introduction. He saw Vulan's expression and smirked. All right, just leave the letter on the table. Hearing that, he calmed down. The letter of introduction from my master indeed has an effect. Shen Yue turned around. For now. Let's believe that. Follow me to the testing room on the 3rd floor. Did he say anything else? He lazily thought, finally understanding why Master Mang Tian doesn't like to talk. Vulan replied that he did. My master also told me about the ranking system, which is the proof to be able to work. Shen Yue led him, follow me. In the elevator, he reminded him of a registration form. After Vulan finished writing the information, Shen Yue picked it up and read, Duang Vulan, hometown Ao Lai City. 9 years old, first-year student at Donghai Academy. There was a surprised exclamation. 9 years old, so young, no wonder he is the one Master Shen Yue brought here. He was silent for a moment, then asked, You are only 9 years old? Vulan sincerely replied, Yes, I am 9 years old. Shen Yue pondered for a moment. At 9 years old to check the blacksmith, can take on work from level 2 and above. And in the history of the Blacksmith Association, the youngest to check was 8 years old and 6 months. What does Mang Tian want to do? A voice interrupted. Master Shen, testing room number 3 is ready. Shen Yue called out to him, Duang Vulan, follow me. Vulan obediently followed. Yes, his eyes were filled with determination. This is great. Finally, I can take the test. Once I start forging, I won't worry like this anymore. On the table were many pieces of metal of different shapes and sizes. Zhuo Lan guided Vulan. Here are 15 types of metal. You should choose one from them and proceed to forge it. I will evaluate based on the piece of metal you forge. From there, to assess the purity, if it is over 60 points, you can be promoted to a first-level blacksmith. After hearing this, he found nothing to ask, so he immediately agreed. Yes, all right. She looked a bit worried. Zhuo Lan asked Shen Yue, Master Shen, did you personally bring him to the test? I just heard that this child is only 9 years old. He stood with his arms crossed, observing, but he is a disciple of Mang Tian. She continued, if he were any younger, wouldn't he break the president's record? Over here, Vulan was examining several pieces of metal. Which one should I choose? Forget it. Just test it, and then decide. Finally, Vulan walked over and picked up a piece of metal. I choose this one. Deep silver stone. Shen Yue was momentarily stunned. All right, starting off by choosing something difficult like this. Mang Tian, oh Mang Tian, this kid of yours is really not simple. The treasure Mang Tian gave him was emitting a dazzling blue light, from which Vulan took out the deep silver stone. He asked, Master Shen Yue, can I start now? He assessed the item Vulan was holding. Is this the 1,000 forging hammer? Start. Mang Tian even gave him the 1,000 forging hammer. Then I must see. Vulan's eyes were filled with determination. Yes. He took a deep breath and struck down, creating a massive impact, resulting in an explosion of dazzling yellow and orange energy, along with debris flying everywhere, accompanied by a booming sound. Shen Yue evaluated him, wondering just how much Master Mang Tian had taught this 9-year-old child, creating a bright yellow and orange energy explosion with debris flying everywhere, accompanied by the sound of an explosion. Sam Nak assessed him, wondering just how much Man Thin had taught this 9-year-old child. He frowned in shock. The force just now, Zhuo Lan behind adjusted his glasses. So precise, can this child really grasp the material of Chen Yin? From inside the room, the sound of continuous knocking echoed. Kwang Ka outside heard the knocking and had to lower his voice to evaluate. The sound of the hammer is too powerful. It definitely isn't from the child that Master Shenyak is training. But listening to the hammers of so many people, the sound of the president's hammer is still the best. While speaking, something caught his attention. Huh? A look of fear appeared in Kwang Ka's eyes. Huh? Just as he was speaking, the president had already appeared. The one who came was the president of the 8 stars, Mo Shen. Mo Hai frowned and waved his hand at him. Get your filthy hand off me. Kwang Ka bowed respectfully as they approached. Hello, President. Mo Shen issued a directive. Quickly find me a reliable evaluator. My daughter wants to take a level 2 test today. The president's daughter, Mo Hai. He was displeased and set conditions, preferably a female, do you understand? Kwang Ka happily accepted the order. Yes, yes, President, you can trust me. After saying that, Mo Shen turned to Mo Hai. Unlike the cold, arrogant demeanor earlier, he now displayed a gentle, soothing expression. That's right, daughter. When you were forging, you were really too adorable. I absolutely cannot let any other man see you like that. Tell my dear father, she said, feeling uncomfortable. Dad, that's enough. Stop talking. Mo Hai punched him. So embarrassing. How can I have a father like you? Mo Shen was not angry but praised her. Your strength today is really good. Kwang Ka observed the actions of the two, thinking to himself, he had heard that the president was very fond of his daughter, and it was indeed true. While lost in thought, Mo Hai pointed at him. You! Kwang Ka was startled. Did the young lady call for me? Did the young lady just kick the president? She lost her patience. Quickly take me to the forging test room and arrange for a handsome evaluator for me, so I can show my full self. Kwang Ka accepted the suggestion. Yes, young lady, Mo Shen shouted angrily. A handsome man? No way, I don't agree. She shot him a glance. If you bother me again, I won't let you talk to me for a week. Hearing Mo Hai's warning, he dared not resist anymore. Mo Shen gently reassured. I won't disturb you. I won't disturb you. I hear everything my daughter says. I promise I won't cause any trouble for you. After Mo Hai left, thoughts arose in his mind. Just now, he remembered there was a very rhythmic forging sound reaching his ears. Who is testing for level 4? Mo Shen walked down the hallway, stopping in front of the door from which the knocking sound was coming. It was from inside. Suddenly, Liu Ding rushed over. President, I saw you coming. Do you want to go inside? He asked him. Quickly tell me who is testing for forging in here. Mo Shen's eyes lit up as he shouted. The rhythm, the power is really good. Quickly tell me who it is. Liu Ding panicked. Yes, it's the child that Master Shen Nak brought for testing. He opened the information sheet and continued. His name is Tang Wulin. He is 9 years old. Mo Shen's jaw dropped. What? What did you say? 9 years old? He was extremely excited. 9 years old? Isn't that equivalent to my age back then? I really want to see this little demon. Seeing him about to open the door, Liu Ding hurriedly stopped him. Huh? Does the president want to go in? Mo Shen reached out to open the door, about to touch the doorknob when he paused. He withdrew his hand. During forging, no one can disturb. This is the rule I established. Forget it. I shouldn't go in. Seeing Mo Shen hesitating, Liu Ding spoke up. But you are the president. It should be fine. He shouted. Stop talking nonsense. The rules I set, I would rather die than break them. After saying that, Mo Shen turned and walked in another direction. Forget it today. I need to go see how my daughter is doing on her test. As for this child, I really want to meet him. Inside the room, a voice shouted, It's time. Wulin stopped. Understood. Zhuo Lan began to report. Chen Yin, the purity surpasses Bai Luyan. The volume shrinks by 7%. The purity effect is 3 times that of Bai Luyan. Pass the test, can proceed to level 2 forging. Shen Yak was sweating. This child had reached this level in such a short time. Truly impressive. It seems he can even match the president back then. Soon after, Tang Wulin began the level 2 test. The level 2 test is to create a medium-sized component at will. Tang Wulin did not hesitate to continue choosing Chen Yin for forging, using all the knowledge Man Thin taught along with his passion to create his own product. Shen Yak glanced at him, annoying. Little Lang, take Wulin out to wash up. Remember to come back for the certificate in a few days. He turned back and waved to her. Yes, goodbye, masters. After Wulin left, he picked up the phone to call Man Thin. As expected, he is a disciple taught by Man Thin. The way he handles the components is exactly the same. Not good. I need to find him to ask clearly. On the other side, Man Thin saw someone calling. Huh? He raised the phone to answer. Hello, hello, hello. The number you are calling is currently busy. Please hold for a moment to be transferred to voicemail. Shen Yak, please press 1. Shen Yak angrily shouted, That damn Man Thin, stop pretending. I know you are there. Tell me clearly, what is that disciple of yours like? Where did you find him? 9 years old and already able to forge at level 2? What else did you teach him? Man Thin held the phone away. Too noisy. Manhwa pretended not to understand. I don't know what you are talking about. Shenyak tightened his grip on the phone. What else can I say? Isn't that your disciple? He is 9 years old but chose Chen Yin to create a common component. Where did you find this treasure? Manhwa smiled and asked him. Did he pass the test? Shen, calmly, Nok recounted. That's right, you bastard. Did you tell him to come just to show off to me? Dao Wulin, at 9 years old, can use deep silver to create common components. To be honest, with his current abilities, in a few years he might even be able to reach 1,000 refinements. My skills are better than yours. What conditions do you need to hand this child over to me? Finally, he said one last thing and hung up abruptly. I really do want to show off. So what? Beep. Sam Nack looked at the phone screen. Huh? Did he hang up already? Unwilling, he called back. The phone rang a few times before being turned off. He was taken aback. Sam Nack gritted his teeth and continued to call. The result was the same as before. The phone was turned off. What? Growing impatient, he was determined to call back once more, calling again. Just like before, he was hung up on by Manhwa. Sam Nack threw his phone to the ground and shouted, You go die for me, Manhwa. I will definitely kill you. Manhwa exhaled, looking quite pleased. Hehe, this kid is definitely going to be furious. At the dormitory, Vu Lan stood in front of Tajiai's bed, tossing a wad of cash at him, causing him to sit up in confusion. Vu Lan looked at Tajiai and said seriously, 10,000 Federation dollars. I will pay you part of it now, the rest I will pay later. After hearing Vu Lan, Tajiai was momentarily surprised. What? Tajiai grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Is this someone who wants to pay and then not fight me? Do you want to break your promise? Van Tu, who was sleeping, was awakened by the noise, looking at the two, thinking, Are you two really going to fight in the middle of the night? Vu Lan tightened his grip on Tajiai's wrist. Before, I really had no money, but the damage to the materials was mainly caused by me. I can't let you bear it all. But since I agreed, I will do it. After school tomorrow, you find a place. Tajiai calmed down, his eyes filled with determination. After school tomorrow, if we don't meet, I won't go back. Van Tu turned over and covered himself with the blanket. These two are really scary, but I'm still very sleepy. The principal smiled happily. Hello to all students. Every year at this time, I feel emotional. Emotional because another batch of intermediate and advanced students is graduating and leaving the academy. But at the same time, some students will move up from intermediate to advanced. Dong Tae Bo will also have new students. In my view, the academy is like a blood-producing organ of the Federation, continuously creating talents for this alliance. Next, I will proceed with class assignments. Everyone must know, in the Donghai Academy, the smaller the class number, the more outstanding the students in that class are. But this is not absolute. We hope that based on this, the lower-ranked classes can strive to surpass the higher ranks. The opening ceremony of Donghai Academy is held grandly at the large square. All intermediate and advanced students gather here at this time. After the opening ceremony ends, new students begin class assignments. Students who do not need to participate in the class assignment program will leave early. In the end, as expected, the four of us were all assigned to the same class. We are all in the 5th class. The 5th class only has 20 students, making it the class with the fewest students among the 5 intermediate classes. Everyone looked dejected, desperate, and each student wore a face of disappointment, lacking any spirit. Vu Lan told himself, not caring about others, he must. While walking, something made him stop. Vu Lan observed, his expression surprised. Truong Kong appeared magnificently, his figure radiating a glow. He said, Hey, you guys, lift your heads up and follow me. Vu Lan secretly assessed Truong Kong. Is this the teacher? He feels really cold. In the classroom, students looked at Truong Kong and murmured, his aura is really intimidating, but very handsome. He still maintained a cold expression, urging the class. Everyone sit down. First, I must emphasize one point. You all still don't understand what the headmaster said, right? Even if you are a bunch of useless people, I will make you the strongest experts among your peers. Unless you drop out. If not, this will be your goal for the next 6 years. Below, everyone wore tired, trembling expressions. Truong Kong scanned the classroom and introduced himself. My name is Vo Truong Kong. For the next 6 years, you will be my students. Vu Lan felt his aura. Just based on his appearance, he made people feel his icy demeanor. This is not something an ordinary person can do, and he is really very handsome. The atmosphere in the class was very quiet. Truong Kong spoke again. Do you all understand? Next, please introduce your name, martial spirit, spirit power level, and what kind of soul master you want to become. Van Tu stood up to start the introduction. Hello everyone, my name is Van Tu, martial spirit star plate. Spirit power level 12. My goal is to become an intelligent support soul master. Next was Wulin. My name is Dao Wulin. Martial spirit blue silver grass. Level 11. Currently I have no goal. A classmate suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, the martial spirit is blue silver grass. Of course, you have no goal. Truong Kong angrily slammed the desk, his eyes shining as if using power. Pieces of chalk suddenly floated in the air, then changed direction and flew straight down to the class. Seeing them flying towards him, that student stiffened. Many pieces of chalk flew straight into his mouth, leaving him only able to mumble in fear. Uh, uh, Truong Kong coldly stated. In this world, there are no useless martial spirits, only useless people. When you call someone else useless, first think about how you are. If you are not useless, why were you also assigned to the 5th class? Continue. Truong Kai jumped up from his seat. My name is Chao Truong Kai, Spirit Power Level 11. My goal is to become a top power-type soul master. Continuing from the previous class, Tajie stood up and coldly introduced himself. Tajie, Soulless Radiant Dragon Spear, Level 18, aiming to become a quick attack battle spirit master, causing a stir among his classmates. Level 18, that high? He's truly a genius. Time passed quickly. After some time getting acquainted, the teacher prepared to leave the classroom and reminded everyone that classes would officially start tomorrow. My teaching method is different from that of other teachers. If you are afraid of hardship, fatigue, or pain, then you should quickly transfer classes or even schools. Below, there were admiring glances, while others looked fearful or worried. Wulin was in the hallway when Tajie called him back. Hey, Lam Ingan Tao, don't just stand there. Do you remember what you agreed to last night? He nodded. Yeah, I remember. Suddenly, Ngutam rushed over, cheering excitedly. Duong Wulin, you really are in class 5! He turned in surprise. Senior, that's right, my battle spirit is Lam Angan Tao, so I was placed in class 5. She interrupted him. That's not what I meant. What I meant is that the proud male god is your homeroom teacher, right? Wulin asked back. The proud male god. Ngurtam's eyes sparkled. That's right, the proud male god is indeed your martial arts teacher. Can you take a picture for me? She said excitedly. I can assure you, I don't know. Teacher Vo Truong Kong is the most handsome guy in our school. Regardless of whether it's the young female teachers or the senior girls, we all really like him. Originally, he was supposed to teach us, but for some reason, he was assigned down here. We all miss him. Taji, losing patience, pulled on his arm. Let's go, Wulin replied. Huh? Meanwhile, Ngutham was still chattering away. One thing is certain, Teacher Vu is the most powerful teacher in our academy. Not only does he have a handsome appearance, but he is also knowledgeable, and his teaching methods are excellent. Some say he is the #1 expert in the academy. I once saw Teacher Vu with 6 soul rings. No wonder he is a soul emperor. Wulin was stunned. 6 soul rings. Even in the East Sea, there probably aren't many soul emperors. Ngurtam finished with him and ran off. The photo request is all up to you. I'm off. Bye-bye. Oh, right. Here's this soul tool camera for you. Use it to take pictures. Wulin was confused. Huh? Do I really have to take pictures? Ngurtam cheerfully replied. Of course you have to take pictures. Bye-bye. He swallowed hard. Yeah, do I really have to take pictures? Tajie, losing patience, urged him. Hey, Lam Ingen Tao, hurry up. Behind the school, Tajie spoke first. This place is less crowded, so even if I beat you badly, you don't need to worry about losing face. Moreover, even if you get hurt, I'll find someone to take you home. Don't worry, the truth will prove everything. Wulin looked at him thoughtfully. Understanding about battle spirits and the gains from fighting was much better than meditating. Just in time, I also want to observe the power of a 100-year soul ring. Tajie drew out his radiant dragon spear, smiling confidently and mysteriously in his white outfit, surrounded by a dazzling golden energy that sparkled like stardust, showcasing power and glory. Wulin also began to summon strands of blue grass. He looked at Tajie, evaluating the golden soul ring. Indeed, it's a 100-year soul ring. His advantage must be speed. I have to use Lam Gan Tao to control him. As long as I'm within range, Lam Gan Tao can basically keep up with my eye speed. Let me see how powerful the 100-year soul skill really is. Tajie had his own thoughts. Last time, the fight was too quick. He didn't get to see his soul skill. Maybe this time, he should hold back a bit. Why? Do I see dissatisfaction in his eyes? He got into a ready stance. I need to wake you up a bit. I'm coming. Wulin remained silent, not responding. Tajie shot forward like a drill through the wind. The dark leaves were backlit, creating a mystical, quiet, and slightly chilly atmosphere. Whoosh! Tajie appeared right behind him without him noticing. He pressed the radiant dragon spear against Wulin. If this were a real fight, I would have already taken your head. Do you think you can catch my speed just by looking? Vu Lan couldn't resist. He was enveloped by a dazzling green-purple energy and lightning, especially his legs, which were under clear pressure. Ta Jie has gained confidence. This time you won't have the strength to act. Vu Lan fell silent, not saying anything. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Lam Nan Thao. He was surrounded by brilliant golden light and dark energy surging around him. His body burned brightly as if he were submerged in a sea of fire. Ta Jie was stunned. What is this? Ta Jie was astonished by Vu Lan's power. Huh? What is that golden light? Is this Duong Vu Lan? Vu Lan's hands were covered in dazzling golden light and brilliant lightning. He looked ahead with sparkling energy particles swirling around him. His eyes shone brightly as if they were emitting sparks. Ta Jie still couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. This aura was too extravagant. No way. I must be mistaken. He closed his eyes, trying to reassure himself. No way, I must be mistaken. It must be because I haven't had breakfast, so my blood pressure dropped. I'm much stronger than him. That's the truth. Let me show you my true power. As soon as he opened his eyes, Vu Lan was already close. Ta Jie was startled. Ah, you threw a punch, Ta Jie! Vu Lan flew up into the sky. With all his strength gone, Vu Lan seemed to lose his vitality. He staggered, and after a while, he finally collapsed onto the grass. In the sky, birds flew in flocks. Ta Jie slowly opened his eyes, and he heard a voice asking, Hey, Ta Jie, are you awake? He glanced around, asking. As soon as he opened his eyes, Vu Lan was already close. Ta Jie was startled. Ah! He unleashed a punch that sent Ta Jie soaring into the sky. Once the surge of power ended, Vu Lan seemed to lose his vitality. He staggered, and after a moment, he finally collapsed onto the grass. In the sky, birds flew in flocks. Ta Jie slowly opened his eyes, and a voice asked him, Hey Ta Jie, are you awake? He glanced around and asked, Is this the dorm? Yun Xiao replied, Yes, Tang Wulin carried you back. Xie was surprised. What? That guy carried me back? That guy. Where is he now? Yun Xiao explained the situation, saying that after Wulin carried him back, he went to eat. Xie recalled when he first challenged Wulin, he had acted all high and mighty. This place is deserted, so even if I beat you to a pulp, you won't lose face. Besides, even if you get hurt, I'll find someone to take you back. Xie gritted his teeth and covered his eyes with his hand. Damn it. Damn it. I feel so miserable right now. The sky was gradually turning orange. At this moment, Wulin was eating his fill. That was close. I almost missed dinner. The lady at the cafeteria counter called out to him, Hey kid, there are still a few Type B meals left. Go ahead and eat them, otherwise they'll go to waste. He happily accepted. You're so kind. This Type B meal is delicious. Returning to his room with a full stomach, Wulin saw Yun Xiao lying on his bed and asked, Oh, why are you the only one in the room? Yun Xiao waved his hand. Xie seemed upset, so he ran out, and Zhou is taking a shower. Speaking of which, how did you manage to beat Xie? His martial soul is at rank 18, you know. Wulin silently recalled the event. To be honest, I don't know either. I also want to know what happened then. Why did such immense power burst out of me? Could it be because I was injured? Can getting hurt release that kind of energy? Let me try it again. Ouch, that hurts! He casually took a sewing needle and poked his hand. He observed his hand. Huh? There doesn't seem to be any change. Yun Xiao watched all his actions with a strange look. Tang Wulin, I didn't expect you to be into self-harm. Are you going through some kind of emo phase? Wulin glanced at him. What? That's not it. It's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. What on earth happened back then? It's getting more and more confusing. Was it a dream? The next day, Xie ran over, cradling his swollen face. Blue silver grass! Hearing his voice, Wulin became annoyed. What a pain. Xie continued his challenge. Fight me again. Hey, are you pretending you don't see me? Let's fight again. Fight me. One more time, just one more time. Come on, just once. Wulin snapped in frustration. You are so damn annoying. The shameless Xie just beamed. Oh, so you can see me after all. You were just pretending. I'll annoy you to death. Fight me one more time, and I'll treat you to a meal. I have to figure out what happened back then. I'll treat you to a Type A meal. Hearing the generous offer, Wulin's eyes lit up as he asked, Really? Seeing that he had taken the bait, Xie boasted even more. Of course, and I'll let you eat until you're full. I've heard you're a big eater, so let me see it for myself. The scene changes to Wulin happily eating. In his hand is a chicken leg. Xie is shocked by his appetite. You've already eaten 15 Type A meals. My God, are you even human? You're a monster. Other students watching the spectacle also chimed in. Go for it! Go for it! One Type A meal costs 1,000 Federation coins. Go, 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 go. Hearing the price while eating, he stopped. Huh? A Type A meal is that expensive? Then I won't eat anymore. Wulin stood up and walked to another counter. I'll just have a type C meal. Seeing him leave, Shay stopped him. Wait, you can't go. Come back and eat. Why did you stop eating? You've insulted my strength, but don't you dare insult my character. I, Xie, am a man of my word. A true man. In the end, Wulin decided to go back to eating the type A meals. On the table was a pile of empty, clean bowls. He clutched his stomach. I'm so full. A murmur spread through the cafeteria. 22 meals. He ate 22 type A meals? Wulin exclaimed with delight. That was absolutely delicious. A young man ran up and put his arm around Shishi's shoulder. You're treating? You guys must be great brothers. That meal of his cost over 20,000 Federation coins. You're so generous. Hey, let's be friends too. That kid also broke the current record for eating type A meals. After finishing the meal, Shi and Wulin left the cafeteria, one after the other. He asked, Are you full? Wulin quietly said, Shi, which sounds the same as Shishi's name. He asked, What? Wulin explained, I wasn't calling you, I was saying thank you. Xie gritted his teeth and grabbed his collar. Let me tell you, Tang Wulin, you better keep your word. Don't forget you have to fight me. Wulin didn't resist. All right, whatever you say. A bystander chimed in. These two are so lovey-dovey. In reality, Xie had just spent his entire month's allowance. He shouted, You bunch of onlookers, get lost! The sky was clear, with clouds drifting gently. Zhang Kong stood before everyone, his presence imposing. Today's lesson is combat practice. Real combat is the best test. Yun Xiao was surprised. Combat practice? Someone raised their hand and asked, Teacher, I'm a tool soul master. Do I have to fight too? His sharp gaze swept across the class. When you're on the battlefield, do you think others will show you mercy just because you're a tool soul master? Foolish. First match, Tang Wulin. Your opponent is Zhou Jiangxi. The guy grinned smugly. Jiangxi was fired up for the challenge. Tang Wulin, I can finally get my revenge on you. Last time, I didn't even release my martial soul. After I release my martial soul, my strength will be several times greater than before. Wulin looked at Jiangxi without any expression. On the side, Xie watched him without blinking. Tang Wulin, I will definitely uncover your secret. Jiangxi's eyes gleamed, ready to attack at any moment. Seeing that both were in position, Zhang Kong announced in a stern voice, The match begins. Wu Lin extended his hand forward, and Chang Shi took the full force of the punch, flying backward as he shouted, Sent flying by a single punch again. Are you One Punch Man? The match ended, and Chang Kong continued with the announcements. The second match, Shi versus Yun Xiao. Unlike Chang Shi, Yun Xiao looked completely listless. After all, his soul power was at level 18. Fighting him offered no chance of victory. He might as well wait for Tang Wulin to defeat him. Xie swiftly closed the distance, pressing his light dragon dagger against Yun Xiao's neck. I'm warning you, you are not allowed to look down on me. If you dare let your mind wander again, you're dead meat. He trembled and pleaded with Xie. I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. And just like that, Xie advanced straight to the finals. A buzz went through the crowd. Ah, this is the showdown between the blue-silver grass and the willow branch. Just as expected, the moment the match started, the blue-silver grass and the willow branch were already entangled. What would the blue-silver grass do this time? Wu Lin flicked the blue-silver grass vine. The willow branch was bound by the blue-silver grass and then flung far away. Chang Kong lowered his gaze and announced, Now, it's the match between Tang Wulin and Ba Ham Lam. Xie turned to him, puzzled. Huh? Teacher, then who is my opponent? He looked directly at the boy and said in a low voice, Me. The boy trembled. So scary. The class-level combat tournament semi-final, Xie versus Chang Kong. Chang Kong pulled off his belt, causing a commotion among the students. He's taking off his belt? A group of students gathered and cheered. Teacher Wu, what are you doing? Please calm down. Whoa, so domineering, I could die from how cool that is. Xie sized him up and realized he was going to use it as a sword, to channel such terrifying soul power through an ordinary belt. I absolutely have to be careful. Chang Kong announced, Begin. Chang Si watched from the sidelines, worried for Xie, thinking, It's hopeless. I just hope he doesn't get beaten too badly. But contrary to Chang Shi's thoughts, Xie smirked with confidence. Stay calm. My speed is incredible. If I leverage it, I might just pull off a miracle. A buzz went through the crowd. Xie's speed is insane. He's even creating afterimages. No wonder he has level 18 soul power. Xie assessed Chang Kong. There's an opening over there. The instructor's eyes were sharp and cold, his intense amber gaze staring straight ahead, radiating an aura of authority, focus, and gravity. Seeing that expression, Xie was startled. Chang Kong swung down, unleashing a brilliant and extremely powerful green sword aura upon him, creating a majestic and overwhelming spectacle. Xi's eyes widened, with no time to react. Wait, am I about to die? Chang Kong's belt came to a neat stop right on his face. Shi was dumbfounded. Huh? The instructor retracted his belt and walked away, leaving Shi standing there. All right, let's stop here. I've already made you use up some of your stamina. The one thing Wu Chang Kong, cannot tolerate is unfairness. Xie thought to himself. What part of this is fair? My legs have turned to jelly. This consumed way more energy than my fight with Tang Wulin. He raised a hand to his red face and rubbed it, but Teacher Wu's aura just now was just too frightening. Regardless of speed or power, to be that formidable using just a sliver of soul power, his true strength is truly unfathomable. At that moment, Tang Wulin successfully snapped a picture, completing his mission. After a while, the announcement rang out once more. The final match. Jie versus Tang Wulin. Begin. Jie stared at the heavy silver hammer in Wulin's hands. Huh? Are you seriously planning to use that hammer? My god, is this for real? Doesn't that just make you even slower? He nimbly slipped behind him. First, I'll launch a sneak attack from the rear, but just as he was about to strike, Wulin turned to face him. He lifted the heavy silver hammer and brought it smashing down with immense force. Shi, startled, stumbled backward from the sheer explosive power. He stared at the cracked and shattered ground. Good heavens, what kind of monstrous strength is this? If he hits me with that, I'll be nothing but paste. The other students cried out in surprise, but Chang Kong's expression remained unchanged. Huh? Wulin's face was calm, and his eyes were still closed. Shi assessed him. Is he just swinging blindly with his eyes shut? You can't possibly stay lucky forever, he charged forward once more. Wulin swung the heavy silver hammer horizontally, and only thanks to his agility did Xie manage to evade the attack. Realizing this wasn't working, he jumped back. He put as much distance between himself and Wulin as possible. Xie covered his mouth, sweat streaming down his face. This isn't right. This guy is predicting my movements with perfect accuracy. Impossible. How can he possibly keep up with my speed? He decided to ask, I know you probably won't answer, but how can you react so fast? Wulin cheerfully swung his heavy silver hammer and answered truthfully. This is the method I came up with during meditation yesterday. After all, I can't match your speed. My strength is in forging. So, I imagined you were a piece of metal I was about to forge, and by doing that, I can sense your properties, and then easily predict your speed. Hello everyone, my name is Shi, the piece of iron. Shi angrily clenched his fists and shouted, You're the piece of metal! Metal is an object and I'm not? Is that it? CSC muttered to himself. I am not an object. I am not an object. Tang Wulin, you've gone too far. Wulin watched helplessly as he flew into a rage. That's not what I meant. Xie's face tensed as he declared, Tang Wulin, you have now angered me. He used his agility to run circles around Wulin, as if trying to surround him. Yun Zhao shouted from the sidelines, Whoa! So fast! Much faster than before! Wulin watched him, a look of concern on his face. Slash! Showing no mercy, Xie struck him with the light dragon dagger, catching him completely by surprise. Wulin gritted his teeth in pain. Seeing this, Xie smirked. No golden light this time? Let's see how long you can hide it. Just as he was about to press the attack, Chang Kong came over and lifted Xie up with one hand. All right, that's enough fighting. Xie wins this match. The students watching from the sidelines were also stunned by the sudden decision. Wulin was dumbfounded, huh? Meanwhile, Xie couldn't believe what he was hearing. He happily raised both hands and shouted, Finally, I have won. I have defeated him. I said I couldn't lose to him. Just as he was enjoying the moment, the noise from outside interrupted him. What's there to celebrate about defeating a guy with an 18 spirit power? Only Fan Xiao and Chang She understood his thoughts. It's okay, Taiji. We understand your struggles. On the field, Chang Kong had his hands in his pockets, and he didn't change his expression from beginning to end. Through today's competition, you all probably understood a few things. You can't just rely on your own martial soul. A strong physique is also a very important factor. The female students had their eyes glued to him. Chang Kong continued, the strength, the basic meaning, a true expert doesn't need to use spirit power to gather you. And your physiques are really too weak. The level or strong characteristics are the root of power or influence to generate some effective ability. You think you're not bad? Then look clearly. Duan Wulan has the martial soul of blue-silver grass, but he fought until the very end. Taiji frowned and thought, why does it sound like he is the winner? Chang Kong's next words left everyone stunned. From this battle, I also drew a conclusion. You are truly a bunch of worthless trash. Of course, the trash I mentioned also includes the two of you. Taiji widened his eyes. What? Chang Kong continued. You are just a one-eyed king among the blind. Originally thinking he would be praised, but instead being criticized, his mood soured. Taiji was about to say something, but before he could finish, he he was interrupted. All right, disband. Tomorrow morning we start physical training, the theory class. Taijie and Duan Wulan, you two come to my office for a moment. I have something to discuss privately with you. Hearing his name called, Wulan was stunned, while Taijie seemed to understand more. Huh? Yes, it definitely can't be good news. In the office, Chang Kong sat upright in his chair and asked Duan Wulan, your blue-silver grass has mutated, right? This blue-silver grass is definitely much stronger than the ordinary type. Is its toughness due to the support of spirit power? But your spirit power is too weak. Wulan didn't mind sharing the truth. The teacher's words are all correct. Yes. Chang Kong continued. And what about that hammer of yours? Wulan casually shared his story. Initially, his martial soul was blue-silver grass, so he was very worried that he wouldn't be able to become a spirit master. So since childhood, he has been learning blacksmithing from his master. Taijie was surprised. Chang Kong's gaze was sharp. He reminded him in a deep voice, even if you don't succeed, can you still have a way out? Remember, you are currently my student. You must succeed. You are never allowed to give up. Seeing him encouraged like that, Wulan regained his confidence. Yes, even though I was scolded by Teacher Wu, I feel very happy. Taiji showed a tired expression. What are you doing? Clearly, I won. Suddenly, Chang Kong didn't mention his name. All right, next is Taijie. He was eager. Finally, it's my turn. Hurry up and praise me. Chang Kong spoke non-stop. Hiding a twin martial soul is interesting, isn't it? Do you think I can't see through it? The twin martial soul was full of spirit power from the start. Yet even fighting with Duan Wulan was so difficult. Moreover, now that we have entered the era of martial souls, the advantage of the twin martial souls is not as clear anymore. If you keep relying on your talent, you will only have a dead end. After a while of lecturing, Chang Kong finally stopped. All right, let's get to the point. Our academy has a class promotion competition. The lower-ranked classes can challenge the higher-ranked classes. Wulan and Taijie looked seriously in Chang Kong's direction, paying attention to listen. He continued to explain clearly, if we defeat the fourth-ranked class, we will become the fourth class. With this reasoning, we can continuously challenge the higher-ranked classes, so you two must work together to make our class the first class. Before achieving that goal, I will make you practice extra every day. Outside, the sunset had fallen, the orange-yellow sky enveloped everything. While walking, Wulan was called back by Taiji. Hey, blue-silver grass, you are not allowed to go ahead of me. Hearing his name called, he turned back to look at Taiji and quietly asked, is your face still hurting? I didn't expect to be cared for. Taiji froze for a moment. You? He leaned in close, gritting his teeth. Are you not convinced? This morning, I just defeated you, Wulan smirked. Then tomorrow we will fight again. Anyway, I'm not afraid of you. After finishing up at school, Duan Wulan went to the Blacksmith Association. Today is the day to receive the medal. Getting the second-level blacksmith medal means he can start doing business. Before leaving, he had to give these photos to his senior sisters. He never expected that the photos he took would become the most welcomed thing in the advanced class. Several female friends of Yu Tan Tong were looking at the pictures with her. They screamed, the tall and proud guy is taking off his belt, so manly. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association. The elevator opened, and Wulan greeted. Little Lang's sister. Little Lang rushed out to greet you. You are here? Little Wulan is still so worried? Oh, so cute. She held his hand and led him. Then let's go. President Mo Shen is waiting for you. Wulan looked at her in surprise. Huh, the president? The president of the Blacksmith Association. Yu Tan smiled back. That's right. Our president is the famous 8-star saint of the Federation. Wulan was a bit nervous and shivered. Really? Really? Sister, now I'm even more worried. Yu Tan laughed. She bent down to pat his head as if to reassure him. Relax. The president is very nice. Yu Tan walked inside. Let's go in. Mo Shen saw him walk in. Huh? Shen Yue beside introduced. Wu Lan is here. Come in. Wu Lun bowed respectfully. President, greetings. Mo Shen asked coldly, you are Tang Wulin? Wu Lun looked at him and replied, yes, that's right. I am Tang Wulin. This uncle looks really scary. Suddenly, Shen Yue came closer and grabbed his shoulder. Come on, Wu Lun. The president is here to personally award you the medal. You're still hesitating, Shen Yue. He pushed Wu Lun forward. Wu Lun's eyes widened after hearing Mo Shen's next words. He declared firmly, from today onwards, Tang Wulin, you are officially a member of our association. Mo Shen's eyes sparkled as if he had found a treasure. Truly unexpected that someone as young as you has broken the record for the youngest second-level craftsman in the association. Remember that. Seeing his expression, Wu Lun broke out in a cold sweat. Yes. Mo Shen knelt down to present the medal to Wu Lun, reminding him to use his soul to feel it. to use life to guide. A true craftsman is not just about forging metal pieces, but about creating life. The path of a craftsman has only just begun. Keep it up, young man. Wu Lun looked at him with determination. Yes. President Mo Shen congratulates you once again. Congratulations, Tang Wulin, for officially becoming the youngest second-level craftsman in the guild. Shen Yue clapped. Little Wu Lun, well done. He bowed respectfully. Thank you, President, compliments echoed around. So adorable. Mo Shen laughed heartily. I have high hopes for you. In a corner, there was someone who was not happy. That was the president's daughter, Mo Hai. At 13, she had already earned a second-level craftsman medal, breaking the record for the youngest second-level craftsman in the association. But just 2 days later, she was surpassed by the 9-year-old Tang Wulin. Mo Hai gritted her teeth and approached Wu Lun. Are you Tang Wulin? Hearing her call his name, he turned to look. Yes, yes, she pointed at him. First, don't leave. I want to compete with you. It's a match between second-level craftsmen. Mo Shen, not knowing when he had run over, blocked Mo Hai. All right, Tang Wulun, you can go accept your mission now. Let Shen Yue lead you. Wulun waved. Thank you, President. Then I will take my leave. Mo Hai angrily puffed up her cheeks and shouted, Dad, why did you pull me back? I want to compete with him. He raised his hand to block her strike. After all, he had just joined the association and was still very anxious. This is not the time to be in my heart. You are the one who calls the shots. Although he said that, in his heart, he thought the opposite. If they competed, she would definitely lose. I absolutely cannot let her lose face in front of everyone. Outside, Shen Yue put his arm around Wu Lun and said with a smile, the mission reception room is on the second floor of the Craftsman Association. Craftsmen can freely accept any tasks corresponding to their rank, so simple ones are all here. Wu Lun came to see if he wanted to take on a task, he whispered. Too many. Suddenly, he leaned in close to him. But I must remind you, you can only succeed. Failure is not allowed. Carefully choose a task that you are most confident in succeeding. If there are any problems, quickly use the communication device to let me know. Wu Lun's eyes widened. Communication device. Shen Yue. I don't have one. He smiled. It's okay. Shen Yue held out a ring in front of him. This is a spatial ring with an area of 10 square meters and also a communication bracelet. It was supposed to be given only to third-level craftsmen, but the president specially gave it to you. He looked at the ring in his hand. Shen Yue. Something so precious. Can I really take it? Shen Yue replied, just take it. It has a way to contact me, but I won't help you save the number of Mantian. Wu Lun was overjoyed. Thank you, Shen Yue. Returning to the dormitory, Tang Wulin began to meditate to reflect on everything that happened in a day. Today was truly special for him. He was already used to everything because he had to strive every day to get through. Just like what the martial arts teacher said, in his heart, he had never had the concept of giving up. He knew his martial soul was blue-silver grass, so every minute, every hour, even every second, he tried his best. The next morning, Wu Lun happily skipped around the schoolyard. He was very excited. Breakfast! Let's go eat breakfast! I want to go eat breakfast! Suddenly, someone called out, making him stop. Hey, wait a minute, come here. Wu Lun observed the figure in the middle. Isn't she the one from the Craftsman Association? Mo Hai frowned. What do you mean by that? My name is Mo Hai. I came here on purpose for you to compete with me. Wu Lun disinterestedly replied immediately. I refuse. I have to go eat breakfast. Two thugs approached Wu Lun. Kid, come here. I advise you to behave yourself. He lost patience and threw a punch. One of them was sent flying by the punch. Wu Lun shouted, No, I have to go eat breakfast. I'm not going anywhere. There was a sound of admiration. Are you Owan Panchama? He looked around at them and declared loudly, Only the teacher calls me, then I will go. I have to go eat breakfast. One of them said, This is blue-silver grass. The one next to him is surprising. Suddenly, a powerful kick flew straight into Wu Lun's chest, causing him to feel a bit dazed. He could feel the change inside his body. It was too hot, as if his chest was being burned. Mo Hai stood with her hands on her hips. She frowned. I didn't expect that you are also a student at this academy. Come and compete with me in a match. If you still want to exist here, then you better behave. Wu Lun raised his hand to hold his chest, silently assessing. What kind of martial soul is that? It's both hot and bright, like the sun. Moreover, the blue-silver grass was also severed by them. My soul power suddenly dropped. Mo Hai smirked and asked back, Little ice friend, can you follow me now? He weakly cried out. Damn it, I have no strength at all. It was unclear when Ta Jie had appeared right behind Mo Hai. That senior quickly returned to where you should be. She thought to herself, Huh? Is this guy really using a dagger to threaten someone? His eyes sparkled with intensity. Ta Jie continued with a murderous tone, My patience has its limits, so you better scram quickly while you can. After hearing this, Her expression turned serious, her gaze cold and determined. The two guys with Mo Hai were also taken aback. What? She didn't move, standing there defiantly, with that imposing aura. What will you do if I don't leave? Suddenly, Tajie spoke in a deep voice. Then you can try. Seeing his expression, Mo Hai finally stiffened. The killing intent was clear. This kid is not just joking. As the atmosphere grew tense, Hang Hu came over and shouted, "Stop it right now! What are you all doing? Stop! Follow me to the teacher's office immediately!" The group obediently moved to the office. Inside the office, Mo Hai quietly explained, "Teacher Long, I just went to find him for a spar." Tajie glanced over. "Huh? You brought a whole group of senior students just to spar?" Hang Hu crossed his arms and said sternly, "Shut up. Can you threaten a senior with a dagger? If I hadn't arrived in time and they hadn't left, what would you have done?" He replied fearlessly. "I don't know. It depends on my mood." Mo Hai was furious seeing Tajie so arrogant. "What?" He turned his gaze to Vu Lan and shockingly stated, "Duong Vu Lan, tell me what exactly happened." Upon being called out, he seriously recounted, "When I was young, my dad told me that if I bullied younger classmates at school, he would punish me. But if the seniors bullied me, I could fight back, and he would never blame me." Hang Hu was stunned. "What? You?" Suddenly, the figure of Trong Kong appeared, stepping inside and saying, "Well, I don't think my students did anything wrong." Hang Hu looked at him, frowning and shouting, "Vo Trong Kong, why did you come in without knocking?" He shrugged and casually knocked on the door twice. Observing Trong Kong's series of actions, he was displeased and assessed. "Vo Trong Kong, what the hell do you want?" He glanced over the group with Mo Hai and said in a deep voice, "Is it you guys again? Bullying the weak with your strength. You have the guts." Trong Kong pointed at Hang Hu. "If you dare to bully my students again, I will report your homeroom teacher." The group panicked and exclaimed, "Huh?" Feeling insulted, he growled, "Teacher Vu, please have some self-respect." He turned to Hang Hu, declaring war. "If you beat me, then I will know to have self-respect." The tall buildings with diverse architecture ranged from classic cream white to warm orange. All were surrounded by lush green trees, creating a learning environment that was both magnificent and peaceful. Vu Lan walked behind Trong Kong, quietly admiring. "You were really handsome just now. I will definitely listen to you from now on," he coldly replied. "Just remember what you said," he continued. "Thank you, Teacher Vu." Trong Kong continued walking forward and responded, "It's nothing. I just don't like seeing others disrupt my classes." After a while, Vu Lan turned to Taji beside him. "Thanks for stepping in to help me back then." He lowered his eyes, showing indifference. "No need. I just don't like seeing the strong bully the weak." He looked at Tajie with a happy smile. "We are considered good friends now, right?" Hearing Vu Lan's words, his cheeks flushed, but he still tried to maintain his composure. "What are you talking about? I don't even consider you a friend." Looking at Tajie's expression, Vu Lan asked Tata, "Why is your face so red?" He retorted, "What are you talking about?" Class time arrived, and in Trong Kong's hand was a book. As he read aloud, "Today is physical training. First run 10 laps around the training field, and then we'll continue." There was a buzz from below. 10 laps? One lap is already 800 meters. Do we really have to run 10 laps? A guy beside chimed in. "Won't that tire us to death?" Over here, Vu Lan and Tajie were adjusting their outfits. Trong Kong's voice continued. "Anyone who has objections will have to wear a 10-kilogram weighted vest to run." Everyone froze. 10 kilograms. Due to that threat, everyone had to grit their teeth and comply. Tata put on the weighted vest, and by the 5th lap, he could no longer keep up. The Combat Spirit Master system relies on explosive power, so endurance is usually quite short. He was panting, seemingly exhausted. When he saw Tajie lagging behind the team, he ran over and grabbed Tajie, who was surprised. "Huh?" Vu Lan cheerfully asked. "Isn't this a bit more comfortable?" Trong Kong observed and after a moment of silence spoke. "Duong Vu Lan, you think you're strong enough, right? If you want to help him, then you can run 10 more laps for me." Seeing him being reminded, Taji didn't want Vu Lan to get involved, so he called out, "Duong Vu Lan." He didn't care about that. Vu Lan quietly reassured, "It's fine. As long as I eat a bit more rice at lunch, it's okay." "Who said we are good friends?" Looking at that expression, Tajie couldn't help but blush. Vu Lan still held on to him tightly, turning to ask Tajie, "Why is your face turning red? Are you getting a fever?" He replied, "No." Trong Kong was focused when a figure approached. "Hello, teacher. My name is Ko Nuyet. I came to enroll, but I missed the registration time." He turned to reply, "Missed the registration time, but I'm not in charge of admissions." She was stunned. "Really?" Just as she was about to leave, Trong Kong stopped her. "But since you're here, stay." Ko Nuet thought to herself, "Huh? Is it that easy to agree? Is that so?" Before he could relax, he shot a cold glance. "Of course, there is a condition. As long as you can defeat Tajie from my class, you can stay." Tajie, who was running, was called over by him. Tajie, you don't need to run anymore. Come and fight with her. He tiredly walked over. Yes, sir. The teacher didn't turn to remind them, and the others continued running. Anyone who dares to stop will be punished with 5 more laps. The whole group responded in unison. Yes, right now Tajie is standing opposite Kong Giet. He asked when we would start. She spoke up. Let's go now, he sighed. All right, then I'll come up. As soon as he finished speaking, Tajie leaned forward and charged at an incredible speed. The classmates who were running had to stop to watch. Ko Nuyet opened her eyes wide to assess. So fast. She leaned to dodge the blow and summoned her power. Tajie was pushed back by the force of the wind. He raised his hand to cover his face. The wind is too strong. It's a soulless wind system. All wind barriers. Tajie took out the radiant dragon spear, thinking to himself, the wind system is easy to deal with. As long as I attack one more time, before I can strike, Ko Ngyet has summoned countless ice spikes to come at me. He panicked and stepped back, his eyes wide open. Ice! Could she be a twin martial soul? Who is this person? Lost in thought, he finally snapped back to reality. Huh? A fireball had somehow flown right under Tajie's stomach, the great fireball technique. He quickly dodged, and the fireball continued flying before exploding. From the outside, the teacher was equally surprised. And there's also the energy of the fire system. What is going on? Ko Ngyet's expression turned serious. Why didn't it hit? The teacher thought to himself, what abilities does Ko Ngyet really have? The teacher's face was contemplative. Tajie was stunned, only able to stand there and wonder who this person was, capable of using 3 elements, wind, ice, and fire at the same time. Everyone around was also gaping in astonishment. So many thoughts raced through his mind. Could it be that someone so young already has 3 martial souls? In short, this girl is not simple at all. While Tajie was distracted, he suddenly stepped into a hole. Huh? There's also the Earth system. The teacher's eyes widened. His foot was firmly trapped. Ko Nuyet confidently summoned the fireball in her hand. Earth Shatter Technique. This time the speed you always pride yourself on will no longer be usable. He was stunned, rooted to the spot, as sharp ice spikes rushed towards him at an incredible speed. Ice Spike Technique. Vulan shouted. This time it's too dangerous. The teacher decided to speak up. All right, the outcome is decided. Before he could finish his sentence, Tajie drew the radiant dragon spear and slashed fiercely, sending all the ice spikes flying. Ko Nuyet was taken aback, thinking to herself, what? It couldn't be stopped at all? The teacher paused his words, assessing, not bad with the sword technique. Over here, Tajie seemed to regain his confidence, smirking, let's see what you got. Is that all your attacks can do? Ko Nuyet snorted, throwing the fireball in her hand towards him. Tajie exhaled, another fireball. Let's see me counter this. As the fireball approached him, it suddenly erupted with power, emitting a blinding golden light. Tajie raised his hand to shield his eyes. So bright, you annoying thing, trying to block my vision? I won't give you a chance. The fireball flew and exploded, causing a commotion outside. This sword technique was even faster than before. Don't say to be careful, the teacher interrupted. All right, the outcome is decided. Congratulations to Ko Nuyet for becoming a member of our class. Ko Nuyet approached him, handing him a letter. Teacher, this is my recommendation letter. My martial soul is the elemental manipulation, capable of controlling all elements: light, air, earth, ice, and fire. The teacher took the letter and replied, indeed a special type of martial soul. With such control over many types, is there any specialization? Do you share it honestly? I can only synthesize them. He raised his hand to his chin, pondering. I see. You can go now. On the track, the sound of steady footsteps echoed. Vulan was running when Ko Ngyet approached to strike up a conversation. Why are you wearing armor to run? He cheerfully explained. Teacher Vu said to do this to train the body. My name is Duong Vulan. You're really impressive. She humbly replied. I just know how to control well, so deploying my martial soul will definitely be beneficial. Tajie suddenly interjected from behind. It's easy to say. Your martial soul is very special. It seemed Ko Ngyet didn't want to talk much with him. She replied curtly. Everyone is the same. You too. Tajie frowned in anger. I understand my martial soul very well, so you should too. At this moment, 2 words of disdain were clearly visible in her eyes. Ko Ngyet looked at him. A defeated foe talks too much. Hearing this, he exploded in anger. What are you saying? Under the clear blue sky and glaring sunlight, the sign of Donghai Academy appeared amidst the green foliage, opening a story about to unfold. Inside the office, Hang Hook sat tightly gripping his hands. This detestable martial school, arrogant and disregarding everyone. Moreover, in front of my students, you insulted me. Sooner or later I will make you apologize to me. A knock echoed from outside. He adjusted his mood and said, Who is it? Come in. The cold figure of the teacher walked in. He greeted, "Director, it's me." I knocked on the door this time. Hang Hook was startled to see him, stammering, "Martial teacher, is it? Did you hear anything just now?" His face and eyes were very serious. The teacher spoke, "Director Long, I'm here to apologize to you. Today I was truly rude. I'm sorry." He looked at him, thinking to himself, "Huh? Is my dream coming true so quickly?" Hang Hook was confused. Is he really apologizing to me? Did I hear wrong? Does this guy really know how to apologize to others? No way. He is the martial arts master, isn't he? He has never followed the school's curriculum and has never cared about anyone's feelings. With his handsome looks, he makes all the male students and teachers envious. It is said that even if the principal talks to him, if he doesn't want to listen, he will just kick the door open and leave. Hung Hook's heart blooms with joy. Does he apologize to me? Could it be that he values me this much? The principal replied calmly, "It's fine. Teacher Vu Ha must be polite like this." He presented a letter in front of him and stated, "You are absolutely right, so I won't be polite anymore. Please help me. Help me enroll this student into my class." Hung Hook opened his mouth. "Huh? So there really is something you need help with?" The principal sighed and glanced at him. "All right, then just leave that recommendation letter on my desk. Is it really the martial arts master?" Trung Kung disagreed, urging him to do it right now. "I will stand here and wait for you to finish." Hung Hook was once again irritated by him. The principal shouted, "Is there anyone who wants to ask for help while acting like a teacher?" Although he said that, Hung Hook thought differently. The principal relaxed his facial muscles. This is indeed Von Trung Kung, but it seems he really values this child. Transitioning to the dining hall, the sound of Ta Jai's voice rang out. "Can you understand my meaning?" He put his arm around Vu Lan's shoulder and said irritably, "I want you to stay away from her a bit. You're enjoying a delicious bun." And when Ta Jai said that, he was puzzled. "Huh?" He repeated irritably. "I don't want to team up with her during the class promotion fight." Vu Lan didn't care much about the conversation and continued chewing on his bun. He asked, "By the way, why are you also eating a Type C meal?" Ta Jai exclaimed, "I spent all my winnings. Isn't that because of you?" While the two were tense, Trung Kei interjected, "What if, during the class promotion, the teacher chooses Durng Vu Lan and Kong Wit instead?" His face became even more serious. "What?" Vuntio beside him raised his hand. "You fought Vu Lan 3 times and got beaten up 2 times, leaving your face bruised." As if touching a sore spot, Ta Jai rolled up his sleeves and charged at him. "Say that again." Seeing him wanting to take action, Van Tio quickly explained, "Don't get angry. Don't get angry. Your 100-year soul ring has already been released." Just as he finished speaking, Kong Wit appeared, carrying a tray of food and greeting. "Dung Vu Lun, I took too much and can't finish it, so I'll give you the rest." You looked at her a bit surprised, but didn't refuse. "Huh? Okay." Ko Nuit's words left Tajiai and the others stunned. After handing the food to him, Ko Nuit's cheeks flushed. She softly said, "I'll go ahead." Just as Ko Nuit left, Tajiai rushed over. "Look, she clearly approached you with a purpose. Don't pay attention to her anymore." Vu Lan still didn't understand. Dung Ke rested his chin on his hand, looking in the direction she left, pondering. It was a bit strange. In the afternoon, there was a frog jumping class, and in just 15 minutes, everyone had fallen to the ground, but Kon Guayat looked completely at ease. Complaints echoed in the classroom, clearly stating that the afternoon was supposed to be a theory class, and they had already run several laps in the morning. She naturally received care from the elements in the air. The wind element made her feel comfortable, the light element helped her replenish energy. The fire element filled her with motivation, the earth element gave her determination, and the ice element kept her calm. Almost every type of element was assisting her. As dusk fell, painting the sky, the ancient school was bathed in a shimmering, mystical light. In the arena, Trung Kung stood in front of Vu Lan, Tajai, and Ko Nuit, and he spoke, "Tonight, I called you here for special training for the class promotion competition. You 3 are the selected competitors from our class. This is not encouragement, so don't get too proud." Ta Giai replied lazily, "Do we really need special training? My legs are still shaking." After hearing this, Ko Nuit criticized him. "So useless you can still withdraw in time," he angrily retorted. "What did you say?" Meanwhile, Trung Kung continued to explain seriously. "You all must undergo my special training every day. The training content will be determined based on daily results. Duong Vu Lan, the first thing you need to do is to control your martial soul well. Although the blue-silver grass has mutated, it is still blue-silver grass, and you need to improve your control abilities. Furthermore, you can try combining the blue-silver grass with your hammer for attacks. Tagiai, your speed is already fast enough for your level, but your stamina is too weak, making it hard to persist, and it will be difficult to win. So you need to improve your efficiency. If you still can't determine the outcome in 3 moves, it will be disadvantageous for you. Kongwit, today I observed your control over the elements. Your current cultivation level for controlling the elements is very good, but stability also means no breakthroughs. If you are too stable, it becomes your weakness. Tonight will still be a combat training session, and your opponent today is me. Ko Nwet was surprised by what the teacher said. Vu Lan spoke up. Our opponent is Tajai? He was stunned. Is it the teacher? Trung Kong coldly swung his weapon. That's right. You all should give it your all in the fight. Those who perform poorly will lose their qualification to participate in the class promotion match. Ko Mwiet raised her hand to voice her opinion, saying, I refuse. Vu Lan looked at her. Huh? Churnkom was no exception. He incredulously asked again. What? Ko Nuit seriously stated her reason. Since I joined the class later, I don't want my presence to affect others. Tagyai turned to look at her, and Vu Lan was also surprised by what Ko Nuit just said. Churnkom gathered his strength, a blazing red light enveloping his entire body. He growled, You refuse? How bold of you to dare refuse me. Tajai was startled and stepped back, feeling terrified. Seeing the tense situation, Vu Lan scratched his head and tried to ease the atmosphere. Thank you, Ko Nuit, for thinking of me. I truly am the weakest. But Teacher Vu is absolutely right. The class promotion match is to reclaim the glory of our class, so we must choose the strongest student. I just need to try a little harder. If my strength is truly strong, then the teacher will definitely let me participate. She looked at him with a hint of wavering, and the teacher said, Let's talk about it when the time comes. He thought to himself, this kid has quite a high EQ, and he dares to bravely stand out and take the heat. In the stillness of the night, the ancient clock tower stretched under the round moonlight, where time seemed to stop to listen to the whispers of the wind. Tajie rushed forward at high speed. Teacher Kong shouted to start. Seeing that he was about to be in danger, Vu Lan shouted a warning. Tajie, be careful, I'm about to throw the hammer. Teacher Kong used his weapon to strike. Tajie blocked with his bare hands. He turned to look at Vu Lan, who had just thrown the hammer. Don't say the strategy out loud, or the enemy will hear everything. Besides, your throw is too accurate. This time, it was Kong Gi's turn to strike with the earth-shattering technique, and a pit appeared under Teacher Kong's feet. Tajie looked down and reassessed the move, thinking it could probably control the teacher's feet. However, Teacher Kong remained in position, surprised. Huh? Using soul energy to hover in the air? And deliberately showing such a soul-destroying posture. Kong Gi began to unleash another move, fireballs continuously flying out, a series of fireball techniques. Teacher Kong reached out to grab Tajie. Tajie, help the teacher block a bit. Was he being lifted by him? Tajie saw the danger ahead and shouted loudly. Wait, I refuse. A thunderous explosion rang out. Vu Lan called, Tajie. His hair curled up as it caught fire, and Tajie ran while shouting. Huh? Oh no, my hair is in a panic. He didn't care about his surroundings and fell straight onto Ko Neat. Seeing that the situation there was resolved, Teacher Kong turned his attention to Vu Lan. Next, it's just you left. He hadn't prepared anything and had to face the next wave of attacks. Vu Luen Ni, is the teacher coming in? Teacher Kong unexpectedly appeared amidst the gust of speed, swinging his weapon into the battle, creating a moment of dramatic and powerful action. Vu Lan's eyes widened. This was the technique he had used during the fight with Tajie. The teacher's speed was even faster than Tajie's, so one could only imagine the teacher was like a piece of metal needing to be forged. A burst of brilliant yellow energy exploded, forming a dazzling arc of light that would tear through the darkness and engulf everything in the bright glow of terrible power. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. I can feel it. I seem to have found the rhythm in here. Vu Lan held the hammer high, preparing to strike down, his eyes shining brightly as if on fire. Meanwhile, Teacher Kong was attentively observing without a moment's distraction, deciding to attack. He shouted and struck down with all his might. Teacher Kong also raised his weapon to block Vu Lan's strike. Finally, the two sources of power clashed head-on, creating a collision that released brilliant sparks and dazzling energy currents. Ko Nuyet watched in shock from beginning to end, while Tajie beside her was also in a panic, mouth agape. Teacher Kong's expression remained unchanged, his gaze still cold. Teacher Kong swung his hand, and Vu Lan was thrown back by his force. Tajie ran over to shake him. Duong Vu Lan. Duong Vu Lan? Did you just throw Duong Vu Lan away? It's always Duong Vu Lan throwing others away. Then he looked up. Tajie was stunned. What? Kong Guiet's voice trembled. This... Teacher Kong silently pointed his sword forward. Tajie saw the opportunity had come. He shouted to remind Ko Nuyet. The teacher's wooden sword was broken by Duong Vu Lan. A great opportunity. Let's rush in and defeat the teacher. Before he could attack, he interrupted. No need to fight anymore. Let's end it here today. He looked at Teacher Kong in confusion. Huh? Why stop? He walked over to pick up Vu Lan's hammer for inspection. This kid's hammer is pretty good. It's really something amazing. Tajie didn't understand what he was talking about. He asked, what's so amazing about the hammer? Teacher Kong tossed the hammer towards him. Try it and you'll know. Tajie touched it and immediately lost his balance, falling forward. He turned pale and shouted, Oh my god, what the heck is this? Kong Jiet asked. What's wrong? Teacher Kong spoke in a deep voice. Vulan's hammer weighs at least 300 pounds. She stood there in disbelief, asking again, Huh? 300 pounds? After stabilizing himself, Vulan scratched his head and shared, I once said I learned to forge. This hammer was forged by me. Tajie and Ko Niet standing beside him shared the same thought. This force is too great. Teacher Kong extended his hand in front of him, asking Duong Vulan, You pull my hand, with all your strength. He replied, Huh? Okay, I understand. Vulan clenched both hands tightly and pulled with all his might. He pulled so hard that his face turned beet red, tears welling up. Teacher Kong didn't budge. Still standing still like a mountain, no matter how hard he pulled, he didn't move. Ta Jie stared wide-eyed, mouth agape. Oh my god, the force is too strong. Ko Ngie added, The energy flow has also changed. Teacher Kong advised him, Give up, you can't pull me. Vulan gritted his teeth, determined not to let go. No, I absolutely will not give up. I can use more strength. I won't concede before I fall. He looked at him like that and smirked. You're really a big fool, but I like fools. I've decided your three will participate in the class promotion match. After hearing Teacher Kong finish speaking, he could only stand there in a daze. Teacher Kong was holding the result sheet in his hand. He glanced through it and said, The mental strength test results are in. Tajie's mental strength is 29, almost reaching the standard of the medium-long original realm, far exceeding the level of his peers. He nudged Vulan. How about that? Do you see how impressive I am? His next words left everyone stunned. Duong Vulan is 44. Having reached the spirit origin realm, Tajie shouted in disbelief. What? There's someone even higher than me? Trong Kong continued. The mental power of Ko Niet is 129, directly reaching the spirit connection realm. She seemed calmer and exclaimed, Huh? Only Tajie was panicking from start to finish. He yelled, What? How can this be? It must be a malfunction. Seeing him making a fuss, Ko Niet turned and said, Do you have an opinion? Do you want to fight? Tajie charged in aggressively. If we fight, do you think I'm afraid of you? One of the traits of Vo Truong Kong is that the more he values his students, the stricter he becomes. He coldly remarked, So useless, you all disappoint me. That's why today's special training only lasted 10 minutes, and the whole group is lying down without being able to lift their heads. Transitioning scenes, a voice from the room asked, Duong Vulan, are you okay? Vulan lay on the bed like a soulless person. Van Tu continued. After he and Tajie returned, he was completely exhausted. What did they actually do? Suddenly, the communication device in his hand vibrated. Vulan tiredly pressed the answer button. Hello, hi. A familiar voice came from the device. What have you been doing lately? You received a mission but didn't do it. He was startled and shouted, Huh? Master Mang Thien. I've been undergoing special training every day lately. He continued the conversation. Huh? You're already this busy just after starting school? Moreover, it's only the first year. Come over tomorrow and we'll talk more. Vulan immediately agreed. Okay, Master. So what time tomorrow? Before he could finish, Mang Thien had hung up, and he tiredly lay back on the bed to rest. As he was dozing off, something appeared. Ta Ji had jumped onto Vulan's bed without him noticing. He asked rapidly, Hey, didn't you say you were very poor? So why do you have such valuable items? This is this year's latest version. He jumped up and said, Huh? You scared me to death. Ta Ji gripped the bed and shouted, This information communication device costs several tens of thousands. Van Tu and Trong K chimed in together. What? Several tens of thousands? The two rushed over to Vulan. Van Tu interjected, big guy, let's be friends, the best of friends. He looked at everyone awkwardly, scratching his head. This is actually a benefit from the association. Questions arose. What association has such high benefits? Vu Lan shared. It's the Blacksmith Association. I mentioned before that I'm a second-level blacksmith. Everyone expressed admiration. A second-level blacksmith? Is that really impressive? Ta Jie rushed up close to Vu Lan and asked, Is it refining metals? That's amazing. Once you reach master level, you have to refine metals for me too. How about it? Vu Lan looked at him and replied, Don't come so close suddenly. Do you want to become a mecha master? His eyes lit up as he continued, Of course, my family is a famous mecha family, so I have to become a mecha master. Vu Lan skeptically asked, Is that true? Quickly tell me what conditions a mecha master needs. Ta Jie explained to him. The mecha soul equipment has gone through many years of development, evolving from small to large, and now it's returning to small sizes, not much different from armor, and god-level mecha masters create their own. Vu Lan continued, So are they all blacksmiths? He replied immediately, Of course not. They are all god-level blacksmiths, because they personally create them, so the fit is extremely high. Quickly tell me what level you have reached now. Vu Lan thought, My refining level is probably at 1,000 or so. After hearing the answer, Ta Jie became even more excited. He threw his arm around Vu Lan. Is that true? Is it really that impressive? Duong Vu Lan, are we good brothers? he impatiently said. If there's nothing to say but just flattering, then you're not just a thief. Just say what you want directly. Tajie cut to the chase. He said straightforwardly, in the future, help me create mecha components, and I will pay you at market price. Vulan suggested a better idea. If it's market value, wouldn't it be better for you to go to the association and ask them to do it? He disagreed. No way. Not everyone can see it. My father's mecha components cost 4,000 refining. Van Tu and Trong Ke outside also chimed in. We want it too. We want it too. Vulan happily replied. Okay, once I reach that level, I will definitely help you guys. Ta Jie pointed at him and reminded, you promised. If you break your promise, you won't be allowed to eat. Vulan looked at him and replied, don't worry. If I said it, I will definitely keep my word. Taji pounded his fist on his left chest and said, good brothers, indeed good brothers. From now on, Duong Vulan will be protected by me, Tajie. Anyone who dares to offend him must first ask for my opinion. Vulan spoke up. It seems like you should say that after you defeat Ko Niet first. Transitioning scenes. Bright light from the high windows shone down in front of Mang Thien's shop. He was admiring the hammer in his hand when he paused. Duong Vulan, you've come? He happily ran over to Mang Thien. Master Mang Thien, long time no see. He looked at him and continued. After resting from training, it's not just about relying on practice to improve, so making an effort to enhance your soul power is also very important. Try to adapt a bit to this new forging hammer. Vulan stepped forward to take the hammer. He observed it and evaluated. This is the 1000 refining Trum Nyan Trui. This one is much heavier. Mang Thien got Vulan's phone number from Sam Nak yesterday and was tormented for a long time, but afterward, he had an extremely satisfied attitude towards Vulan. Moreover, even the president personally came to consult Vulan. Although Donghai City is not considered a large city in the entire continent, Mothan is one. Among the 10 great blacksmiths, Mo Shen is not only a famous figure in the blacksmithing community, but also throughout the continent. Meeting with the Blacksmith Association shows the high regard for Tang Wulin. Facing his hardworking and talented disciple, Meng Tian found himself much happier because of him. However, Meng Tian felt that the current stage of Tang Wulin was something he alone should know about. Therefore, he did not allow Tang Wulin to use his 1000 forging ability. Otherwise, he would have to hand Tang Wulin directly over to Mo Shen. Then who would be Tang Wulan's master in the future? This is the selfishness of Master Meng Tian. Tang Wulin is mine, but in terms of expression, he always pretended to be cold. Wulin brought the hammer closer, his face full of anticipation. Master, what do you think of this? Meng Tian replied indifferently, it's just mediocre. The class promotion match is an annual event at the East Sea Academy because only this promotion competition is one that all students at all levels must participate in. Students who perform well in the competition will have their achievements recorded. This is truly beneficial for their future. The rewards for the competition are also relatively rich. The class that achieves outstanding results in the competition will not only change their current ranking, but even the homeroom teacher will receive a reward. The first day of the competition will attract very few spectators because it involves challenges from the weakest classes. The match of the martial arts class starts from the very first day. Han Wan stood beside the arena and laughed loudly. As expected from a class taught by Teacher Wu, their lineup is so organized. I hope the teacher will go easy on us. Although we may not necessarily become the third class, the teacher can help us maintain our fourth place. His face remained cold, showing little expression. Seeing that the class was not paying attention, Han Wan thought angrily, how dare you treat me like air? Not taking anyone seriously, I must use my strength to slap you in the face. At this moment, the figure of the instructor appeared, and he stepped forward to ask, are the two teachers ready? The instructor replied, I will send out 3 people. He nodded. Class 4 will also send out 3 students. Han Wan's mind raced with thoughts, I will definitely make you lose all face. He pointed and shouted, Gia Long, make sure to teach Class 5 well. Lin Zongyuan and Ma Zi, you guys go ahead. The 3 of them stepped forward as ordered by Han Wan. Below, the cheers of the students rang out. Let's show them the strength of our Class 4. Let them see our faces. The 3 from Class 4 entered the arena, and the students from Class 5 still hadn't come in. The instructor's face was cold as he said, Gu Yue, Shi Jie, and Tang Wulan, remember. If you lose, you will have to undergo special training at 10 times the intensity. The 3 of them exclaimed, oh my gosh. He emphasized once again that they must defeat them. The arena buzzed with excitement. Huh? The students participating in the competition from Class 5 have appeared. There was a feeling of overwhelming spirit. Han Wan began to tremble. He thought the aura was too strong. Although he felt a bit worried, Han Wan still appeared confident. Today, I will teach you what is called respect. These are just students that our class randomly selected. The instructor remained silent. Over here, seeing everyone in position, Hang Hu called out, and the competition began. As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Long unleashed his power, and a golden aura surrounded him. Outside, the buzz rose. The martial soul of Class 4 had been unleashed, and a fight was about to break out. Gu Yue tilted her head and said, "They are also strong attackers, agile and supportive, just like us. This doesn't seem like a random selection at all." Wu Lan suggested that the formation was also studied very carefully. They must have been focused on training. No matter what, we must win. Xiejie spoke with determination. Otherwise, Teacher Wu will punish us. Around the arena, there were murmurs of confusion about why Class 5 had not unleashed their martial souls. Jia Long, Zhong Yuan, and Ma Zi stood waiting for Wu Lan to react. But he impatiently shouted, "Forget about them. Let's go. Don't let them drag this out." Ma Zi smirked and said, "Exactly. We can't go easy on them." The chatter continued incessantly. Jia Long had transformed into a giant warrior. Now he was charging straight towards the other side. If Class 5 still didn't unleash their martial souls, it would definitely be very dangerous. Wu Lan saw him rushing in and threw out a punch. Jia Long was sent flying backward. All the spectators were stunned. Huh? He was knocked back with just one punch? What is this? Wait, this is really unreasonable. Did he slip and fall? Immediately, a loud explosion followed by debris flying everywhere. Jia Long's body slammed against the wall and then fell down. Now he had no energy left as he did when he first challenged. The students whispered among themselves, "Jia Long has returned to his original form. He must be dizzy. This doesn't seem like a slip and fall." Hang Hu and Han Wan gaped, while only the instructor remained expressionless. What? This was done without using a martial soul and directly knocked him away? The instructor placed his hand on his cheek and said to Wen Xiao, "Tang Wulin, this terrifying punch is something I still remember vividly. I wonder if Xiejie would feel heartbroken seeing his face like this." As soon as he finished speaking, he widened his eyes. Huh? Xiejie's eyes glinted with a fierce light as he looked ahead. He quickly closed in, grabbing Ma Zi's body. Everyone exclaimed, "Huh?" In just a flash, Xiejie has controlled the opponent. His speed is incredible. When did he rush in? Next to him, Gu Yue watched as Zhong Yuan fell to the ground, and those observing the match had already made their judgments. Over here, the outcome had also become clear. The speed was really fast. When did he charge in? Next to Ko Nuiet, they watched as Tun Nguyen fell to the floor, and the spectators of the match had already formed their opinions. It was clear who had won and lost here. Over here, is it really planted directly in the ground? He cried out in pain. "Mom, save me," Hang Hook thought to himself. Is this it? Is this the end? The match is definitely over. It's over, right? He said, breaking out in a cold sweat. The match is finished. Class 5 wins. Now Class 5A and Class 4 should switch places. Hang Hook was drenched in sweat. I can't deny that the teaching ability of Vo Trong Kong has exceeded our expectations. Initially, the division of classes to Class 5 was just to slightly boost the strength of Class 5A. If that's the case, the promotion competition will be even more dramatic. Who would have thought that Class 5's strength would be this strong now? The group of Vulan walked over to the opposite side one by one. While everyone was not paying attention, they displayed their astonishing abilities. Headmaster Long Hang Hook and a few other teachers also began to pay attention to Vo Trong Kong's class. Tajiai happily ran over and threw his arm around him. "Duong Vulan, does your little buddy want to grab the top spot too?" Vulan laughed in response. "No way," someone from outside chimed in. "That's right, you've made Tajiai completely useless now." He saw everyone saying that and turned to retort. "Who are you calling useless? I've already taken care of one." Hang Van was standing silently, unable to say a word. He thought, how could this guy be so powerful? Completely dominating the situation, Hang Hook reminded. Then Class 5 and Class 4 should switch places now. Trung Kong raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Hang Van trembled. "Oh." Trung Kong coldly raised his voice. "Teacher Kong Hang Van, you came to me before the match to make a commitment, yet after losing, you don't keep your word? Is this what you call the courtesy you always talk about?" He shouted angrily. "You." He turned away, not wanting to argue. "Of course, even if you came to me, I might not agree to shake hands with you. I'm just saying." Hang Van clenched his fists, watching Trong Kong's back. "That guy Vo Trong Kong is infuriating. Over here," Hang Hook said, breaking out in a cold sweat. "What a Vo Trong Kong. He really opened my eyes. Just how strong can the Class 5 you teach be?" The sunset had descended. The scenery of Donghai Academy was incredibly picturesque. After taking on the second-level training mission, everyone could earn 30,000 for each task. So just a few more months, and I could have several 100,000. Vulan was determined. Then when I reach the second stage, I will have enough money to buy a 100-year soul spirit, and I can also choose a martial soul that suits me best. Suddenly, Tajiai's figure appeared, blocking his view. "Duong Vulan, let's go out and play. I'll take you to a really fun place." Vulan asked where to. He replied, "Guess what? It's a place that means a lot to me." Vulan turned around and refused. "No way." Tajiai stopped him. "Hey, wait for me." You're making me mad. He tightened his grip on Vulan's shirt, angrily saying, I'm inviting you to eat. Is that not enough? Only then did he happily agree. Tajiai thought to himself, does this guy only think with his stomach? Ko Nuyet was strolling and spotted the two. She called out, Duong Vulan, where are you two going? I want to go too. Take me with you. Vulan looked at her. Ko Nuyet. Tajiai turned around, intending to chase Ko Nuyet away, not taking a girl out to play. She didn't seem bothered and replied immediately, It's fine. I can go with Duong Vulan. No need for you. He frowned and reminded, Ko Nguyet, while I'm not angry yet, I advise you to go back quickly. Ko Nguyet smiled, but her body exuded a killing intent. She challenged, well, if you're capable, then try to get angry and show me. She summoned her power, challenging Tajiai. Fine then, whoever wins will have Duong Vulan belong to them, he asserted confidently. Duong Vulan is mine, because you can never win against me. Vulan shouted from outside to stop them. Hey, why are you both releasing your soul rings? You two aren't really going to fight, are you? Tajiai's eyes shone brightly, aiming straight at Ko Nuyet. He said seriously, last time I let you off, but not this time. So, you can go wherever you want. I'm not in a good mood today. It's infuriating. After a struggle, the winner was determined. Ko Nuyet walked over to Vulan happily. I won, so today Tajiai will treat us, he shouted. I originally intended to invite Duong Vulan too, just didn't plan to invite you. Under the sunset, the three walked side by side. Ko Nuyet tilted her head and asked, Duong Vulan, do you see how petty he is? Tajiai shouted. Ko Nguyet, you! Vulan intervened to mediate. You two stop arguing. Right, Tajiai. Where are we going now? He gently asked. To a place that is extremely important to me. After saying that, Tajiai's gaze looked ahead, filled with many thoughts. Under the brightly colored street, is this the snack street of Donghai? So lively, I suddenly feel really hungry. Tajiai spoke up, I'll treat. You two just eat as much as you want. Vulan asked back to confirm. Really? He blinked. It's just snacks. I can treat you both no matter how much you eat. Vulan's cheeks flushed as he looked at Tajiai. Suddenly a figure beside him pulled him away. Tajiai shouted, What are you two doing? He turned to look at Ko Nguyet and asked, Aren't you waiting for Tajiai? She rested her chin on her hand, speaking casually. A high and mighty person only fears that others don't know he has money. Just looking at him makes me hate him. Hearing him say that made me so angry I just wanted to hit him. Tajiai heard this and got furious. What are you saying? He pointed at Ko Nguyet and shouted, What's wrong with this girl? If you can, then don't eat. Ko Nguyet also refused to back down and replied, I'll be right back. I didn't plan to eat your food anyway. Duong Vulan will invite me. Vulan stood at a distance and hurried to stop them. You two shouldn't argue anymore. At the snack street of Donghai, Vulan spoke up. You two have been arguing all the way here, she replied. It's all because of Tai Jie smelling bad all over, he shouted in frustration. You! Ko Nguyet pulled Vulan's hand towards her. Tai Jie was not allowed to shout. Let go of my hand. She looked at him and shouted back to let go of her hand. Tai Ji grabbed Vulan's other hand and pulled. He invited her to join him for delicious food, to have fun, and to stay away from this wicked lady. Ko Nguyet refused to back down. Come with me. Even without this stupid cat, we can still enjoy ourselves. Tai Jie looked at her, choosing to go with me. Opposite her, he sparkled with anticipation. Come on. His right hand squeezed so tightly that Vulan's hand trembled. He stood in the middle, silently crying, unable to express his feelings. His left hand was also being pulled by Ko Nguyet painfully. After a while of tugging, all three of their stomachs growled. Taiji spoke first. Let's go. I'll take everyone to eat something delicious. Ko Nguyet firmly refused to go. Sorry, we are leaving. Vulan moaned. I'm so hungry. In front of an old-fashioned restaurant, a mocking voice rang out. Taiji, you're really stingy, bringing us to this shabby place. Inside, the milk cow's head noticed the noise. Li Ben pulled back the curtain, his eyes sparkling as he happily rushed over. Tai Ji, it's been a long time since you visited. I've missed you so much. He hurriedly opened his arms. Uncle Li, I missed you too. Li Ben spread his large hands and hugged Tai Jie tightly. He contentedly nestled into his embrace like a little kitten. Seeing his expression, Vulan asked, What's wrong, Tai Jie? Ko Nguyet sighed heavily. Tai Jie, meeting this strange uncle feels like breaking a seal. After the emotional greetings, he glanced at everyone confidently and said, Wait a moment. Today let Uncle Lai show off his skills. I'll go stew some meat for you all. Vulan happily replied, Thank you, Uncle Li. Li Ben turned to Taiji. Just do what you need to do. Leave this to Uncle Li, he readily agreed without hesitation. All right then, I'll wait to eat. Vulan stood aside, observing their affectionate bond. Inside the kitchen, Li Ben accidentally dropped something on the floor. He looked around to see if anyone was watching, and when he saw everything was fine, Li Ben bent down to pick it up and ate it. Meanwhile, Taiji quietly held a cup of hot water, his expression filled with happiness. Wulan thought to himself, Taiji, your eyes are wide open, observing everything from start to finish. This is the first time I've seen Taiji show such a warm expression. He usually likes cleanliness, but he's willing to sit in such a small shop, usually appearing cold, yet so enthusiastic with Uncle Lai. It's really hard to understand. On the dining table, a bowl of colorful, delicious beef was served. Li Ben cheerfully introduced, come here, the freshly stewed beef is here, enjoy it slowly. Vulan and Ko Nuyet inhaled, drooling. He thought it smelled so good. The strong aroma of meat hit him. Seeing their expressions, Taiji laughed heartily. Just from the smell, have you two become foolish? Ko Nuyet quickly turned her face away, refusing to admit, who knows if it's delicious or not before tasting it? Don't get too proud, Vulan is very hungry. He ignored Taiji and Ko Nuyet. I'm not waiting for you two anymore. I'm starting now. The beef piece, glistening with a shiny layer of brown-orange fat, was placed on the plate, releasing a light aroma. Vulan brought the chopsticks closer, skillfully separating the shiny beef piece to reveal the juicy meat. After that, he gently picked up the tender meat, the rich sauce dripping down. Vulan brought it to his mouth and began to savor it. Saliva continuously flowed from his mouth. Vulan's eyes widened as if hidden waves were surging. Seeing his expression, Ko Nuyet shouted, what's going on? She shook him with her hand. Duong Vulan, what's wrong? Speak up. On the other side, Taiji was equally happy. This is the flavor. She ran over and shouted, you two, say something. Ko Nuyet thought to herself, men are all like this. When it comes to food, they act like they're dying. I don't believe it's that delicious. Although the smell isn't bad, she picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. Ko Nguyet was stunned. Saliva flowed from her mouth. Her whole body suddenly felt light, as if she were walking on clouds. So delicious, the best stewed beef. I feel like I'm soaking in beef stew broth. So happy, so satisfied. After a while of feasting, the empty bowls were stacked high on the kitchen shelf. Taiji slumped down on the table and said to Li Ben, Uncle, give this guy another bowl. Vulan noticed everyone had stopped and asked, are you too full? Ko Nuyet sighed, I'm done. Taiji turned to look at him and smiled. Looking at your eating posture, you're so happy. It's been many years since I've eaten as joyfully as today, thanks to you. Hearing that, Vulan widened his eyes at him. He said, thank you, Taiji. I enjoyed the meal very much. Taiji leaned lightly against his hand and replied, what are you thanking me for? I see you're eating so much that your brain isn't working anymore. Vulan quickly retorted, that's not it, I'm telling you. He looked up and laughed. So that's how it is, Vulan asked him. Then why do you have this name? Taiji burst out laughing again. Do you find this name funny? Vulan shook his head. No, I'm just curious. He exhaled, then Taiji lowered his head. This name came suddenly. A hand reached out and gently touched his head. Li Ben spoke up. All right, it's rare for you to come. And you brought a friend. Uncle hopes you have fun. Don't always come to eat with such a sad mood. Is that okay? Taiji remained silent and did not respond. After a while, 2 streams of hot tears fell down. Vulan asked with concern, Taiji, what's wrong? My name was given by my mother. She told me that my name Taiji was because of gratitude for that unexpected encounter. After that, they were like lovers, deeply in love, married, had children, and everything was very happy. Everything began to gradually change. Cheng Tian's father was so busy that he didn't even care when his mother fell seriously ill. Before my mother passed away, she hoped to see him one last time, but he arrived late. I hate him for making the person I love the most leave this world with so many regrets. My mother used to take me to the braised beef shop, but now, Taiji sadly shared, I also hate my own name. If it weren't for that encounter, if I didn't exist, maybe my mother would have. Vulan interrupted. Taiji, don't be sad anymore. A hand reached close to his head. Ko Nuyet gave a hard slap, causing him to stumble and fall. Hey, you called Taiji stupid. Don't cry anymore. Today I'll let you treat us. Vulan stood outside, stunned by the scene before him, his expression forced. Ko Nuyet continued to stir the atmosphere. Come on, let's go to the night market. I want to learn more about the territory of Donghai City. Taiji invited. He jumped up from the chair and shouted, not inviting, not inviting. You all smell like money. He was so angry he forgot his sadness. Vulan pushed his back. Let's go. Before leaving, Taiji tried to look back. Goodbye, Uncle Lee, Vulan chimed in right after. Uncle Lee, we're going to continue wandering. Bye-bye. He stood from afar, waving his hand, instructing, go ahead. If you have time, come back here. Uncle Lee will cook something delicious for you. Ko Nuyet urged, you little brat, hurry up. Taiji retorted, then you're the little girl. Li Ben watched the three figures gradually disappear. He murmured, Ta Jie, you've made two good friends. Uncle is at ease now. Over here, Vulan happily raised the food high. Takoyaki. Ko Nuyet was leaning against the food stall. Boss, this one, and this one too. Each one with a different flavor. Taji. Pay up, he complained. Why do I have to pay? A meal of braised beef not only brought warmth and satisfaction to the three of them, but also unconsciously closed the distance between the three of them. Zhuang Vulan also displayed a divine demeanor, bringing joy to Ko Nguyed and Ta Jie, eating from one end of the street to the other. The three wandered, shopped, and played, forgetting all their troubles. Finally, Ta Jie had to helplessly shout, "You two have spent all the money in my wallet," Ko Nguyed replied. "Who told you to invite us?" Ahead, a crowd was buzzing, catching Vulan's attention. "Why are there so many people ahead? Is there a performance?" Ta Jie asked curiously. "There's a performance in front of Uncle's shop." The three of them squeezed in, trying to push deeper inside. As soon as he peeked in, Ta Jie froze. Li Ben was being grabbed by the collar by a guy, trembling as he pleaded, "Please let me go. I really have no money." He panicked and called, "Uncle." On this side, Li Ben earnestly said, "Please ask Brother Quang Long for me. I'm sorry, I'm really not avoiding the protection fee. The truth is, my wife is very ill." Tahao smirked. He didn't care, starting to mock. "Old Li, you want to stay here without money? Can you do that without our boss's approval?" Tahao raised his fist and said, "Our boss is a spirit master. Can you touch him?" Suddenly, his wrist was tightly gripped. Tahao screamed in pain. "My hand!" Ta Jie coldly said, "A bunch of trash. How dare you bully Uncle Li? Can spirit masters bully others?" Li Ben looked at him and advised, "Ta Jie, don't worry, just go." Quang Long held a mic in one hand, pointing forward as he spoke. "You little boy, mind your own business. Are you trying to attract our attention? Very good, you succeeded." Ta Jie thought helplessly. Where did this crazy guy come from? "Brother, did you enter the wrong room?" Quang Long, a street thug from Donghai City, had some power. Vulan approached him and asked about the situation. "Ta Jie, what happened?" The guy turned to continue asking, "Is it because you want an autograph? But I'm working right now." Cheers of admiration rang out around. "Boss is talented, the coolest in the universe." Quang Long laughed until tears streamed down his face. He raised his hand to wipe. "I am indeed the #1 cool guy in the universe." Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Quang Long assessed Vulan. This boy, although still young, had already begun to show handsome features. Then he looked at Ta Jie and Ko Nuyet. Even both friends beside him were future beauties. Moreover, this effeminate guy looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. The appearance resembled the effeminate guy who had stolen his first love, the little flower girl. Quang Long recalled what that little girl had said. She criticized him. "Quang Long, you are both poor and ugly. People don't like someone like you." The handsome guy beside added, "Hey, keep practicing, boy. I not only have money, but I'm also handsome. Moreover, very face." Quang Long angrily held his head and shouted, "Damn it, I can't spare you." He clenched his fist and declared, "You guys exist as if you want me dead. How dare you swagger around here acting like heroes?" Vulan stood from afar observing and made a judgment. This guy's gaze is starting to look off. Ta Jie might be in danger. Quang Long stepped heavily toward Ta Jie. He said in a deep voice, "Come here. Uncle will take you to play games." The gang outside buzzed. The boss is angry. He looked at Quang Long's face as if realizing something. Not good. This person has too much anger. It's terrifying. Suddenly, Vulan's figure flashed by, rushing straight ahead. Ta Jie and Ko Niet were startled. He threw his fist forward, aiming straight at Quang Long's face. The guy froze, realizing the danger ahead. Quang Long raised his hand to block Vulan's attack. The gang members were once again amazed. This kid actually managed to take it. A punch from the boss. The boss's fist is very strong. He looked at the kid, grinning, and said, "Interesting." Ta Jie and Ko Niet had also gotten into position to support. He shouted, "Duong Vulan, be careful!" One punch from the boss. The boss's fist is really strong. He grinned at him and said, "Interesting." Ta Jie and Ko Niet had also taken their positions to prepare for support. He shouted, "Duong Vulan, be careful!" Vulan, with sharp eyes and a serious expression, placed a finger on his lips, surrounded by countless blue vines. Ko Nuet began to summon a fireball. Ta Jiai's face turned cold, readying the Quang Long Trui for battle at any moment. Quang Long hesitated for a moment, and in an instant, his body was bound by Vu Lan's blue vines. He grimaced in pain, while Ta Jiai's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he prepared. Making his move, he quickly slipped behind and pressed the Quang Long Trui against Quang Long's neck. Ta Jiai said, "Sorry, Lithuk, compensate for the loss, or I will kill you." Vulan and Ko Nu yet paused. Observing the situation, Quang Long's underlings saw him being restrained and panicked. "Boss." However, He showed no fear, smirking as he replied, "You little brat, is this all you've got? A soul master of the first circle? Let me show you a bit of my real power." Kuang Long forcefully threw him away. Vulan rushed to help Tajiai up. Tajiai, surprised, looked at him and said, Kuang Long Trui couldn't even pierce his skin. Kuang Long scoffed. "What is that? A toy knife? You think just because you're a soul master you can act tough?" Tajiai gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it. Observing the current situation, Ko Nagiet thought, what? So this guy has 2 soul rings, a great soul master? No wonder his soul power can completely suppress us. She raised her hand to signal and began to summon her power. Earth Fragment Technique. Kuang Long, standing arrogantly, suddenly had one of his feet sunk into a deep pit. Seeing the opportunity, Vulan shouted, "Let's go!" Tajiai's group began to rush towards Kuang Long. He swung the Kuang Long Trui hard into Kuang Long's chest. Tajiai yelled, "Kuang Long cross slash!" After that attack, Kuang Long's chest only showed a faint cut before disappearing. Tajiai stared in shock. What? Completely ineffective? Focused on the wound on Kuang Long's chest, he let his guard down. Kuang Long seized the opportunity and threw a punch at Tajiai's face. He was caught off guard and fell hard backward. Vulan saw this and continued to raise his hammer high, preparing to strike. Take this! Kuang Long's head met Vulan's hammer directly. However, it was Vulan's hammer that was knocked away. Vulan gritted his teeth, thinking, it got knocked away. Why is it so tough? A lump formed on Kuang Long's head, and in anger, he punched Vulan and shouted, "You little brat, damn it, that hurt like hell. Your damn hammer!" Ko Nuyet called out to Vulan. Duong Vulan. After a while of fighting, Kuang Long glanced around and said, "So, how is it? Have you little kids felt the world of adults yet?" He looked down at his feet, lifted one lightly, and quietly mocked, "This magic is interesting, but it got my shoes all dirty. What do you want to do?" She froze and muttered, and it had no effect at all. Kuang Long's face darkened as he walked toward Ko Nuyet. Seeing her in danger, Vulan rushed to block. He reassured her. Ko Nuyet, don't be afraid. I'm here. He won't get close. Don't worry. I will protect you. Hearing those words, her cheeks flushed, and she softly called, Duong Vulan. Kuang Long glared at Vulan's actions and shouted, "You little brat." Vulan was determined and charged to attack him once more. Kuang Long's sharp gaze remained focused, and he said, "You're seeking death." One hand reached out to grip Vulan's head. Lifting him up, he smiled confidently. "You little brat. Today I will teach you a lesson." Kongiet worriedly called, Duong Vulan. He gritted his teeth and threw Vulan away, then added a reminder, "Always remember me." Tajiai stood up and shouted, "Duong Vulan!" Bam! Just as he finished speaking, Vulan was thrown into him. The two collided hard and fell backward, dust flying everywhere. He slowly opened his eyes, seemingly feeling something, with the soft flesh beneath him. Tajiai held him tightly to prevent him from getting hurt, his face flushed. Tajiai gasped, "That was dangerous. Are you not going to thank me?" He jumped up, pushing Vulan away and scolding. "Your Kuang Long Trui jabbed into my butt." Vulan whispered, "Sorry, let me pull it out." Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in front of Vulan, and he opened his eyes wide. Tajiai thought, it's happening again. That feeling. He couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, "Duong, Duong Vulan." Vulan seemed to unleash his power, punching hard down onto the ground, causing rocks and dirt to shatter and fly everywhere. Ko Ngiet froze in observation, and Kuang Long was no exception. He stared in shock, his eyes shining brightly, filled with murderous intent as he looked at Kuang Long like prey. Vulan's hand was gathering all his strength, covered in a layer of fiery golden armor with dragon-scale details blazing fiercely. Standing before that terrifying power, Vulan's eyes were filled with extreme astonishment, having exhausted all his strength to hold on, while golden and red energy surrounded him, creating a tense moment of confrontation. He looked at his body and thought, the golden light has appeared again? It seems there are scales too. A great power is emerging within me. Kuang Long looked at the scene before him with some concern. What is happening? What's wrong with this guy? Why is my body starting to tremble? My martial soul is unstable too. Why? I won't be intimidated by him. What is this? Damn it. Now I will kill you, little brat. Go die. Sensing the danger, Tajiai and Ko Ngiet shouted a warning. Duong Vulan, danger. He's grown larger than before. Everyone around gasped in awe. He powerfully swung his fist towards Vulan. Vulan gently raised his hand and was able to stop that attack. After the strike, where the brilliant golden light burst from his pupils, it revealed the activation of a latent power, along with sparkling golden fragments all around. Kuang Long broke out in a cold sweat and stepped back, while Tajiai stood agape, speechless. His hands. The small figure of Vu Lan continued to raise his hand high and then clenched it tightly, finally unleashing a powerful attack that created a dazzling orange-yellow explosion, causing the ground to crack and dust to fly everywhere. Quang Long was sent flying at an incredible speed, demonstrating the destructive power of the impact. Ta Jianu was petrified, and his subordinates trembled beside him. Li Ben shouted in regret, "My shop!" Quang Long, with a swollen face still marked by Vu Lan's handprint, cried out in pain. His expression was serious, showing no signs of the usual cheerful demeanor of Vu Lan. The wall had shattered in pieces. Quang Long collapsed on the broken tiles, gasping for breath in a state of exhaustion after the fierce battle. At this moment, thoughts crossed the minds of Ta Jie and Ko Ningye. What on earth is happening? Although they defeated the evil force Quang Long, the beef stew shop suffered severe damage. The owner generously stated, "Eliminating the evil force is already a great help." After returning to the academy, Tang Wulin and Ta Jie planned to seek help from Vo Truong Kong, asking about the secrets related to Kim Kwang and Kim Lan. Wulin anxiously turned to Ta Jie and asked, "What exactly is going on?" He cheerfully put his arm around Ta Jie to reassure him. "We can just ask Teacher Vu. What could possibly be something he hasn't encountered before?" The two approached the office door. Ta Jie spoke up. "Teacher Vo, it's me and Tang Wulin." Trong Kong came out to open the door and responded, "What is it? Why are you just standing there at the door? What happened?" Ta Jie thought to himself, "Mainly because Teacher Vo's pajamas are too cute, so I couldn't bring myself to speak." The three of them entered, and after hearing Vu Lan and Ta Jie recount the events, he spoke up. "After being stabbed by Quang Long Chui, will Kim Kwang and Kim Lan appear?" "Then now you stab me and let me see," he replied. "Yes." Vu Lan tightly closed his eyes, his cheeks flushed, and sweat poured down. Ta Jie was equally nervous, his body feeling hot. Vu Lan noticed that he wasn't doing it and reminded him, "Just stab." Ta Jie replied, "Aren't you afraid of the pain?" Truong Kong, losing patience, shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and stab." He was startled, and Ta Jie stabbed down hard, causing Vu Lan to scream, "That hurts." Just like the battle with Quang Long, golden scales suddenly appeared on his stabbed hand. Vu Lan looked down in surprise, observing the transformation, while Ta Jie glanced at the light. Truong Kong was also startled and spoke up, "What is this?" He moved closer, grabbing Vu Lan's hand and ordered, "Tang Wulin, try pulling my hand with force." Vu Lan complied and replied, "Okay." He shouted loudly, using all his strength to pull Truong Kong's hand. Ta Ji covered his face, trying to steady himself. The force was too great. He slowly closed his eyes to feel it. The power had increased at least threefold. All right, no need to exert force anymore. Vu Lan gritted his teeth, determined not to let go. "No, I won't give up." Truong Kong tapped his head, causing a bump to form. He coldly said, "If you let go, then let go. This is not a twin martial spirit, nor is it a mutation or a martial spirit fusion. I don't know about this." Vu Lan and Ta Jie frowned. As expected of teacher Vo Truong Kong, even when he didn't know, he spoke in a way that was astonishing. After a while, Truong Kong loudly reminded, "This skill of Tang Wulin will quickly deplete your soul power, so enhancing your soul power is very necessary. All right, go back. If you lose in tomorrow's class match, the intensity of special training will increase 15 times. He did not resist and replied, "Yes." A beautiful morning at Donghai Academy had arrived. A powerful voice echoed from the arena. The second match of the class competition has begun. The ongoing battles of Vo Truong Kong's class against Class 3. Could they continue to be the dark horse? Some teachers began to take an interest in Vo Truong Kong's class. Long Hang Hook, the head teacher, was one of them. His figure appeared, and she cheerfully greeted him. "Hello, Teacher Vo Truong Kong. I've heard a lot about you. I am the head teacher of Class 3, Diep An Dung." He stood with his back turned, seemingly uninterested. Truong Kong shouted, "If you lose, the intensity of special training will increase 15 times. Outside, there were whispers of admiration. "Teacher Diep An Dung is so beautiful. Teacher Diep An Dung is so gorgeous." She looked at him with a smile. Truly, he was the cold male god, just as rumored. Three identical figures stepped onto the arena, causing the audience to gasp in amazement. The students participating in the competition from Class 3 entered the arena. "Wait, why do you all look exactly the same? Are they triplets?" "They are three brothers from the Ko family," Ta Jie said with a blank expression. "They really do look identical. Are they really triplets?" Vu Lan looked at them and replied, "Why do I feel dizzy?" Suddenly, Ko Lu, Ko Trash, and Ko Van jumped high, and gasps echoed around. The match had just started, and Class 3 had jumped up like that? Could it be a flying martial spirit? Everyone looked up, and a pair of black wings appeared. Someone curiously asked, "Are those wings?" The three brothers of the Ko family hovered in the air, looking down, while Truong Kai stared in shock, blinking. Ko Nugyet assessed that their martial spirits were all demon sky war eagles, all flying martial spirits. Ko Trak smiled confidently and said, "The entire sky is our territory." Vulan stepped forward to retort. "Who said that?" He grabbed Tajie beside him and tossed him into the air, causing him to flail in panic near the three brothers Ko Lu. Tajie shouted, "Tang Wulin, what are you doing?" Ko Trach confidently declared, "Coming here is no different from seeking death." Ko Van added, "Moreover, you won't be able to stand firm." After a while, Tajie finally stabilized in the air, and everyone below gasped, "He hasn't fallen yet?" In the sky, a column of ice appeared. What was happening? Ko Nuyet, on this side, began to reach out to hide the summoning symbol of power. After a moment of silence, Tajie dashed away at a speed that tore through the wind in the blinding light, sending the opponent flying backward. Kuang Long really self-destructed, a spectator shouted. Tajie has defeated one person. Huh? In the air, many ice columns appeared again. Tajie jumped over the ice columns and charged through. This coordination was indeed too perfect. The absolute power of the strike turned the opponent into a shadow tossed in the endless void, leaving only fragments of bright red energy dissipating in the blinding light. The female students below admired, "Tajie is so good, Tajie is powerful and handsome." Ko Liu, seeing the situation worsen, turned and said, "Damn it, how can this be?" He directed his gaze toward Ko Nagyet, thinking it must be that supporting guy's doing. He had to deal with her first. Ko Liu acted immediately, heading toward her. Everyone was eagerly discussing. He charged straight through. He rushed toward Ko Nguit. She smiled and asked Wu Lun, "He's coming over here. Should I go up?" He happily replied, "It's fine. Let me handle it," he yelled as he rushed in, showing off his strength. Trong Kei, who was observing, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Over here, Wu Lun still had time to warm up his body. He assessed him. Compared to Master Vo, he was too slow. "I'll warm up first." After an accurate strike from Duong Wu Lun, Vo Truong Kong's class won, becoming the first-year class. The audience broke into a cold sweat and said, "I told you so." Vo Truong Kong's class had begun to gain attention. After all, their strength was truly deserving. Everyone was puzzled. In just a few short months since the semester began, what kind of magic had Master Vo used on them? Truong Kong still exuded an icy demeanor, and he said sternly, "Class is dismissed today." After saying that, he turned and left. The group of Wu Lun shared the same thought, yet they said nothing as he walked away. Too much, indeed. He turned around and suggested, "Then let's summarize our combat experiences ourselves." Ko Nuyet immediately agreed. "Sure." Tajie quietly said, "I feel like Duong Wu Lun is really too reckless." Wu Lun looked at him blankly. "Reckless? Do I?" Ta Jie gritted his teeth and leaned close to him, shouting, "Are you saying you're not? Who knows who doesn't know their abilities and gets angry, leaving me out?" Wu Lun awkwardly smiled and quickly reconciled. "Right, I forgot about this. It was indeed a bit reckless. Sorry about that." He then asked, "Does Duong Wu Lun know I have the ice pillar skill?" He replied, "Not at all." Ta Jie continued, "Yet you treat your good friend like cannon fodder." An Dung, passing by, noticed the arguing. She thought to herself, what? Could it be that they all perform well in battle? Moreover, although they had communication issues, they easily achieved victory. It seems their strength is incredibly frightening. An Dung took out her phone to call someone. "Sister, we lost." No, they are not flight spirit warriors, but their coordination is incredibly seamless, and their strength is very powerful. Almost aside from your first class, I doubt anyone can stop them. A confident voice came from the phone. "That's good. I had already thought about encountering Vo Truong Kong. I must make him embarrassed. I must take revenge on that guy." After all the events and chaos, Donghai Academy once again shone brightly under the morning sun, as if everything was just a dream. Inside the room, Wu Lun and Tajie were sitting upright in contemplation, surrounded by a brilliant green light. Suddenly, Van Tu burst through the door, rushing in. "Not good, not good. Something big has happened." Tajie was startled and opened his eyes, reminding, "When contemplating, don't shout loudly. It will scare people to death." Van Tu, with a worried face, began to recount the story. Outside, a crowd had gathered, surrounding the school gate, and they were holding pictures of you and Konyet. Tajie anxiously clenched his fists and shouted, "It must be those Kuanglong guys. We need to deal with them." Wu Lun held him back. "Taji, wait. They know this is a spirit master school and still dare to come. It must not be simple. We cannot act recklessly." Tajie asked, "Then what do you suggest we do?" He proposed, "Let's go ask Master Vo Trong Kong." After hearing the account, Trong Kong adjusted his belt and replied, "What? The beef stew shop has had an incident?" In front of the school gate, a crowd was gathering, buzzing with excitement. Outside the school gate, people were gathering to gossip. Hang Hook, with a serious face, stepped forward and said, "How bold! Do you know where this is? How dare you cause trouble at the school gate? What do you want?" The troublemakers competed to speak. "Stop wasting words. Hand over the person. Your people caused trouble. Hand them over quickly. Don't force us to go in and find them ourselves." Among this crowd, there were many people holding spirit tools that had been banned from circulation among the public. However, with the advancement of technology, the difference between spirit masters and ordinary people using spirit tools was becoming smaller, but this was not the reason Longhang was worried. Dong Hai, filled with killing intent, looked at him and spoke. "They seriously injured my brother Quang Long. You must compensate for this." In fact, this person was what Longhang Hook was truly worried about. Cheng Dong Hai, the Mecha Battalion commander of the Quang Te Conference. Hang Hook was so worried that he was sweating. The Mecha Battalion was at the division level, just one level below the administrative officer of Dong Hai City. They were the armed forces of Dong Hai City, a coastal city arranged by the Federation. Moreover, I also heard that Quang Tu's spirit power cultivation had reached the 6th ring, making him a true spirit emperor. The level of the Mecha Master has also reached the Emperor level. Dong Hai saw that he did not respond and continued. "My younger brother is being bullied, as his older brother. How can I stand by and watch? We must investigate this matter clearly, but it must be done here. So quickly hand over the person, otherwise we will come in." After hearing this, Hang Hook and the others took a defensive stance. He shouted, "This is a school. Don't go too far. Who among you hasn't come from the academy? If you want to enter, you must step over my dead body first." Zhang Xie stood to the side and assessed. "Director Long is too hot-headed. You must listen in the future." Dong Hai angrily stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack. His eyes shone brightly like sparks. Dong Hai's entire body erupted with a dazzling golden-orange light. He roared like a beast, clad in the Dragon Marshal's soul armor. Hang Hook was stunned, thinking, is he really at the 6th ring? This is troublesome. We might not be able to stop him. His soul power is too strong, too terrifying. He trembled but still tried to shake off the fear. Hang Hook warned him, "Don't even think about getting over there. We must protect the school." Dong Hai roared, "Quickly hand over the person. I will count to 3. If you don't hand them over, I will rush in. 1, 2. The students present were all worried. What to do? The ground is already on fire. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Dong Hai impatiently looked around. It was so noisy. When the voice of Vo Truong Kong appeared, a cold air rushed in. Just now, the scorching air had almost solidified with the ground. Truong Kong appeared like a god of ice, both his aura and strength radiating coldness. Hang Hook saw him and his cheeks flushed. He thought of the cold god. "Vo Truong Kong, you must have come to save us, right?" Cheers erupted around. "So cool. The sword shines like water, the red sword like refined ruby, the white-clad blue sword, floating like a celestial being." At that moment, there was no longer any coldness in Vo Truong Kong's eyes. He looked at the sword like he was gazing at a lover, gentle as water. Dong Hai remained calm. He sarcastically pretended to act tough. "Who are you? Then I'll take you to test my blade?" As soon as his brothers finished speaking, Dong Hai's eyes suddenly widened. "Huh? Wait? This guy, does he also have 6 soul rings? Moreover, he has 2 black 10,000-year soul rings." Truong Kong coldly said, "There's no need to be afraid, because it's already too late." The surrounding chatter erupted. Unexpectedly, this guy has up to 6 soul rings, and moreover, he has 2 black 10,000-year soul rings. Just now, the power of the light storm seemed to have frozen, and the school gate had turned to ice. Dong Hai thought to himself, "Damn it, how can I lose to him in momentum? But it's just 10,000-year soul rings. There's nothing to fear. First, let me show him some color." Outside, there was another uproar. The light was getting bigger and bigger. The force was too strong. It felt like the heavens and earth were shaking. He threw a punch at Truong Kong and roared, "If you don't hand over the person, then don't blame me for being rude." A cold, purple-red light erupted from his eyes, signaling a terrifying and cold power, ready to engulf everything. Dong Hai suddenly stiffened, thinking, "What? This color is... Could it be he comes from that place?" In the midst of the raging energy storm, he was enveloped in dazzling blue light and brilliant ice rays. Dong Hai couldn't believe what was happening. "What? The cold sword energy is so piercing, it feels like it's penetrating my bones." He tried to hold his legs steady, but was still pushed back by Truong Kong's strength. Dong Hai gritted his teeth, his face flushed, starting to think of a plan. "Damn it, I can't admit defeat. I just need to fight him with all my might. I still can." In despair, he looked up at the sky lit up by the sparkling purple and blue energy, facing a massive white light beam descending, along with debris flying everywhere. Sweat poured down Dong Hai's body. He shouted, What? The tip of the sword was less than a hand's breadth from his eyes. Dong Hai began to tremble and crouch down. Truong Kong observed from above. His face still held that expression, cold and unreadable, his icy eyes flashing with purple light. Hang Hook stood in the crowd with his own thoughts. The color of Vo Trong Kong's pupils has turned purple. Could it be he comes from that place? After a moment of tension, he slowly spoke. All right, you all go back. Have you seen the clear difference? Even if you try again, you won't be able to enter. Just go back. One of the subordinates stepped forward to ask, Captain, do we need to fight him? Dong Hai stopped him. All right, shut up. We are leaving. Unexpectedly, this academy has such a master. Even if we mobilize more soul tools and mechas, we probably wouldn't be his match. To avoid making a big deal, it's better to withdraw for now. Seeing the danger pass, several female students began to scream, the cold god, so cool, the cold god, so cool. Van Tu was no exception. He raised his hand and shouted, so handsome, cold god, so handsome, cold god, cold god, cold god. Trong Kong, with his cold figure, turned and walked away. He did not react to everything happening around him. The school remained in a frenzy for the rest of the evening. Anne Dung, with flushed cheeks, spoke on the phone with an admiring tone. Sister, just now Vo Trong Kong was really cool. I almost fell for him. Although he is very cold, he is truly handsome. A shout came from the phone. Handsome, my foot. Not at all. Don't you find it annoying? No one has ever rejected me before. He is the first. I'll definitely make him pay. Damn it. It was late at night, but the entire academy was still in a frenzy, with everyone discussing excitedly, but Tang Wulin had already fallen into deep thought. Unlike everyone else's excitement, Tang Wulin's heart was filled with complex emotions, partly from witnessing his teacher's power, and partly from an inner anguish. At that moment, the teacher shattered the light javelin with a single sword strike, and the light javelin let out a dragon's roar. At that very instant, a huge shockwave went through Tang Wulin's soul, making him feel somewhat lost. That feeling could even be understood as sympathy, or even outrage. This emotion was incredibly distinct, and it made Tang Wulin extremely uneasy, his mood complex and difficult to calm. What in the world was happening? In the dazzling light, a mystical voice echoed. Tang Wulin, you've finally come. He opened his eyes wide in shock. Who is it? Who's talking to me? The light suddenly flared violently, and a voice replied from within. I am here. I have been waiting for you for a very long time. A giant energy sphere wrapped in chains appeared, and in its center was a coiled white dragon, creating a complex and brilliant formation under a sky filled with ancient characters. Wulin was stunned for a moment, thinking, This is my dragon. Am I dreaming? The voice continued to echo from within. Let's just say it's a dream. I don't know who I am either. I only know that I am a divine consciousness left behind for you. We are a part of you, he asked in confusion. You mean there's a dragon inside my body? The consciousness replied, Not just a dragon, but a dragon king. To be precise, it's the entire essence of the Golden Dragon King. Wulin spoke up. So is it my martial soul? The voice coldly denied. No. In a sense, it is your calamity. The Golden Dragon King's power is too immense, so immense that your body simply cannot withstand it, and once its energy erupts, you will die. After hearing this, his entire body stiffened like stone. Wulin floated in midair, surrounded by many glowing characters, and he asked again in disbelief, Die, am I definitely going to die? The consciousness replied, If it were certain, I wouldn't have appeared here. As long as you do as I say, you won't die. But this path is very arduous, and the fact that you could reach this place proves that you can already sense its power. If you want to live, there is only one way, and that is to create a seal yourself and absorb the energy step by step. Otherwise, once the Golden Dragon King's power erupts, you will surely die, Wulin asked anxiously. Then what should I do? The voice reassured him. Just follow my instructions. First, before you turn 10 years old, you must collect 3 items. Those 3 items are scene transition. The next morning at EC Academy, golden sunlight shone through the window. Jie's voice rang out, 100-year ice crystal fruit, 100-year vermilion fruit, and also 10 drops of fresh blood from a 100-year dragon-type blood beast. He was holding a glass of water as he approached Wulin. I've heard of all these things. Why are you asking about them? Wulin stammered, asking for help. I want you to explain a bit about how much those things cost. She thought for a moment, then replied, The price is okay. At an auction house, it's probably around 10 to 20,000 Federation coins for one. He took a sip of water and said happily, I can still afford that price. Shishi's next sentence made him choke on his water, but items over 100 years in quality will be a bit more expensive. Roughly, several million for one. Getting sprayed with water, he angrily flicked Wulin on the head and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, you sprayed all over me, you idiot!" Xie put on his jacket and asked, "You seem really interested in those things, huh? If you want, I can take you to have a look." Wulin was lost in thought. This is a problem. I'll never be able to earn that much money before I'm 10. Not even if I die trying. Hearing Xie's voice, he turned in surprise. Huh? He looked at Wulin sincerely and said, "I'll take you to see the auction house this weekend." He exclaimed happily, "Really?" Xie covered his mouth and whispered, "Tang Wulin, if you need help with something, just say it. Who told us to be best friends, right?" He nodded in agreement. Tang Wulin understood clearly that he absolutely had to get those 3 items before he turned 10. At the competition arena, Heng Shu solemnly announced, "We will now continue today's promotion tournament, Teacher Wu Zhangkong's 3rd class versus the 1st grade class 2. Li Qiang excitedly cheered, "Charge forward and show Wu Zhangkong how formidable our class 2 is. Use your strongest move directly and finish him in one blow." After a moment of preparation, he shouted, "The promotion tournament is about to begin." The fight didn't last long before the outcome was decided. Outside, everyone was bewildered. What? Did anyone see how Class 2's martial souls were sent flying? This is too exaggerated. Just like that, Wu Zhangkong became the target of the entire academy. Everyone also began to discuss whether Class 1 could stop Wu Zhangkong's advance. After the intense match, he stood before the class with a somewhat milder demeanor, as a sort of reward. This weekend's special training is cancelled. Everyone gets a break. The storm of battle passed, and the scene returned to the peaceful, bright atmosphere of a school morning. Xie bumped fists with Wulin and said, "We can head out now. Let's go to the auction house," he replied happily. "Okay." Suddenly, Gu Yue's figure appeared from behind, and she greeted them. "Where are you guys going? It seems really interesting. Can you take me with you?" Xie's face flushed red as he gritted his teeth in anger and said, "This is Guy's business. Why do you keep tagging along? That pest." She gave a fake smile. "I never said I was going with you. I'm going with Tang Wulin." "Why don't you ask Tang Wulin if he'll take me?" He didn't care and draped his arm over Vulan, walking straight ahead, while Tajie grumbled, "Let's go, Duong Vulan, let's ignore her." Ko Nuyet refused to back down and threatened, "Then I'll go find Master Vo Truong Kong and ask him to increase the weekend training session." Tajie was startled and turned back to shout, "Wait, take him, I'll take you." She happily ran back to the two, saying, "Wouldn't it be better to do it earlier?" "Good job." In the bustling auction hall, Vulan exclaimed excitedly, "Is this the auction house? It looks magnificent, so grand." Tajie nodded beside him. "Yes, this is where the most precious treasures in the world are bought and sold. In front of you is a red ruby." Vulan gasped, "This is so beautiful. Is this a precious stone?" Walking over to the next booth, he stopped curiously, wondering what this was, as it seemed to emit some kind of magical aura. Taji slowly explained to him, "This place really has everything. Yes, the potions are up ahead. Follow me. Everything you need is in the potion area." Inside a red velvet-lined wooden box, ice fruit and fire fruit lay neatly, radiating magical energy. Vulan leaned in close to observe. "You're saying this is ice fruit and fire fruit? So beautiful, it feels like it would shatter if I just blew on it." Tajia pointed at it and continued, "But these two are 30-year quality fruits. For the 100-year quality ones, we have to go to the 2nd floor." Vulan glanced at the price and asked in confusion, "This 10-year fruit already costs 40 federal coins. That's not the price you mentioned." Tajie whispered, "Maybe the potion prices have gone up recently. Should we go to the 2nd floor to take a look? The higher up you go, the better the auction items. The 100-year fruits must be on the 2nd floor, but that's not a place you can just go to. The treasures are too good, so the auction house has to ensure the safety of the merchants." He turned to Vulan and introduced, "To go to the 2nd floor, you need to pay 100,000 federal coins as a deposit. Of course, if you are someone with a 3rd-level profession or higher, you can also enter." Vulan's spirit deflated upon hearing this. 100,000 deposit, I can still manage." Tajie raised a finger and said softly, "It's not a deposit. This 100,000 federal coins are non-refundable." Vulan shouted loudly, "What? That's really too much pressure." "Non-refundable?" Kongiet beside him chimed in. "Yeah, 100,000 is way too much." He placed both hands on his head, responding very relaxed. "There's nothing we can do. The adult world has no logic. Moreover, I heard that if you want to go to the 3rd floor, you have to pay 1,000,000 federal coins as a deposit." Vulan fell back in shock. "What? Just to look costs 100 federal coins?" Taji continued the story. "Moreover, this auction house has hundreds of floors. My father doesn't even know what special things are up there." Upon hearing this, he could only lament, "Oh my, the world is truly vast." After a tiring day at the auction, dusk had fallen. The sky was painted in a dreamy orange hue over the campus. Wulin waved goodbye. Then everyone go back first. I'll go to the forge for a bit, then head back to the dorm. Ko Nu Yet also raised her hand to respond. All right. Ta Jie beside him also spoke up. Duang Wulin, see you tomorrow. After walking a few steps, a mocking voice rang out, making him glance over. Aren't these the 5th grade sardines? Wulan's face turned serious, watching Ta Jie return to his usual cold demeanor. Ko Nguyet beside him also remained silent. Tu Feng, with a proud face, challenged, since I didn't pay attention to you before, I'm here to see how you are this time. You are cuter than I imagined. Ta Jie's face darkened. He gritted his teeth. You guy, are you? Vu Lan placed a hand on his shoulder, calming him. Ta Jie, don't get agitated. Seeing he had successfully provoked them, Tu Feng turned to leave, not forgetting to mock. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Do your best tomorrow, don't be too tense. He watched Tu Feng's back, his eyes radiating killing intent. Ta Jie smirked and said, You first-year guys, listen up. While there's still time today, go back to your dorms and take some pictures. Tomorrow you will be first-year second-grade students. He was stunned and turned back. What? After a tense moment, everyone parted ways. All right, I'm off. I won't disturb you anymore. We'll meet at the next tournament. The sun gradually set, giving way to the night that enveloped everything. The next day, Wulin and his group gathered to discuss their strategy before the match. This is a bit tricky. The strength of a second ring Soul Master is not to be underestimated. This time we absolutely cannot be impulsive. We need to understand their situation a bit better. Ta Jie said nervously. This match seems tough. Seeing everything was arranged properly, Wulin spoke up. Leave the research on their side to you. I have to go to the crafting room now, he replied. Just leave it to us. Duang Wulin now had no time to be afraid. He had to complete 3 tasks before turning 10, relying on enhancing his own abilities. Duang Wulin increasingly wanted to see the elite world. Moreover, he couldn't die because his parents wouldn't be able to bear it. He even more so didn't want them to be heartbroken because of him. The scene shifted to Man Thien's shop. He was leaning back in his chair, observing the items in his hand. Seeing Wulan's figure enter, Man Thien spoke, Duang Wulin, you're here? I was checking your work. Your skills have improved. He was taken aback and exclaimed, Huh? Seeing him distracted, Man Thien's expression turned serious as he observed. Wulin, seeing him look at him like that, forced a smile. However, that barely caught Man Thien's eye. He whispered, Duang Wulin, what's wrong with you? Wulin hesitated, not knowing how to respond. Man Thien's voice deepened, leaving no room for refusal. Go on. Tell me, what's really going on? I've watched you grow up since you were little. You can't hide it from me. Wulin hesitated for a moment, then finally made up his mind and said, Teacher, I want to take the blacksmith examination. He asked for the reason, and Wulin answered honestly, I want to make a lot of money to improve myself. Hearing this, Mang Tian was stunned. Wulin lowered his head and continued, as if afraid he wouldn't agree. I want to have a lot of money to buy a soul spirit. I want to have many techniques to practice the 1,000 refinements, and I also hope to be able to eat nutritious food at the academy. Mang Tian stood up and walked over to him. Actually, when you completed the 1,000 refinements, you had already reached the level of a 3rd-rank blacksmith. The reason I didn't let you participate before was firstly because I was afraid your talent would make others envious, and secondly, I was worried your gift would make you arrogant. He gently placed a hand on his head. You can go ahead now without worry. After becoming a 3rd-rank blacksmith, you can join the Blacksmiths Association. I'll ask the association to help you keep this a secret. You'll have to be a little careful when you go to the association. Wulin's eyes sparkled as he looked up at Mang Tian, who said seriously, I've been stuck at the 6th-rank blacksmith level forever, unable to reach the Saint Craftsman rank because my soul power is insufficient. A divine mecha master must have the strength of at least 8 rings, or at the very least reach the soul Douluo level. That's why I support you in obtaining many good things. You must eat plenty of good things for yourself. His cheeks flushed red. Wulin replied, Yes, sir. Mang Tian pulled out a letter and held it out to him. There's one more thing. This letter is for you. It's from your father. Surprised, he took it. Dad wrote me a letter? Why didn't he use a soul tool? He gestured with his chin, prompting him. Just read it. Wulin slowly opened the letter and began to read. Wulin, my son, by the time you read this letter, your mother and I will be far, far away. I am just a selfish man who made you suffer so much for the sake of a peaceful life. I couldn't even provide you with the soul spirit you wanted, forcing you to choose the worst trash martial soul. That night, I could only cry over my own incompetence, unable to help you, making you learn forging at such a young age. Although I don't regret this, it has caused you great hardship. I am so sorry. The truth is, I am a mecha designer. One of my early designs attracted the attention of powerful forces, and they want to control everything. I fled, taking your mother with me to Ao Lai City, to live the life of an ordinary person. But now I realize that an ordinary life is not suitable for me. For you, I am willing to start all over again. Inside the letter are two cards. One is an identification card, and the other is a bank card. The card has 1 million, a relocation fee from those who invited me to design for them. It's just enough for you to buy a 100-year soul spirit. His eyes welled up with tears. Wulin continued to read, each line of text like a sharp weapon piercing his eyes. This is all I have for now. When I earn more money, I will deposit it into your card. Son, with your talent, you must strive to move forward and never look back. Remember this. In this world, the only person you can rely on is yourself. I believe you can do it. His eyes were filled with sorrow. This was perhaps one of the rare times Wulin had ever cried. A hot tear fell onto the letter. Do not look for us. Without confirmation of our safety, we will not contact you. Your soul device will notify me. When things are stable, your mother and I will find you. We will love you forever. Wulin called out in a hoarse voice, Dad, Mom. Seeing his unstable emotional state, Mang Tian comforted him. They're fine. They've just left for a while. Wulin, you have to be strong. They left for your sake. I can understand your sadness, but being sad won't solve anything. He came closer, hugged him, and continued. Your father is an incredibly talented mecha designer. The force that could take him away is definitely not ordinary, so if you want to find them, you must become stronger. As the last rays of sunlight faded, the sky was painted a brilliant and mystical orange-pink, revealing a tranquil scene. The scene shifts to East Sea Academy. Wulin slowly walked in. Seeing him, Gu Yue spoke up. Tang Wulin, you're back? Xie noticed his pale expression and asked with concern, What's wrong with you? You don't look well at all. Wulin shook his head, denying it. It's nothing. He changed the subject. By the way, how's the investigation going? What's the strength of Class 1 like? Xie placed a hand on his chin and said thoughtfully, It's concerning. Wei Xiaofeng isn't the strongest one, and all 3 participants in the match are 2-ring soul grandmasters. He replied in surprise, That means we'll have to fight 3 light dragons at the same time. Xie agreed with him. That's right. The match is tomorrow. What do we do now? He was a little panicked. This is a real problem. Even the ever-confident Xie is worried this time. I have to do something, but there's less than a day left. What can I possibly do? Suddenly, the school's loudspeaker blared with an urgent announcement. East Sea City will be hit by a major storm tonight. It will last for about a week. Everyone at the academy, please be mindful of your safety. During the storm, all activities will be suspended. The class promotion tournament will also be postponed and will resume after the storm passes. Grasping this crucial information, he celebrated inwardly. A storm, a 1-week delay. What a relief. There's still a way. I'll use this time to find the 3 spirit items to break the seal. My soul power will definitely increase rapidly. I'll go to the Blacksmiths Association. I'm sure I can find these 3 spirit items there. Wulin instructed the 2 of them. Xie, Gu Yue, please help me pass a message to Teacher Wu. I have to go to the Blacksmiths Association, he asked in confusion. Why the rush? Wulin replied, Before the storm. I'm heading back soon. I have to get some things done. After saying that, he sprinted towards Mang Tian's place. Xie still hadn't gotten an answer. He wondered why. Xie watched his retreating figure with worry, feeling like a storm was about to break. Wulin's legs picked up speed, and he cried in frustration as he ran. Wulin told himself, I need to get stronger, much stronger. Nar left because I wasn't strong enough, and my parents left because I wasn't strong enough. If I'm not strong enough, I'll be a burden to my comrades. I have to become strong. At a restaurant, Wulin's picture appeared on a phone screen. It was little Wulin calling him. Sen Yue gazed at the screen happily. He thought, this kid is so good, he still remembers his big bro. It makes me want to tease him. I'll have to teach him a few things Mang Tian hasn't, just to strengthen our brotherly bond. As soon as he put the phone to his ear, he shouted in alarm. What? Sen Yue slammed his hand on the table, sending food flying everywhere. He yelled, Kid, what did you just say? You want to take the 3rd-rank blacksmith exam right now? But we're already closed for the day. Across from him, a stiff Mu Chen reminded him, Little Yue, whatever it is, just say it calmly. Sen Yue lowered his voice. My apologies, President. Mu Si, who was next to them, also snapped in annoyance. Uncle Sen. You ruined my pudding cake, Sen Yue called out. Waiter, could you please clean this up? Seeing how agitated he was, the president asked, What is it that has you so excited? Sen Yue explained, President, it's that kid from before. He says he wants to take the 3rd-rank exam. Mu Shi asked, bewildered, Dad, who are you 2 talking about? After hearing this, Mu Chen bit down hard on his straw. Then tell him to come. I want to see this for myself. I'll wait no matter how late. I have a feeling that little rascal is very special. When she didn't get an answer, she rested her chin on her hand dejectedly and asked again, "Who is it, Dad? Who could possibly make you feel they're so special?" He shoved some food in his mouth and answered vaguely, "It's nothing, just a little blacksmith who's about to take the third rank exam." Sensing something off in his tone, Mu Shi got angry. Why does that sound so much like Tang Wulin? After eating, her father stood up and eagerly told Sen Yue, "Get the check, little Yue. I'll let you off the hook this time. Let's go see that boy." Mu Shi stood behind them, annoyed, and thought to herself, but how could he possibly be taking the third rank exam already? Dark clouds gathered over the entire city as Wu Lin ran in, panting heavily, and spotted Sen Yue. He stopped and said, "My apologies, Master Sen, for making you wait so long." The man ran over to him and replied, "No problem. I just got here myself." Sen Yue moved closer, gently taking the boy's hand and saying, "If you're facing any difficulties, I will absolutely help you. Follow me. The exam room has been prepared." Wu Lin's eyes widened as he whispered in response, "Thank you, Master." As they walked down the hall, the man asked him a question. "Tang Wulin, who is more skilled, me or Mang Tian?" Wu Lin hesitated before answering, "Well, that's an awkward question." Sen Yue laughed reassuringly, "I'm just messing with you. We've arrived." Wu Lin peered inside and his eyes widened in shock. "Why is the president here?" The man greeted him cheerfully. "Little Wu Lin, it's been a while." Behind him, Mu Xi thought to herself, "Hasn't it only been a few days?" Mu Chen walked over to Wu Lin and affectionately ruffled his hair. "Did you run all the way here? Would you like to take a moment to compose yourself before the exam?" Wu Lin nodded in response. "Yes, please." Mu Chen praised him. "What a good kid." The boy expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, President." Sen Yue observed Wu Lin for a moment before turning to Mu Chen. The second-rank missions he's been completing recently have become increasingly difficult. In fact, since he's already reached the peak of a second-rank blacksmith's ability, the third-rank exam shouldn't be a major issue. The president laughed. "I'm eagerly awaiting it." After a moment, Wu Lin spoke up. "Master Sen, Mr. President, I've rested enough." Mu Shi muttered a quiet compliment. "Pretty impressive. Now go pick your materials." Tang Wulin. He walked over to the table of materials. "Yes, sir." Wu Lin silently inspected the various metal blocks. Finally, he picked one up. Wu Lin looked at Mu Chen and Sen Yue and announced, "I choose sinking silver." Mu Shi thought with disdain. "I'm just waiting to see how you pull this off." Sen Yue, however, looked a little worried. "It can't be, right? Little Wu Lin chose sinking silver? Doesn't that require 1,000 refinements?" Only Mu Chen remained excited with anticipation. The president exclaimed, "Excellent choice." Zuolan then reminded the boy, "Tang Wulin, are you sure? I must warn you, 1,000 refinements is not the same as 100 refinements. You should think this through." He took out the treasure given to him by Mang Tian, and a brilliant blue light flashed from it. Wu Lin pulled out the heavy silver hammers, his face filled with resolve as he answered, "I'm certain. I'll begin now." Seeing the items in his hands, Sen Yue was a little stunned. "What? When did Mang Tian give him the heavy silver hammers?" Mu Chen smiled inwardly. "He's even using the heavy silver hammers. This kid is really something else." He then shouted, "Begin!" Wu Lin swung the heavy silver hammers down, and the impact unleashed a brilliant burst of golden energy. A steady, rhythmic clang echoed through the room as Wu Lin's gaze remained intensely focused, not straying for even a second. Sen Yue broke out in a cold sweat. Mang Tian's layered hammers technique. When in the world did you teach that to Tang Wulin? The chunk of sinking silver in Tang Wulin's hands moved like a fierce storm, yet it seemed to hold the weight of a miniature Mount Tai within it. Could it be? 3 months of accumulated knowledge, 3 months of cultivating his soul power and mastering his strength, 3 months of growth, all of it was being unleashed right now. Mu Chen made his judgment, so young, yet so incredibly profound. After a period of intense forging, the sound of Mu Chen's appreciative applause finally broke the silence. He praised Wu Lin with a serious expression. "A pair of bloodthirst hammers, and from the looks of them, did you forge them yourself? Tang Wulin, congratulations." As he spoke, Mu Chen thought to himself, "Daughter, now this is real talent." Wu Lin happily wiped the sweat from his brow. "Your face is blushing as you look at Mo Shen to make a request. Dear President, I have a request I want you to help with." In the spacious and well-equipped office, Shan Yue raised a suggestion. "President, are you sure there's no problem with you easily agreeing to give him those 3 things?" Hearing his question, Mo Shen smiled reassuringly. "It's fine. I trust him to give him those 3 things." Looking at his expression, Shan Yue expressed his thoughts. The president seemed very happy, but he suddenly shouted, "I am so jealous of Mang Tian. How does he have such a powerful disciple? Looking at his forging today, even with my soul power and experience, it would be difficult to achieve." Mo Shen laughed heartily. "That kid is indeed a genius. Luckily he came to our guild." As if remembering something, he turned back to Shan Yue and reminded, By the way, remember to keep his identity a secret. Don't tell anyone else. Understood? He bowed his head in compliance. So the president can be selfish sometimes. Yes. Regaining his composure, he continued seriously. This kid has reached the 1,000 forging level. It definitely hasn't happened recently. Meng Tian is intentionally hiding him, hoping that Tang Wulin will become a master craftsman in the future, joining the soul guessing realm. I have my own goals too. He is the only one I have encountered in the past 30 years, the only one who can challenge the heavens in forging. Shan Yue bowed his head. The president is wise. You see the rain and make the final judgment, becoming a master craftsman. Under the rain, Wulin covered his face with his hands, trying to run as fast as he could. He reminded himself, the rain is getting heavier. Hurry up. In Mangtian Donghai's office, Wulin went inside to take a towel to dry his head, finally getting it. Red flame fruit, ice crystal fruit, dragon blood. According to the legend, the divine forging god is a combination of ice and fire, enhancing the strength of the body. Dragon blood is closely related to martial souls. Tang Wulin finally completed the task of merging those three things together. He looked at the potion bottle with some hesitation, but what should he do now? Should he just drink it? Finally, Wulin closed his eyes, silently calling out, should I ask first, Old Tang, are you there? I have those three things now. The divine consciousness responded. I have gathered enough. Okay, he asked. Tang Wulin, have you arrived? Besides the three things I told you to bring, have you prepared everything else? He was taken aback for a moment, asking, what else do I need to prepare? The divine consciousness listed a series of things: patience, resilience, courage, and toughness. When releasing the seal, you will have to endure extreme pain. If you do not have what I mentioned, you may not be able to endure it. If you give up halfway, you will be submerged forever, unable to return. He replied with slight worry. Is that so? You didn't mention it last time. Anyway, I have no other choice. I will definitely make it. The divine consciousness continued. That's right. You have no other way out. This process will change your body, but during the process, you must allow the Golden Dragon King to harmonize the seal within your body with your own. I ask you again, are you ready? Memories of warmth flashed through his mind, images of the people he loved. Wulin recalled everything and made up his mind. I have no other choice. I must be strong. Nani, Dad, and Mom have all left me. Friends are also facing difficulties. I must strive to become strong to surely change everything. He shouted, Old Tang, I am ready. We can start any time. The divine consciousness praised him. Very good. Lock all the doors to ensure no one disturbs you, then keep yourself in the best state. Wulin agreed and ran to lock the door. Okay, I understand. Following Old Tang's instructions, he put all three items into a cup to react violently, producing loud noises, and after calming down, it would make smaller sounds. Sometimes it was boiling hot, sometimes it was emitting cold smoke. Do I really have to drink this? Now is not the time to hesitate. I don't have time to hesitate anymore. He lifted the dark green liquid to his mouth and drank it in one go. Wulan's eyes tightened, feeling both hot and cold. With a taste like blood, the spiritual power rising, Wulan silently felt. His body seemed to be moving, quickly adjusting to a meditative state. As long as he tried hard, he could definitely overcome it. Suddenly, something was igniting. Wulan opened his eyes wide. The power within him seemed to be uncontrollable. His face was obscured in a dazzling golden light, with debris flying everywhere. The collision exploded into a brilliant and fierce orange-red flame, releasing a massive amount of energy. Wulan's body felt like it was in a furnace, too hot, feeling like he was being burned. He couldn't take it anymore. His heart felt like it was about to explode. Right after the fire explosion, a wave of freezing energy or cold blue energy surged forth, completely opposing the red flames above, creating a strong resistance between the two elements. A threatening dark red energy vortex appeared, swirling like a bottomless pit swallowing the light. Now, Wulan felt like he was diving into an ice cave. He curled up and shivered. It was so cold, his whole body was frozen, so cold that he couldn't even breathe. This is not good. I'm about to be frozen. Wulan gritted his teeth, determined to regain his sanity. No, I must persist. If I give up, I will have nothing left. I must endure. After the cold passed, he felt a numbing pain. Wulan screamed madly. Now it feels like thousands of insects are crawling into his bones. His whole body feels like it is being torn apart by insects. After struggling to exhaustion, the divine consciousness appeared and asked Tang Wulin, "Are you okay?" He murmured in response, "Old Tang, I almost couldn't take it anymore. Is it over?" He denied and continued, "No, everything has just begun. Next, there will be 2 or 3 sensations appearing at the same time. You must try your best, or you will die." The rational voice inside him screamed, "I can't die. I will definitely endure." A few days later, Ta Jie paced anxiously, saying, "Where has that guy Tang Wulin run off to? The competition is about to start. and he still hasn't come back. Ko Nyu suddenly remembered something and asked, "Right, Tajie, didn't you go to the Blacksmith Guild to ask for his office address?" He turned back to look at her and replied, "The Blacksmith Guild has very strict regulations to protect members' information. They won't disclose the address. The address must be kept confidential." As he was pondering, Truong Kong appeared in front of him, startling Tajie. He was silent for a moment before saying, "I understand. I'll wait until tonight to go to the Blacksmith Guild to ask. Then for the promotion competition, you two go compete first." The scene shifted to the arena of Donghai Academy. The sound of the referee echoed. The promotion competition had returned to normal. This year is the final competition for the first-year students. Teacher Vo Truong Kong is really impressive, putting Class 5 against Class 1. Will he create a miracle today? Tajie anxiously muttered. Why hasn't Tang Wulin returned yet? Really? Just as he finished speaking, the referee's voice rang out. Now, please invite the contestants from both teams to the stage. He finally had to accept it. Well, they would have to go up and face off. Truong Kong had a cold expression, revealing no emotions. While he was deep in thought, a figure appeared and spoke. Teacher Vo Truong Kong is really impressive to have made it to this round. The crowd buzzed. It's Diep An Lak. She's the sister of Diep An Dung. An Lak looked at him and declared, "Just wait. This year, I will make you lose all your face." As soon as she finished speaking, a student shouted, "So beautiful. She's the prettiest teacher in the school." She covered her mouth and smiled secretly, usually saying she didn't care much, but today she had put in more effort into her makeup than usual. In front, Truong Kong still stood seriously in place, not looking back for a second. He made a last-minute decision with Hong Hook, long instructor. Our class only has 2 contestants participating this time. Just as he finished speaking, Wu Lin hurriedly ran over, awkwardly scratching his head to explain, "Teacher Wu, Taji, Konguyet, I'm back. I made everyone worry these past few days. I will explain everything later." Hearing his voice, Truong Kong glanced over. Ko Nuyet unhappily thought to herself. He called Tajie's name first again. Tajie beside him felt a weight lifted off his shoulders and called out, "Tang Wulin, you little brat." The announcement echoed. I emphasize once again, this is a competition within the academy. Compete with restraint. Only determine victory or defeat. Do not intentionally harm your opponent. Duong Tu whispered, "Yes, understood." The announcement continued. "Otherwise, you will be punished by the academy." Tu Feng smirked. "Let's get started." Ta Jie leaned his head and whispered into Wu Lin's ear, "Be careful. The most formidable one is that guy named Truong." Seeing this, he angrily shouted, "It's V Tu Feng and Truong Duong Tu, right?" "You got the names wrong," the announcement continued. "Now the competition begins." As soon as the slogan ended, Tu Feng rushed toward Ta Jie to attack. He looked at him and said, "Looks like you really have your sights set on me, huh?" V Tu Feng is also a Mun system. His spirit beast is 100-year-old than Anza, perfectly in sync with him. It took a lot of money and effort to find it. As his spirit beast's cultivation increased, Tu Feng darted around like the wind, he boasted. "How is it? Did you see clearly? If you can't keep up with my speed, you're definitely dead." Outside, Trong Ke widened his eyes. "That's Tajie's technique." Van Tio beside him continued, "But isn't Vi Tio Fong even faster?" Tajie remained calm, his eyes half closed, then suddenly opened wide. He said little, and a dazzling golden power began to rise around him. The crowd erupted in chatter. "What? Tajie possesses 2 spirit rings?" Tu Fong was momentarily stunned as he looked at him. More discussions followed. In just a few days, Ta Jie has reached the rank of a 2-ring Great Spirit Master. He smiled confidently. "What's so surprising about this?" Tu Fong rushed in and threw a punch. "So what if you have 2 spirit rings? Watch me." Ta Jie swiftly dodged his attack. He challenged, "Light Dragon Chui Team, let's see what you can do to me. Try this first." Ta Jie slashed fiercely. Tu Fong barely jumped up in time to dodge the blow. He looked at him and mockingly asked, "Why are you dodging? If you can dodge, then it must be your true form." Several female students below screamed in admiration. "Ta Jie is so powerful, his momentum is completely overwhelming. How can Class 5 have a 2-ring Great Spirit Master?" Trong Ke and Ventio rushed into the corner excitedly. "Ta Jie is so impressive, so handsome. Ta Jie Big Brother is so mighty." Anlok froze, cursing silently. "Damn it!" The Dark System's Ko Long Vung of Vung Kim Ti is a top-tier close combat spirit. In terms of strength, it is not inferior to anyone below 3 rings. Ko Nguyen tilted her head and said to Wu Lin, "What should we do? He's charging in. Should I use the light orb to dazzle him?" He stopped her. "No need," she continued seriously. "His spirit is a top-tier close combat one, incredibly powerful." He continued to reassure, "Don't worry, It will be fine. Ko Ngyet glanced at Wulin, thinking to herself, is Tang Wulin planning to confront him? It seems a bit forced. In the thick darkness, a drop of golden water fell, creating shimmering concentric energy waves. Wulin, filled with strength, threw a punch. Trong Kong was surprised by the energy he emitted. He thought, this is Kim Kwang. That punch sent Kim T flying backward. Those observing the match couldn't believe it. What is happening? What? He actually pushed back Ko Long Vung Kim T? How is that possible? He only has a 10-year spirit ring. After the punch, the guy fell comically, his legs sticking up in the air. Truong Ke and Van Tio shouted. One blow defeated Ko Long Vung Vung Kim T. Hang Hook was left speechless, thinking to himself, Wang Jin T is the Grand Master of the Second Soul Ring. Lak stepped back, bewildered, exclaiming, how can this be? What has happened these past few days? Duong Vulan seemed to have undergone a transformation. Next, he took the deep meditation whip and held it tightly in his hand. Vulan threw it towards Yang Zi, shouting, try this next. The deep meditation whip, he thought to himself, should be avoided. Suddenly, his body was enveloped by a swirling blue energy. Ko Nguyen appeared behind Vulan, saying, I have used the wind binding technique. He won't be able to dodge it. He suggested that to avoid injury, before hitting, they should use the blue-silver grass to reduce the power. Yang Zi looked directly at Vulan and said clearly, reducing power is unnecessary. You are underestimating others. Immediately, a furious green-purple energy erupted, forming a large pair of black wings behind him, and the deep meditation whip collided with the force, bouncing away. Vulan observed the situation and asked, what is this thick black fog? Kon Guyet replied, the binding thread has been blown away by him. The source of the dark power enveloped him. Yang Zi snorted, his eyes flashing with light. I already told you not to underestimate the enemy. Even if they are from Class 5, you must use all your strength and choose the right strategy. After hearing this, Xiaofeng and Jin Ti replied in unison, yes. Yang Zi's red eyes glinted with killing intent, piercing through the blue energy and the dazzling light, signaling high concentration and an imminent attack decision. In the arena, a massive and fierce black-blue vortex opened up as if to suck everything into the chaotic center. Outside, the chatter was incessant. The three from Class 3 had gathered in one place. They disappeared into the fog. What kind of strategy is this? Can't see inside. Is this black fog from Zhang Yangzi? Vulan stood watching and asked Nguyen, what should we do now? She observed and replied, let's see what those people are doing. Over here, Xiaofeng is getting into position. We should start acting. Yangzi agreed. One strike to take them down. The source of dark power shot towards where Ta Jie was standing. He calmly looked up as someone shouted, the black fog is coming towards Ta Jie. Vulan was stunned. They were unexpectedly attacking Ta Jie. In the swirling purple-black mist, a mysterious force was exploding, engulfing everything in a chaotic whirlwind. He shouted, Ta Jie. Ko Nguyen was equally worried. It's over. They plan to use one move to take us down. Over here, Vulan tried to reassure him. Ta Jie, hang in there. We're coming. Ko Nguyen explained the next plan to him. I will use light attributes to disperse the fog. Hurry and save Ta Jie. Suddenly, a burst of dazzling golden light tore through the space, meeting the explosive power. Ta Jie stood at the center of the massive golden vortex, launching a decisive counterattack. Light Dragon Storm. Yang Zi was blasted away by the golden light. Seeing his figure, Vulan breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, Ta Jie, amazing. Now Lak could only stand still like a statue. Hang Hook always frowned, also having to praise, so good. How did Vo Truong Kong train such students? Ta Jie looked at Vulan and Ko Nguyen, reproaching them softly. Why didn't you all rush in to help me first? You are underestimating others. Outside, Van Tu was mesmerized, staring at him without blinking. Ta Jie is so cool, Ta Jie confidently mocked. You three teaming up is just that. Around, everyone cheered for him. Go for it. Ta Jie is so cool. Ta Jie is so awesome. The group of Yangzi gritted their teeth in anger. Damn it. Vulan raised his fist and charged forward, calling out, Ta Jie, I'm here to help you. With a cold gaze and burning determination, he unleashed a powerful punch, piercing through the swirling golden energy. Ko Nguyen and Ta Jie were both surprised by what he was displaying. What is the golden light on Duong Vulan? Jin Ti, who was attacking, suddenly retreated. Yang Zi asked him, what's wrong with Wang Jin Ti? Why are you backing off? Jin Ti explained, that guy keeps emitting golden light, and my martial soul is being controlled. Realizing the problem, he silently calculated, that's right, I feel it too. My martial soul is also affected by Duong Vulan. After a while, Yang Zi made a decision, shouting, you two stand behind me. I will unleash the Dark Tomb to obstruct their vision. We will cover the entire arena with the Dark Tomb. they won't be able to win. Ko Win raised her hand to summon a sphere, emitting a blinding light, as if responding to his previous challenge. Just relying on that little dark power won't cover us. Yang Zi narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to block the light. The surrounding audience couldn't help but shout, "This is so bright, what is this?" Ta Jie assessed, "This light sphere is as bright as the sun." Hang Hook, with his eyes half open, thought, combining light elements with fire elements. That girl using elemental combination is indeed a genius. Jin Ti, furious, summoned his power, and many dragon heads burst forth behind him. He roared in anger. "Damn it, I have to defeat that girl who knows how to use elements first! Bone Dragon Rampage!" Seeing himself being targeted, Ko Nguyen was startled. Vulan rushed forward to shield her. He summoned the blue-silver grass to tightly bind Jin Ti's dragon. "No problem, just leave it to me. He won't be able to touch you." Lack looked surprised. "What? Is it the blue-silver grass?" "Impossible. How can the first ring blue-silver grass stop the 100-year Bone Dragon King of the second ring?" While everyone was distracted, suddenly a dark shadow appeared behind Ko Nguyen. She sensed something and turned to look. Ko Nguyen shouted, catching Vulan's attention. "Dead. It's over." He quickly ran to intercept the attack. A jet-black hand slammed straight into his chest. Phantom clone. Sun Yuan and the others screamed, "He's been hit!" After taking the punch, Wu Lin's face stiffened, feeling his soul power being corroded. He fell to the ground in pain, clutching his chest and trembling. Gu Yue looked at him worriedly. "Tang Wulin? Are you okay?" "Outside," someone said angrily. "Ambushing a girl, they're truly despicable." Yang Ziru, empowered with new strength, smirked confidently. "It's a hit. You're all finished this time. Your soul power will be corroded until it's completely drained." Gu Yue turned with a murderous expression on her face. Her wide eyes with brilliant crimson pupils shone with a mysterious power that had just been unlocked. There was no longer a trace of warmth in her voice. "You people have really ticked me off." "Over here," Jinji asked curiously. "What is that?" "Him?" Yang Zi replied. A wind seemed to stir around them, and outside, Yun Xiao shivered from the cold. "This is the freezing cyclone." Zhang Xi trembled. "It's so cold." Hang Shu broke out in a cold sweat. "Oh my god, this is another elemental fusion, a combination of ice and wind." The cold wind howled, swirling into a giant vortex of ice and snow as if to swallow everything. Blizzard storm. Yang Zi's group struggled to stay on their feet, and everyone present couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of move is this? It's freezing." Hang Shu's face turned pale from the cold, his voice also beginning to tremble. "How terrifying. The temperature here has plummeted. What on earth is that girl's martial soul? Good heavens." Gu Yue let out an enraged shout. Behind Zhang Kong, Yun Xiao started sneezing. Zhang Xi, also on the verge of collapsing, cried out, "It's too cold. I can't take it anymore." Yang Zi and Jin Ji leaned forward against the cold, losing all of their initial arrogance. At this point, Hang Shu lost all patience and decided to call the match. "All right, I declare the competition over. There's no point in fighting anymore. Class 2, led by Wu Zhangkong, defeats Class 1 of Yeying Luo." Gu Ye turned in surprise and asked, "What? Why end the competition? The winner hasn't been decided yet." Ying Luo ran over, disagreeing. "Why are you declaring that we lost?" He looked at her and explained, "Don't you see that Gu Yue's soul power hasn't decreased at all? If the power of this blizzard storm continues, I'm afraid your team members won't be able to handle it anymore. From what I can see, this blizzard storm can last for at least another 30 minutes. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "Damn it." Xie ran over to help Wu Lin up. Hang Shu's voice echoed in the arena. "I now officially declare that Wu Zhangkong's class has won, and will now officially become class number 1, class 151. Yun Xiao and Zhang Xi cheered happily. "That's amazing." Yang Zi, refusing to accept it, shouted, "We didn't lose." He stood up and ordered, "Jinji, let's go." "We haven't lost yet. Use that move." Jinji asked, "Do you really want to use that move?" Yang Zi was adamant. "Of course we have to. We need to show them how powerful we are." Jinji had no other choice. She had to obey. "Fine. All right." He covered half his face with a demon mask. Yang Zi's eyes narrowed in anger as a deep blue energy erupted from within him. Martial Soul Fusion Skill. "Dark Bone Dragon King," he growled. "Losing is a humiliation for us. I must repay this humiliation." Xie turned to warn, "Be careful. They're still planning to charge over here." Yang Zi threw a punch at Xie, sending him flying backward. Xie grimaced in pain, and Wu Lin watched him get thrown, calling out, "Xie." He clutched his arm, trembling, and said, "I think my arm is broken." Seeing the situation turn ugly, Hang Shu stepped in to stop them. "Stop it now. The competition is over." Yang Zi seemed to have lost control, completely ignoring everything. "How about it? Have you trash from Class 5 seen how strong I am now? You think you can beat us with your meager skills? Have a taste of our true power." Wu Lin stood still and spoke calmly. You dare to strike Xie so heavily. And from behind, no less. Don't worry. You'll get yours. I'll make you pay the price. Around the arena, the crowd cried out in alarm. Yang Zi and Wang Jinji seemed to have changed form. Is that a fusion? What on earth is it? Xie was taken down. He laughed loudly, taunting them. None of you can escape. This is the true strength of our class. You can't possibly defeat us. Wu Lin showed no emotion as he calmly said, Didn't they already say the competition was over? Why did you still attack Xie so viciously? You've hurt my best friend. I will make you pay. Wu Lin stood firmly on the cracked ground, his entire body enveloped in a blazing orange-gold aura, so brilliant that it blurred the surrounding details. Wu Lin's eyes, hidden behind the light, seemed to burn like an inner flame. Ying Luo was surprised. It's happening again. She thought, what on earth is that golden aura? Hang Shu was also stunned into silence. Is this really blue-silver grass? What in the world is it? Zhang Kong watched without blinking, and from the sidelines, Yun Xiao shouted, Tang Wulin! Gu Yue's mouth fell open, speechless. Someone shouted, his right hand has turned into a dragon claw. Does he really only have a 10-year soul ring? Can blue silvergrass evolve this much? Yang Zi snorted contemptuously, just putting on a show. He flew high into the air, preparing to strike him down. Yang Zi declared firmly, You're about to be sent flying. Try my dark-bone dragon claw. Wulin gritted his teeth, his body trembling with the eruption of power. Suddenly, he roared, his eyes flashing as if with sparks. Hang Shu was taken by surprise again, wondering, Again? What is going on? Ying Luo began to sweat nervously, while Zhang Kong's golden pupils narrowed. Yang Zi, in mid-attack, suddenly froze. This is a dragon's roar. A dragon's roar coming from Tang Wulin, and I feel like I can't control my body anymore. He's affecting my martial soul. Wulin threw a punch that sent him flying. Yang Zi was in disbelief that he blocked the martial soul fusion skill with just one hand. Hang Su leaned in to assess this power, gritting his teeth as if he were struggling. This is bad. I can't control the martial soul anymore. Finally, Yang Zi plummeted from the air to the ground. His hawk-like eyes widened at the terrifying scene about to unfold. A distorted Wulin, shrouded in a blazing red aura, was rocketing through the air amidst a hazy glow. Everyone, including Hang Shu, yelled, Wait, stop, Tang Wulin, but he seemed completely unresponsive. Wulin growled, I will make you all regret this. The current Tang Wulin had lost all reason. He was consumed by uncontrollable rage, and now Yang Zi could only watch helplessly and scream. A terrifying collision erupted, unleashing a sharp, white shockwave that ripped through the brilliant golden-orange backdrop. Everyone stared with their jaws dropped, completely helpless. Zhang Kong walked through the smoke, grabbed Wulin by the collar, and lifted him up. That's enough, Tang Wulin. Hang Shu looked down at his own hands. Wu Zhang Kong. He looked at the boy and repeated, Stop fighting. As if regaining his senses, Wulin opened his eyes and called out to Teacher Wu. Hang Shu thought in relief. If Wu Zhangkong hadn't intervened just now, I'm afraid something catastrophic would have occurred. The crowd murmured as they stared at the crack in the middle of the arena, utterly terrified. What kind of attack power was that? Zhang Shi spoke up. He shattered a huge chunk of the arena floor. Yang Zi and Jin Ti are lying there motionless. The murmuring continued. What was that power just now? Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinti are unconscious. They must be severely injured. Hang Shu anxiously commanded. Cease! No one else is to make a move. Get the injured to the infirmary immediately. Prioritize the student's treatment. Now. Wulin, startled, asked what had just happened. Ying Luo's figure appeared, walking over. She spoke to Zhang Kong with resentment. Teacher Wu, your student went too far, assaulting others so viciously. Wulin was stunned to hear this. She continued her accusation. This was just a match, but he was unbelievably ruthless just now. He remained silent, not responding. Then, Zhang Kong continued walking away. Ying Luo yelled, Wu Zhang Kong, wait! He glanced down in annoyance, needing to get Xie to the infirmary first. Ying Luo didn't give up. She called out again, Wu Zhang Kong. Wulin stood frozen like a statue, thinking to himself, I lost control of my emotions just now, and even my actions. What in the world is going on? Suddenly, a spiritual consciousness appeared and said, Tang Wulin, can you feel it? Can you feel that your body has changed? That is the power of the Golden Dragon King. Zhang Kong walked over to Xie. He scooped him up into his arms and said, Let's go. We're going to the infirmary. Seeing the boy about to speak, he warned, Keep your mouth shut. Xi's cheeks turned pink as he said, Teacher Wu, only my arm is hurt. I think I can still walk. Meanwhile, Wulin and Gu Yue followed them. Yes, he whispered to Gu Yue. That's great. Teacher Wu said Xie's arm injury isn't too serious. She replied, the competition was forced to a halt, too. I wonder what the outcome will be. Wulin lowered his head, a hint of sadness in his voice. No matter what, they were the ones in the wrong. They were told to stop but still landed a heavy blow on Xie that was going too far. Gu Yue covered her mouth, giggling teasingly at him. Young man, you didn't exactly hold back yourself, you know. You broke both their arms and legs. Wulin was startled and alarmed. Really? I sort of lost my senses back there, so I don't remember. That part of his memory was a blur. She voiced the thoughts on her mind. The competition had just begun when you erupted with that terrifying power. That definitely wasn't due to your blue-silver grass evolving. What is that ability? Wulin looked at her in silence, not offering an answer. After a moment, he decided to speak first. Gu Yue, we're best friends, so I don't want to hide things from you. But for some very specific reasons, I can't tell you. She remained silent, not rushing to respond. Then Gu Yue gently reassured him. It's all right, old Tang has warned you time and time again not to reveal it, but thinking back on that situation now, it was a little terrifying. Absorbing the Golden Dragon King's essence has placed a heavy burden on me. If I hadn't used those 3 kinds of fruits to strengthen myself, I'd be dead for sure. The Golden Dragon King's essence. But the power I gained after absorbing it is truly unimaginable. It's increasing at a dizzying rate. But old Tang also said this doesn't guarantee my survival. I have to break the second seal before I turn 15. To do that, I'll need 4 types of heavenly treasures. Otherwise, when the power erupts, I'll die for sure. Wulin thought to himself, either way, there's no turning back now. I can only move forward. The brilliant sun shone through the lush green canopy. It illuminated the school's pointed architecture, marking the start of a new, peaceful day. Zhang Shi ran up to Wulin, full of praise. Tang Wulin, you were so cool. Yun Xiao beside him chimed in. The Dragon Claw. What kind of move was that? It was so awesome. He raised a hand to scratch his head, replying sheepishly. Huh? It's just a mutation of my blue-silver grass. I have to get going. Under the brilliant sunlight, the modern school building's large windows reflected the blue sky. It created a serene scene. Inside the faculty office, the dean leaned on his desk with both hands and said pensively, I've been briefed on the situation with the class promotion tournament. 3 students were seriously injured. What in the world happened? Hang Shu, sitting opposite him, explained anxiously. Dean, this is what happened. After the match was declared over, the students from the former first-year Class 1 used a martial soul fusion skill, at which point the dean suddenly shot up, yelling, What? They're only first years and they can already use a martial soul fusion skill? How is that possible? He was so startled he called out, Oh, Dean! The coffee spilled onto his hand, causing him to cry out in pain. It's scalding hot! Hang Shu rushed over anxiously, saying, Let me wipe that for you, sir. I'll get you another cup. The truth is, the situation is even more complicated than you think. The dean asked, Were all 3 injuries caused by a martial soul? A fusion skill? He was stunned as he recounted the whole story. Not a martial soul fusion skill, but they were injured by a 10-year blue-silver grass spirit ring. This time, the dean couldn't remain calm and immediately shattered his water cup. He yelled, What? A 1-ring, 10-year spirit ring injuring a 2-ring martial soul fusion skill? What kind of international joke is this? Hang Shu reminded him, Dean, look down at your hand. It's burning. A blood-curdling scream echoed from the office. Hang Shu called out, Dean. The dean's trembling hand had been bandaged. After hearing the full story, he said, Is that so? So that's how it is. To think someone so talented exists. Hang Shu continued. 1 person with mastery over multiple elements, a miraculously mutated blue-silver grass, and 4 2-ring great soul masters. This year's class is truly full of geniuses. The dean blew on his hand and replied, That's right. Hang Shu regained his serious demeanor and proposed an idea. I've thought about this for a long time. I believe a regular class will hinder their development. The dean raised his hand and asked, So what are you thinking? He made a proposal. I want to suggest opening a special class, with Wu Zhangkong as the head teacher, to guide these super geniuses. On a beautiful sunny day, the school's ancient clock tower stood tall against a vast blue sky and fluffy white clouds. Wu Lin yawned and said, I slept so well. He glanced around the room. Xie hadn't returned, and everyone else was still asleep. Wu Lin held out his hand and looked at it, thinking, My right hand looks perfectly normal on the outside. After it transforms into the Dragon Claw, my soul power drains incredibly fast. After absorbing the essence of the Golden Dragon King, besides my soul power increasing, there are no other external changes. The only other change is that my skin has become much fairer and smoother. Wu Lin stood in front of the mirror, examining himself. He thought to himself, I hope it's just my imagination, but I feel like I'm much paler than before. Oh well, it doesn't matter. On the stadium track, Wu Lin's small figure was running tirelessly. He was tired and panting but persisted with every step. Wu Lin told himself that from now on, he had to train diligently, strive to increase his soul power, and prepare for when he turns 15. On second thought, I need to be extremely careful next time I use the Golden Dragon King's power. Besides the rapid drain of soul power, there seems to be an internal change as well. When I use the Golden Dragon King's power, I seem to become more easily agitated and violent. I can also feel a malevolent aura in my right hand now. Lost in thought, he heard someone shout, "Watch out!" He wasn't paying attention and bumped into someone. That person nimbly dodged, causing Wulin to stumble and fall. Zikan whispered teasingly, trying to pounce on a girl in broad daylight. "You're so bad." Wulin scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Sorry, I was distracted." She smiled and continued softly, "Distracted. All right, getting distracted while running? I'm really impressed." A classical-style red brick building stood out in the hazy morning mist, bathed in a pale blue light. Zikan reminded him, "Junior, you should pay attention when you're running, shouldn't you?" He bowed his head sincerely. I'm sorry." Suddenly she leaned in close to his face. Zikan reached out, pinched Wulin's cheek, and whispered a compliment. "You're actually quite handsome." She asked, "What's your name?" He stood up straight and answered formally, "I'm a first-year student. My name is Tang Wulin." "Senior, what's your name?" Zikan got into a ready stance. "I challenge you to a race. Let's run 10 laps. If you win, I'll tell you." As soon as she finished speaking, she took off running straight ahead. Wu Lin observed, "Her steps are so light." A few seconds later, he called out, "All right, a race it is." Zikan glanced back, thinking to herself, "His skills aren't bad. We both have the same goal. When it comes to running, there's no way I'll lose." Wu Lin and Zikan ran side by side on the track. Yun Xiao, who was passing by, stopped and remarked, "Those two are really fast." Wu Lin calculated in his head, "The last 50 meters, time to accelerate." He suddenly dashed forward. Zikan suddenly stopped, and as he was running, he heard her cry out in pain from behind him. Wu Lin called out, "Senior." It turned out to be just a trick by Zikan. She grabbed his head and vaulted over him. Zikan said cheerfully, "You fell for it, you silly goose." She stood with her hands behind her back, looked at him, and asked, "All's fair in war. Do you admit defeat?" Wu Lin scratched his head and laughed. "All right." Finally, Zikan returned to her initial graceful demeanor. "Okay, Junior. I won't tease you anymore. Your strength isn't bad. Keep it up. I'm Ouyang Zikan, from Class 1 of Year 5. See you later." He stood frozen in place, watching her figure disappear into the distance. As his cheeks suddenly flushed red, Xie walked up and started teasing him. "You're staring so hard your eyes are about to pop out. Haven't seen you for a day and you've already learned how to pick up senior girls?" Wulin was startled and turned around. "Chi. He leaned in close to Wulin and continued, "She's the campus belle, you know. You're really something else, kid." He replied, confused. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xie didn't stop. "This is what they call every boy having an unforgettable senior girl in his heart." Wu Lin shouted in embarrassment, "All right, that's enough out of you. Anyway, how's your hand?" Xie held up his hand for him to see and said, "No problem. With my outstanding constitution, I just need 10 days of rest to fully recover." Gu Yue came up from behind and interjected, "Are you bragging? Is that the shameful constitution that got knocked out during the match?" He flared up. "Gu Yue, are you trying to pick a fight with me?" She retorted without fear. "Fine. You want to fight me with those daggers you hold with your feet? Then I won't hold back." Xie winced and cried out, "Ouch." Wu Lin helplessly tried to stop the two of them. "All right, you two, stop fighting." The field was now crowded with people, all looking towards Zhang Kong and Wu Lin and whispering, "Is that the class teacher Wu Zhang Kong is in charge of? How impressive." They managed to jump straight to Class 1. On the stage, Heng Shu began his speech. "Students, please be quiet. I have a few announcements to make. First, the names of the first-year classes will be adjusted based on the competition results. The former Class 5 will be renamed Class 1, and the other classes will be arranged in order. Based on the performance of the new Class 1, the Academy has decided to reward every member of the class with one A-rank meal every day for the rest of this semester." Hearing this, Wu Lin's mouth started watering with excitement. An A-rank meal. Gu Yue's eyes also lit up, thinking to herself that this was great for her cultivation. Suddenly, his voice turned grim. However, because the competing members of the new Class 1 and Class 2 did not adhere to the principle of friendship first and competition second, the rewards for the competing members of the new Class 1 and Class 2 are hereby cancelled. Wu Lin's group deflated upon hearing this. "What? All that excitement for nothing?" Heng Shu continued from the stage. "Additionally, after deliberation, the Academy's board has decided to focus on cultivating the outstanding students from the promotion tournament and establish a Class 0 this school year. For now, the members of Class 0 will be the following 6 individuals: Gu Yue, Tang Wulin, Xie, Wei Xiaofeng, Wang Jingxi, and Zhang Yangzi. The strength of these students has far surpassed their peers. If they continue with the standard education, it would only stifle their talents. Other students must also continue to work hard to join Class 0 soon. In the teacher's office block, the sound of a lecture echoed from the director's office. Do you all think you're so great just because you performed better than your peers? Don't be so arrogant. You shouldn't be like frogs in a well. You must understand that there are many people stronger than you. After a single fight, it's either a broken leg or a broken arm. Just look at the state you're in now. Jinshi looked at the furious Heng Shu and listened obediently. Yes, yes. The director beside him cheerfully took out a stack of pledge forms. Sign these pledges. It's a confidentiality agreement related to the academy, Donghai Academy. Signing this means you voluntarily pledge to Donghai Academy, agreeing to be cultivated by Donghai Academy and guaranteeing you won't transfer schools before finishing middle and high school. Shishi raised his hand with a question. Director, do we need to discuss this pledge with our families? Heng Shu shouted. Then go discuss it. You don't need to join Class 0 anymore. We don't have time to wait for your discussion. Give me back the pledge. Give it to me. He quickly explained. Wait, that's not what I meant. Without a second thought, Wulin stepped forward to submit his pledge. He spoke up. All right, I'm done signing. Who should I give this pledge to after signing? Heng Shu replied. Good, just give it to me. Xie, standing behind him, asked with his jaw dropped, Why did you sign so fast? You didn't even wait for me? Seeing Wu Lin sign so decisively, he also quickly signed his name. As he signed, Xie mumbled, all right, I'll sign too. Seeing the two of them rush, Xiao Feng, beside them, seemed calmer. Director Long, I think I still need to discuss this with my family. It's possible that for high school, my family will send me to a better academy. Heng Shu replied thoughtfully. To each their own. I respect your decision, so you may leave. Receiving approval, he bowed his head in thanks. The man adjusted his glasses and announced, All right, Class 0 is now down to just 5 people. Everyone glanced towards Xiaofeng, thinking, So one person has already dropped out? This seems really tough. Heng Shu looked them over and then laughed heartily as if he had succeeded. All right, you have signed this pledge, which means you have become the elite students of our academy. Very good. This is the trust you have placed in our academy. Very good. This is the trust you've placed in the academy. The academy will give you the best education possible. We respect Wei Xiaofeng's choice, but he will definitely come to regret it. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and roared. Although our academy is not among the top-ranked, our strength is absolutely not to be underestimated. We will work together to build a bright future. When the academy puts all its resources into cultivating you, not even the legendary Shrek Academy could necessarily do more for you. Shi raised his hand excitedly in agreement. Yes, yes! Donghai Academy's Class 0 is now officially established. As everyone entered, they couldn't help but gasp in awe. Wu Lin whispered in praise. The classroom is so spacious. For Class 0, not only is the specialized classroom huge, but the lounge has the same amenities as the teachers. Gu Yue looked at the number of desks and said, There really are only 5 spots. Each person has their own independent space. The director of Class 0 turned out to be Wu Zhangkong. Today, Class 0 officially began its lessons. The large classroom was divided into 2 sides, and the relationship between the 2 sides was not good. Xie scowled and turned to look. You shameless bastard! You still have the face to sit next to this great one? Wu Lin calmed him down. All right, xie. On the other side, Yang Zi's face darkened as he retorted, It's you who lacks strength. If you have the guts, let's fight after class. Just as he finished speaking, the imposing figure of Zhang Kong walked in. He glanced down with a cold expression. Class is starting. Jingxi and Yang Zi got goosebumps thinking, such heavy pressure. On their side, Wulin's group was already used to it and showed no reaction. Jieji whispered, Yes, Teacher Wu is in a bad mood. Zhang Kong pulled out a chair, sat down, crossed one leg over the other, and began his lecture. The lesson will be slightly altered due to everyone's physical condition. Today, we'll be discussing mechas. Yang Zi spoke up with some concern. Mechas, Teacher Wu? Aren't mechas something only high-level students learn? Interrupted mid-lecture, he reminded them in a stern voice, Raise your hand if you want to speak. Being reprimanded in front of the whole class, he felt a bit annoyed. Beside him, Shishi. Ha, he clutched his chest, laughing. Go on, keep up that arrogant act. You totally deserved getting called out by the teacher. His laughter died abruptly as Zhang Kong hurled a piece of chalk straight at Xie's face and yelled, Shut your trap and listen. Mecha Master is a very common term nowadays, so the sooner you learn about it, the better. Furthermore, this lesson on mechas covers basic theory. Tang Wulin was very interested in the subject, a complete contrast to his usually cold expression. Tens of thousands of years ago, in the ancient era, soul masters were the dominant profession. They relied on their martial souls and soul rings to become true powerhouses. The appearance of soul tools completely changed the game. Some low-level soul masters, by combining their soul power with soul tools, could also achieve incredible combat strength. Moreover, they were widely used in warfare. Then, after thousands of years of development, the principles of tempering soul power had been developing for a long time. Soul tools gradually became widespread. Now, with the advancement of science, the history of soul mecha development has seen a shift from initial miniaturization to large-scale and then to medium-sized models. Ordinary people, as long as they had a strong physique, could also pilot a soul mecha. This led to soul mechas becoming the mainstay of the modern military, and mechas gradually became commonplace. Zhang Kong said in a deep voice, "But the type of mecha we are studying today is not this one." Xie propped his chin on his hand, nodding as if he already knew. "That's right, I already knew all of this." Wulin, next to him, was surprised. "It's not that type?" The teacher calmly explained that modern mechas are manufactured for military use, researched and developed for that purpose, but our goal is to become powerful individual combatants. Therefore, what you must learn about is the type of miniaturized mecha suitable for a soul master's combat style. Battle armor. The whole class exclaimed in unison, "Battle armor? What is that?" Xie thought to himself, even this young master has never heard of it. The teacher seriously explained in more detail, a true powerhouse would not make their body larger. Otherwise, they would be more easily detected and attacked by the enemy. Mechas of a certain level and above are miniaturized to resemble a suit of armor. Such a mecha is called battle armor. A soul master who possesses battle armor and perfectly combines their martial soul with it can truly be called a powerful individual combatant. Wulin exclaimed excitedly, "That sounds so awesome!" Zhang Kong leaned back slightly and continued speaking. The professions related to mechas are divided into 3 types: mecha designer, mecha manufacturer, and mecha mechanic. In the future, you must choose one of these 3 to be your second profession. This is a mandatory path to becoming a powerhouse. Gu Yu raised her hand with a question. "Teacher Wu, shouldn't we be focusing on cultivating our martial souls? Why must we spend so much time choosing a second profession?" Zhang Kong replied, "To unleash the greatest power of your battle armor, it must be perfectly suited to you. If you don't learn a second profession, you will never be able to truly merge with your battle armor, and you will never be able to ascend to the divine level. Don't forget, the sole purpose of this class is to have every one of you reach that divine level. As for how to choose a second profession, there's no rush for now. You have 3 years to give me your answers. However, the earlier you start, the more you'll achieve." Wulin also raised his hand and asked, "Teacher Wu, can we see a real battle armor?" Zhang Kong lowered his eyes. "First, you must complete the initial phase of your training. As you are now, you're not yet qualified. Your performance in the last match was a huge disappointment to me." "What a bunch of fools." Shishi, did breaking through to the second ring make you forget who you are? Arrogant, conceited, acting on your own whims, and only caring about showing off? Do you even know the meaning of the word teammate? Being called out by name, Xie flinched and thought, did he have to be so harsh? Zhang Kong then turned to Wulin and yelled, "Tang Wulin, is your role as team captain just for show? You didn't even control Shishi when he was fighting recklessly. Your skills are a complete mess. Is brute force all you know?" Wulin grimaced and replied, "Yes, sir." Gu Ye, who was next to him, was not spared either. However, it seemed Zhang Kong's tone softened a little. "Gu Yue, coordinating your teammates is your responsibility. The way you acted caused serious problems for the whole team." She didn't have an extreme reaction, only letting out a soft sigh. Xie chimed in, "He's right. Your bias is way too obvious. Just stay out of my business." After finishing his lecture to Wulin's group, he looked over to the other row and continued, "Zhang Yangzi, your arrogance when facing the enemy was the reason you lost. Only Wang Jingxi performed well. Even though she was suppressed by Tang Wulin, she fought with all her might for the entire match. Aside from her, the 5 of you all have the same problem. You are all severely lacking in combat experience and tactics, especially when it comes to your true abilities without relying on your martial souls. It was a complete failure." Gu Yue stood up to speak. "Teacher Wu, my ability is controlling various elements. As long as I improve my soul power and spiritual power, I can use those elements to suppress my opponent and win the match. Is there really a need for fundamental combat skills?" Zhang Kong tapped his pointer on the desk. "If that's how you all think, then we'll have a test. Tang Wulin, you and Gu Yue, come up. I won't use any soul skills. I'll suppress my soul power to match your level 13. You can use any of your soul skills to attack me. Let's see if you can defeat me. Come on." With his eyes lowered, Zhang Kong reminded them, "Come at me together. I've already lowered my soul power to your level." The moment he finished speaking, Wulin charged forward. Gu Yue supported him from the rear, and a stream of blue energy enveloped Zhang Kong. Xie yelled, "Gu Yue's wind blades have surrounded him from all 4 sides. Teacher Wu is trapped," he snorted coldly, muttering, "How naive." Zhang Kong didn't move an inch. With one hand, he threw a punch towards the stream of power. Ko Nuyet observed and thought to herself, the attacks from Fong Nian and La Manganthao were shattered in an instant. Vu Lan moved like a gust of wind, quickly closing in behind him. He shouted, raising his fist to strike. Amidst the blinding light and fiery attacks, Trong Kong calmly jumped up to dodge the blows. After a moment of contemplation, Ko Nuyet had a new idea. In this space, there's no way to hide, right? Let's see how the teacher deals with the fireball technique. Outside, there was a commotion. Teacher Vu had already used the ruler to break all the fireballs, right? The fireball technique had not yet shown its effectiveness. Vu Lan, with a determined gaze, dove down from above with a blazing fist. Ko Nuyet continuously launched fireballs while assessing the situation. Although Vu Lan's attack did not hit Teacher Vu, the fireballs shot in from all directions. Surely the teacher wouldn't be able to dodge them, right? Let's see how he handles it. I know that Thon doesn't want his class to be burnt down. He jumped in the air, striking down amidst the rain of golden energy bullets. Vu Lan decisively faced off against Truong Kong. His eyes sparkled with light. Truong Kong spoke. You kids still have some interesting points, but you're still too naive. He raised the ruler to start summoning power. Vu Lan was taken aback, blinking. Truong Kong shot around the room like a bullet, causing Vu Lan and Ko Nuyet to be thrown back by a blinding shockwave. He was knocked backward from the impact. Truong Kong leaned on one hand at his hip and said, Now do you still think that basic techniques are ineffective? Basic techniques are the source of everything. Duong Tu and Kim Tai asked in shock, What just happened? It ended before we even saw anything. He straightened his face, his sharp eyes looking straight ahead as he continued, Martial souls and powerful soul skills are important, but without techniques, you won't have the opportunity to develop them. Even with mechas and battle armors, it's just like that. Do you understand? Vu Lan realized the issue and quietly replied, Yes. In the following days, the class conducted special basic technique training sessions. As a punishment for being late in the previous competition, Duong Vu Lan had the honor of becoming the target of Teacher Vo Truong Kong. Truong Kong frowned and threw a punch. So, does everyone understand now? The whole class responded in unison. Understood, understood. Although he was being hit, Duong Vu Lan learned the most and progressed the fastest. He took the punch and shouted, It hurts so much, your soul power is also gradually increasing. Everyone present looked up at the gigantic blue light machine, hovering and emitting mysterious energy. Truong Kong silently read the evaluation results. Today, we will test each person's mental strength. The mental strength of Tajiai is 31, an improvement of 2 points from the last time. He smiled confidently. Based on my innate talent, such a small improvement is nothing. My injuries are healing, continue. The mental strength of Wang Kim Tai is 18. He must work hard to increase his mental strength. He replied seriously. Yes. Truong Kong looked to the side. Truong Duong Tu 41. Very good. After a year of effort, he has broken through to the spirit origin realm. He lowered his eyes and paused for a moment, then coldly said, All right, next is Duong Vu Lan. Hearing his name, Duong Tu thought to himself, Finally, it's your turn. I want to see what skills this kid really has. On the screen, displaying Vu Lan's score, he exclaimed in disbelief. 66! How is that possible? That's already the high-level spirit origin realm. Tajiai behind him joyfully praised, Oh my, that's considered mid-level. To achieve such a realm upon graduation, you must be exceptionally talented. Duong Tu scoffed, unimpressed. It's just a slightly higher mental strength, nothing impressive. Seeing Vu Lan uninterested, he wondered, What are you looking at? He followed Vu Lan's gaze, and Duong Tu froze as Truong Kong continued. The mental strength of Ko Nuyet is 153. Everyone was buzzing at this result. 13? Oh my, how can it be so high? Duong Tu was struck by lightning. Wasn't she just at the yellow stage of the spirit communication realm? At just 9 years old, she's already this formidable. Could it be that she will break through to the spirit sea realm after graduation? Whether one wants to become a top mecha master or a top soul master, the mental strength must reach such a level. Who are these people? Really? After announcing the results, Truong Kong changed the format. Alright, next is the strength test. The first test is Ko Nuyet. Left hand 115 kilograms, right hand 143 kilograms. He exclaimed loudly, Oh my, how can she not be a girl? This is not scientific at all. Tajiai stepped up and threw a powerful punch. Truong Kong announced the results. Tajiai, left hand 153 kilograms, right hand 164 kilograms. Hearing the results, he sighed in relief. Luckily, he was a bit stronger than Ko Nuyet. Next, Duong Tu stepped up. He closed his eyes and punched with all his might. However, the results Truong Kong read were not as he wished. Truong Duong Tu, left hand 61 kilograms, right hand 69 kilograms. Laughter erupted from the side. So weak? Such a low number, Trung Kong continued calling names. Next is Wang Kim Tai. Vulan assessed silently from behind. This guy is a fighting soul master. He must be strong too. His punch was like tearing through fire. He announced the results. Wang Kim Tai, left hand 423 kilograms, right hand 468 kilograms. That's strong. The attack power is nearly 1 ton. Kim Tai glanced at Vulan. Show me your strength. Along with Lao System Soul Master, what will your test results be? Trung Kong read his results. Duong Vulan, left hand 1,156 kilograms, right hand 1,348 kilograms. Someone couldn't help but shout. What? This is too exaggerated. His test results are nearly 3 times that of Wang Kim Tai. Trung Kong lowered his eyes and made a request. Duong Vulan added the scales. Let's try hitting again. Do you agree? Yes. Outside, everyone was in an uproar. What? It can still go higher? 200 kilograms. Oh my, that's nearly 3 tons of force. The screen displayed the solid number of 2,700. Yang Zi lost his composure. This was too exaggerated. Gu Yue's eyes widened. Tajie whispered, oh my, this kid. Cheng Kong seemed unwilling to stop. He made another request. Tang Wulin used the long claw skill once again. This time, Yang Zi had to admit defeat. He shouted hoarsely. Wasn't that already the limit? Was this a joke? Wulin's glowing hands clenched tightly as he replied, yes, I understand now. A dazzling white energy sphere was being compressed tightly in his palm, ready to unleash destructive power. Wulin focused his gaze, throwing his fist forward, golden energy converging into sharp claws around his hand. Yang Zi was stunned, assessing the situation. The momentum was too strong, even stronger than before. Cheng Kong gently spoke, using the maximum power of Long Claw to attack. His eyes sparkled with a flash of fire. Wulin was ready. The figure of Wulin retreated amidst the blinding light. A sharp and fierce attack in red and black erupted. Yang Zi squinted and reached out to brace himself. Cheng Kong's expression remained unchanged. Everyone looked at the results on the screen, buzzing with excitement. This attack force weighed nearly 4 tons, specifically 3,998 pounds. Oh my. Even the force meter was punctured by him. He awkwardly asked, excuse me, is this a test? Cheng Kong approached and replied, it's fine, let the Long instructor handle it. Is the soul power of the student depleted so much in an instant? He bowed his head and answered sincerely, it's fine. Looking at Wulin's back, Yang Zi thought to himself, it seems that during the fight, we were lucky if he only broke our arms and legs. Gu Yue stood silently as night fell over Donghai Academy. In Wulin's room, he approached Cheng Kong and asked, Teacher Wu, did you ask me to come here? He led him inside and replied, that's right. Come in and talk. I have a few questions to ask you. Behind him, he chuckled, Teacher Wu's sleeping attire is truly versatile. He looked seriously at Wulin and said, in a short time, your mental power has increased by 30%, and your left hand has also manifested Long Lin and Long Claw, which you can control. This has surpassed the normal range of mutated martial souls. During the time at Fengding Kua, what exactly happened to your body? Being asked so directly, Wulin reminded himself, I promised old Dong I wouldn't tell anyone. I can't reveal these matters. Cheng Kong sat down in a chair, seeing that he didn't answer. He didn't press. All right, maybe you don't know clearly what it is. I'll look up some related materials. Wulin nodded. Yes. Cheng Kong shared what he knew with him. Your body hides another type of martial soul. This usually develops in 2 directions. One is similar to Tajie, transforming into a twin martial soul. The other is that the second martial soul will merge with your current martial soul, making it an extremely powerful type of martial soul. Wulin paused, thinking, no wonder he is a teacher. He indeed has the knowledge to consider such situations. He continued. What I want to say is that during the process of martial soul mutation, you may encounter danger because your body might not withstand the unstable power produced by the mutated martial soul. So, if you feel uncomfortable, you must come to me. I will help you ensure that your martial soul mutation is successful, trying to minimize injuries as much as possible. Feeling his concern, Wulin's cheeks flushed, and he quietly said, thank you, Teacher Wu. After saying that, he was allowed to leave. It's nothing, you can go. He replied, yes, thank you, teacher. Cheng Kong didn't hesitate at all. As Wulin was leaving, he was suddenly called back. Wait a minute. That day during the practical combat class, I implemented a footwork technique when you fought Gu Yue. Do you want to learn it? He happily agreed immediately. I really want to. Of course I want to. Teacher Wu, are you going to teach me? He explained to him. This footwork is very magical, but it doesn't just belong to me. It belongs to a powerful organization. Wulin's face paled. An organization. Seeing his expression, Cheng Kong sensed something. What's wrong? Did you think of something? Wulin shared. I think of the mysterious organization that my parents always had to deal with. Later, my parents were taken away by that mysterious organization, and until now, there has been no news. Cheng Kong hurried to reassure him. Don't worry, the organization I'm talking about won't force others. The organization we are discussing is definitely not the same organization. If you want to join the organization I'm talking about, I can introduce you. But whether you can join depends on whether you pass the assessment or not, and I will also help think of ways regarding your parents. Finally, the stone in Wu Lin's heart lightened. He smiled. Yes, thank you, Teacher Wu. The balcony was silent, reflecting the pale blue light of the sky. Dong Wu Lin continued his life, studying and working. He knew that if he wanted to continue living, he must break the second seal before turning 15. However, he had basically never heard of the 4 types of spirit beasts needed to break the seal. Nevertheless, he was very clear that things with the words 1,000 years were not easy, so he must work hard to improve his forging skills. There would soon come a day when he could earn enough money to buy the 4 types of spirit beasts. The sound of the soul tool announcement rang out, cutting off Dong Wu Lin's train of thought. Teacher Mang Tian called him to come to the Forging Association immediately. With many questions in mind, Dong Wu Lin quickly arrived at the Blacksmiths Association. After a while, Wu Lin reached the Forging Association. He ran in, panting, and asked, Mang, Teacher Mang Tian, I'm here. Did you call for me, Teacher Mang Tian? Inside the room, he and Mo Shen stood aside watching him. Mang Tian, with a face full of contemplation, spoke first. Tang Wulan, call the student here. It really has been a tough trip. Today I want to discuss something. He looked at his brother a bit confused and replied, Yes, it's the first time seeing Teacher Man Tian so serious. Man, Tian continued. Actually, the main reason I took you as my disciple back then was because of your father. But later I was moved by your persistence and effort. When you were 6 years old, so I decided to teach you well. For the past 3 years, I have helped you achieve a solid foundation in forging. You have now passed the 3rd level assessment. Truly, a genius. I dare say you have the opportunity to reach the rank of idol in the Association of Blacksmiths. This has also been my dream. But now it can no longer be realized. My innate martial soul is not enough. I trained early but still took a roundabout path. In this lifetime, at most, I can only reach the level of a 6th rank blacksmith. In other words, as your teacher, I will not be able to take you to new heights anymore. The president is an outstanding talent in the Federation of Blacksmiths, a true master blacksmith who has reached the soul level. Learning forging from him, you will definitely go far. So for your future, Tang Wulan, he trembled slightly and interrupted. Teacher Man Tian. At that moment, Tang Wulan's heart became chaotic. First, Nani was nowhere to be found. Then his parents suddenly left him. Now the only family he has left is Teacher Man Tian. If Teacher Man Tian leaves him, suddenly Wulan knelt down and shouted, No! Man Tian was startled and called, Tang Wulan. He bowed his head to the floor and declared, Once a teacher, always a father. Tang Wulan. I will not bow to anyone else for my future. After hearing this, he frowned and closed his eyes. Man Tian understood that the rule of the blacksmithing world is such that a disciple can only have one teacher. If Tang Wulan bows to the president as his teacher, it means he will no longer be Man Tian's disciple. For the future of Tang Wulan, even if it is hard to bear, he must do so. Man Tian gritted his teeth, making a sound of crying. Below, Wulan was choked with sobs. Suddenly, Mo Shen laughed and spoke to ease the atmosphere. Silly child, why would your teacher not want you? Even if you learn forging from me, Man Tian is still your teacher. Having 2 teachers is not a bad thing, right? He was stunned and turned to look at the president. Man Tian thought to himself, the president saying this means he considers me to be on the same level as him. He smirked and continued, Actually, I also hope to cultivate a generation of blacksmiths. After all, the foundation of Tang Wulan was laid by Man Tian. Having 2 teachers is not a problem, is it? After hearing this, he hurriedly ran to support Wulan and said, This is truly, thank you, President. Tang Wulan, hurry up and thank the president. Mo Shen looked at him and continued, Tang Wulan, you have good talent, but to become a top blacksmith, you still need to work hard to improve your soul power. If you need any rare materials to enhance your cultivation, the association will fully support you. The Blacksmith Association will definitely spare no effort to cultivate you, support you. He bowed his head to show his sincerity, thanking the president and thanking Teacher Man Tian. After the touching scene, Mo Shen turned to happily say, So, were you scared to death just now? Man Tian breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Yes, you should have said it earlier. He continued, You have been serious from morning till night. I just wanted to tease you a little. When you are young is when your physical strength is at its peak. If you do not work hard while you are still young, when you grow old, you will be powerless. so you must not disappoint the expectations of the association for you. Wulan looked up at him, his tone full of determination. Yes, I will definitely work hard. From outside the building with the intricately patterned iron windows covered in old brown, Wulan greeted, "It's you! Hello, senior sister." Mo Hai crossed her arms and asked, "Since you have taken my father as your teacher, you should call me senior sister." He quietly replied as she instructed, "Hello, senior sister." Although Tang Wulin still harbored feelings about being oppressed by Mo Hai V last time, out of politeness, he had to ask her a question. Mo Hai asked him, "Are you going back to the academy? Then let's go together. I want to discuss a bit about the experience of forging Chen Yin with you." Hearing her say this, Wulan had no reason to refuse. All right, if it's about delving deeper into forging. Tang Wulin eagerly accepted. Tang Wulin excitedly shared with Mo Hai the things he was most passionate about. Thus, the two of them focused on discussing forging on their way back to the dormitory. Mo Hai was very eager to learn. She turned to question. The properties of Chen Yin are tight, but the particles inside are granular. When the gap between the particles is nearly zero, it will complete the heavenly formation. In fact, Chen Yin really likes the heavenly formation. What does that mean? He smiled and explained. Sister, feel deeply into it. Jin material will tell you that they do not need to be hammered so hard. Hearing his answer, Mo Hai thought to herself, Jin material will tell me. When I was young, my father also told me that. So it turns out this guy is really not simple. It seems he is not only a natural talent but also has such deep knowledge. While walking, a figure caught Wulan's attention. It seemed there was someone next to the dormitory. She was deep in thought and did not hear his words. Jin material will tell me. Suddenly, he tightly grasped Mo Hai's hand, pulling her back and reminding, "Senior sister, wait, don't go forward. It seems there is someone ahead." Wulan looked at that person and asked, "Who are you?" The other side replied, "Tang Wulan, you finally came back." "It's me." Jin's sister casually sat in a corner and continued, "I have been waiting for you for a long time. I have something to discuss with you." Finally, he recognized who the person was. Wang Jin Ti. He looked at Wu Lan and made a request. "It's not very convenient to talk here. Can we go to my room?" He coldly replied, "What do you want to say?" His hand was still tightly holding onto Mo Hai behind him. She looked down, shyly thinking to herself, "Holding my hand so tightly that I can't pull away, is this innate divine power?" As they entered, the figure of Zi Kang appeared. "Isn't this Little Hai?" It turns out she also knows Tang Wulin. Mo Hai looked at her and asked, "Zi Kang, what are you doing?" Zi Kang replied, "I just ran back. Do you want to go back?" She turned to Wulan and reminded him, "Can you let go of my hand?" He released her and softly replied, "Sorry." Mo Hai walked over to Zi Kang, waving her hand in greeting. "Well, we'll go ahead. You two talk." Wulan also said goodbye to the two. "Bye-bye." After walking together for a bit, Mo Hai asked. She also knew Tang Wulin. Zi Kang turned to reply, "We met while running one day, so we know each other. He is quite handsome." Seeing the two of them holding hands like that, she rolled her eyes in denial. "What? What are you talking about?" Seeing her like that, Zi Kang smiled cheerfully. No, it's just a misunderstanding. As the Fire Flame Princess, being dragged along like this is not a big deal. It's really not simple." Mo Hai shouted angrily, "Don't call me the Fire Flame Princess anymore." Zi Kang stopped teasing and replied, all right, I won't call you that anymore." She snorted coldly and continued, "We're just acquaintances." Zi Kang looked at Mo Hai and shared honestly, "That kid's skills are not bad. In a state without using soul power, I couldn't even run past him." She turned her face away, remaining silent. Seeing Mo Hai embarrassed, she spoke again. "The Fire Flame Princess has someone concerned about her now." Mo Hai exploded, reminding her, "Zi Kang, you called that name again? Why would I care about him?" Zi Kang chuckled. All right. Under the moonlight and the soft yellow streetlights, a house with classical architecture stood silently in the deep night. Wulan sat on the bed and asked, "Now it's fine. What do you want to tell me?" Kim T lowered her head and softly said, "Actually, I've been thinking about this for a long time, and finally decided to tell you. My martial soul is the Bone Dragon King, and I am also a powerful attack-type dark attribute soul master. The Bone Dragon King is a very strong and rare martial soul. If I find a suitable soul spirit, I could even fly. But my beautiful dream was shattered after meeting you. I heard for the first time about a martial soul being suppressed. I never thought my martial soul could be suppressed to such an extent. I even started to hesitate whether I should keep trying." Seeing her trembling, Wulan leaned closer and placed a hand on Kim T's shoulder as a gesture of comfort. She was stunned, as if she couldn't believe it. Wulan said seriously, his tone full of sincerity, "I can understand how you feel. I've been through even worse. At that time, my martial soul was the weak and small blue-silver grass. Everyone told me that I had a useless martial soul, but I worked hard step by step to get here because I didn't want to abandon myself. Kim T seemed to understand. She nodded. You're right. Transitioning to the teacher's building. Zhang Kong stepped out, surprised to see the two figures in front of Tang Wulin and Wang Kim T. It's late. What do you need me for? Wulin thought to himself, changing into different sleepwear again. He stood up to explain that the martial souls of the two seemed to be showing unusual phenomena. When the bloodline power was activated, Wang Kim T's soul power also increased. Kim T continued, but if I attack Tang Wulin, when he activates his bloodline power, my martial soul will be suppressed by his dragon might. He made a serious decision. Then let's test it a bit. A mechanical sound came from the device, completing the test. He approached to take the result paper, and Zhang Kong remained silent. Sure enough, Tang Wulin could indeed enhance my soul power, but when I attacked Tang Wulin, my soul power would be greatly reduced. Kim T asked in confusion, what does this mean? His next words left everyone stunned. Hostility, he shouted. Hostility? Zhang Kong continued. When hostility appears, regardless of whose hostility it is, Dragon Might will have a suppressive effect. Wulin turned to look at Kim T. So that's why you couldn't attack me, she replied. Then you can't consider me an enemy. Zhang Kong raised his hand to his chin in thought, and after a moment, he still remained silent. Suddenly, Zhang Kong extended his hand to propose, then let's do this. I want to experiment a bit. I have a plan. You two should try to think together. Today, you two should sleep together. He and Kim T were startled and asked, sleep together? Kim T had already changed into her sleepwear. She confusedly asked one last time, do we really have to do that? Is that really okay? If you can, then I can too. Are you sure you want to do this? Wulin replied, facing her. It's just thinking together. His expression was gloomy as he sighed. Kim T looked at him, so nervous she stuttered. That's true. Then let's go take a shower first. There's food in the fridge, and if you want to drink water, there's also some in the fridge. He looked at her and replied, what's this guy so nervous about? Wulin turned to ask, I want to go wash my hands. Where's the sink? Kim T led him over. Follow me. Use this soap to wash. As they were walking normally, suddenly his foot tripped over something. Wulin fell forward, landing on Kim T. Her face turned red, and she turned back to say, why did you push me? Wulin awkwardly explained, sorry, I tripped over the table. The soap fell. Kim T stammered, you go pick it up. Tang Wulin and Wang Kim T both thought that indeed it was effective. Their soul power had both increased to a certain extent. During the thinking process, Tang Wulin could clearly feel energy from the outside entering his body. He was sure that his soul power had broken through to the 14th level. All night, Tang Wulin and Wang Jin Ti quietly contemplated. The ancient clock tower of the school stood tall under the brilliant morning sun, with green leaves fluttering in the wind. Wulin happily ran over to boast, Teacher Wu, we have been contemplating together, and our cultivation speed is much faster than usual. My soul power has increased by about 50%, Jin Ti added. My soul power has also increased. This time I have raised it by about 10%. Zhang Kong nodded. It seemed the effect was quite clear. Wulin agreed with him. That's right. Can we find more people with dragon-type martial souls to contemplate together? Zhang Kong refused. No, having too many people will disturb each other and create negative influences. You two should hold hands tightly for me to see. He turned to look at Jin Ti and held her hand tightly. He happily extended his hand to invite Wulin. Come here, let me hold your hand. Go ahead. He didn't mind holding it. Wulin added, I am very close right now. Wang Jin Ti, you have a high fever. She blushed and retorted, no, I am also very close. Suddenly, a kind of miraculous light emanated from their hands. What is this? What kind of power is this? Jin Ti observed and exclaimed, my left hand has developed dragon scales. What is this black dragon scale? Moreover, my power is also increasing. Zhang Kong interjected, all right, let go. This is no longer a normal effect. This might be a martial soul fusion. I will adjust your sleeping arrangements a bit so your rooms will be next to each other. Tang Wulin, you can use a blue-silver grass to maintain your relationship. This way, you can contemplate together in your rooms. Collecting day by day will benefit both of you. He excitedly replied, okay. Wulin looked at Jin Ti and said, so from now on, we can improve our soul power every day. He sincerely shared with Wulin, Tang Wulin, since we have been cultivating together and after holding hands tightly, I naturally find you much more pleasing to the eye. After saying that, he shouted, wait, I didn't mean it like that. He confusingly asked, what is wrong with you? Daily contemplation with Wang Jin Ti caused Tang Wulin's soul power to increase rapidly, plus his own training, making each day busy for Tang Wulin. Just like that, striving day by day, growing day by day. Under the dazzling sunlight, the facade of the building with its learning balconies sparkled against the blue sky, enveloped in brilliant light. Zhang Kong entered the classroom and said directly, I have nothing to say today. Tidy up a bit. We are going outside. We are going to the ascension platform. The students unexpectedly shouted, Ascension platform. Wulan asked in confusion. Ascension platform? Where is the ascension platform? Taiji unexpectedly shouted. No way. You don't even know about the ascension platform? There are only 18 ascension platforms in the entire continent. It was created by a dozen titled Douluo and a large number of researchers for soul masters to train. Inside, you will feel the allure of the soul master world of the ancient era, and moreover, there is an opportunity to enhance cultivation. The enhancement rate of your soul ring will be very high for 10 years. After all, it is filled with soul beasts for real combat, he eagerly replied. Really? Taijie said. Of course it's true, but getting into the Ascension platform is not that easy. Each time you have to pay about 500,000 Federation coins. He was shocked. 500,000? Taiji continued. Moreover, there are at least 1 million soul masters in the entire continent. About 1,000 people are approved to enter the list each month. Think about how difficult it is to get on that list. Wulan sighed. Oh my, it feels so extravagant. Taiji continued sharing. Earlier, the teacher said we have the opportunity to go there every month. If V Xiaofeng knew, he would surely regret it to the core, so this time, the academy is really buzzing. Yang Zi over there glanced over to eavesdrop. He spoke up irritably. What are you guys babbling about so much? Taiji, seeing Yang Zi still being arrogant, challenged him in a low voice. What, are you not convinced? Wait a bit. We will compete at the Ascension platform. Jin Ti chimed in, saying, Forget it. Let's hurry up. He looked at her strangely and called out, Wang Jin Ti. The 18 ascension platforms across the continent are also known as the 18 heavenly pillars. The tower in front is one of those 18 towers, looking incredibly magnificent and imposing. Tang Wulin was shocked by the hundreds of towering towers. The 8-sided transmission tower of Donghai City could be seen from afar, completely incomparable to the transmission tower outside the city. The group saw Zhang Kong's figure and spoke up. Teacher Wu, you are here. Let's go in this way. The high Gothic arches and the huge pillars welcomed the divine light streaming through the windows, enveloping everything around. Taiji was overwhelmed. He looked up and said, Inside is even more shocking. Once inside, he felt the atmosphere had changed. Zhang Kong led them into another passage. He introduced. These murals record the story of the first generation of the Transmission Tower Master. The legendary Soul Master, Lin Bing Douluo, led human soul masters in battles against soul beast tides. The murals here are just a part of it. The other parts are in the remaining 17 transmission towers. After Lin Bing Douluo fought against the beast god, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, both of them disappeared. This is Lin Bing Douluo, Huo Wu Hao. Tang Wulin had heard of his story since he was very young. It is said that he was the son of the Duke of the Star Luo Empire, Bai Hu Gong, so he should be called Huo Wu Hao. He was a genius from 10,000 years ago. When he joined the Shrek Academy, he was just a normal teenager. Later, he gradually became a top-tier expert, ultimately causing a stir across the continent. It is said that he could break through the limits of humanity and has advanced to the divine realm. After he went missing, his wife also disappeared. Another mural depicts a girl radiating a brilliant light. Behind her are a pair of enormous butterfly wings, emitting shimmering and powerful rays. That is the wife of Spirit Ice, Douluo Huo Wu Hao, Long Butterfly Douluo Tang Wudong. It is said that her strength is formidable, possessing a powerful martial soul fusion skill alongside Huo Wu Hao, allowing the two of them to merge into a super existence. In that era, they were the strongest. Ko Nuyet discovered a detail in the story, Tang Wudong. This name is quite similar to Tang Wulin, and moreover, her eyes resemble those of Tang Wulin, Tajie denied. No way, how could that be? The eye color doesn't match. She is Long Butterfly Douluo. How could she resemble us mere mortals? Zhang Kong redirected. All right, let's go. Wulin stopped and glanced as if pondering something. Entering the elevator of the Spirit Transmission Tower, they began to descend. Tang Wulin had no idea how many floors they had gone down. Among the crowd, someone spoke up. We still have to go down. We must be at the core of the earth by now, right? Zhang Kong coldly replied, When you enter the ascension platform, remember, do not act recklessly. Always pay attention to your safety. If you need help, you must call for it immediately. Tajie curiously turned to ask, Call for help? Isn't the ascension platform a simulation space? He didn't want to explain much, so he briefly said, You'll understand once you enter the ascension platform. After a while, a mysterious figure appeared. Only these 5 people want to enter the ascension platform, right? Once inside, a rescue signal device will appear on your wrist. When you encounter danger, you must press it. I hope you will have a smooth experience in there. Taji exclaimed in shock. A rescue signal device? The more I hear, the more dangerous it sounds inside. In front of them were many modern devices. Wulin and the others were already inside. Zhang Kong spoke to reassure them. The staff at the control panel said, "Prepare well, relax your whole body. When inside, if you encounter danger that you cannot handle, press the rescue signal button on your wrist, and you will be able to leave the ascension platform. Now let's set off. Good luck to you." Whoosh! A dazzling white streak tore through the multicolored purple and turquoise space. Wulin widened his eyes and looked ahead. Through the dense foliage, golden rays of sunlight shone down into the deep green forest. He was standing amidst pale blue energies. Wulin flailed his arms and shouted, Is this the ascension platform? These trees look so real. The blue-silver grass is truly vibrant, currently. The forest area on the continent is less than 10%. Unexpectedly, the primeval forest is so beautiful, and the air here is so fresh. Hang Hu observed through the screen and asked, Is it asleep? Zhang Kong calmly explained, It seems to be sensing. Don't forget its martial soul is blue-silver grass. He paused, contemplating. The dense forest of the Star Doe is indeed suitable for plant-type martial soul masters to cultivate. Tang Wulin had already sensed these things. The awareness of this child is indeed not bad. On the other side, a range of deep green mountains was shrouded in mist. Yang Zi spread his wings high to observe, he thought to himself. In the class promotion competition, I didn't fully exert my strength. Don't let me encounter any of you three. Suddenly, Yang Zi noticed a bird. He made a decision. There's a soul beast over there. I'll use it to practice a bit. Eagle Strike Zhang Kong. This might be my strongest soul skill. This move can at least deplete half of its soul power. The orange-yellow eyes of the bird seemed to detect the approaching danger, and it vigorously flapped its wings. Yang Zi couldn't dodge in time and was knocked back. He froze, assessing. What? It has already countered my attack in an instant. It extended its sharp claws towards Yang Zi, as if wanting to tear him apart. Yang Zi, frightened, continuously pressed the device on his hand. Danger, danger, press the rescue signal button! He shut his eyes tight, not daring to face it. After the crisis, Yang Zi opened his eyes wide and shouted. He jumped up and asked, Did I get sent back? Hang Hu showed clear disappointment. He sighed. Yang Zi knew he had failed, so he sat quietly without saying anything. A familiar figure appeared on the screen. He shouted, Is that Tajie on the screen above? So it turns out, I was the first to go out. Tajie understood that, in fact, his twin martial souls were not perfect. The Light Dragon Spear and Shadow Dragon Spear are of the same origin. The gap between the two is not large, and they don't support each other much. What Tajie wanted to do most right now was to enhance the quality of his soul spirit in the Ascension platform, so Tajie had very high expectations. While walking, he paused to observe. In front of Taji was a furry beast, and he retreated in fear. Outside, Yang Zi mocked. Running away? If that's the case, I could have lasted longer too. Zhang Kong coldly turned to interrupt him. His judgment is very accurate. The starhound soul beasts that live in packs are extremely dangerous. To stay in the Ascension platform longer, the first thing is to understand the characteristics of soul beasts. You should watch quietly, he observed and whispered. Tajie is lying in wait. Does he want to attack this time? A beast charged in. Tajie slashed fiercely. Light Dragon Ring! However, it nimbly dodged his attack. Tajie stared at it in shock. The ambush failed. In the moment of fierce combat, I dodged the sharp teeth and fierce claws of the furry monster. Truong Kung observed from the outside, not failing at all. It still needed a backup plan. Its ambush being discovered by the opponent was also part of its plan. After a while of fighting, Tajie helped Kuanglong Trui out. Under the sharp slashes, he tumbled backward, while the brown-red feathers flew amidst the storm of light and energy from the Kuanglong windstorm. Tajie turned his head and exhaled. After dealing with one, Dung Tu swallowed in astonishment. Next to him, Truongkum lowered his eyes. Strange sounds appeared around Tajie. He cautiously thought, What is that sound? The noise was terrifying. The deep blue canopy of the forest seemed to swirl and shake, signaling a shocking event had just occurred. On the ground, the corpses of spirit beasts lay scattered, blood splattered everywhere. Kim T squatted down to rest, complaining about being dead tired. It's better to be cautious. The group of Than Fong Lang had consumed a lot of my soul power. Now I need to take the time to recover. Suddenly, a noise came from behind him, and Kim T looked closer to see a beautiful woman sitting behind the bushes, crying uncontrollably. He thought to himself, Could there be another soul master here? Kim T asked. Excuse me, do you need help? Suddenly, she roared in extreme anger, unleashing terrifying dark purple energy with her blood-red eyes full of hatred. From her head sprouted a giant spirit beast. Kim T stared in disbelief at what had just happened. What is this? Ma Quan shouted from outside. This is bad. It's a fake human spirit beast. This is troublesome. To encounter it so quickly. This kid's luck is too bad. Prepare for immediate rescue. Doong Tuer muttered what he had just said. Prepare for immediate rescue. The Thung Lin Dai isn't just a simulation, right? Suddenly, Kim T's body convulsed violently, and Du Thien and Ma Quan rushed over to hold his limbs. Indeed, it was like that. A person attacked by a spirit beast basically cannot press the signal button in time to call for help. This child has escaped danger, but is still convulsing, in a very unstable state. Kim T screamed in pain. Doong Tu stood nearby, stunned, calling out to Vung Kim T. He trembled and asked, "Isn't the Thang Lin Dai just a simulation? So that feeling of pain is also fake?" Du Thien turned to rebut. Wrong. In the Thung Lin Dai, all your sensations are just like in reality, so the feeling when you are injured will be transmitted directly through the nervous system to the brain. Ma Quan added, although the body is not actually injured, the mental state will have to bear all those injuries. For newcomers like you, those sensations are very real and will have a huge impact on your nerves. If at that moment you do not press the signal button for help, that giant bird will attack with its wind blades, and you will immediately feel the sensation of being torn apart. Doong Tu was frozen in fear. The scene shifted to the deep blue sky with fluffy white clouds, only the treetops faintly visible below, creating a sense of vastness. Beneath the lush green forest canopy, with large leaves swirling in the wind under the open sky, Konwiet was walking on the lush green grass when she discovered something. She looked up to see a gigantic white beast appearing, its fierce gaze locked onto her, growling. Ma Quan was once again stunned by the crystal giant. She was really unlucky. Should someone remind her to press the signal button for help? Next to Triung Kong, a voice interrupted. Just wait. Her sharp eyes glanced at it. Ko Nuiet gathered her strength into a blue light ball in her hand, creating a swirling white energy around her body. Long Quan Fong Bao, Du Tian observed her series of actions and offered his opinion. This type of attack would be ineffective, too reckless. She wouldn't be able to harm the crystal giant. Its massive body was covered by a layer of white protective energy, countering the sharp blue ice crystal shards. He shouted, "Wait, is she trying to block the crystal giant's line of sight?" Taking the opportunity, Ko Nguyen accelerated and dashed forward. Hang Hook was caught off guard, taking advantage of the crystal giant rubbing its eyes, quickly escaping. Trung Kong shook his head in denial. No, Kwang Wit still hadn't run out of the crystal giant's attack range. The giant roared even more furiously when attacked. Ko Nguyen glanced at it and continued running. The scene shifted to the other side, which seemed quieter, with golden sunlight streaming through the dense green foliage. Thajai crouched down, hiding behind a large rock. He was panting tiredly. My soul power is almost gone. I need to rest a bit. What was that sound? Is a spirit beast approaching? It seems like something is running toward me from that direction. The one-horned beast appeared, roaring, charging quickly toward him as if it had caught a delicious scent. Tajai was stunned, observing it. This is the Bach Nian Duk Jiaklong. This might be a spirit beast with both strong offense and defense, seemingly a natural enemy of the Mun system's fox masters. He didn't think, just stood up and ran. Tajiai calculated silently. This time he had to escape quickly. If he confronted this one head-on, he would die in a very ugly way. I must keep my life first. I need to run. Suddenly, the one-horned beast suddenly stepped back a few paces. Tagiai was confused. It retreated, so it's safe now. Just as he exhaled, something caught his attention. The one-horned Lada charged straight at him. Tajai quickly jumped up. It couldn't dodge in time and crashed hard into a tree with a bang. He assessed it. It turned out it had stepped back to gain momentum. While he was busy observing below, a mouth with sharp fangs suddenly appeared beside him, wide open. Tajai noticed and glanced over. What? So fast. There's no time to escape. Press the emergency signal button. Thud. A loud noise rang out, and Tajie tightly shut his eyes, waiting for a moment. When he opened them slowly, Wu Lun was holding Tajie in his arms. He looked at Wu Lun and called, Dao, Dao Wu Lun. His sharp eyes scanned the poisonous beast. Wu Lun sternly reminded, You are not allowed to harm my friend. Get lost. It remained still, not moving. Tajie suddenly jolted behind him as the poisonous beast leaped quickly toward him and Wu Lun. Tajie screamed in fear and turned to run. Wu Lun stood still, raising his fist, ready to strike. The poisonous beast took the punch and groaned in pain. Tajie turned his head in shock, mouth agape. In the blinding light of a decisive blow, he had latched onto it. Under the explosion of a mysterious power, Wu Lun's fist pierced through everything. The decisive blow struck the poisonous beast. Wu Lun's eyes burned like a blazing red star, ready to incinerate any obstacles ahead. Outside, the arena watched in silence from start to finish, and Yangzi could not hold back his calmness, asking, What kind of power is that? Tajie was stunned. A single palm had knocked down the 100-year-old poisonous beast. After a struggle, the poisonous beast was finally defeated, its massive body collapsing. Wu Lun observed it, assessing that the defensive power of this soul beast was indeed formidable. If it weren't for my martial soul having a suppressive effect on dragon-type martial souls, it would have been difficult to take it down. You are so humble, Tajie chimed in from behind. Doesn't it feel like boasting? Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out. Dao Wu Lun, hurry and lend a hand. I'm about to be in trouble. Ko Nayet was running headlong, with a huge beast chasing her relentlessly. She shouted, this thing won't stop following me. Hurry up and think of a way. Tajie widened his eyes and asked, what is this? It's the 1,000-year crystal bear. Why did you provoke it? She glanced at him and explained, I didn't provoke it. It keeps chasing after me. Suddenly, the silent needle flew in from somewhere and struck its head. Tajie reminded her, Ko Nuyet, hurry and run behind me. The silent needle from Dao Wu Lun directly hit its head. It might be enduring it. The bear suddenly stopped running. On its head, a bright red bump swelled up. It roared in anger, stomping its feet on the ground. Seeing the critical situation, Tajie spoke up. It's over. This time we've really made it angry. Everyone get out of the way. Grasping the situation, Wu Lun asked him, Tajie, do you understand this soul beast? Where is its weak point? Tajie replied immediately. It's at the back of its neck. The defensive power there is the weakest on its entire body. You have to be careful. If it hits you, you'll turn into crystal. Be careful. It's coming. It's coming. He clenched his fist around a vine. Wu Lun jumped up to dodge the bear's attack. After the historic dodge, he hung in the air. It glared at Wu Lun, who was struggling and screaming for help. I'm being hung up by it. Hurry and come help. Ko Nuyet below reminded him. Dao Wu Lun, hurry and step on the ice pillar to run. She shot many ice pillars forward. Tajie flew toward it, shouting, you stupid bear. Take my light dragon strike. Wu Lun quickly jumped onto the ice pillar to escape. Tajie confidently placed his hands on his hips, boasting, it's too dangerous. If it weren't for me, Dao Wu Lun would be in trouble. Ko Ngiet grimaced and replied, stop being so self-absorbed. Without you, Dao Wu Lun could escape too. The two of them glared at each other with intense hostility. Wu Lun screamed internally. He held back to mediate. At this point, the two of you should stop arguing. While Tajie and Ko Nuet were at odds, the bear swung its fist down. Luckily, both of them were agile enough to dodge in time. Wu Lun suggested, let's coordinate our attacks. Tajie behind immediately agreed. Okay, this one is indeed very formidable. Remember, its weak point is at the back of its neck. He began to strategize for each person. Ko Nuyet would attack its eyes, Tajie would strike its belly, creating an opportunity for me to attack its neck. She nodded in response. Got it, I'll distract its attention. After everyone accepted the plan, Wu Lun shouted, let's begin the battle. He and Tajie accelerated forward, while Ko Ngiet created a fireball behind, using the multi-fireball technique. The bear was hit and tilted its head back. Seeing the opportunity arise, Wu Lun called out, good chance, Tajie, hit its belly. He didn't hesitate to launch a fierce blow. Tajie replied, don't worry, I'm on it. Light Dragon Windstorm. Finally, he glanced at Wu Lun. The final blow was his. The blazing energy converged in his fist, and he looked up at it with an unshakable will, ready to unleash a devastating move. The fiery fist, carrying destructive power, pierced through all defenses and struck down on the bear's back. The arena was momentarily stunned. Under the blinding light, it leaned back, as if its body had frozen and could not resist. Tajie stood on this side, joyfully shouting, we hit it, a perfect strike, we won, amazing, we just killed the 1,000-year soul beast. Ko Nuyet sighed in relief, as if all her fatigue had been lifted. Wu Lun seemed to see something. He exclaimed in surprise. The fire in the bear's blood surged to the extreme, as if it wanted to tear its body apart. Seeing the situation before him, Tajie panicked and shouted, the 1,000-year crystal bear is about to explode. Dao Wu Lun. Dao Wu Lun has turned into crystal. It's over. He's falling. He will shatter into pieces. Not wanting Dao Wu Lun's body to break apart, Ko Ngiet used her own body to shield him. After turning into crystal, Dao Wu Lun's weight increased significantly. Ko Nuyet was crushed by him, leading to serious injuries and losing consciousness. Tajie had no choice but to press the emergency signal button, bringing her back. Meanwhile, Dao Wu Lun was still in a crystallized state. There's no way to press his distress signal button now. Xie decides to protect Tang Wulin until he recovers. A pack of spirit beasts appears before him. Shi tells himself that no matter the danger, he will not give up. This distress signal button, I will absolutely not press it. Since I was a child, my father taught me to be a true man who stands tall, and to never abandon my teammates in times of danger. Am I scared? Not at all. I just feel my blood boiling with excitement. The rain pours down in a torrential downpour, and the grass is littered with the corpses of many spirit beasts. Xie tightly grips his light dragon dagger and issues a challenge. Come on, you stupid dogs. You alone can't even make us flinch. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth as Xie roars. Even more of you means nothing. Just come at me. I will never give up, even if I die. The spirit beasts open their massive jaws, looking like they want to devour him whole. Xie's eyes are filled with determination as they all charge forward. Come on. Suddenly, a deafening, earth-shattering explosion rings out. The silent dagger had flown straight towards the spirit beasts at some point. Wulin sits up and asks, Xie, what just happened? Seeing him battered and covered in wounds, Xie smiles and says, You're awake. That's great. Looking at his current state, Wulin calls out softly, Xie. Due to exhaustion, Xie collapses right in front of him. Wulin reaches out, catching his body and calling Xie's name, and activates the distress button. A digital grid explodes in a flash of binary light and then vanishes. Wulin's eyes snap open as if he just remembered something. He sits up in a panic and asks, Xi, how is Xi? Seeing Zhang Kong's tense expression, he calls out, Teacher Wu. He lowers his eyes and begins, Because of you, Xi. A sense of dread washes over Wulin. Wulin screams in fear, Xie. Suddenly, he appears right in front of Wulin. Zhang Kong turns his back and continues. Xie's soul power was depleted, but luckily, he was rescued in time. Heng Shu chimes in from a distance. Geez, Teacher Wu, did you have to be so dramatic? The brilliant afternoon sun filters through the dense foliage, bathing the quiet hallway in a golden glow through the large glass window. Tang Wulin twice killed very powerful spirit beasts, his stone hand transforming into the golden dragon claw, which displayed an incredibly powerful attack force far exceeding his own strength. If it weren't for his lack of understanding of the 1,000-year crystal bear, which led to his crystallization, his performance would have been absolutely perfect. Gu Yue's performance was also praiseworthy. She coordinated seamlessly with Tang Wulin. Her control over the elements was precise every time, and she could also deploy various elemental abilities. At the last moment, to prevent Tang Wulin from getting hurt, she used her own body to withstand a weight of nearly 500 pounds. The same goes for Xi, who, in order to protect his companion, refused to press the distress signal button despite knowing the dire situation. He waited until Tang Wulin was free from the crystallization, and in the end, it was Tang Wulin who had to press the button for him. Xie had over a dozen wounds on his body, but he would rather die than retreat. Protecting Tang Wulin meant enduring pain in the Spirit Ascension platform that felt identical to reality, truly the mark of a real man. Zhang Kong looked around at everyone and made a decision. From this day forward, the 5 of you will form a combat team. The captain will be Tang Wulin, and the vice-captain will be Xie. All right, you're dismissed. Yangzi felt a bit unhappy, thinking to himself, damn it, although Zhang Yangzi was still unwilling to accept it, he deeply admired Tang Wulin and his friends. Whether in terms of strength or teamwork, he was far inferior to them. Thinking back on his own performance, Zhang Yangzi even felt ashamed. Finally, Zhang Kong spoke up, That's all for today. Go back and get some good rest. No one is allowed to be late for tomorrow morning's practice. Wulin walked side by side with Gu Yue, trembling and breaking out in a cold sweat. Noticing he wasn't well, she turned and asked, Tang Wulin, what's wrong? Wulin lost his balance and fell, his face landing on Gu Yue, causing a stir among the surrounding students. Tang Wulin knocked Gu Yue over. She panicked slightly and yelled, Tang Wulin, what are you doing? Tang Wulin had fainted, and the others stopped to look. What's going on? Zhang Kong looked at him seriously without saying a word. Then he made an assessment. This condition could be a spirit-soul evolution. Jie was shocked, as if he couldn't believe what he just heard. What? A spirit-soul evolution? He evolved after just one trip to the Spirit Ascension platform. Zhang Kong calmly explained, Tang Wulin's spirit soul was too weak before, so of course, evolving is much easier. He continuously killed several high-level spirit beasts in the Spirit Ascension platform, so his spirit soul would naturally evolve quickly. Everyone else, go back first. I'll take Tang Wulin home and watch over him, to ensure nothing goes wrong during his evolution. As if a weight had been lifted, Xi replied, Okay, that's great. With Teacher Wu here, we can all rest easy. Then, Zhang Kong grabbed one of Wulin's legs and started dragging him away, much to Xie's astonishment. While unconscious, Tang Wulin could still feel that the sensation of his spirit soul evolving was completely different from when he first broke a seal. He felt like he was soaking in a warm current, an incredibly warm and indescribably comfortable feeling. All the pain in his body gradually disappeared. This sensation was truly too magical. so magical that it made him not want to open his eyes. The brilliant golden sunlight and clear blue sky shone down on a corner of the school. Wulin held out his hands to look at them, saying happily, "This feeling is completely different from when I broke the first seal. My whole body feels refreshed, without any pain at all. Why is that? It feels like my soul power is continuously increasing." Suddenly, he was startled and looked around. Where is this? It seems he doesn't remember anything from yesterday. While he was confused, a figure named Sky appeared beside him and said, "You're awake, huh? This is my room." Vulan turned around and exclaimed in surprise, "Master Martial Arts, Elder." He looked at him and briefly explained the situation. "You fainted yesterday, and I had to guard you all night," he replied softly. "Thank you, Master Martial Arts. If you don't mind, try releasing your martial spirit." Vulan extended his hand, and strands of vibrant blue grass appeared. He was a bit surprised. "Is this the blue-silver grass?" Most of the blue-silver grass has evolved into vines, and they have become both larger and tougher. The golden light is also much brighter, and its entire body is covered with a layer of light golden scales, and the golden scale on its head gradually became clearer. Sky calmly explained, "This change is not surprising at all, because your soul ring has evolved to 100 years. Vulan looked down at his body, glowing with power. He was delighted. "Really? The soul ring has truly turned golden? Do I have a 100-year golden soul ring now? Unlike usual." Now Sky was stuttering to finish a sentence. "Actually, your spirit beast can now participate in battles. The rest you will have to experience yourself. I need to go to sleep now." Vulan was so emotional that tears were running down his face. "I thank you, Master Martial Arts." Then he bowed his head sincerely as a gesture of heartfelt gratitude. No one could understand how happy Duong Vulan was at this moment. This was truly an uncontrollable joy. Previously, when Duong Vulan learned that his spirit beast was of inferior quality, he had been truly desperate. Until now, he finally felt relief. A scene filled with dazzling sunlight shone through the leaves. The scene shifted to the Zero class, where Sky above the podium made a request. Everyone took turns sharing their feelings while in the ascension platform. One by one, they left the ascension platform, and Duong Tu stood up to begin his response. The world inside the ascension platform was truly too realistic. Inside, the students basically did not feel any illusion at all. Therefore, as soon as they entered, they were very curious about everyone. Because the martial spirit of the student had the ability to visualize, he climbed up the tree so he could see in many directions and observe his surroundings better. But he didn't understand the enemy, and his arrogance made him a target for all of them. He reminded him, "Remember that if this were real life, you would have died already." What about Wang Jin-ti? Hearing his name, he stood up to share. Currently, other memories are a bit unclear. He only remembers the face of the demon mask, followed by the chilling feeling that nearly froze his soul. They have become a nightmare for him, and he doesn't even know how to face the demon mask if he encounters it. Sky gave advice to Jin-ti. "Right now you need to relax. In a few days, it will be better. The strength of the demon mask is even higher than that of a 1,000-year soul beast. Failing against it is completely normal. Next time you encounter such a soul beast, remember to use the emergency signal device immediately." "What about Ko Nuyet?" she replied naturally. That world was too real. He truly felt like he had stepped into an ancient forest. The soul beasts inside were very realistic, and he really liked that place. Seeing she didn't say more, he asked, "Is that all? Can you explain to me how you found Duong Vulan?" Tajie meeting Duong Vulan was very understandable, because they were in close proximity. But you and Duong Vulan are not close at all. After you discovered the 1,000-year crystal beast, it seemed you determined the direction and immediately ran towards Duong Vulan. Ko Nyet's cheeks flushed, she explained. This was just a coincidence. Sky seemed to not believe it. "Oh, really? Your escape route adjusted according to the position of Duong Vulan. This surely can't be a coincidence, right? What exactly is going on?" Konyet hesitated for a moment and then decided to speak. "This is your ability to control elements. You can add elements to them, then you will be able to find them. You felt that being with Duong Vulan was the safest, so you went to find him." After hearing this, he was silent for a few seconds and then exhaled. "All right, let others continue speaking." Tajie jumped up, eager to share. "I also really liked that place. The environment there was very suitable for the Agile System Battle Soul Master. If your speed could be a bit faster, then your survival ability there would definitely be very high." This time, he truly understood the importance of avoiding weaknesses in battle and also accumulated quite a bit of combat experience. Finally, it was Duong Vulan, his face serious as he replied. "This time we were lucky to kill the 1,000-year crystal beast. The situation back then was really dangerous. Besides, I feel that this forest is very realistic. I could even sense the blue-silver grass. I feel that in the future, we need to enhance our ability to cooperate. Only with good coordination can we have the collective strength to fight against strong soul beasts." After listening to everyone's feelings, Sky continued to get to the main issue. Everyone quickly practiced based on the summaries and insights they received. The scores for this practice in the Ascension platform are as follows. Zhang Yangzi 0 points, Wang Jinti 1 point, Ko Nuyet 5 points, Tajie 5 points, Duang Vulan 4 points. Tajie was a bit surprised and jumped up to give his opinion. Duang Vulan only got 4 points. He killed several soul beasts, didn't he? He turned to look at Wulan and asked, "Do you know why I only gave you 4 points?" He rested his hand on his chin, deep in thought. Then Wulan sincerely replied, "Gu Yue scored high because she controlled the elements very accurately, which helped us defeat the crystal beast. Tai Ji scored high because he risked his life to hold off those wolves to protect himself." Cheng Kong didn't entirely agree, but he didn't deny it either. Not entirely. If Gu Yue hadn't caught you when you were about to fall to the ground after being crystallized, you would have shattered into pieces. Although it wasn't life-threatening, you would still have to endure pain similar to Wang Jinti. Tai Jie scored higher than you, not because he saved you at the last moment, but because he understands soul beasts much better than you do. If you understood the crystal beast, you would know that it would unleash its soul power one last time before dying. Then you wouldn't have been turned into crystal. You don't understand anything about soul beasts, which is why you were turned into crystal, causing Gu Yue and Tai Jie to sacrifice themselves. In other words, all three of you were eliminated because of you. Don't be too pleased with a little achievement. You still have a long way to go. Next, you need to supplement your knowledge about soul beasts. This will benefit you in your future cultivation journey. According to research, up to 90% of the soul skills that human soul masters possess were once those of soul beasts. Understanding more about soul beasts means understanding more about your opponents. You should understand that the longer you can persist in the Ascension arena, the more benefits you will gain. That's all for today. Dismissed. The joy of obtaining the evolved soul spirit of Dong Wulan was doused by Wu Cheng Kong, making it vanish. Only Wu Cheng Kong understood that to become a true powerhouse, one must not have even a hint of complacency. After experiencing the Ascension arena, everyone began to diligently practice on their own. Zhang Yangzi also let go of his grudges and harmonized with everyone. Each week, they entered the Ascension arena once, and the brutality of the Ascension arena helped their strength increase rapidly. Every evening, Dong Wulan would connect with Wang Jinti through the blue-silver grass and cultivate together. This was very beneficial for both of their soul power training. Both benefited significantly. After 3 months, no one recognized that they had completely changed. During this time, Dong Wulan also continued to learn forging. The president of the Forging Association, Mo Shen, personally taught him. Similar to the teaching style of Mang Tian, Mo Shen also required Dong Wulan to master the basics. Through continuous practice in forging, Dong Wulan gradually understood the importance of having a solid foundation. Moreover, he learned how to avoid wasting energy. With a single strike down, if the force is sufficient and the position is right, it can save a lot of time and effort. Receiving the guidance, he shouted with determination. "Understood. Got it." Mo Shen told him that the key to heavenly prediction lies in the number of strikes during metal acquisition. The fewer strikes, the higher the quality of the heavenly prediction, which also means that the ability of the heavenly prediction master is stronger. Through the training process, the 5 first-year students of the Kong class could survive in the Ascension arena for at least 1 hour. During this time, they also all turned 10 years old. A 10-year-old child with such strong abilities, they had truly become geniuses. The afternoon sun shone brightly through the wooden doors with small glass panes, bathing the corridor in a warm and dazzling orange-yellow light. Above, Cheng Kong coldly whispered praise. "Recently, your efforts have shown progress." Below, there was an excited murmur, unexpectedly receiving recognition. He raised his hand to indicate a distance the length of a pupil. Cheng Kong said, "Just this little progress. Now you can start preparing for this semester's final exam." One of the exam contents is to survive for 1 hour in the Ascension arena. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The final exam. Tai Jie saw no major issues, surviving 1 hour in the Ascension arena. That would be too easy. Wulan agreed and stood up to voice his opinion. "Teacher, we can all do it." Last time, Tai Jie even stayed there for over 3 hours. Gu Yue beside him also quietly added, "When it was time to go out, you didn't go out, making everyone else wait forever." Cheng Kong frowned, looking displeased. This time it's not an ordinary Ascension arena, but the Ascension arena during a riot. After hearing this, Wulan was stunned. Ascension arena during a riot? He explained. Initially, due to unstable energy inside, riots would occur twice a year. During a riot, the soul beasts in the Ascension arena become extremely agitated. Their numbers will increase significantly, and the danger level will rise greatly. With the advancement of combat techniques, the riots in the Ascension arena have gradually been controlled, so the Riot Ascension arena has become a very suitable place for cultivation. This time, you will have to enter the Ascension Arena during the riot and survive for 1 hour to pass the exam. Moreover, in this riot Ascension Arena, you will not only encounter soul beasts, but may also meet other soul masters. They will enter at the same time as you. Yang Zi asked in surprise. Are there other soul masters? Will they attack us? Cheng Kong continued. Of course, everyone's goal is to kill soul beasts while surviving in there. This Ascension Arena is no different from the actual situation of the Douluo Continent tens of thousands of years ago. It can be said that it is a real battlefield in there. There are 3 days left until the Riot Ascension Arena opens. You have these 3 days off. Do whatever you want. Dismissed. Finally, a break after all that grueling training, Xie said excitedly. We get a 3-day break. My gosh, Tang Wulin, you want to go get some beef? Zhang Yangzi, who was standing nearby, overheard his conversation with Wulin and chimed in. That sounds delicious. I'm going too. Xie showed a look of distaste and replied coldly. What's it got to do with you? It's not like we invited you. Left with no choice, Zhang Yangzi had to plead. How about I go, and I'll treat? On the other side, Wulin declined Xie's invitation. I'm not going. I plan to cultivate during these 3 days, and I also want to do some forging. He looked at Wulin and huffed. You've already chosen your side profession? Do you think I have any potential for forging? Give me your opinion. I think it's better if we try to choose different professions. That way, we can help each other out when we build our own careers later. Xie placed a hand on his chin, pondering. That makes sense. Then I'll choose mecha manufacturing, which can complement you. Gu Yue appeared from somewhere and added, Then I'll choose mecha repair. He jumped and turned back, shouting, Mecha repair? Girls are weak. Very few choose to study that. I thought you'd choose mecha design, she retorted naturally. Only a fool would think that. Besides, my wrists are much stronger than yours. Wu Lin and Zhang Yangzi, standing nearby, wondered if they could just decide so casually. In the end, Xie concluded, Then let's all work hard these next 3 days. Everyone replied in unison, Okay. During these 3 days, Tang Wulin stayed in the forge. On the evening of the 3rd day, President Mu Chen summoned Tang Wulin to the Blacksmiths Association. Mu Chen looked at him and began to speak. Tang Wulin, have a seat first. He looked at the man and greeted him. Hello, teacher. Did you need me for something? Mu Chen took out a card and said, I have an entry pass for the Rebellion Spirit Ascension platform. It's very valuable. Even money can't necessarily buy it. You can go there with your friends to cultivate. He was surprised, but also a little embarrassed. Guessing his thoughts, the man interrupted to reassure him. This is indeed very precious, but don't feel awkward. It's a small token from the association. Wulin accepted it. He shyly raised a hand to scratch his head. No. What I mean is, our academy has already organized for the entire class to train in the Rebellion Spirit Ascension platform, so I already have a spot. Mu Chen suddenly shot up from his seat. What? You already have one? The treatment your Class 0 receives is really good. In that case, just take this one too. An extra pass means you can enter one more time. It's also good for your cultivation. I hope you will become more and more outstanding. He bowed sincerely and replied, Thank you very much, Grandmaster. In the blink of an eye, it was time to enter the Rebellion Spirit Ascension platform. Tang Wulin's group had gathered early at the foot of the Spirit Pagoda. Zhe held the outfit in his hands and asked happily, What is this? Did you spend these 3 days making this for everyone? Gu Yue touched the material and praised it in a low voice. This feels amazing. It's both light and sturdy. It will definitely offer great protection. Wulin stepped forward to explain to everyone. This is made from a very rare metal called cloud iron. It's light and durable. Just wear it under your outer clothes. I made Wang Jinxi's a little bigger because her body expands when she uses her martial soul. After hearing this, Xie replied, Tang Wulin, I think you've gotten more handsome. Wulin smiled and said, Then let's all do our best. Rebellion Spirit Ascension platform, here we come. Jinxi was silent, but her heart was filled with determination. Zhang Yangzi nodded in agreement, and Gu Yue also gave a soft reply. Only Xie was the most excited of all. Let's go. The Rebellion Spirit Ascension platform officially opened, and the great battle was about to begin. Numerous teams of Soul Masters entered at the same time, each with a clear objective, which was to defeat Soul Beasts and obtain more of their spirit energy. At this stage, the Spirit Ascension platform couldn't be observed by outsiders, but because of EC Academy's good relationship with the Spirit Pagoda, its teachers were allowed to monitor their students' performance inside. Besides the members of our small squad, everyone else is an enemy. The first goal is survival, and the second is to defeat Soul Beasts. Hang Shu's eyes seemed to light up as he spoke. The 2 power-type Soul Masters, Tang Wulin and Wang Jingxi, will lead the charge, one in front and one behind, handling both offense and defense. Shi and Zhang Yangzi are both agility-type assault system battle souls, one on the left and one on the right, ready to handle any unexpected situations. Gu Yue is in the center, using elemental control to regulate the battlefield. Her control is combined with Zhang Yangzi's little black scouting from above. Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass will clear the path ahead. What a practiced formation! And their coordination is flawless. It seems Teacher Wu taught them well. The training for Class 0 must be very strict. Beside him, Zhang Kong remained expressionless. He looked at him and thought to himself, with this attitude, it's no wonder Teacher Ye Yingluo dislikes him so much. The motto of Shrek Academy is to only accept monsters, not ordinary people. This is also the pride of every student at Shrek Academy. Therefore, for you to become the kind of monsters that others admire, the path you must walk will be unusually arduous. The one with the best talent is undoubtedly Gu Yue. Her ability to control 5 elements is unrecorded in the annals of both Shrek Academy and the Spirit Pagoda. Her spiritual power is also unprecedented among children her age, not to mention she has already reached the spirit connection realm at such a young age, and is progressing incredibly fast. Her future is boundlessly bright. The second most talented is, of course, Xie. Twin martial souls are extremely rare in any era. Although a semi-twin martial soul is different from a pure twin martial soul, the semi-twin version has its own formidable advantages. The innate talents of Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinti can only be considered mid to high grade, because the Bone Dragon King and the Shadow Black Phantom Eagle are both martial souls that are not yet regarded as top tier. However, both of these children can perform martial soul fusion. Once the two can execute the martial soul fusion skill perfectly, their combat power will be on par with anyone. As for Tang Wulin, this child's personality is very resilient. Even with the weakest martial soul, he does not get discouraged and persists in his training. He has the best physical strength among them all. More importantly, his martial soul is still mutating, and he also possesses the Golden Dragon Claw. If the martial soul can continue to mutate positively, he could become a genius like Gu Yue. But that's still not enough. The greater the talent, the more rigorous training is required. To become a monster, one needs experience, and only monsters possess that. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. It was the 100-year Iron Toad preparing to engage in a fierce battle while observing the surroundings. Gu Yue, in its line of sight, the toad had taken a fatal blow, with a bright blue slash on its back, killing the 100-year toad. Hangshu excitedly shouted. They coordinated perfectly, and in the blink of an eye, they had killed the 100-year soul beast, and moreover, the formation remained unchanged. It was indeed a perfect blend of offense and defense. Yangzi observed the situation from above and reminded everyone to take the opportunity to recover their soul power, as there was nothing unusual around for the time being. Du Tian could not believe his eyes. After killing the soul beast, they did not relax but proceeded with their tactics. Such a well-trained team, are they really only 10 years old? Hangshu and Zhang were taken aback by this. Suddenly, Yangzi noticed something and worriedly announced, "Wait, there's a disturbance ahead. 3 people are approaching us. 2 males, 1 female, 1 at the 3rd ring, and 2 at the 2nd ring." Suddenly, Yangzi froze. A burst of dazzling orange-yellow light and energy erupted violently, accompanied by green fragments swirling below, screaming, "Zhang Yangzi." He managed to spread his wings and dodge in time. Yangzi spoke up to reassure, "I'm fine. His fireball technique is incredibly strong. His control over the fire element is even stronger than Gu Yue's." Wulin shouted to prepare for battle, forming a combat formation. A pair of slender legs appeared before everyone's eyes. Mo Hai strode in with great momentum, saying, "If you meet me, consider yourselves lucky. Hand over the Soul Beast's spirit power, then obediently press the rescue device button and withdraw from the ascension platform." Yangzi panicked and spoke, "Third ring Soul Master, this is trouble. Tang Wulin, what should we do?" Recognizing her, Wulin called out, "Sister Yu, keep up that momentum." Mo Hai responded to him, "Tang Wulin." Everyone was surprised and asked, "Do you two know each other?" He happily walked over to greet her. "So it turns out my sister is also at the Ascension Platform's riot. How about we team up?" Mo Hai crossed her arms and pretended to be indifferent, replying, "I won't go with you guys. Your team is really too weak." Then she placed her hand over her mouth and smiled. "I didn't expect you to only be at the 1st ring. It seems you're just bold. What good is rapid progress in the Tiao Qi team? Later on, when it comes to the spirit power phase, that will be the most important. I will definitely catch up to you." Gu Yue angrily summoned a fireball. "Today, I will make sure you have no way to escape." Ta Jie beside her hurriedly stopped her. "Gu Yue, calm down. What are you doing with that fireball?" Mo Hai coldly said, "Well, we're leaving." Wulin encouraged, "Sister, go for it." She stomped her foot and turned away. "I don't need your encouragement." Standing in the quiet forest, Wulin reminded everyone that it had only been half an hour, and they must not let their guard down, recovering their soul power while observing. Guyue noticed something was off and spoke up. Don't you all feel that the surroundings are unusually quiet? Suddenly, green slashes appeared. Yangzi looked up and said, What? My little black is being attacked by something. Over there, above them, is a gigantic dark spiderweb. Guyue said, Spiderweb, Wulin command. Switch to battle mode. Summon your power. Yulan all power. You beside me also shouted, Lan Yin Vine. No matter what, that spiderweb remains unharmed. No, we can't do anything to it. Everyone, quickly stay away from it. The Lanyan vine was corroded, with swirling smoke and shades of blue and deep purple hovering in the air. Tajie shouted, This spiderweb is highly toxic. Everyone don't touch it. Jin Ti panicked and spoke up. So scary. If Little Black hadn't scouted above, we would have been eliminated by now. After saying that, he trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. A terrifying face like a demon appeared. Yangzi's eyes widened in shock. He stammered, That's the 100-year-faced demon spider. We encountered a super powerful enemy in the last 20 minutes. The demon spider was dark green and black, with sharp white silver fangs and fiery red compound eyes full of menace approaching. Mo Jun looked at the screen and trembled. They have run out of luck. It's the 100-year-faced demon spider. Du Tian also spoke up right after. Do we need to remind them to press the button on the rescue signal device? This is a riot period. Taji observed it and said, That's the 100-year-faced demon spider. What do we do? Jin Ti also panicked and said, Moreover, it seems to be the one that ambushed me. Ta Jie assessed the demon spider. This creature is full of deadly poison and weaponry. The face demon spider is extremely dangerous. Although it is just a 100-year soul beast, it can kill a 1,000-year soul beast. Its power is astonishing, but killing it will only yield the spirit power of the 100-year soul beast. Captain, fight or flee. A determined Wu Lan made the decision. Fight. We have to kill it. Xie Xie was stunned for a few seconds. Then he smiled in praise. Well said. Let's have a good fight then, Wang Jinxi asked in shock. Fight? Zhang Yangzi, standing beside him, shouted, Tang Wulin, are we really fighting? Gu Yue cut them both off. Never question the captain's decision. Once a decision has been made, it must be executed without hesitation. Hang Shu anxiously said to Chang Kong. It looks like they're planning to fight the 100-year human-faced demon spider. But if they run, they'll just attract more spirit beasts to surround and attack them. He nodded in response. So, they've made the right decision. Wulan gave his orders, battle formation, ready, absolutely no reckless moves. It's probably observing us too. We absolutely cannot let it get close to us. Everything it touches gets corroded, so its entire body is extremely dangerous. It's revealing its human face. It must be about to spit silk. A terrifying amount of silk shot out from its abdomen. Wulan swiftly leaped up to dodge. He warned the others, Everyone, dodge now. Do not let the spider silk touch you. A surprised voice rang out, so fast, wherever the spider silk touched, that spot was corroded. Gu Yue summoned numerous fireballs. Let me protect everyone. Chain fireball technique. The swift and sharp slashes flew towards the demon spider. Seeing it had no effect, Gu Yue spoke again. It's no use. It's not working. It's using its legs to block the fireballs. Its combat experience is incredibly rich. It opened its large mouth and began to spit out more silk. Zhang Yangzi, flying nearby, shouted, It's spitting silk again. Dodge quickly. Tang Wulin, are we really going to fight it? Outside, Hang Shu, watching through the screen, yelled even louder, Be careful. Absolutely do not get hit by the spider silk. Don't break formation. Chang Kong turned to him impatiently. Your shouting is useless. They can't hear you anyway. Wang Jingxi ran over with a panicked look. Tang Wulin, we must defeat it. I don't want it to become my nightmare anymore. Don't worry about me. I've already conquered my fear, Wulan replied confidently. All right, with you saying that, I'm relieved. Our strategy can only be completed with you in it, he nodded. No problem, Xie shouted. Everyone be careful, we're surrounded by its poisonous web. If it spits silk one more time, we'll have no room to dodge, Hang Shu asked, losing his composure. What do we do now? The demon spider opened its mouth and began to spit silk. Seizing the opportunity, Wulan said, This is the moment. Begin the attack. On my command. Gu Yue started her move, the sky-supporting stone tower. The dark demon spider lunged down, creating a crack on the ground. Hang Shu couldn't believe his eyes. Using an earth elemental spell can also block the poisonous web? Xiexie and Wulan silently observed the situation. Zhang Yangzi reached out his hand to summon his power. Dark light curtain. Under the cold blue light, his face was resolute, kneeling with one hand on the ground, where a swirling current of dark and chaotic energy was surging around Zhang Yangzi. The demon spider ferociously crashed down like a wave. Du Tian broke out in a cold sweat and said, Zhang Yangzi's soul skill has reduced the 100-year human-faced demon spider's vision. Wulan's blue-silver grass appeared, wrapping around its body. Wang Jingxi braced himself in a fighting stance, unleashing a large, claw-shaped blast of icy blue energy with a brilliant light. Giant bone dragon claw. Snap. The blue-silver grass on the demon spider snapped instantly. Hang Shu leaned close to the screen and said, "This is bad. The blue-silver grass is being corroded. They're about to lose their grip on it." The demon spider raised its sharp claws, preparing to strike. Wang Jinshi was tightly bound by the blue-silver grass around his chest. Later, Hang Shu's mouth fell open. Wang Jingxi is being pulled by the blue-silver grass towards the dark light curtain, so he was the bait. The blue-silver grass shot out again, tightly binding the demon spider's two sharp claws. He continued to shout, "The 100-year human-faced demon spider's legs are bound by the blue-silver grass again. No, wait, that's not ordinary blue-silver grass." After combining Tang Wulin's soul skill with the blue-silver grass, the blue-silver grass had turned golden, and the potent venom of the human-faced demon spider couldn't corrode it. Xie swung his light dragon dagger down mercilessly. Light dragon storm. Hang Shu, excited to the point of hoarseness, still roared, "It's a hit! It's heavily injured!" Zhang Yangzi, flying above, cheered, "We did it! That's great!" However, Gu Yue noticed something. "Wait, that last blow didn't kill it." Shishi turned back to warn. "Be careful, it's enraged. It's about to go all out. Tang Wulin, why are you running towards it? You're too close. Get back here." Wulin seemed determined, and before attacking, he instructed, "Xie, if anything happens to me, you'll be the captain." Knowing what Wulin was thinking, he tried to stop him. "Wait, Tang Wulin, what are you trying to do?" Xie shouted in despair. Meanwhile, Wulin had already dashed towards the demon spider. He gritted his teeth and threw a powerful punch at it. Xie looked at the scene before him and whispered in awe. As expected of a 100-year human-faced demon spider, even its blood is that terribly toxic. Its blood has corroded the entire ground. If Gu Yue hadn't enhanced Tang Wulin's defense with an ice shield, then I'm afraid he would have been eliminated. Wulin shivered and then sneezed. Looking at Gu Yue, he said, "Thank you for saving me." She raised her index finger in response. "You're welcome." He huddled up and continued. "No matter what, we really did." Wang Jingxi offered his assessment. "Defeat the 100-year human-faced demon spider." Xie exclaimed happily, "That's right, we won. We finally defeated it." But along with the joy came some doubts. "But it seems like we can't get out of here right now. In that case, let's stay here and absorb spiritual energy to recover first." Watching through the screen, Mac Quan was not surprised by what happened. The 5 children, led by Du Tian, managed to defeat the 100 Years Demon Mask without getting hurt. Normally, after encountering the 100 Years Demon Mask in the Ascension Arena, there are only 2 possible scenarios. The first is to immediately flee before being detected by the 100 Years Demon Mask. The second is that after being discovered, one person will sacrifice themselves to hold off the demon mask while the remaining team members take the opportunity to escape. The case of being ambushed like they were and still managing to defeat the 100 Years Demon Mask without anyone getting hurt is indeed extremely rare, especially since they are just 10-year-old children, the strongest among them only at the second stage. It is clear that they have been well trained. Teacher Vo is truly formidable. Hang Huk happily turned to ask the headmaster. They praised him so much, yet he still couldn't smile. His face remained cold as he replied, "It's just a 100 Years Demon Mask. What's there to be happy about?" Du Tian asked for his opinion. "We will send the footage of this battle to the military for safekeeping. This is valuable material that can be used for tactical analysis. Teacher Vo, have these children considered joining the Spirit Tower?" The headmaster completely ignored the question and did not respond. While the group of Tang Wulin was absorbing the energy from the 100 Years Demon Mask, an unprecedented event occurred in history. Due to the sensitivity of the Soul Beast's perception during the chaotic period of the Ascension Arena, the energy released by the 100 Years Demon Mask after its death immediately attracted many Soul Beasts. They rushed madly towards Tang Wulin's group, who were absorbing the energy. The toxicity of the 100 Years Demon Mask is incredibly terrifying. Even the celestial prediction was visibly corroded by it, so it's easy to guess the fate of the Soul Beasts drawn here. Outside the poisonous net, the ground was suddenly filled with corpses. All the attracted Soul Beasts died tragically. The poisonous spiderweb had extremely strong toxicity, and their energy was released. The astonishing energy was, of course, gradually absorbed by Tang Wulin's group. After killing the 100 Years Demon Mask, which had strength surpassing even the 1,000-year Soul Beasts, each of them absorbed several hundred years' worth of energy. Du Tian wondered, "What's going on? This energy is really too much." Mac Quan sensed something wrong and turned to run towards the door. "No, we must report this situation to our superiors." From beginning to end, the headmaster remained silent and did not intervene. Just as Du Tian and Mac Quan were about to step out the door, he rushed in like a gust of wind to block them. Du Tian trembled and spoke, Teacher, Teacher Vo, what are you doing? A cold aura radiated from the headmaster's body, and he softly asked, Is there something wrong with my students? He and Mak Kwan only heard the headmaster's voice and were so frightened they didn't dare to retort further. He looked at them coldly and continued as if declaring, First, I feel that my students did nothing wrong. They faced the powerful 100 Years Demon Mask, fought, and won, while engaging without using any techniques that violate the rules. They are currently recovering their energy. Everything is natural, and no one is doing anything intentionally, so there is no problem at all. To my knowledge, regarding the Ascension Arena, you have no authority to change any of this. The Ascension Arena is completely a free-flowing process. If humans interfere in the matters within, it will lose its authenticity. Du Tian felt overwhelmed by his aura. He thought to himself, I didn't expect this guy to be so good at reasoning. It's really scary, making us feel as if we were caught in a trap. After a moment of hesitation, Du Tian asked, But absorbing so much energy won't be a problem, right? It seems they only have the first stage. The second stage, he crossed his arms and observed the screen, completely ignoring his question. Hang Huk, who had been silent, finally spoke up. They are right. If too much energy is absorbed, the headmaster does not trust the Wulin group. He reassured them, Don't underestimate their mental strength. Around them, many sparkling particles floated in the air. Tajie exclaimed with wide eyes. What's going on? Wulin was also very surprised. He said there was too much energy. Does the 100 Years Demon Mask have that much energy? Ko Nguyet, standing beside him, explained that it was because its poisonous threads had killed a number of soul beasts over 100 years. The energy of the dead soul beasts was all absorbed by us. Jinti sighed and added, Actually, absorbing too much energy is also dangerous. My second stage mental strength cannot contain a soul ring of 2,000 years. You all at the first stage can absorb a bit more. Tajie raised his hand and cheered happily. Now it's somewhat okay, but how many soul beasts do we have to kill to achieve this? That's quite a big claim. Ko Nguyet turned to continue expressing her thoughts. If you have the first stage, you have probably absorbed energy equivalent to 400 years already, and the second stage has about 200 years. The toxicity of the poisonous threads has also started to decrease. This place is no longer safe. We will have to guard against more than just soul beasts in the future. From the high rock in front, a domineering voice rang out. Hey, you guys, hurry up and hand over your energy, just as Ko Nguyet said. As soon as Tang Wulin's group left the web, they were attacked by other soul masters. Hyoyu looked down and spoke loudly. He brazenly wanted to steal their energy. I don't want you to suffer. You should press the button on the distress signal and leave here. Ko Nguyet shouted to Hyoyu. It's over. 1,000-year soul master. Ko Nguyet prepared to fight at any moment. She shouted to inform everyone that the Soul Lord has 3 soul rings, and it seems he has 1 Millennium Soul Ring. Hyo-Nu continued from above. We are all soul masters. I don't want to hurt you. Leave your spirit power and withdraw from the Ascension suppression. Kim's sister looked at him in fear. This time it's over. He is the one with the Millennium Soul Ring. Tajie didn't care at all. He slightly smirked. This is a humanoid soul beast, right? It can even talk. Its evolution isn't bad. The chaotic Ascension platform is really interesting. Looking at his expression, he coldly remarked, You want to use the Mun skill to spy on my strength? Then don't blame me for being rude. Hyonugu raised his hand to summon power, injecting the ice spear. Tagyai panicked when he saw him preparing to attack. A burst of bright green light was flying towards them. He quickly retreated. Tagyai looked at the ice wall in front of him and said, The ice spear was blocked by a wall of ice. Did Ko Nguit help me block it? Ko Nguit turned to remind him, Tagyai, you should step back. Let me deal with this person. Hyonugu was surprised by her previous block. He thinks, he can block our ice spear? Your speed isn't bad. Tagyai gritted his teeth in anger. That last move was too fast. If it weren't for Ko Nguit, I would have been pierced through. Seeing Ko Nguit about to counterattack, Wulin spoke up. Ko Nguit, you don't need to push yourself too hard. Do you need us to set up a formation to fight with you? She quietly replied, No need. I just want to test my strength. Tagyai was shocked, his eyes wide open as he shouted, What, Ko Nguyet? Has she reached the second ring already? Did she just level up? He and Duong Tu stood pale-faced. The trauma from when Ko Nguyet was only at the first ring, beating them down, was increasing. Seeing she wanted to fight him, Hyun-gu calmly said, It's just the second ring. Don't overdo it. We are all ice attribute soul masters. I really don't want to hurt you. Ko Nguyet lowered her eyes and confidently replied, Why are you so talkative? If you're not going to fight, then get lost. Tagyai tilted his head and asked Wulin, Captain, is it really okay for her to say that? He laughed in response as if it were obvious. She has always been like that. Bishko Nguyet was determined to go all out. He accepted. Fine. Then don't blame me for being merciless. Pay the price for your blind confidence. In a stance of gathering strength, Hyo In-gu unleashed a spell. creating a freezing storm with countless sharp blue ice crystals raining down. Ice Rage! Taji suddenly shouted. In a moment, so many ice spears have appeared. If they shoot at the same speed as before, it will be very dangerous. Those ice spears are all heading towards us. This time even Ko Nagiet's ice wall might not hold. Captain, we are about to be in trouble because of Ko Nagiet, he coldly advised. I give you 5 seconds to press the button on the distress signal device, or else they will pierce through all of you. Ko Niet remained still, not saying or doing anything. Suddenly, her eyes emitted a brilliant light, looking straight at him with determination. Behind Ko Nguyet was a brilliant golden halo and ethereal purple light streaks. She coldly said, "You will find out who gets pierced through later." Hyo Ngu held him back. What is this? Ko Nguyet leaped up, surrounded by dazzling light like the sun. Tugon beside her covered her eyes and shouted, "What is that?" "Brother, it's too bright, I can't see anything." He squinted to observe and softly reassured, "Don't be afraid. Just close your eyes for a moment, and it will be fine." After a while, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Hyungu and Tugon were surrounded by ice crystals and blue-white light streaks. He couldn't believe it. What? My ice rage has completely disappeared? Ko Nguyen appeared behind, speaking, I give you 3 seconds. Help your sister press the button on the distress signal device and then withdraw from here. The 2 siblings Tugon were startled and turned their heads. He panicked. You! The siblings. The ice staff turned around to see a scene that left both of them in disbelief. 4 types of elements. Water, fire, earth, and wind formed a whirlwind, and they could vaguely see Ko No Yet standing in the middle of the storm. On her face was an expression of great disdain. Below, Vu Lan and Ta Ji were stunned by what she just displayed. Duong Tu and Kim's sister were no exception. All looked at Ko Nuye in shock. Hang Hook was sweating coldly, mouth agape, unable to speak. Hyo No-gu showed extreme astonishment in his bright green eyes. Everyone witnessing was shocked by the scene before their eyes. Just before the storm swept through, the 3-ring Soul Lord pressed the distress signal button of his sister, then faced the storm alone. A dazzling energy explosion. Bright white light erupted violently from the ground, propelling debris into the sky. Everything around seemed to shake. Vulan's mouth was agape while Tajiai beside him hugged himself tightly. Too powerful. Duongtu heard the explosion and took a step back, standing still like a statue with Kim's sister. So scary. Ko Nuiet gently brushed her hands and turned to look at everyone's expressions, asking, What's wrong with everyone? Tajiai, both shocked and surprised, shouted, This is too exaggerated. I didn't expect Ko Nagiet to defeat the 3-ring Soul Lord so easily. Her strength is truly unfathomable. He bent down and said, Ko Nuiet, sister, from now on you are my sister. I won't argue with you anymore. She coldly turned away, ignoring him. In fact, the strength of that 3-ring Soul Lord was not weak. From the moment he attacked, Tajiai could see that. But after Ko Nagiet perfectly neutralized his Millennium Soul skill, he was already panicking, adding the bizarre technique that Ko Nagiet uses, which controls multiple elements to create a storm. Because of this, the 3 Soul Master lost due to not understanding Ko Nuiet's abilities. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have been eliminated so quickly. No matter what, being able to control 6 types of elements means possessing the skill of transformation, combined with an incredibly strong mental force. Ko Nguet has already become the strongest among her peers. After the fierce battle, the clear blue sky reappeared with white clouds, where a few black birds soared against the backdrop of the hazy foliage. Suddenly, a layer of mist appeared around them. Vulan realized the problem and shouted. The temperature suddenly spiked. What's going on? Zhang Yangzi, quickly find out what's happening. Yangzi acted immediately, looking at his spirit beast and commanding, Little Black, go scout. The situation around them was still heating up, and a group of magical beasts was approaching us, likely a group of giant soul beasts, a voice echoed. It seems to be the Fire Flame Demon Master. Upon hearing this, Yangzi's face turned panicked. What? The Fire Flame Demon Master? With terrifying force, a gigantic dark purple foot with sharp black claws, seemingly from a monstrous beast, stomped heavily on the green ground, creating sparks of red and yellow flying everywhere. The flames blazed fiercely. Tajie spoke up. Perhaps they were lured here by the spiritual energy we possess. The overall combat power of the Fire Flame Demon Masters is incredibly strong. Last time, their flames engulfed us in just a few seconds. Vu Lun directed, Everyone, retreat quickly, run back as far as possible, and do your best to gather all the spiritual energy back. Run. I don't want to be burned again. The fierce face of the fire flame appeared with red eyes and sharp fangs. It growled, its body wrapped in blazing red flames chasing closely behind. Normally, the stronger an individual soul beast is, the more likely it is to act alone, as this allows them to gather more food. But the Fire Flame Demon Master is an exception. Their strength is formidable, yet they choose to live in packs. During previous training, encountering a group of fire flame demon masters would basically signal the end of training. Jinti tried to look back and shouted, "Not good, I'm about to be caught." Yang Zi reminded him, "Old Wang, don't look back, just run." Jinti was gradually losing strength. He gritted his teeth and said, "No, I will share my spiritual energy with you all." "Oh!" Jinti stopped, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and said one last thing before disappearing. "Farewell, bye-bye." Ko Nuguyet said to Taji, "Wang Jinti has retreated, and all his spiritual energy has been given to us." Taji responded, "This must be a special situation during the chaotic period. Never mind, let's run." Sweat streamed down her face as Ko Niet made a decision. "I probably can't hold on much longer. Let me hold them off. You all run." After saying this, she stopped running. Ko Nuguyet turned around to face the raging fire flame behind her. Tajie called out, "Goodbye, Ko Nuguyet sister. We will go ahead." She looked directly at it with focused eyes, her whole body surrounded by a dazzling orange-pink light and rapid streaks of light, showcasing an explosive display of power. The fire flame opened its mouth and roared fiercely, while Vulan and the others continued to run without daring to slack off for a moment. Yang Zi, running behind Vulan, said, "Ko Nuyet used her light and ice soul skills to slow them down. Why is Ko Nuyet's spiritual energy only flying towards Duang Vulan?" Tajie interjected without concern, "I don't know, just run, or they will catch up soon." Suddenly, Yang Zi had a thought and decided to tell Vulan, "Captain, I have an idea. Do you want to hear it?" He anxiously turned back to remind, "What time is it? Don't keep me in suspense, just say it." He smirked and replied, "There must be soul beasts in the sky. I will lure them here. Maybe it can distract the fire flame demon masters. I haven't contributed much this time. Let me do something for everyone." After saying this, Yang Zi spread his wings and flew away. Vulan looked up and shouted, "Zhang Yang Zi." Up above, he observed his surroundings, thinking to himself, "It's too quiet up here. Why isn't there a single soul beast?" While searching, Yang Zi spotted a nest in front of him and happily approached. Found it. Yang Zi lifted the egg with both hands when suddenly a pair of mighty eagles flew towards him. Yang Zi looked at it and thought, "Isn't that the creature that eliminated me from the ascension platform the first time I entered? Looks like I'm holding your treasure." Without hesitation, he swung his hand and threw the egg down, adding, "If you want your treasure back, go find the Fire Flame Demon Master to claim it. If you're late, your treasure will turn into fried eggs." The egg fell rapidly due to the force of the throw. The air gradually quieted. Vulan spoke. "Yang Zi's spiritual energy has also been transferred. Perhaps he has retreated. The noise behind us is getting further away." Tajie looked back and replied, "Maybe the two of us have escaped danger." Vulan's face remained tense. He warned Tajie, "But it's not the time to rejoice yet." He brushed it off, smiling to reassure, "It's okay. After all, we've survived here for over an hour. We've passed the test." Slash! A powerful strike came down. Tajie was sent flying into the sky, shocking Vulan. He anxiously called out, "Tajie!" A large brown-red foot of a monstrous beast with sharp golden claws stomped heavily on the green grass. Vulan turned towards the source of the noise. The golden eagle was charging fiercely. He looked at it, secretly assessed the strong aura. It was the level of a powerful being among soul beasts. Finally, Wu Lun came to a conclusion. Shu Xiaoyan. Tajie fell from above, crashing his body hard onto the ground. After the impact, he transformed into a small streak of light and disappeared. Wu Lun was startled and turned to look. No longer seeing Tajie, he shouted, "Tajie! Damn it! Tajie has been knocked off the ascension platform." Wu Lun knew it was Shu Xiaoyan, the strongest of the strong in the world of soul beasts. Shu Xiaoyan was unmatched in maturity. Even the Titan dragon had no advantage when facing him. The Shu Xiaoyan in front of him was probably still not fully grown, but at least had a cultivation level of over 100 years. If the 100-year face demon beast could contend with a 1,000-year soul beast, then the 100-year Shu Xiaoyan could likely defeat even a 10,000-year soul beast. This was its terrifying aspect. Wu Lun could not have imagined that a legendary beast would appear in the basic ascension platform. Wu Lun thought to himself that he had to use the heavenly silent spear to distract it before escaping. Apps Jin swung his hand, shattering the heavenly silent spear. Not thinking it could break that attack, Wu Lun was surprised. How could it? It could easily shatter the heavenly silent spear. There wasn't much time. He quickly propelled himself forward to escape. Wu Lun reminded himself to run quickly. He needed to absorb more spiritual energy. While running, a fiery figure appeared, and he stopped in worry. Oh no! The fire mage had caught up. Wu Lun reached out to summon the blue-silver grass. The flexible blue grass sprouted and wrapped around a high branch. Wu Lun used his strength to climb up and dodge the fire mage's attack, which was surrounded by raging flames. The fire mage roared, charging straight at him as if wanting to incinerate him immediately. After the chase, Wulun was temporarily safe from it. At this moment, it was Apsjin. Apsjin bared his claws, his eyes shining brightly, disregarding all enemies charging at him. The fire mage, witnessing his momentum, was frightened and fluffed up its fur, not daring to resist. Finally, a fierce fire mage bowed its head in defeat. Wu Lun observed from start to finish, thinking, what? The fire mage was so scared that it didn't dare to run anymore? The threat from this Xu Xiaoyan was too great, truly terrifying. The fire mage standing in front of him was no different from a kitten. Xu Xiaoyan's speed was also very fast. If he charged with full force, he might be lost in thought, and Ap's Jin had already struck. He nimbly dodged the attack, thinking that he had already caught up. Oh no, he couldn't escape now. Wu Lun looked at the signal button in his hand and made a decision, pressing the button on the distress signal device. Hang Hu was anxious with every action he took. He shouted, "Hurry and press the button. If that bear hits you, it's over." Suddenly, he paused to think. Over there, he hadn't stopped shouting, "Wu Lun." Wu Lun glanced over, his eyes filled with determination. Wu Lun raised his hand, gathering a brilliant golden power, creating a dazzling light. Hang Hu couldn't help but yell, "Is he crazy? Why is he activating the golden dragon claw? Is the boy planning to confront Xu Xiaoyan head-on?" Wu Lun's gaze was sharp, surrounded by brilliant flames, his hand clenched, preparing to strike. He thought he had to test just how powerful the golden dragon claw really was. Hang Hu was sweating profusely, continuing to shout. Wu Lun stopped his hand. "On this side," he shouted, concentrating his power to unleash a brilliant golden light, confronting the massive fangs and claws of Ap's Jin. Just as expected, the brilliant golden light from him erupted, pushing back Ap's Jin, along with its sharp claws and fangs. Wu Lun's hand reached out into the air, releasing a burst of fiery energy in the shape of a radiant red-orange flower, exploding power around him. The entire scene was immersed in a brilliant red hue and speed. Ap's Jin's mouth full of fangs opened wide. Now, Wu Lun could only watch helplessly. He could not act any further. An explosion of blinding white light occurred. Dark green and purple debris flew around like remnants of an extremely powerful attack. Hang Hu panicked and called out, Wu Lun, can you hear me? Hurry and start the medical assistance. This kid was hit by Xu Xiaoyan. Quickly activate the medical system." In his heart, he thought, have I escaped from the ascension platform? A long device was emitting cold air pressing against Wu Lun's abdomen. Ma Kun and Du Tian explained that this was a specially designed ice bed with an extremely low temperature but would not harm him. It was specifically used to awaken those severely injured and unconscious in the ascension platform, stimulating them to quickly regain consciousness. Wu Lun jumped up and shouted, "It's freezing to death!" He jolted awake. Du Tian asked in panic, "How did he wake up so quickly?" Ma Kun beside him stammered, "Are you awake now?" Wu Lun sat on the bed, dazed, not understanding what was happening. "Wake up! What does that mean?" He hurriedly recounted the situation. "You were hit by Xu Xiaoyan." Gu Yue pointed at Ta Jie. The normal reaction of someone hit by Xu Xiaoyan should be like this. Two staff members were holding his arms and legs tightly, shouting, "No, he's still trembling. Quickly restrain him." Truong Kong sternly approached Wu Lun and said, "Wu Lun, you don't feel anything unusual, do you?" Gu Yue silently glanced over, waiting for him to respond. Wu Lun extended his hands to look and then replied nonchalantly, "I'm fine. It's just that my hands feel a bit numb. Everything else seems okay." He looked around and reminded, "As long as everyone is okay, we'll wait for Ta Jie to stabilize a bit more before heading back to school." Wu Lun raised his hand. "Right, Teacher Vo, I have a question." He spoke coldly. "Any questions related to the Spirit Ascension platform can wait until we get back to the academy." He replied immediately, "Yes, sir." Now, Chong Kong and the others were striding down a wide road, heading forward under the brilliant orange-yellow light of the sun. He spoke as he walked. In this exam, everyone except Tang Wulin received a perfect score. Tang Wulin only gets 99 points for cheating. He retorted, "When did I ever cheat?" Chang Kong stated the reason. "Didn't you make 1,000 refined cloud titanium vest for everyone? I'll let it slide this time, but don't let me catch you again." Wulin laughed and replied, "Yes, sir." Xie Xie, who was being carried on Wulin's back, said, "Tang Wulin, thanks for making me that cloud titanium vest. It was really useful. Otherwise, that attack from Xu Xiaoyan would have been a real nightmare." He smiled happily. "No problem. If I can make better armor in the future, I'll still share it with everyone." Shi then wondered, "But it's strange. You were also hit by Xu Xiaoyan, so why wasn't your reaction as strong as mine?" Wulin looked back at him. "I'm not sure about that either. Maybe it's because my constitution is stronger? How about you go running with me from now on?" Shi tightened his grip on his neck, teasing, "Wouldn't that interrupt your date with the senior?" Wulin shyly reminded him, "Don't talk nonsense. We've only run into each other a few times." Suddenly, Gu Yue's sharp gaze swept over Shishi's face. He stammered in alarm, "Senior." She clenched her fists and asked coldly, "Which senior? What class? What's her name?" Wulin quickly explained. "There's no one. He's just talking nonsense. You should calm down." The sky was filled with the brilliant orange, pink, and yellow hues of sunset. From inside a room, Chang Kong's voice rang out. "All right, class is dismissed for today. Everyone go back. Review your experiences and get some rest. Tang Wulin, come to my place tonight." He replied, "Yes, sir." In front of his room, Wulin said softly, "Teacher Wu, I'm here." Chang Kong snapped coldly. "It's so late. What are you doing here?" He hurriedly explained in a panic. "But you told me to come." He nonchalantly turned back into the room. "Oh, right. I remember now. Then come on in." Inside the room, a corner with a wooden window with small square panes was surrounded by a cream-colored wall, all bathed in a warm, pale yellow light. Chang Kong leaned back in his chair and instructed coldly. "In short, you must remember, from now on, any questions related to the Spirit Pagoda must wait until after we return to the academy." He nodded in agreement. "Okay, I understand, but aren't these issues supposed to be reported back to the Spirit Pagoda?" He lowered his gaze and said, "The Spirit Pagoda organization isn't as simple as you think. Their power is immense. Even the Federation has to be wary of them. And besides, other continents also have Spirit Pagodas." Wulin had a question. "Have you been to other continents before? Are they different from ours?" Chang Kong didn't explain much. "There are many differences. You'll find out when you go yourself someday. I'm sure you didn't come here just to ask about these things. Tell me what your real question is." Wulin continued to share. "Yes, sir. I've noticed that after Shi and the others reach the second ring, it's very difficult for their spirit souls to evolve to the 1,000-year level, because the spiritual energy they absorb has to be divided between their two spirit rings. Even if they had enough spirit souls to evolve to the 1,000-year level, their cultivation level still couldn't withstand having 2,000-year spirit rings at the same time. As for Wang Jingxi and Zhang Yangzi, their spiritual power can't even withstand a single 1,000-year spirit ring." He appreciated the recent observation. "Being able to think this far proves you've seriously considered this issue." "That's right. No matter how much financial backing you have, or how many times you enter the Spirit Ascension platform, it's all useless if your body can't handle it. But there's more you want to say, isn't there?" He didn't deny it and continued, "I've discovered that my situation is quite special. My body's endurance is stronger than my soul power would normally allow. Although I only have one spirit ring, I feel that I can withstand a 1,000-year spirit ring. Moreover, my spiritual power has already reached the spirit connection realm, so I'm no longer limited by the theory that a one-ring soul master can only withstand a 400-year spirit ring. Does this mean that as long as I absorb enough spiritual energy, my spirit soul can reach the 1,000-year level?" Chang Kong shared his thoughts. "Theoretically, it's possible, but there's one condition. You cannot advance to the second ring before you absorb enough spiritual energy. Furthermore, when your body reaches the cultivation level for a second ring, it must also be able to withstand the strain of 2,000-year spirit rings on your body." Grasping this information, he said happily, "That's right. If my spirit soul reaches the 1,000-year level, it means my second spirit ring would also be a 1,000-year one. So after I become a 2-ring Grand Soul Master, will I be able to withstand 2,000-year spirit rings?" He calculated silently, then made a decision. "Let's do this. I will conduct a series of physical tests on you later to see if your body can withstand a 1,000-year spirit ring. If it can, then you will become a special case." He replied softly, "Yes, sir." After a moment of discussion, Chang Kong stood up and pointed to the door, gesturing for him to leave. "All right, you can go now." Wulin was startled and replied, "Yes, sir." A modern white and light blue building stood tall against the night sky. Chang Kong's contemplative silhouette appeared on the balcony. He thought, no matter how weak his martial soul is, as long as his first spirit soul can evolve to the 1,000-year level, he will have a tremendous advantage. Even at Shrek, there are very few students this outstanding. Perhaps after taking this step, his martial soul will continue to evolve. It seems I must proceed. I have conducted a few unusual tests on him. At the same time, this matter must be kept secret within the Spirit Tower, at least until Tang Wulin's promotion is absolutely not exposed. I didn't expect that during this entry into the Spirit Ascension platform amidst the chaos, these kids would achieve such great gains. The one who harvested the most was the one who stayed in the Spirit Ascension platform the longest, Tang Wulin. He absorbed the most spiritual energy. The second was Gu Yue. Gu Yue directly completed her promotion, officially becoming a 2-ring Great Spirit Master, while also defeating a 3-ring opponent. After being promoted to 2 rings, the spiritual power of Gu Yue has undoubtedly increased to an unknown level. This young lady's spiritual power might actually reach the Spirit Sea realm before she turns 15. The spirit rings of the others have also evolved, but this has also caused some issues, which is that they cannot enter the spirit ascension platform for a short period, because absorbing too much spiritual energy will cause side effects. I never expected that in less than half a year, such a situation would arise. According to the original plan, it should have taken about 3 years for them to reach this level. It seems I need to adjust the future teaching plan. The scene shifts to Wulan's dormitory. He is quietly sitting on the floor, surrounded by blue vine, grass, and a source of energy enveloping his body. Wulan closes his eyes, relaxing in the warm golden space, and he fumbles in the space, calling, "Old Tang, where are you? I have a few things I want to ask." A spiritual consciousness appears, and he speaks in a deep voice. "I already know about what happened in the Spirit Ascension platform. You are worried that absorbing too much spiritual energy will be unbearable for your body, right?" He nods and replies, "Yes." He reassures Wulan, "Don't worry, your spiritual power can withstand spirit rings of about 1,200 years. And regarding the spirit rings, after you absorb the energy released by the first seal from the Golden Dragon King, your body will be able to withstand more than 2 spirit rings of 1,000 years." He happily responds, "Really? That's great, thank you." The spiritual consciousness continues, "No need to be polite. If you have any questions, just ask. No one understands your body better than I do. Your spiritual power is always increasing, but due to a slight deficiency, its growth rate is not too fast. It's best for you to find a method to cultivate your spiritual power, so you can quickly enhance your own spiritual power." Wulan asks, "Where can I find it?" He doesn't elaborate, just replies briefly, "This is something you have to find on your own." He continues to ask, "Can I attack the second seal before reaching 2 rings? After breaking the second seal, how will my body's endurance change?" The spiritual consciousness explains to him, "To break the second seal, you must find the 4 types of spiritual materials I mentioned to you. With their assistance, you will be able to break the second seal, and at the same time, the toughness of your body will increase significantly. I fully support you breaking the second seal before reaching 2 rings. At that time, I will make recommendations based on the condition of your body. You must remember that the sooner you break the seal, the greater your ability to autonomously break the seal later, and it will be safer." His face shows a hint of worry, autonomously breaking the seal. Could there be a situation of involuntary breaking? He does not deny and responds, "That's right. If you unfortunately encounter an item that can trigger the aura of the Golden Dragon King, then the seal can be forcibly broken at any time. For you, that is the most dangerous situation. If you're not careful, you could lose your life at any moment. As time goes on, the seal of the Golden Dragon King will become more solid. This means that the more seals you break, the smaller the chance of involuntarily breaking the seal, and you will be safer. Remember that it is best to never have involuntary breaks." After hearing this, Wulan nods and quietly says, "Okay, I understand." Under the bright morning sun, the school scene is peaceful and bright. Zhang Kong enters the classroom with a fierce aura as usual. He looks down and coldly says, "Why is no one saying anything? Weren't you just secretly happy? If the situations you encountered were not in the Spirit Ascension platform, you wouldn't have the chance to sit here today. In reality, there are no distress signal devices to press." Wulan cautiously asks, "So what should we do if we encounter Xu Xiaoyan in real life?" He answers immediately without thinking, "Run, run at full speed." Below, Jin Bai turns to whisper to Yang Zi, "Fortunately, those terrifying spirit beasts are about to go extinct. Otherwise, it would be so scary." He agrees, "That's right. Those spirit beasts are really too dangerous. That's why they have been hunted to near extinction by humans, leaving only a few." Suddenly, Zhang Kong interjects, "No, you are wrong. The spirit beasts are primarily killed because they possess many things that humans need. The terrifying claw of the shadow beast has a high chance of producing spirit bones, which is why they are hunted by humans. Humanity is a very greedy creature. The extinction of spirit beasts is not because they are dangerous, but because they can bring benefits to humans." Wulan sweats and sits seriously, not knowing what he is calculating. Gu Yue beside him lowers her eyes as if she is trying to rest. Ta Jie, Yang Zi, and Jin Bi also begin to think deeply about this issue. Soaring high under the deep blue and cloudy sky, a gigantic castle with sharp Gothic architecture appears majestically through the dark foliage in the foreground. Inside, Xiaoyan, with sparkling eyes, softly comforts, "Brother, don't be angry." Xiu Yu grits her teeth and tightens her hands, saying nothing. Looking at his current expression, she thought her brother wasn't saying anything, which meant he was really angry. The Shu Raya family is the #1 great clan in East Sea City, with 2 children in the family, the older brother, Xu Xiaoyu, and the younger sister, Xu Xiaoyan. Their father is the powerful and high-ranking Minister of Finance in East Sea City. Although Xu Xiaoyu is the only son in the family, his stubborn and arrogant personality made him unpopular with the clan elders. Meanwhile, Xu Xiaoyan is warm-hearted, so in the eyes of the elders, she is like a shining pearl. Xu Xiaoyan is exceptionally talented, born with full soul power, but she herself does not like to cultivate. Since the clan already had an outstanding talent like Xu Xiaoyu, they didn't force her to cultivate. But 3 years after she awakened her martial soul, a test revealed that her soul power had increased to level 7, and a star wheel had appeared, an extremely rare phenomenon in the family's history. Only then did the clan begin to value Xu Xiaoyan. They believed she was even more talented than Xu Xiaoyu. The clan used many connections to obtain 2 tickets to send the siblings to the Riot Period Spirit Ascension platform, hoping Xu Xiaoyan could mature quickly. But Xu Xiaoyan has a kind-hearted nature, and when faced with soul beasts, she was completely unwilling to kill them, so she didn't absorb much spiritual power. Xu Xiaoyu not only had to deal with the soul beasts of the Riot Period, but also had to constantly persuade and encourage his sister to kill the soul beasts. After much effort, Xu Xiaoyan finally agreed that if she encountered a soul beast, she would take the initiative to fight. Everyone knows what happened after that. They encountered Gu Yue, who had just advanced to 2 rings, and were immediately eliminated by her. After returning, Xu Xiaoyu not only had to endure the pain in his body, but also received a harsh scolding from his father, so it would be strange if he were in a good mood. Xiaoyu clenched his fists and growled, "I'm so ticked off. Don't let me find out who they are, or I'll never let them off the hook." Night fell upon East Sea Academy. Inside the arena, Zhang Kong spoke coldly. "Then let's begin." Yang Zi, with one hand in his pocket, asked confusedly, "Begin?" Jingxi walked closer and asked, "Begin what?" Gu Yue spoke up, "Isn't today supposed to be a basic theory class?" Zhang Kong's eyes were sharp and amber, his entire body enveloped in a glowing blue aura. Golden rings and falling snowflakes surrounded him. Wulin suddenly shouted, "He's released all 6 of his soul rings." Xie's eyes widened. What is he trying to do? He spoke in a challenging tone. "Fight me. The 5 of you against me alone. This isn't the Spirit Ascension platform. There's no distress signal device." Zhang Kong's sharp gaze swept down as he spoke. "I will suppress my soul power to your level. I won't use soul skills, but this time, I will use my martial soul. Remember, this is not the Spirit Ascension platform, and you won't get a chance to revive." He stood in the middle of a magic circle, his body surrounded by a bursting golden light. Xi observed the situation and shouted, "His aura is terrifying. He's released all his soul rings." With a stern gaze, Zhang Kong held a dazzling blue light sword in his hand, ready for an attack. White robes and a blue sword, heaven freezing and earth chilling. Wulin looked at him, silently assessing his power. "The last time I saw our teacher's martial soul was during that incident, and seeing it this close now, the chilling aura is truly overwhelming." With no time to waste, he urged them to get into formation. "Everyone, get into position. Highest combat alert. I'll control. Gu Yue will support. And Xie, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jingxi will be the main attackers." Wulin waved his hand, unleashing the blue-silver grass. Gu Yue summoned a fireball. Xie, Yangzi, and Jingxi were on high alert, ready for battle. Zhang Kong coldly stated their strategy. "Use a coordinated attack to force me to evade. The other 3 will block my escape routes." The fireball, intertwined with the blue-silver grass, shot forward. Xie, who had drawn his light dragon dagger at some point, swiftly closed in on Zhang Kong from behind. He dodged all the attacks with a wave of his hand. Zhang Kong said confidently, "A good strategy indeed, but it's useless against me." Seeing the situation, Wulin cried out in confusion, "He can dodge every single attack without even moving from his spot? How is that possible?" Yang Zi couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming in shock, "What?" Seeing this, Xi sensed danger and immediately warned, "We're screwed, don't go there." Wulin forcefully pulled back the bluegrass vines, and Zhang Kong praised them. "Not bad. You realized the timing was off, and knew to immediately cancel the attack plan. If you had been a split second slower, the 3 attackers would have been defeated." Hearing this, Shi's face was filled with vigilance against the unseen threat. Beside him, Wulin's eyes were wide with astonishment. Gu Yue seemed calmer, but her aura was intensely focused, not letting her guard down for a second. Yang Zi and Jinxi were no exception, both looking in that direction with worry. They all shared the same thought. With this kind of aura, Teacher Zhang Kong was fighting seriously. "If we don't give it our all, we'll definitely be in for a world of hurt." Wulin extended a golden arm with brilliant claws, surrounded by a surging red and yellow energy. Golden Dragon Claw. Gu Yue focused on unleashing her power. Her body was enveloped in blue energy and streaks of white light. Dual Ring Elemental Storm. Xie brandished the light dragon dagger in his hand. Dual daggers. Wulin turned to assign tactics. "Wang Jingxi, Zhang Yangzi, you 2 lead the charge." After he spoke, Yang Zi and Jingxi joined hands, combining their strength. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Dark Eagle Dragon. Seeing what they were displaying, Zhang Kong silently assessed, they're finally getting a little more serious. A white vortex was flashing with. A blue light suddenly appeared. He and Kim T were thrown apart. Yang Zi shouted, "What is happening?" Kim T turned to him, slightly panicked, and said, "This is hard to understand. Ask again." "What happened?" Taji sensed something was wrong and quickly spoke up. "You guys, losing connection at a critical moment is the most dangerous." Kim T still asked in confusion, "What just happened?" Yang Zi shook his head. "I don't know." Watching them ask each other, Zhang Kongji stood silently observing, and finally, he decided to pause the training session. "Wang Kim T and Zhang Yang Zi, you two should try to use the martial soul fusion technique once more." "The two of them?" Dong Qing replied. "Yes. Before we start, Zhang Kong instructed that if we are not fighting, it is easier to focus our minds." Kim T and Yang Zi closed their eyes, first ensuring their soul power was in sync. Then they turned and held each other's hands tightly. Kim T gritted her teeth as if enduring something terrible, while Yang Zi was also shouting. A surge of power erupted, causing both of them to be thrown apart. Wu Lun spoke in confusion. "Failed again. Zhang Kong has been silent from the beginning." Kim T raised her hand to observe, seemingly in disbelief. Yang Zi, with tears in his eyes, pointed at him and said, "Wang Kim T, what are you doing? Your martial soul is rejecting me." Zhang Kong asked in a deep voice, "Rejecting? What exactly is going on?" Yang Zi cried out in frustration. "Wang Kim T's martial soul refuses to fuse with mine. Do you not need me anymore?" Seeing him like this, Kim T explained in confusion. "No, I don't know why this is happening either." Yang Zi pouted and yelled, "You don't need me anymore." Zhang Kong shot him a cold glance and reassured, "Zhang Yang Zi, calm down. It's possible that Wang Kim T doesn't know why either. Perhaps Wang Kim T's martial soul has undergone a mutation." He was stunned and repeated, "Martial soul mutation." Kim T fell silent, as if thinking about something. Next to him, Yang Zi was also deep in thought. Tajie, behind Wu Lun, peeked out to listen. After a while, Yang Zi finally spoke up. "Could it be because I train with Dong Wu Lun every night that our martial souls cannot fuse?" A look of indescribable sadness flickered in his eyes. Kim T lowered her head and replied, "Aside from that reason, I can't think of any other possibilities." Wu Lun frowned upon hearing this. Zhang Kong interrupted. "Today's combat lesson will stop here. Dong Wu Lun and Wang Kim T, come to my office for a moment." Hearing his name called, Wu Lun responded, "Yes." Kim T looked a bit downcast. "Yes." Yang Zi sadly pursed his lips, almost crying. The modern building with outdoor steel stairs and a glass canopy was bathed in the warm afternoon sunlight, with golden leaves falling gently in the air. Zhang Kong sat across from Wu Lun and Kim T and began to explain. "I used soul power to briefly check your bodies. Indeed, it is Wang Kim T's mutated martial soul that prevents you from fusing with Zhang Yang Zi's martial soul. Moreover, Wang Kim T's mutated martial soul is also influenced by Dong Wu Lun's bloodline." Realizing the reason, Kim T exclaimed, and he continued, "Wang Kim T, if we consider it personally, then this is good. Under the influence of Dong Wu Lun's bloodline, your martial soul is gradually mutating. And furthermore, it is mutating towards a higher level, but how high it will go in the future, I cannot say for sure. I can only say that if you continue to train with Dong Wu Lun, then your martial soul fusion technique with Zhang Yangzi will likely not be able to be executed anymore." He questioned, "So if I stop training with Dong Wu Lun in the future, can it be restored?" Zhang Kong replied seriously, "It is possible. After all, you haven't been training together for too long, and his soul power is weaker than yours, so the impact isn't significant. If you stop training together now, it should be possible to recover. However, the bloodline power of Dong Wu Lun will have an effect on similar martial souls within a certain range. So if you decide not to train with Dong Wu Lun, I can adjust your dormitory arrangements, trying to separate you two." Kim T didn't seem very enthusiastic. "Oh." Wu Lun felt guilty and turned to speak. "Kim T, I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. I know how significant the martial soul fusion technique is for both of you." He knew it was not related to him, so he spoke to reassure. "All right, how could I blame you? None of us expected it to turn out like this." Kim T asked Teacher Wu, "Can I go back and think about it before making a decision?" He agreed. "Of course, this is a big matter. Think it over carefully." After that day, the atmosphere in Class 0 became very strange. Zhang Yangzi spoke much less. Wang Kim T, who was already quiet, became even quieter, and he also temporarily stopped training with Dong Wu Lun. 2 days later, when it was time for the second final exam, Zhang Kong announced from the podium, "Everyone, go ahead, let's participate in the final exam together." Kim T suddenly stood up to speak. "Teacher Wu, I have decided." I will definitely not train with Dong Wulin anymore. Wulun and Taji turned in surprise, and Yang Zi, who was sitting, suddenly froze, thinking, Wang Kim Ti. Zhang Kong was silent for a moment, then he replied, if you have made your decision, I will respect your choice. He shared sincerely his own concerns. Perhaps training with Dong Wulun would yield more for you, but that would only be your personal gain. What about Zhang Yangzi? You two have grown up together like shadows, like true brothers. If you abandon him, you will never have peace of mind for the rest of your life. Furthermore, you and Zhang Yangzi will transfer schools, because if you continue studying at the academy, you will always be influenced by the bloodline power. If I leave him alone, I will never have peace in my life. Moreover, I and Trong Duong too will transfer schools away from here, because if I continue studying at the academy, I will always be influenced by the bloodline power. After 2 days without cultivating with Tang Wulin, I felt a bit of pressure, so I had to leave. Seeing his determination, Wulin spoke up. Sister Kim, if I'm affecting you this much, I can keep my distance. You don't have to transfer schools. Sister Kim looked at him and smiled, saying, don't be silly, Wulin. You absolutely mustn't blame yourself. This has nothing to do with you, it's my own issue. Can't you decide your own bloodline changes? This doesn't affect our friendship at all. The days spent cultivating with you have been truly beneficial. Over here, Yang Zi suddenly trembled, feeling deeply the affection Sister Kim had for him. In the end, Sister Kim bowed her head sincerely. Professor Wu, thank you for taking care of me during this time. My family will cover the expenses while Yang Zi and I are at the academy. He still stood there coldly, his expression unchanged as he replied, for you guys, this might be the best choice. If you've decided, let me handle the rest with the academy. Yang Zi behind called softly, Sister Kim, Sister Kim. Hearing him call her name, Sister Kim slightly leaned back and responded, Yang Zi. Yang Zi ran over and hugged her tightly from behind. Sister Kim's face turned bright red as she stuttered, Yang, what are you doing? Don't do that, it's so awkward, he cried out saying, actually, I've been unable to sleep these past few days. I'm really afraid you'll choose to cultivate with Tang Wulin. I'm scared you won't need me anymore. I'm afraid we won't be able to use our martial soul fusion skills together anymore. Sister Kim turned back to hold his hand, softly comforting him. Yang Zi, what are you thinking? Don't cry, look at you. We still have to work hard together and grow stronger together. That's what matters. No crying. Although I'm very sad too. I mustn't cry in front of those people, especially not to make Wulin sad. Let's cheerfully say goodbye to everyone. Yang Zi sincerely spoke to Wulin, Tang Wulin, Taji, Gu Yue. Although the two of us are about to transfer schools, no matter where we go, it won't affect our friendship. Sister Kim added, you all have to work hard too. There will come a day when we will reunite. Taji, Wulin, and Gu Yue all silently felt emotional. He reminisced about the valuable memories. Our trio has gone through strict trials together and created many miracles. Since returning after the disastrous first time stepping onto the Ascension platform, to teaming up to kill the White Year Demon at the Ascension platform's bounty stage, those scenes played out in front of me as if they had just happened yesterday. I have also become much more comfortable from being silent. During that time, I really was very. Finally, I couldn't bear to finish the sentence. Sister Kim sighed sadly, trying to suppress those feelings inside. He continued to speak shakily. Those days were truly. Sister Kim raised her hand to wipe her tears. Wulin softly called out, Sister Kim. She tried to reassure herself and replied, sorry, those times were really happy. I can't bear to part from everyone. In the end, they all turned in to hug each other. Taji, who had been silent all this time, also spoke up. We also can't bear to part from you. No matter where we go, we will always be good brothers. Sister Kim cried while saying, there will come a day when we will meet again. Everyone work hard. Seeing the tearful scene in front of him, the principal couldn't bear to interrupt and decided to postpone the final exams to tomorrow. Why did Na Ni leave me? My parents leave me. Even my friends beside me also leave. Why do the people around me keep leaving one by one? Wang's sister Kim and Zhang Yangzi had to leave because of me. Why do I affect others so much? From Khan, who was jogging in the yard, suddenly spotted Wulin looking sad. She waved her hand and called out, Tang Wulin, what's wrong? Are you crying? How old are you to be crying like this? Seeing someone call him, he wiped his tears and replied, no, I'm not crying, she softly said. All right, don't be stubborn. Come down here. Wulin used the blue vine to swing down from the upper floor. Zikan teased him. You look so sad, but you still pretend to be tough while coming down. He awkwardly scratched his head. I just feel like this is faster. She noticed his bad mood and kindly asked, what exactly is going on? Why are you so sad? Wulin lowered his head and sadly said, it's nothing. Just that 2 people in our class have to transfer schools. I really don't want to part from them. Zikan laughed and comforted him. You little guy are quite sentimental. It's just a school transfer. It doesn't mean you can't meet again. All right, it's life. Everything is impermanent. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. So let's live happily every day. Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious. He hesitated. She wouldn't allow him to refuse and urged him repeatedly. Let's go, let's go. Don't be sad anymore. The sky was filled with the bright sunlight, and the pink-purple clouds created a picturesque scene. Inside the cafeteria, those present were stunned and stopped to observe. Next to Wu Lan were 2 stacks of bowls. He was still continuing to eat heartily and showed no signs of stopping. Seeing him eat so well, Zikan spoke up. Could it be that you are the legendary bottomless pit? Whoever marries you in the future will be exhausted, just cooking for you, right? Wu Lan replied while eating. Maybe that legendary person is me. Sorry, senior sister. I haven't been able to eat anything these past few days, so I'm really hungry now. Let me treat you this meal. It should be the man treating the meal, right? She covered her mouth and laughed. What do you mean, man? You're just a boy. How can a sister take her little brother out to eat and let him pay? Just as they were happily chatting, someone came over to strike up a conversation. Isn't that Zikan? She asked in surprise, looking at the person. Senior. Zikan shot up to greet him. Are you here to eat too, senior? Why don't you join us? The other person replied, That's right. I'm taking my little sister out for a big meal. It's been 2 weeks, and you've gotten even more beautiful. Wu Lin turned to look at her expression. Zikan's cheeks were flushed pink, and her sparkling eyes were full of admiration as she replied in a small voice. Really, thank you for the compliment, senior. Xiao Yu didn't refuse. Then, let's all sit together. This classmate is. Wu Lin suddenly recognized the person in front of him. He covered his mouth, turned his head, and whispered, Aren't these the siblings with the ice staff we met at the Spirit Ascension platform last time? Zikan pointed towards Wu Lin and introduced him. He's my junior. Wu Lin, why don't you greet our senior? This junior of mine is very impressive. He's a student in the new Class 0 that opened this year. The guy replied coldly, Class 0. Next year, my sister will also be attending the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. I heard from my father that he wants her to enroll early and join Class 0 as a transfer student. Wu Lin exclaimed in surprise. A transfer student. Xiao Yu pointed at him and said, He's... Wu Lin's eyes widened, knowing he'd been exposed. I'm screwed. Zikan, seeing that he was acting strange, turned and asked, Tang Wulin, what's wrong with you? Do the 3 of you know each other? Xu Xiaoyan's expression suddenly changed as he answered her question. We're not acquainted. You could just say we had a chance encounter once. Zikan's next words made him even more annoyed. Then let me introduce you. This senior is Xu Xiaoyan, a second-year student from Class 1. He's the genius of our academy. The senior is already a powerful 3-ring soul elder. Wu Lin was silent for a moment before speaking wearily. Hello, senior. Xu Xiaoyan replied indifferently. Hello. Suddenly, the atmosphere became heavy, and Wu Lin stood up to leave. Zikan jumped up behind him and called out, Tang Wu Lin, where are you going? Why are you leaving without saying anything to the senior? He turned back with a frown and said, I'm not feeling well. I'm heading back first. Seeing Wu Lin leave, Xiao Yan finally spoke up, so he's in Class 0. That class seems pretty formidable, especially that girl who uses elemental soul skills. Even you were defeated by her. Xu Xiaoyan annoyedly knocked her on the head, reminding her, Don't bring that up again. Getting hit out of nowhere, she yelled. You hit me. I'm going to tell Dad. He stopped her and explained, Don't. I was just swatting a mosquito. I'll buy you some tasty food. After the meal, Zikan walked with Wu Lin for a short distance. He lowered his head and said, Senior, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's just that when I saw you so happy just now, I felt a little. Zikan interrupted him. She didn't seem to care much. She looked towards the dining hall and said, I see you've eaten your fill. Why don't you head back first? I'm going to stay with them for a bit longer. Don't be sad anymore. I'm going over there now. Be careful on your way back alone. Goodbye. After saying that, she cheerfully ran off. His spirits sank, and Wu Lin replied dejectedly, Goodbye. His face now clearly showed sadness and loneliness. Wu Lin stood there motionless for a while, not doing anything. The school grounds were bathed in the warm, golden glow of the setting sun. The scene shifts to the next morning at East Sea Academy. In the classroom, Chang Kong coldly responded to a question about a transfer student for the class. Why are you concerned about that? Wu Lin started to explain. It's nothing. I just heard about it today, so I came to ask you, teacher. He interrupted him. Compared to that, you should be more concerned about the final exam. This exam was originally prepared for the 5 of you, but now you're down 2 people, which means the 3 of you will have to face a challenge with an unchanged difficulty level. Wu Lin shouted in surprise. Unchanged difficulty level. Gu Yue, with a calm expression, confidently replied, 3 people it is then. I have no problem with that. Xixie quickly retorted, You're taking this too lightly. It was already difficult with 5 people participating, let alone 3. She spoke up. Are you stupid? Teacher Wu wouldn't give us an impossible task. Think about it carefully. What would happen if we really couldn't pass the exam? All students of Class 0 fail the final exam. All students of Class 0 will be held back. After hearing what Guye said, he calmed down a bit. It seemed to make a lot of sense. Then Shi turned and asked, Oh right, Wu Lin, I just remembered something. Back when you couldn't control your bloodline power, I accidentally stabbed you, and you immediately unleashed an astonishing amount of power. Now that you can control your bloodline power, what would happen if I stabbed you again? Wu Lin said blankly. I honestly don't know either, Xie said excitedly. How about we give it a try? Gu Yue got angry, her eyes flashing as she glared at him to stop. No way, why don't you stab yourself instead? Shi jumped and yelled, What's wrong with you? Why are you being so fierce with me? Why are you always protecting Tang Wulin? Gu Yue replied bluntly without hiding anything. I feel like it. Can you do anything about it? He's more handsome than you, he complained resentfully. How could you do this? Wu Lin helplessly tried to mediate. All right, you two stop arguing. Let's talk about the exam. Gu Yue offered her opinion. We'll fight this the same way we fought the promotion match. We'll counter whatever they throw at us. After all, the 3 of us have the best teamwork. Wu Lin nodded in agreement. I think Teacher Wu will arrange a few things to challenge us. How about this? Let's also try making some adjustments. Xie, you'll be in charge of the main attack and coordinated combat. Gu Yue, this time you'll also be in charge of the main attack, focusing on the opponent, and I'll be responsible for defense and control. She happily agreed right away. Okay, I'll listen to you, Xie asked in confusion. Why do you listen to everything Tang Wulin says? She replied nonchalantly. Because he's more handsome than you. He gritted his teeth. You, Vulan, have to step in once again. All right. Ko Nguyen and I will head back first. Tagyai, you should also rest early. Ko Nguyen, hurry back to the dormitory. I will go ahead. Tomorrow there's an exam again. You must rest well today. Suddenly, Ko Nguyen, filled with killing intent, pressed Vulan and questioned him like an interrogation. Don't rush off. I have something to ask you. Why do you smell like a girl? Be honest. Your nose is really sharp. I smell like grilled meat. Yet you can detect the scent of a girl. Impressive, she coldly asked back. Don't change the subject, just confess. Now, Vulan couldn't help but feel scared. His face turned pale as he stepped back. Vulan, flustered, hurriedly explained. It's because the Kim sisters are transferring schools, so I felt a bit down. Yang Sui-jie saw this and invited me to go eat grilled meat. That's right, I also ran into the Ice Prince siblings. And then, after the anger passed, she calmly said, So, Yang Sui-jie liked the Ice Prince back then. That's good. He didn't understand, and asked back, What do you mean by good? Ko Nguyen turned her back and walked away. I'm not interested in transfer students. It doesn't concern me much, but you should definitely stay away from Yang Sui-jie. Someone who leaves you out on the street like that is definitely not a good person. He chuckled awkwardly, trying to defend Zi Kang. That's not true. In fact, Yang Sui-jie is very kind. She invited me to eat because she saw I was sad. She turned back, her gaze filled with killing intent, warning you to stay away from her. Just keep your distance from her. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Seeing her like this, Vulan could only remain silent and obey, not daring to resist. Night fell over the Donghai Academy campus. At this moment, Vulan was sitting upright in the room, surrounded by a gentle blue light. Over here, a figure was practicing diligently. Ko Nguyen quietly trained in various postures. Her gaze looked far ahead. She reached out her hand, and 5 small orbs were spinning around in a circle. From them emanated a mysterious power, with a small light flickering in the center. Ko Nguyen clenched her fist as if to absorb everything. Her sparkling purple pupils, with a sharp gaze, held a gigantic mystery, ready to explode in dazzling light. The second test of the final exam was conducted outside the academy. Early in the morning, Von Trong Kong led Dung Vulan and the others outside the academy, then took a train to the outskirts. Although Dung Vulan had been in Donghai City for more than half a year, he was not familiar with other places in this city, aside from the academy and the Association of Creation Masters. After the train arrived at the outskirts, everything felt even more unfamiliar. Although there were many roads in the outskirts, it was clearly much quieter than the city. The tranquility here reminded Dung Vulan of his hometown, with a feeling that was both familiar and strange. Dung Vulan and the others finally reached their destination. Trung Kong took the lead and reminded them, All right, we have arrived. Everyone get off the train. Take all your belongings. I will take you to the testing location. Vulan curiously observed the city before him. Where is this? Various architectures were made of metal. Tajiai shared his knowledge. I think I've heard that the new high-tech enterprises and major companies of Donghai City are all here. I heard there's even a workshop for producing mechs. He wondered. Mechs? Jurnkung glanced back and replied, That's right. This is the technical center of Donghai City, the Donghai Seoul Technology Science Park. Trung Kong pointed to the building in front and introduced, "This is where we will conduct the second test of the final exam. Follow me inside, and once we're in, don't wander around." Vulan observed and quietly exclaimed, "What a strange architecture." He approached a digital screen. Trung Kong placed his hand on it for identification to open the door. The sound of machinery echoed. "Hi, long time no see. Dong Hai, little chief." He coldly ordered to open the door. The system responded, "So cold? You're still as dull as ever." Vulan was surprised from behind, wondering why someone would call Von Lao Su Dong Hai little chief. In front of them were 3 modern-looking bracelets. Trung Kong turned back and reminded, "Put these 3 bracelets on. If the defense system here considers you an intruder, it will be troublesome." Vulan put one on and asked, "Is it really that strict here?" Trung Kong disappeared, and before leaving, he said, "Just go straight ahead later." Everyone was stunned by the recent situation. Vulan shouted, "Hey, Vo Lao Su!" has disappeared. Tajai continued, "What is this technical space? I've heard of technical spaces before, but isn't this kind of technology still in the research and development stage? Could it be that this place has already applied technical space?" A cold voice rang out. "What are you still doing there?" Vulan tilted his head and replied, "Vun Lao Su, you guide us forward." The 3 of them approached a door, and Kong Wit spoke up, "Does Von Lao Su mean for us to go through here?" Tajai answered, "If he said so, then let's go." Vulan was about to say something when the other 2 had already walked away. "Hey, why are you both starting to glow?" Kong Wit and Tajai noticed changes in their bodies. He glanced down and observed, suddenly a small light appeared. Vulan gradually disappeared. Panicking, he shouted, "What's happening?" After adapting, he calmly opened his eyes. Vulan looked around but still felt hazy. He wondered, "Where is this? I've been teleported somewhere else. Is this the technical space? This place seems like an endless space, just like where I met the old man in the Sea of Consciousness." A mechanical voice rang out, "Welcome to the Heroes Arena. The difficulty of the first intermediate trial is set for a participant named Tang Wulin, age 10. The requirements for the test." Wulin questions curiously. The bright light gradually condenses into a human form. "Are you also someone who is teleported by spatial technology?" Tiao Tiao slowly appears, and the system's voice continues to echo. The first round lasts for 30 seconds, and the test begins. Wu Lin, with flushed cheeks, looks at her and asks, "If you're here too, why do we need to endure for 30 seconds?" Tiao Tiao does not respond, her eyes shining as she rushes towards him. Wu Lin is stunned, and suddenly, a streak of light appears right before his eyes. Tiao Tiao forcefully pushes Wu Lin backward. The tremendous force causes blood to surge from his esophagus. Wu Lin braces his feet, trying to stabilize his body, thinking that the strength is truly overwhelming. "If I weren't wearing the cloudy mist armor, I would definitely suffer internal injuries." Just as this thought crosses his mind, a gigantic cauldron comes flying towards him. Now he understands the situation. It turns out that he is required to fight this female student. He cannot let that cauldron hit him, nor can he dodge carelessly. He must first use the blue-silver grass to control it. He extends his hand and begins to summon the blue-silver grass. Suddenly, Wulin feels dizzy. He thinks to himself, "What is this sound of the phoenix singing?" His movements slow down. In front of him, Tiao Tiao is gently whistling. Wulin observes and concludes that it is the flute she is playing, right? Could she be a twin martial soul? A strong collision between him and the cauldron? Wulin grimaces and leans back, painfully thinking, "This female student has such strong combat power. If this continues, she might knock him out after a few more attacks. He completely cannot withstand her assaults. No, it can't be like this. Since I have made it this far, I absolutely cannot fail." His eyes suddenly shine with determination. Wu Lin extends his hand to summon his power. Bloodline power surges forth, golden dragon claws, golden blue silver grass. Tiao Tiao is taken aback and stops. He is ready. Wu Lin challenges her. "Come on, if it's only 30 seconds, then we don't know who will win or lose yet." After Wu Lin's counterattack, the cauldron shatters into 2 pieces. He ponders that he can only block her first attack using 2 major skills. Although it consumes 2/3 of his soul power, at least he can disrupt one of her martial souls. The system's voice suddenly rings out. 30 seconds have passed, and he has cleared the first trial. After hearing this, he sighs wearily, finally managing to hold on. If the fight continues, the second trial will begin. Either defeat the opponent or endure for another 30 seconds. While lost in thought, something appears before Wu Lin, startling him. Why is it starting already? Can't they give people a little time to recover their soul power? If it's going to happen, then let it happen. After all, she has already consumed quite a bit of soul power. And moreover, she has lost a martial soul. Oh no, it's the sound of the phoenix again, and my movements are delayed once more. Tiao's flute sounds like sharp slashes aimed straight at Wu Lin. The sound causes damage. Now his body is covered in bruises. Wu Lin grits his teeth, trying to endure. Her attack is incredibly strong, and even losing one martial soul does not affect her combat ability. The flute reduces the opponent's speed, which is terrifying. Fighting head-on is not the solution. He must change his strategy. Thinking this, he quickly turns and runs away. After all, just surviving for 30 seconds is good enough. He will try to run as far as possible. Her speed is also very fast, but compared to him, she is still a bit slower. For a short time, she probably won't be able to catch up with him. Seeing Tiao Tiao, who was chasing him, suddenly stop, Wu Lin feels confused. Why did she stop? Is she giving up? Oh, she starts playing the flute again to reduce his speed. The sound of the flute hinders his escape. Ultimately, Wu Lin is caught up by Tiao Tiao. She forcefully throws him against the wall, delivering a powerful punch straight to his face. Wu Lin's eyes widen, thinking, "This is bad. I'm dizzy and can't run anymore." Boom! After a while in the air, he falls straight to the ground. Wu Lin is beaten into various shapes, yet he still perseveres, reminding himself that even if he has to be a human punching bag, he must endure for 30 seconds. Just hit me however you want. After struggling for a while, the system's announcement finally rings out. 30 seconds have passed, and he has cleared the second trial. The intermediate assessment ends. Wu Lin curls up, clutching his battered body, thinking, "Ah, that was really something." Her voice was amazing. Tiao Tiao's figure vanishes into thin air, and he happily says, "Finally, she has disappeared. I really don't want to see her again." Wu Lin struggles to stand up, his legs beginning to tremble from pain. Wu Lin laments, "Oh, it hurts so much. I can't even stand properly anymore." The mechanical voice of the system continues. Participant Tang Wulin, age 10, a familiar figure appears again. The female student Douluo Tiao Tiao, the advanced assessment will begin in 5 seconds. Tiao's expression is emotionless as she looks in this direction, and he panics and shouts, "Why is it her again?" Moreover, she seems a bit taller. Could her strength be stronger too? She extends her hands to summon her power, unlike before. Now, 3 cauldrons appear simultaneously. Wu Lin, as if turned to stone, says, "Has she become a 2-ringed soul master? Is there no chance for me to survive?" He is so tense that sweat pours down his body like rain. Wu Lin speaks with determination, his expression fierce, absolutely not allowing himself to lose. As long as he believes in himself, even if there is only a 1% chance of hope, the system announces that the first trial of the advanced assessment is about to begin. Wu Lin, with his whole body swollen, lies flat on the floor. He groans in pain. "Ah, are we not fighting anymore?" It's still not 30 seconds yet. Suddenly, he jolts awake. Wu Lin looks around in confusion and asks, "Ah, where is this?" The person named Sky stood nearby and explained. The body suffered injuries beyond its capacity to endure, so it was automatically teleported out. A figure with 2 bumps on its head approached and said, "Heh, it seems you are only capable of this much." Tajie trembled with his hands on his hips and continued, "I thought I was the only one who got beaten up to the point of having a bruised face." "Ha ha, ouch. Laughing hurts my mouth too. I'm just as bruised as anyone else. What's there to be proud of?" Wu Lun seriously shared his experience. "I didn't expect the advanced assessment. I was already done for after just passing 2 levels of the intermediate assessment." Taji was shocked, stammering, "Advanced? There's an advanced level too? I was knocked out from the 2nd level of the intermediate assessment. Besides not reminding you two, you'll have to wait for Gu Yue. She hasn't finished yet." He looked at his brother curiously. "If Gu Yue hasn't come out yet, does that mean she has persevered the longest?" Tajie whispered in admiration. "No wonder it's Gu Yue." A blinding light emitted from the door. Wu Lun was drawn to it and said, "Hey." The door suddenly lit up. Tajie continued, "Could it be that Gu Yue is about to come out?" Just as he finished speaking, Gu Yue was blasted out, screaming, "Ah, oh no." Gu Yue curled up and rolled on the floor like a ball. Finally, she slammed against the wall and stopped. Gu Yue, her body battered, pushed herself up with her hands to stabilize herself. After a moment of struggling, she began to speak. "Indeed, a strong opponent. I was just a bit away from winning." Wu Lun and Tajie gasped, exclaiming, "Just a bit? You're bleeding," he asked her. "Gu Yue, which level did you reach?" Gu Yue shared, "I passed both levels of the advanced assessment, but I didn't expect there to be an intermediate assessment. I lost at the first level of the final assessment." Tajie shouted in disbelief, "What? There's an intermediate level above advanced? It really gets more frustrating as it goes on." Sky, who had been standing in a corner, also spoke up, "All right, come over here now." After saying that, his body seemed to blend into the air. Wu Lun said, "Hey, Teacher Wu has disappeared again." Tajie praised, "The spatial techniques here are really impressive." The scene shifted to the interior of a skyscraper, where they were sitting comfortably on a sofa. Wu Lun glanced around and assessed, "This office is really big, and the layout is quite stylish too." Sky, sitting opposite, began to explain seriously. In the assessment, the opponents you face are all at your level. You must be wondering why it's so difficult to confront them, right? In fact, they are all real spirit masters who once existed. The opponent you just faced was only a simulation, so they could only exert 70% of their power. The spiritual energy you absorb in the Ascension platform is about to reach its limit. This means you may not be able to continue training there anymore. Therefore, you need another place for practical combat. The practical combat in the Heroes Hall is more realistic because training in here can actually lead to injuries. So you can understand this place as a higher level Ascension platform. In fact, your final assessment ended right after you exited the Ascension platform during the chaotic period. Passing the assessment here means you can join the organization here. If you truly want to participate, in the future, you will be able to accumulate merits to train in the Heroes Hall. Taji asked, "Organization?" He spoke up. "Have you ever heard of the Tang Sect?" Wulun and Tajie jumped up shouting, Tang Sect. In this world, it was strange not to have heard the name Tang Sect before. The legend of the Tang Sect has existed since ancient times. Many major historical events on the Douluo Continent are related to the Tang Sect. The founder of the Tang Sect was the core figure of the first generation of Shrek Academy, who 20,000 years ago was the protector of the continent. At that time, the continent was under the fierce control of the Spirit Hall, and it was this ancestor of the Tang Sect who led everyone to fight against the Spirit Hall, winning the battle. Legends say that later he wielded the sea god trident and ascended to godhood. Tang Wulin knows these matters better than anyone else. Because the martial spirit of this ancestor of the Tang Sect was also the blue-silver grass. The Tang Sect once faced the threat of extinction, but with the development of soul tools, a legendary figure emerged. That person single-handedly established the current Spirit Transmission Tower organization, creating spirit beasts, and can be said to have changed the landscape of the current Spirit Master world. The Tang Sect, after 2 revivals, never declined again. But it is said that after they moved to 2 other continents with the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Dew Empire, they gradually faded into obscurity. Wulun offered an opinion. "Teacher Wu, didn't the Tang Sect move to 2 other continents? And they also faded into obscurity." Sky refuted. "No, the Tang Sect has never completely disappeared." "That's right. The Tang Sect also has a foundation on 2 other continents, just like the Spirit Transmission Tower. But on the Douluo Continent, the Tang Sect has always existed. The Federation of Guanfang is aware of this, but the Tang Sect wants to avoid too much fame, so they do not make it public. The place we are in is a company of the Tang Sect, called the Tang Sect Technology Limited Company. The Heroes Hall is the training system that the Tang Sect researched and developed, the Tang Sect. The opponents you fought against are members of the Shrek 7 monsters in the history of the Tang Sect." He recalled the opponents they just fought, and Taji beside him asked, "They are all real people who once existed, members of the Shrek 7 monsters?" After hearing this, Wulin was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, the woman who fought with him was one of the Shrek 7 monsters, a contemporary of the Tower Master of the Spirit Transmission Tower, Xiao Ding Dula, who possessed the martial spirit 3-life soul-devouring cauldron and Gu Phoenix Lai Ni Xiao. It was the same for Xiexie, he mused, that he was completely suppressed by his opponent. Her speed was faster, her close combat skills were stronger. She must be one of the Shrek 7 devils. Softbone Douluo, Jiang Nanan. Gu Yue seriously deduced that the person whose eyes flashed with a strange light, and who also easily defeated her in the final test, must be the founder of the Spirit Pagoda, its first pagoda master, the Ice Douluo Huo Yuhao. Summing it all up, Xie made a concluding remark. So our opponents were all that formidable. No wonder their strength was so immense, and they were only using 70% of their power. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Kong encouraged them. "Don't be discouraged. The ones who defeated you are all legendary figures. After joining the Tang Sect, you'll have many opportunities to train in the Hall of Heroes and enhance your strength." Without hesitation, Wulin answered immediately, his eyes filled with determination. "Teacher Wu, joining the Tang Sect has always been my dream. I've decided to join." Xie turned to look at Wulin. A fire of determination seemingly ignited within him. I'll join too." Zhang Kong lowered his gaze and reminded them, "You don't need to rush your decision. You can go home and discuss it with your families first." He cut him off. "That's not necessary. I don't want to miss this opportunity. Teacher Wu, I want to join the Tang Sect, and I'm confident I can convince my family." Only Gu Yue, standing nearby, remained silent. After a moment of silence, she announced her decision. "Teacher Wu, I'm sorry. Wulin, Xie, I'm sorry." Gu Yue bowed sincerely to Zhang Kong and declared, "I will not be joining the Tang Sect." Wulin was surprised and turned to ask Gu Yue, "Why?" Xie also tried to persuade her, "But this is the Tang Sect we're talking about. She glanced at them and stated coldly, I've already decided to join another organization, so the Tang Sect isn't a good fit for me. Wulin tried to speak again, but before he could finish, Zhang Kong cut in. It's fine for everyone to have their own ambitions and thoughts. Gu Yue, with your talent, you will excel no matter where you go in the future. I will arrange a different practical combat curriculum for you. Gu Yue was quiet for a moment before replying softly, Thank you, teacher. Wulin didn't give up and tried again. Gu Yue, this is the Tang Sect, the legendary Tang Sect that has existed for 20,000 years. Gu Yue's expression remained unchanged as she calmly replied to him, I'm sorry, Wulin, but I had already decided to join the Spirit Pagoda before coming here, so I can't join another organization. It's a requirement of the Spirit Pagoda. Hearing her answer, he fell silent and glanced at Zhang Kong, thinking to himself, when did the Spirit Pagoda contact Gu Yue? They certainly move quickly. But then again, it makes sense. Whether it was during the riot period of the Spirit Ascension platform or in the normal one, Gu Yue displayed formidable strength and potential far beyond others, so much so that even Wulin and Xie couldn't compare. There's no doubt the Spirit Pagoda must have paid a steep price to convince her to join. He decided to speak up. Gu Yue is correct. Whether it's the Tang Sect or the Spirit Pagoda, you can only join one of these top organizations on the continent. If you choose the Tang Sect, you cannot also choose the Spirit Pagoda. If you wish to leave the Tang Sect, you must return everything you obtained from it, including cultivation techniques. Therefore, you must all think very carefully before telling me your final decision. Wulin's eyes shimmered, hoping Gu Yue would have a change of heart. Seeing his expression, she gave him a light punch. Gu Yue whispered reassuringly, You idiot. What are you hesitating for? Joining the Tang Sect is your dream. Wulin pressed his lips together, silent. Finally, he swallowed his disappointment and replied to Gu Yue with confidence. Who's hesitating? I was just thinking about you joining the Spirit Pagoda. Teacher Wu, I don't need to think about it anymore. This is my dream. I've decided to join the Tang Sect. Xie chimed in from the side, his tone resolute. I'm joining the Tang Sect too. Zhang Kong replied, Very well. That's all for today's test. You'll need to fill out your information carefully later, and then you will officially be members of the Tang Sect's outer sect. I will explain everything related to the Tang Sect, including the rules, benefits, and obligations, to you shortly. In the car, an exhausted Xie took the opportunity to nap. In the back, both Wulin and Gu Yue were pensive. A look of sadness crossed his face as many things flooded Wulin's mind. Sensing this, Gu Yue turned to ask him, What's wrong? He turned to answer, It's nothing. She spoke her mind. Are you upset because I didn't join the Tang Sect? Wulin shook his head. No, I just feel like we're about to drift apart. Realizing what he was feeling, Gu Yue smiled and said, Silly. I'm only not joining the Tang Sect. It's not like I'm leaving our class. We'll never be separated. He relaxed a bit and nodded. Yeah. As if she could read his mind, Gu Yue continued, Judging by your expression just now, you were thinking about the people who have left you, weren't you? He didn't deny it and replied, Yes. She turned to look out the window at the passing scenery and comforted him in a low voice. Don't dwell on the past anymore. We have to keep moving forward. Wulin composed himself. Yeah, you're absolutely right. In the end, she let out a teasing remark. You're such a softie. Wulin laughed. Maybe so. The semester finally ended. The students had a 1-month summer break. During the holiday, Ko Nguyet and Ta Giai both left the academy, leaving only Tang Wulin, who didn't know where to go. He hesitated, thinking about returning to Ao Lai City, but his parents were not there. That place could no longer be considered his home. Should he go to the forge in Donghai City of Master Mantine? While lost in thought, a familiar figure appeared. Wulin called out, Master Vo. He approached, gently making a suggestion. Tang Wulin, do you have any plans for the summer vacation? If not, come with me. During the summer vacation, since Tang Wulin didn't know where to go, he went along with Vo Truong Kong. On the way, Vo Truong Kong was still the center of attention for everyone. A few girls blushed and gathered to discuss when they saw his figure. Tang Wulin quietly followed behind. The scene shifted to the train station. Wulin and Truong Kong were sitting on the train heading to somewhere. He accidentally noticed his feet touching the seat in front. Wulin thought to himself, this seat seems a bit cramped for Master Vu. Looking at Master Vu's expression, he seemed not very comfortable. After all, having his knees squeezed by the seat was indeed not pleasant. Suddenly, he held out a book in front of Wulin and said, Tang Wulin, take a look at this. Wulin turned to ask, What is this? Truong Kong introduced it to him, saying it was the cultivation technique of the Tang Sect, which is also the basic technique of the Tang Sect. Huyen Tin Gong. Only by mastering this basic technique can one cultivate other advanced techniques of the Tang Sect. He was surprised and repeated the basic technique of the Tang Sect. Wulin reached out to take it, then cautiously turned to ask, Right, is it okay for us to discuss the Tang Sect's techniques in such a public place? He reassured him, It's fine. Just look around carefully. A protective shield was enveloping Vu Lan and Truong Kong. He looked at it and felt that the sounds around them had disappeared. Master Vo, what is this? He explained calmly. This is just a type of soul force application. Once you cultivate to a certain level, you will be able to do this too. Let's continue. The advanced techniques of the Tang Sect are divided into 6 major types: Huyen Tien Gong, Huyen Nugok Thui, Kongha Kam Long, Kwai An Mi Tung Method, Tu Kai Ma Dong, and also Am Ki Bak Gi. Following the development of soul devices, the Am Ki Bak Gi has gradually integrated into battle armor. Only the Tang Sect has the ability to forge. New members can learn one of the 5 major advanced techniques, and after passing the intermediate assessment, they can learn another one. By passing the advanced assessment, they can learn one more. Since he had passed the intermediate assessment, besides Huyen Thien Gong, he could also choose another set of techniques. I suggest you choose Tu Kai Ma Dong. In Vu Lan's eyes, determination shone. He nodded in agreement. Okay, Trong Kong continued to advise him. Listen to me, choose that one. This technique is the most beneficial for your future development, because Tu Ki Ma Dong can not only cultivate the eyes but also enhance mental strength. Of course, in this world, there is no such thing as getting rewards without effort. To gain something, you must put in the work. For example, doing tasks for the sect. After completing the tasks, you can receive contribution points for the Tang Sect. These contribution points can be exchanged for many things that are not available outside and can also elevate your status within the Tang Sect. I will explain these things to you gradually later. Right now, you need to remember the rules of the Tang Sect. Once you violate the rules, you will be expelled from the Tang Sect, and in severe cases, you will face strict punishment from the sect. The first rule is not to betray your master. This is simply explained. Just do not join any similar organizations, and do not betray the Tang Sect. The second rule is no promiscuity, looting, or robbery. The third rule is not to disclose the sect's secrets. The fourth, punish the evil, protect the good. This is also the duty of the Tang Sect. The fifth rule is no cheating. Vu Lan obediently listened quietly, seriously paying attention. Seeing him like this, Truong Kong smiled with satisfaction. You must remember these 10 rules in your heart. Can you do that? Vu Lan confidently replied, no problem, I can do it. He looked at him seriously and reiterated one last time. Remember, this is a lifelong promise. As your introducer and also your teacher, if you violate it, I will personally expel you from the sect. He nodded firmly. Don't worry, Tang Vu Lan, I will never betray the Tang Sect. Truong Kong returned to his original demeanor. Now memorize Huyen Thien Gong, then return the book to me. Suddenly, given a task, he was startled and replied, yes. Changing the topic quickly. Huh? The brilliant sunset dyed the future city pink, where a tall bridge led straight to the dazzling light, promising a new chapter full of hope. In less than 30 minutes, Tang Vu Lan had memorized Huyen Thien Gong and began using Huyen Thien Gong to circulate his soul force under the guidance of Vo Truong Kong. The soul force gradually moved under the influence of Tang Vu Lan's intention. This method of circulation was certainly much more complex than during regular practice. Fortunately, Vo Truong Kong was beside him. Whenever Tang Vu Lan was confused, a stream of clear air would appear in his body, guiding his soul force to continue progressing. After eliminating the obstacles, Tang Vu Lan suddenly understood, grasping the method of circulation of the meridians as the soul force passed through this segment of the meridian. Thus, after Tang Vu Lan completely circulated his soul force using Huyen Thien Gong once, he gradually entered a state of being like an object in the void. Observing him beside, Truong Kong noted that Tang Vu Lan's comprehension was indeed very high, taking only one watch. Now he has completely completed the first cycle of the Mystic Heaven technique, which is already very good. At the same time, the firmness of his meridians has surpassed that of ordinary people, even compared to soul masters at rank 3. The 4 kings cannot compare to him. Currently, his soul power is only at about 10 levels, so there is basically no need to worry about the pressure on his meridians caused by overexerting his soul power. This allows Tang Wu Lan to circulate his soul power faster than other soul masters of the same rank. This is the advantage of having a strong body. For the first time, Tang Wu Lan practicing the Mystic Heaven technique has entered a state of high clarity. This means he is about to fully understand the cultivation method of this technique. This is extremely beneficial for his future cultivation. The conductor did not call the staff on the train. Excuse me, could you come here for a moment? Xiaohua cheerfully approached and politely asked, hello, how may I assist you? I request that you call your superior here for a moment. I have a few suggestions. She was startled and replied, about this, the conductor is very busy. Is there something I can help you with? The conductor reiterated seriously, you can't handle this. Please help me call the conductor here. A powerful aura surrounded him, enveloped in dazzling purple light. Xiaohua gasped. Six soul rings. This person is the six-ring soul emperor, and moreover has two soul rings that are 10,000-year black. She turned and ran swiftly towards the upper cabin. I'll go call the conductor right now. Zhang Bai, sitting beside, witnessed the whole event. He stood up angrily and shouted, "You little brat! I've found you annoying for a long time. Don't think you can bully the staff on the train just because you're handsome. Why is she rushing off in such a panic? Did you do something to her?" The conductor lowered his eyes and did not respond. Zhang Bai looked at his expression and was furious. He rolled up his sleeves as if preparing to strike, pretending not to hear. "Is that so? Ignoring me? Is that so? My anger is boiling. Stand up for me." After a while, Xiaohua returned, and she brought a man with her. Xiaohua spoke, "I apologize." Lan Pian stepped aside. "The conductor is here." The conductor approached and asked, "I've arrived. What happened?" Zhang Bai saw her come and became more confident. He laughed. "The staff is here. Let's see what you can do now." The conductor approached Zhang Kong, removed his hat, and respectfully asked, "Hello, esteemed guest. I am the conductor of this trip. May I ask what your request is?" He did not expect the situation to turn out like this, so he stood there, stunned for a moment. Zhang Kong kept his eyes closed, listening to the voice and evaluating. This is the legendary six-ring soul emperor, unexpectedly so young. Zhang Kong opened his sharp eyes and shot them straight ahead. The conductor suddenly startled. He looked around and asked, "What is this space? All sounds around are being blocked. You are not beating around the bush." "My disciple has entered a state of high clarity. I don't know how much longer he will be in this state, but we should not interrupt him. May I ask if the train will continue after arriving at Heaven Do City, or can it stop at Heaven Do City for a while?" The conductor honestly replied, "We will only stay at Heaven Do City for 1 day to make adjustments, then continue heading west. This soul train will go to Sun Moon City, and since many passengers have already purchased tickets, we cannot change the itinerary." Zhang Kong thought to himself, "Indeed, it seems it can only be like that." He looked at the expression of the conductor, stunned for a moment. At the next station, an announcement rang out. "Dear passengers, our train has arrived at Heaven Do City. Passengers wishing to disembark, please prepare. Thank you for taking this journey with us." Zhang Kong threw a stack of money in front of the conductor and Xiaohua. He coldly spoke, "This money is to compensate for your losses. I believe it is enough." He tilted his head in confusion. "Compensation for losses?" Xiaohua shared the same question and asked what it meant. Zhang Kong said no more. He stood up and forcefully overturned the seats on the train. Xiaohua and the conductor screamed, "You can't do that." The warning bell rang loudly. "Gather. There is someone vandalizing public property here." The train's sole patrol officer rushed in and ordered, Stop, do not move. Sir, you are vandalizing the train's public property. At the same time, we suspect you are abducting this boy. Please come with us for an investigation." He did not resist and replied lightly, "All right, please help us prepare a quiet room." The conductor sighed in relief, thinking, fortunately, he did not resist. Zhang Kong continued speaking, then requested a bit of food and drink. Qiao Feng frowned and asked, "May I ask, are you really the six-ring soul emperor?" The blue hair fluttered in the mysterious soul power. Zhang Kong with a mysterious smile and dark power surging. Looking at the scene before him, he could only gasp in shock. Qiao Feng thought that the six-ring soul emperor was real, and he even had two 10,000-year black soul rings many people have never seen in their lifetime. It must be known that the seven-ring soul saint is equivalent to the administrative chief of the second snow city. If he wants to resist, even using two standard robots would not be able to block the attack of a soul emperor-level powerhouse. He is someone who can destroy heaven and earth. We would only be sacrificing ourselves in vain. If he hits us, it would be no different than going down a machine that shoots eggs. The scene shifts to the front of a modern building with solid steps and decorative columns. Inside a fully equipped royal room, the team is quietly sitting cross-legged next to Wulan. He senses and thinks, the room that the patrol team prepared is indeed quite quiet, and they even provided us with high-quality nutritional food that can sustain us for another week. Next, we just need to wait for Tang Wulin to wake up. Outside, a subordinate of Qiao Feng speaks up. "Captain, you've solved a big problem." The person next to him agrees. "That's right. I even had to give up my newly equipped office for that." Luckily, that soul emperor didn't take action. This is all thanks to the captain. The captain is mighty. A dazzling, brilliant sun appears, signaling a decisive moment where everything will either be burned or reborn in this passionate golden-orange light. Wulan is leisurely feeling this energy. The team thinks silently as if speaking to him. "Tang Wulin, this time no one will disturb you, so you can focus on your cultivation. Your martial soul, soul power, bloodline, and body will gradually merge during this high-level meditation." The shimmering light filters through the green leaves, creating a beautifully serene scene. Wulan refreshingly stands up, stretching, So comfortable. He laughs loudly, feeling the changes within his body, completely refreshed. The team sees that he has completed his cultivation and asks about the situation, finally waking up. How does it feel? He happily shares, feeling so refreshed that it's hard to describe. He feels that if he were to use his soul skills or golden dragon claw now, he could maintain it for a longer time. But why do I feel like my soul power is a bit weaker than before? He lowers his eyes and says, that's because your soul power has condensed. He agrees. Yes, that's the feeling. Suddenly remembering something, Wulan panics and exclaims, but the train hasn't arrived at the station yet? What do you mean? What about this train seat? The team calmly reminds him not to worry about the small details. The quiet room is suddenly broken by Wulan's stomach growling, shattering the atmosphere. He awkwardly says, I'm so hungry. The team doesn't respond. Since he has been in high-level meditation all day, he must be hungry. There is plenty of food and nutritional supplies here. Eat a little first. Seeing the food, he brightens up and rushes over. Then he won't be polite anymore. Noticing his eagerness, the team reminds him, no need to rush. Eat slowly. The food for 7 people is not enough for you to eat later. After a while of eating to his heart's content, Wulan's voice rises. I've eaten it all. Is there more? The team looks at him with a helpless expression. Heavendo City has existed for about 20,000 years. During the era of the Martial Soul Hall, it was the top city on the continent. And for a time, it was even the #1 city of the continent. At that time, it was the capital of the Heaven-Do Empire. It wasn't until the predecessor of the Sun Moon Empire invaded the Heaven-Do Empire that this place became an ordinary city. However, the geographical location of Heaven-Do City is excellent. Being very close to the Stardew Forest and the Shrek City, it can be said to be the center of the Douluo Continent. Tang Wulin originally thought that such an important central city, the architecture inside would be taller than EC City, but after arriving at Heaven-Do City, Tang Wulin discovered that the first impression this entire city gave him was ancient and simple. In Heaven-Do City, Wulin looks around and quietly says, Heaven-Do City truly has an ancient quality, and moreover, there isn't a single tall building in the entire city. The team introduces to him, Heaven-Do City is a historically famous city. In order to preserve its original form, Heaven-Do City stipulates that no building can exceed 50 meters. On the contrary, there are many ancient trees that exceed that height. The cultural heritage here is incredibly rich, and nostalgic people really love this place. Therefore, Heaven-Do City is also a tourist attraction. Originally, the Tang Sect was established here, and now the most important branch of the Tang Sect still exists here. He wonders, so where is the headquarters of the Tang Sect? He replies, the headquarters. Of course, the headquarters is in Shrek City. Wulin then turns to ask, so why are we going to Heaven-Do City? He doesn't share much, only briefly replies, to meet a friend, and then takes him to a few places. Wulin confusedly responds, yes, in front of a restaurant with an ancient style. Wulin exclaims, it smells so good. What is that smell? The team looks inside and says, that's the smell of grilled fish. That's right, it seems you haven't eaten enough yet, have you? The grilled fish of Wu Hao is very famous in the central continent. It is said that the secret recipe for grilling fish was left by the first tower master of the Spirit Transmission Tower, Huo Wu Hao, which is why it is called Wu Hao grilled fish. Moreover, it is rumored that back then, he used this grilling skill to win the heart of the dragon butterfly Douluo. Wu Lan's eyes light up. He excitedly says, Master Wu, I understand now. I know. It turns out that legendary figures also enjoy food. He helplessly asks, is this the conclusion you've drawn? Each flavor calls for 10 fish. That must be enough to eat. Each type has a different way of preparation. You can take your time to enjoy. These fish, after being coated with a very crispy layer, have tender, juicy flesh inside. The crispy skin and the fresh, delicious fish meat complement each other. He introduces it slowly, but what responds to him is the sound of Wu Lan munching beside him. He turns to see the scene of him continuously shoving fish into his mouth like a food storage machine. Wu Lan even forgets to compliment. So delicious, so delicious. The team is stunned, thinking to himself, didn't he just eat the portion meant for 7 people? Moreover, an average person would be full after eating 5 of these fish. Wulan was eating when he suddenly exclaimed that he bit his tongue. After a while of eating to his heart's content, his face was full of satisfaction. It was so delicious. He went to the back to pay. The staff greeted him and announced, welcome, dear customer. The total was 97 fish. Truong Kong was stunned. He himself only ate 2 fish. Truong Kong and Vulan went outside together. He asked Vulan, did you really eat 95 fried fish all by yourself? Now that you've eaten, are you satisfied? Vulan excitedly replied, yes, it was amazing, so delicious. It was really too good. I even feel a bit unsatisfied. After hearing this, Truong Kong could only stare in disbelief, still craving more. He spoke up, your family must have worked hard to raise you to this point. Vulan, feeling happy, didn't think deeply and laughed. That's right. Wait, what do you mean by that? Transitioning to the hotel with a cozy style, Vulan had just finished bathing and was sitting on the bed drying his hair. Vulan Manwen stretched and thought, 7 days of Ming Tuong, a full meal, and then a bath. It really is too comfortable. This place may not be luxurious, but it is very clean and comfortable. Stepping outside, he encountered the figure of Truong Kong. Vulan spoke up. Have you finished bathing too? I mean, I used my soul power to dry my hair. His face slightly changed, and he didn't respond but just said, let's go. Looking at the figure in front, Vulan softly replied, yes, is it an illusion? Just now, it seemed like a hint of sorrow appeared on Teacher Vo's face. Truong Kong silently walked ahead without saying a word. Vulan was a bit surprised by his current expression. He said nothing more, and quietly followed. On the way, the gentle wind blew through the trees, carrying along light green fluff. A bird perched on a power line, then spread its wings and flew into the sky. He was drawn to the sound of its flapping wings. Vulan looked up to follow it. After a while of moving, he and Truong Kong stood in front of an ancient gate. Vulan read the inscription on the gate, silently thinking of the Tian Do Gong tomb. This is the tomb. In front of the ancient gate of the Tian Do Gong tomb, Vulan looked up in confusion at the inscription. Truong Kong coldly shoved his hands into his pockets and walked ahead. Vulan silently walked beside him, and he didn't say anything either. There was something that caught his attention. Vulan turned his head, and Truong Kong raised his hand to hide, stopping. He continued walking forward while Vulan paused to watch Truong Kong's back, who had distanced himself from him. Truong Kong approached a stone tablet with inscriptions, and Vulan's face showed surprise, his eyes wide open. Truong Kong took out a cloth, then he knelt down to carefully and patiently wipe the stone tablet. His hand that was wiping suddenly trembled. Vulan felt something from afar. After a while, he gently placed the cloth down. The yellow leaves swayed with the wind and fell gently. He watched every action of Truong Kong without blinking. Truong Kong smiled gently. Perhaps this was his rare smile. Vulan's pupils suddenly widened. Truong Kong's hand gently brushed over each character carved on the stone tablet. Finally, Truong Kong stood up and glanced over the inscription, Long Bang Chi Lo. Vulan felt emotional and slightly pursed his lips. He stood there cold and lonely. Truong Kong's eyes were misty. He whispered, Bang Ni, are you doing well in the other world? The fiery sunset painted the mysterious forest red, where white butterflies fluttered. In the twilight, the stone tablet inscribed with characters stood tall as if holding a memory from the past. Could he sense the feelings in Truong Kong's heart? The two stood like that, and Vulan did not speak to break this atmosphere. The sky seemed to gradually lean towards evening. Vulan and Truong Kong, two figures, one large and one small, walked side by side on the long road. Their footsteps were light and slow, just like when they first arrived. When leaving, both maintained silence for each other. Suddenly, Truong Kong spoke up. Vulan, the noodles from the nearby noodle shop are very delicious. I invite you. Vulan was surprised by this statement. Vulan stared blankly and did not respond. In the end, Vulan happily agreed. Sure, I'm just hungry. Arriving at the noodle shop, Vulan ate while thinking. Following Teacher Vo, the training time had been half a year. This was the first time he saw this side of Teacher Vo. Perhaps Teacher Vo didn't work as his appearance suggested. Beneath his indifferent exterior was a warm heart. That Bang Long must be someone very important to Teacher Vo. Seeing Teacher Vo's sorrowful expression, he felt sad too. Sad as he was, his eating actions did not slow down. At that moment, a girl wearing a green cheongsam cautiously approached and asked, You two are from Tiando City, right? The girl beside her also quietly praised, This little brother is really cute. He looks about the same age as my little brother. Truong Kong coldly turned back to reply, This is my son, the two girls exclaimed in surprise. Your son? After finishing the meal and stepping outside, he began to explain, I said you were my son, to end that pointless conversation. Vulan curiously asked, Why would saying that end the conversation? Truong Kong replied, That way they will think I have a family already. Even so, some people still choose to continue the conversation. He unexpectedly asked further, Huh? Why? He didn't say much, just lightly uttered, There are things you will understand later. Vulan nodded in agreement. Yes. Transitioning to an ancient building with a bright red tiled roof and a hotel sign sparkling under the enchanting sunlight, Truong Kong sat upright on the bed with his eyes closed. He reminded, Now it's time to start contemplating. We have to wake up early tomorrow. Vulan replied, Yes. Seeing him focused with his eyes closed, he thought, Is it really that early? Then I should start contemplating too. In fact, it has been very effective lately. The effectiveness of the Xuan Tiangong was indeed much stronger than the previous cultivation methods. Vulan had clearly felt a significant improvement in his soul power. It was a feeling of clarity. Tang Wulin felt his physical strength and soul power merge into one. The lofty feeling that came from his bloodline had vanished. Although his strength hadn't noticeably increased, his body's endurance was definitely stronger. Wulin closed his eyes, and a deep forest shrouded in a mystical blue-green mist appeared, with light shining down from above. It created a serene and mysterious space. A stream of blue power, symbolizing the bluegrass vines, emanated from his body. Suddenly, Zhang Kong reached out and tapped Wulin on the head. He urged him, "Stop meditating. Come over here quickly," the boy agreed. "Okay." After walking a short distance, Wulin started to ask his teacher, "What is?" when Zhang Kong placed a hand on his shoulder, pressing down. Then he gently lifted the boy into his arms. Wulin cried out in surprise, "What is this?" Zhang Kong and Wulin had just teleported to a rooftop. He looked around and said, "Whoa, we're on the roof in an instant. Wow, 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 this is so cool." Zhang Kong stood behind him, holding his head steady, and reminded him, "Be quiet and look carefully ahead. Focus your gaze on the horizon, the furthest point you can see." Wulin obeyed and stared straight ahead. A harmonious and cool stream of soul power flowed from his teacher's fingers into the acupoints on his face. Infused with this soul power, his vision became much stronger. He continued to remind Wulin, "Before the sun rises, a streak of silvery white will appear on the horizon, and with it, a strand of purple chi. Absorbing that purple chi is the method of the purple demon eyes." Standing on the towering skyscraper, he and Zhang Kong silently faced the sun as it shone directly on the tall buildings. A brilliant purple-pink light tore through the dawn clouds over the modern city. It created a dramatic and supernatural scene. Wulin's eyes widened to take in the sight before him. The moment the purple chi appeared, a warm sensation filled Tang Wulin's eyes. Tears welled up unconsciously, but they didn't fall. Instead, they swirled around his eyelids, guided by his soul power, and were absorbed into his eyeballs. Then, that warmth was gradually drawn into his eyes. Although the purple key only lasted for a short time, Zhang Kong remained behind Tang Wulin, guiding his soul power to circulate according to the purple demon eyes technique. After a while, he stood up and exclaimed excitedly, "This feeling is amazing. It's truly worthy of being a Tang Sect ultimate technique. It's so powerful." His eyes felt warm and very comfortable, and his vision was becoming clearer. He could now clearly see small details that were previously invisible, and the colors of objects had become richer. Zhang Kong asked doubtfully, "You really felt that? Try to feel it carefully again." Wulin looked confused, not understanding what he meant. "Huh?" Zhang Kong repeated seriously. "Are you sure you're not exaggerating the feeling you just described?" He thought to himself, "I remember it took me half a month of practice to feel this. Could it be that this child has a special affinity for the purple demon eyes? Otherwise, how could he have this sensation after just one practice session?" Wulin happily and honestly shared, "I really do feel it. I'm not exaggerating at all." Hearing this, Zhang Kong reminded him, "From now on, you will draw the purple chi into your eyes once every morning. Half an hour of practice is enough. The purple demon eyes cannot be mastered overnight, so work hard and accumulate your efforts." Wulin cheerfully replied at once, "Yes, thank you, teacher." He turned around and said, "Let's go down then. When we get back to the room, I will teach you how to practice." Wulin eagerly followed. "Yes." He walked with a smile, looking very satisfied with his achievement. Zhang Kong began to form an opinion about Wulin. From Tang Wulin's reaction, it was clear the boy was extremely suitable for cultivating the purple demon eyes. It seemed he truly had astonishing talent in certain aspects. Back in the room, he seriously instructed, "Today, you will stay in this room and practice the purple demon eyes technique. Even without the purple chi to enhance your eye power, this method of circulating soul power can continuously stimulate the brain, and thus subtly increase your spiritual power." After listening, Wulin obediently replied, "Yes." After absorbing the purple chi in the early morning, Tang Wulin would stay in his room and cultivate all day. This routine continued for a week. Zhang Kong coldly walked out of the room, and before leaving, he dropped a sentence, "Today is the same. Stay in the room and practice the purple demon eyes technique." After all, Tang Wulin was still just a child. Having come to such a beautiful city, how could he suppress his curiosity and desire to go out and explore? He replied lethargically, "Yes." But thanks to a week of cultivation, Tang Wulin had already entered the first realm of the purple demon eyes. It seemed Tang Wulin had a great affinity for both the mysterious heaven technique and the purple demon eyes, mastering the basics of both incredibly quickly. Furthermore, Tang Wulin gradually discovered that the mysterious heaven technique helped purify the soul power in his body, making it more condensed while maintaining his rank. And when he used the purple demon eyes to channel his soul power and activate his vision, the world around him seemed to slow down, and his eyesight was enhanced several times over. Under the sunlight, he could see the dust motes floating in the air, and even the veins on distant leaves. It was these delightful changes that helped Tang Wulin persevere day after day. The sun rose after a long night. Zhang Kong, having tidied himself up, said to Wulin, Tang Wulin, let's go. Today, you're coming out with me for a trip. Having not been out for a long time, he happily followed behind. Wulin laughed with delight. Yes, I can finally go out! The sunset bathed the entire forest in gold, its brilliant and warm light covering everything. Cheng Kong suddenly spoke up. So, how was your week of training? Did you find it extremely dry and boring? Seeing him ask like that, the boy sincerely shared. To be honest, it was indeed a bit, but the purple extreme demon child helped me see many things that I couldn't see before, which is quite interesting. Cheng Kong earnestly advised him. Dong Wu Lan, remember. The effort in cultivation is not to harm anyone, but to better protect yourself and those important to you. Strength is the foundation of everything. Your efforts now are to avoid being powerless when tragedy strikes in the future. Wulan looked at him, and he seemed to deeply understand the thoughts behind it. In the words of Master Vo was a strong emotion, seemingly revealing the reason for the death of the owner of that tomb and the regret of that person. They walked for about 2 or 3 hours. The beauty of Douluo City seemed to make one forget the passage of time. Master Vo also recounted many stories that had happened in Douluo City. Douluo City is truly beautiful. Whether it is the natural scenery or the cultural landscape, it satisfies people. Although Douluo City is much larger than East Sea City, the soul tools here are fewer than in East Sea City. The traces of industrialization are not evident. After a while of moving, they stopped in front of an ancient gate. Chung Kong reached out to place his hand on the modern digital screen. Wulan looked and discovered the coincidence. The way to open the door here is exactly the same as in the illusory world Tang Sect. Behind the door, suddenly a warm voice rang out. You brought him here, then come in. Receiving the invitation, Cheng Kong and Wulan entered one after the other. The boy observed around and thought, this place is truly ancient, with no trace of soul technology, as if returning to the ancient era. While walking, Cheng Kong suddenly stopped, respectfully bowed in greeting, surprising Wulan. Hello, Master Zhao. Hearing him respectfully greet, the boy's eyes widened in shock. What? This? Master Vo? Master Vo, who has always been proud, is now actively bowing and greeting someone else. The person smiled kindly in response to the greeting. Zhao Lin cheerfully said, Come inside quickly. He turned to Cheng Kong and said, Little Cheng Kong from East Sea, is this the person you brought? Come in with me. He softly replied, Yes, Wulan, let's go. Wulan beside thought to himself, he also calls the master Little Cheng Kong. In this not dazzling garden, there are 2 rows of statues over 10 meters tall. These statues must all be the 7 monsters of Shrek from various generations. The 2 statues closest to the inside are the 2 most famous figures in Shrek's 7 monsters, namely the ancestor of the Tang Sect, the Heavenly Han Douluo Tang San, and the first-generation Spirit Transmission Tower Master, Huo Wu Hao. After walking for a while, the 3 finally stood before the Tang Sect, with inscriptions on both sides reading, Born in a world of extremes, you and I are both people of the Tang Sect, Cheng Kong reminded him. Dong Wulan, bow 3 times. Wulan complied and knelt down, responding, Ah, yes. He introduced to him, this is where the first-generation sect, master of the Tang Sect, Tang San, established the Tang Sect, and it is also the place with the longest history in our Tang Sect. Although it is not the headquarters of the Tang Sect, it holds extraordinary significance. Every year, the core disciples of the Tang Sect come here to pay their respects. You have officially been approved to join the Tang Sect now. Wulan joyfully exclaimed, Really? That's great. Zhao Lin, standing beside the bed, called, You get on the bed, sit on this. Wulan walked over and sat up straight. He continued, Let me test your endurance. Focus and relax. Both your mind and body must be relaxed. Wulan was lifted up. He thought excitedly, This is amazing. My whole body is floating. Suddenly, Zhao Lin leaned close to his ear and said, Nothing unexpected will happen later. The unexpected words startled him, causing him to fall down. He reminded Wulan, Don't get distracted, focus, this is just a test. He relaxed and replied, Then disciple. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Lin struck him hard from behind, causing Wulan to shoot forward. The saliva in his mouth also flew out with the punch. A brilliant light emitted from behind Wulan. In the scene of lush greenery, the ancient architectural complex with its curved glazed tiles and ancient red walls, Wulan was quietly closing his eyes in relaxation. After a while, he opened them in surprise. Zhao Lin laughed and asked, He woke up. How does it feel? Surely it doesn't feel anything special, right? Wulan raised his hand to scratch his head and replied, That's right, just now, and then, what happened? He glanced at the crack in the wall and said, Don't worry, nothing happened just now. Cheng Kong walked over to ask Zhao Lin about the boy's condition. Master Zhao, what level of soul ring and soul spirit can this boy's current physical condition withstand? He smiled with satisfaction. Speaking about the boy, Zhao Lin excitedly struck Wu Lan. He exclaimed loudly, "Little Cheng Kong, where did you find this freak? His soul power is clearly very weak, but his physical toughness is exceptionally outstanding. This is the first time I've encountered someone in this condition," he continued. The first soul ring of an average soul master is usually 400 years, but Dong Wu Lan, he smiled and interjected, "Soul spirits are mainly related to mental power, soul rings are related to physical strength. With this boy's current physical strength, he can completely withstand a 1,000-year soul ring, and soul rings under 4,000 years are all acceptable." Wu Lan was stunned, turning to look at Cheng Kong, who was no exception. He was astonished, thinking, 4,000 years? Zhao Lin placed his hand on his chin, pondering while continuing to share. The physical strength of this boy is 10 times that of others his age. The endurance ability of the meridians is indeed amazing. Grasping the information, the void did not express his thoughts, which also means that once the soul spirit evolves to 1,000 years, as long as the mental strength can endure, it can elevate the soul ring to about 2,000 years. In that case, waiting until reaching level 20, with a second soul ring, each soul ring could also be 2,000 years. After entering the realm of the second soul ring, the boy's physical strength will also increase. Perhaps 2 soul rings reaching 3,000 years could also be endured. He nodded and asked, "But on the condition that his mental strength can withstand a 3,000-year soul spirit, how much mental strength does this little guy have?" he replied to Zhao Lin. Now, he has reached the spirit connection realm and has begun cultivating the purple extreme demon child. His comprehension is also very high, and his mental strength foundation is quite good. I believe he can definitely endure a 2,000-year soul spirit. Wu Lin stood outside, listening to the two talk, feeling confused and not understanding anything. The void calculated and then said, "In any case, right now the boy's soul power is only level 16. Before reaching level 20, I will help him solidify his foundation." Zhao Lin covered his mouth and laughed. "I roughly understand your intention, which means you want him to win right from the starting line, right?" The more he listened, the more confused Wu Lin thought to himself, "What are they talking about? I completely don't understand anything." He stood up and walked towards Wu Lin, handing him a token. "Kid, are you afraid of me patting your back? Here, take this." He extended his hand to receive a golden badge. Zhao Lin explained to Wu Lin, "This Tang Sect badge must be kept safe. Your potential is very good. You must work hard." After respectfully bidding farewell to the Tang Sect leader, Wu Changkong took Tang Wulin out of the Tang Sect branch. The void coldly announced to Wu Lin, "Now we will go to the spirit transmission tower to check how much mental strength you have at this moment." The two companions headed to the spirit transmission tower of Heaven Do City. After a while of walking, Wu Lin looked up in surprise at the scene in front of him. Before him stood a modern skyscraper. The void instructed Wu Lin before entering, "Don't pay attention to appearances, speak less, and observe more." The Tang Sect pays attention to appearances. In the spirit transmission tower, the strong are like clouds in Heaven Do City as well. The screen displayed the number 124. Wu Lin looked and happily said to the void, "My mental strength is 124. Master Wu, my mental strength has increased a lot," he whispered. "In just a few short months, my mental strength has increased so much." The void looked up, thinking to himself, "Normally speaking, the strength of the body and mental strength of a soul master are inversely proportional, but Tang Wu Lin is an exception." After a moment of reflection, he said, "Tang Wu Lin, your martial soul is very weak. The blue-silver grass is a useless martial soul." He opened his eyes wide and innocently asked, "Master Wu, didn't you say there are no useless martial souls, only useless people?" Hearing Wu Lin's question, the void lowered his eyes and replied, "But your strange bloodline power is gradually changing your martial soul. This is something that surprises others. With your current physical strength, you can already surpass the level of spirit elevation, and moreover, it is a natural spirit elevation. When we return, I will explain it to you slowly." He obediently replied, "Yes." Wu Lin sat up straight on the bed, puzzled. "Master Wu, I can understand the natural spirit elevation, but why is it called a natural spirit elevation?" He explained slowly, "Some great families or sects have special methods to make their disciples achieve spirit elevation beyond their level. This is an unnatural state, while you have an advantage." "Really? Advantage? What is my advantage?" "Your advantage is that your soul power is very weak, while your physical strength and mental strength are surprisingly strong, and all of this has increased naturally, without using any unnatural methods. This is the natural spirit elevation, which will help you build an excellent foundation for the future." The situation of Gu Yue is quite complicated. Her mental strength has reached the requirement for spirit elevation, but her martial soul is already at the second ring, making it extremely difficult to surpass levels. So it can be said that Gu Yue is a bit regrettable. If it weren't for that, even if she was unwilling to join the Tang Sect, I would still do my best to help her. We need 2 entry tokens for the intermediate spirit elevation platform. I will accompany you into the spirit elevation platform and help you surpass levels there. The intermediate spirit elevation platform allows soul masters from the 1st to the 7th ring to enter. The chaotic beasts inside will be even stronger. After hearing this, Wu Lin also had certain worries. He spoke up, Master Wu, I am only a 1st ring now. Will the intermediate spirit elevation platform allow me to enter? The void reassured him, as long as you have the entry token, you can enter. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Wu Lin happily laughed. That's great. I really hope to enter the intermediate spirit elevation platform. Not long after laughing, his next statement made him deflate again. Because after all, soul masters entering the spirit elevation platform have already paid. Sooner or later you will be eliminated. The people of the spirit transmission tower will be the ones who benefit. Since the appearance of soul spirits, mental strength has become the main factor, preventing soul masters from leveling up, wanting to achieve greater results. Soul masters need to have more mental strength to fuse with more soul spirits of the Spirit Sea realm. At most, they can accept 3 purple soul spirits, but the Spirit Sea realm is the limit that 80% of soul masters can reach. Therefore, very few people use special methods to raise their soul spirits to too high a level. My mental strength has reached the peak level of the Spirit Sea realm, but in the end, I still cannot break through, so accepting 3 purple soul spirits has been my limit. My 5th soul ring is of the 10,000 year level. This means I can rely on the 4 soul skills provided by the 10,000 soul spirit to cultivate up to the 8th ring. But to reach the 9th ring, my spiritual power needs to break through once more, entering the next realm. That may be a level I can never reach in my lifetime. Dong Wu Lan, your 1st soul spirit is already at the 1,000 year level, so there's no need to worry about the previous 3 soul rings. If the next soul spirit is still at the 1,000 year level, and the one after that is at the 10,000 year level, then you will have the potential to become a 9-ringed titled Douluo. This is what I hope to see in you, and I also hope you will set it as your primary goal, Wu Lan shouted with determination. Yes, at the moment, there are only 2 ways to obtain the entry card for the intermediate ascension platform. One is to exchange it, and the other is to bid for it. So, Vo Trong Kong led Dong Wulan to the auction site, wanting to test his luck, hoping to use the entry card for the basic Ascension platform to exchange for 2 entry cards for the intermediate Ascension platform. The auction for the Royal Heaven Do was held at a Grand Royal Hotel. After arriving here, Dong Wulan realized that the auction in Ao Lai City was far less impressive. He looked around and seemed a bit nervous. Wulan worriedly said, "This place is too high-end. Everyone here seems to be very wealthy." Trong Kong glanced at the treasures on display and asked him, "Do you recognize any of the items being auctioned here? They are all extremely rare." He scanned the items and replied, "I don't recognize them, but they look very powerful." He nodded. "All right." Wulan bit his lip and thought, "The martial arts teacher has been too good to me." The entrance to this auction is very strict. The martial arts teacher paid 100 Federation coins just to bring me inside. Wulan took out a card and held it out to Trong Kong. "Teacher Vo, this is my savings card. I might need it later." Guessing his intention, Trong Kong helplessly replied, "What are you doing? Take it. How much money do you even have?" Wulan retracted his hand and nodded. "That's true. I only have over 3 million Federation coins in this card." After hearing this, he froze for a moment to digest the information Wulan just shared. Trong Kong was surprised. He turned to ask, "Over 3 million? How did you get so much money?" Wulan looked at him. "This money is from the crafting guild. After I joined the guild, the craftsmen have earned quite a bit." Trong Kong curiously asked about the crafting guild. "What level are you at now?" Wulan honestly replied, 3rd level. Upon receiving the answer, he thought to himself, it seems that the treasures everyone was talking about in Tianduan Yuntai were indeed crafted by him. At such a young age, his 2nd profession is already at the 3rd level. That's truly impressive. On the stage, the host stepped out to begin the introduction. "Thank you for your patience. Our auction is about to begin." Shui Ling professionally said, "Welcome distinguished guests to the Royal Heaven Do auction. Today, we will auction many excellent items. The items for this auction include precious treasures such as spirit fruits, spirit herbs, rare metals, battle armors, and mechas. The auction record will now be distributed to our esteemed guests. Please read it carefully. In 20 minutes, the auction will officially begin." Truong Kong looked at the booklet the auction staff just handed him. He assessed that even the records were elaborately crafted. But first, he needed to find the entry card for the intermediate ascension platform. Wulan glanced through and asked, "Will all these items be auctioned? They are all rare treasures, with starting prices that are outrageous." He pointed at the images of 3 golden cards and said, "Here, the 3 entry cards for the intermediate spirit platform require 500,000 Federation coins. Although it's very expensive, it seems I can still buy it." Truong Kong turned to say something that extinguished Wu Lan's initial hopes. This is just the starting price. The final transaction price is unknown. While he was focused, something caught his eye. Huh? This is the 1,000-year-long land fruit, with a starting price of 2 million Federation coins. The expected transaction price will be around 3 million to 5 million Federation coins. Wu Lan looked at it and thought to himself, this is one of the 4 spirit items I need to break the seal. Although I won't need this until I turn 15, these precious spirit items are not something you can just find any time. Noticing his expression, Truong Kong spoke up worriedly. Dong Wu Lan, what's wrong? Wu Lan's tone was resolute as he said to him, Teacher Vo, I want to buy this. Truong Kong curiously asked, the 1,000-year-long land fruit, why do you want it? Wu Lan briefly shared, Teacher Vo, actually I have a secret I haven't told you. During the time my bloodline was mutated, I dreamed that I could know what my body needed. Later I tried it and found that those items indeed had a significant benefit for my body. He asked curiously, what relationship do your body and the Longland fruit have? Wu Lan looked at him and said, yes, in my dream, spirit items appeared, and the 1,000-year-long land fruit was one of them. Truong Kong fell silent, thinking without responding, and after a while, he finally spoke. Is it really that miraculous? Wu Lan recalled the old memories and recounted, Teacher Vo, do you remember the last time my body was elevated? At that time, I tried eating 3 types of spirit items that I had dreamed of, and the result was that my body truly experienced a significant elevation. After hearing this, he summarized, so, your elevation last time was indeed very substantial. If it were before, Vo Trong Kao would definitely not believe Wulan's explanation. But now it's different. Miracles have occurred in Ko Nu Yed and Dong Wu many times, so it can't be denied that this possibility exists. Truong Kong seriously said, in your dream, you saw the spirit items necessary for your body. Eating it to increase your cultivation? That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard, but I'll help you buy this 1,000-year dragon scale fruit. Seeing that he had decided to help him, Wulin was overjoyed. Really? That's great. Thank you so much, Teacher Wu. Zhang Kong didn't want to chat further with Wulin and asked, are you sure it will be useful to you? Is it dangerous? He answered enthusiastically. There's no danger at all, he thought to himself. If I told the teacher about the near-death experience I went through last time, I'm afraid he wouldn't help me. Zhang Kong seemed to relax a bit, he continued. That's good then. Do you need anything else? Wulin lowered his head and shared. Yes. This time, I need 4 types of spirit items. The 1,000-year dragon scale fruit, the 1,000-year green tendon vine, the 1,000-year earth dragon tendon, and the 1,000-year sea dragon marrow. Besides the dragon scale fruit, the other 3 spirit items aren't available here. I don't have any clues either. I don't know where to look. After listening, he searched his memory and said, these are all precious spirit items, hard to find if you don't know where they are. The sea dragon is a type of spirit beast from the deep sea. It's already extinct on the mainland. The main effect of sea dragon marrow is to strengthen one's foundation and cultivate their origin, enhancing blood essence. It's a type of spiritual power with no side effects. You might find a 1,000-year sea dragon marrow in the East Sea. As for the green tendon vine, I heard about it when I was in Shrek City. It's actually a plant-type spirit beast. There used to be a lot of them in the Star Do Great Forest, but the forest has been severely damaged now, so it's very difficult to find. Your best bet would be to search in Shrek City for a higher chance. A 1,000-year earth dragon tendon can probably be found in a large city, but the price is extremely high. This item enhances a soul master's tendons and bones, and it also has no side effects. Just like the sea dragon marrow, it's a priceless treasure. He saw a glimmer of hope. Wulin exclaimed excitedly, that's great. I finally know where to look for these spirit items. Thank you, teacher. I'll definitely work hard to earn money in the future. He nodded and offered, if you need help, we can look for them together. His eyes lit up. He could finally see hope. If I can really find these spirit items, I can undo the second seal. I won't have to worry about my life before I turn 20, and I'll be safe for 10 years. Suddenly, the lights in the room went out. He looked up at the ceiling, wondering why it was so dark. Zhang Kong, beside him, explained in a low voice, the auction has begun. In the mystical light of the stage, a mysterious item covered by a bright red cloth emitted a sparkling glow. Shuiling began. Greetings, distinguished guests. Thank you for your patience. The auction will now officially begin. First, allow me to extend a warm welcome on behalf of the royal family to all the distinguished guests who have come to participate in this auction. Next, we will present the first item up for auction today. This is a very rare spirit grass. A 1,000-year profound ice grass, an ice attribute spirit grass. It is of great benefit to the cultivation of ice attributes soul masters. I can assure all of you that this is the finest spirit grass among all the items to be auctioned today. Wulin turned to ask Teacher Wu, is this spirit grass useful to you? He replied, yes. but its age is insufficient. When the leaves of the profound ice grass grow to a certain length, they will branch out, and the leaves will begin to form corners. Each year, a new corner grows, meaning its age increases by 1,000 years. Legend has it that there was once an octagonal profound ice grass, which was a 10,000-year spirit grass. That type of spirit grass possessed consciousness, a very powerful plant-type spirit beast, which later became the spirit soul of the ice spirit Douluo. Seeing his teacher explain so many things with such wisdom, Wulin praised him with admiration. Teacher Wu, you know so much. With Teacher Wu's help, my search for the spirit items will be much smoother. Xueling continued to conduct the auction from the stage. Please place your bids. The starting price is 1 million Federation coins. Distinguished guests, please raise your paddles to bid. Each bid must be no less than 100,000 Federation coins. From below, the calls of bids rang out continuously. 1.5 million, 2 million, 2.2 million, 3.5 million. Hearing them bid, Wulin was startled and thought to himself, my goodness, how can it go up so fast? The price is too high. My 3 million Federation coins are nowhere near enough. After a period of fierce bidding, a mysterious figure raised their paddle and bid 10 million. He gasped and shouted, what? The entire room fell silent. No one said another word. Xueling began to close the bidding. 10 million going once, 10 million going twice, 10 million going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the guest in seat number 6 for winning the 1,000-year profound ice grass. He was still in shock. A 1,000-year spirit item is actually worth 10 million Federation coins. Seeing Wulin's restlessness and anxiety, Zhang Kong turned to reassure him. Tang Wulin, don't worry. The profound ice grass is a special variant. The person who bought it hopes to continue cultivating it. But that price wasn't normal. The dragon scale fruit probably won't be that expensive. He finally calmed down. Wulin told himself. Hearing the teacher say that makes me feel less worried. Besides, after the initial bids, the price probably won't be that high. Xueling gestured and continued her introduction. Distinguished guests, next up is the 4th spirit item of the day, a 1,000-year dragon scale fruit. It's called the dragon scale fruit because it resembles a dragon's scale. The value of this 1,000-year fruit is immense, and it's very hard to find. The starting price is 1 million Federation coins. Let the bidding begin. It is said that dragons are extremely powerful spirit beasts. The dragon scale fruit grows in places rich with the fresh blood of giant dragons, and it grows by absorbing the essence of dragon blood. Wu Lin stared at the dragon scale, his lips pursed tightly, still in shock when Chang Kong spoke. 2 million, he yelped in surprise. What? Teacher Wu, are you doubling the price to scare off the other bidders? Oh no, someone bid 3 million. She looked around and, seeing no other bids, prepared to close the auction. Shui Ling began the countdown. 3 million going once, 3 million going twice. Just then, the mysterious bidder raised their paddle again, interrupting her. 5 million, the entire audience gasped. Huh? Wu Lin lost his composure. What? 5 million. It's number 6 again. People below began to whisper. It's number 6 again. What is he trying to do? Who would dare to compete with him at this rate? Chang Kong was silent for a moment before saying, this price is already far beyond the actual value of the dragon scale fruit. Fearing he would lose it, Wu Lin quickly turned to him. Teacher Wu, we have to keep bidding, or he'll take the dragon scale fruit. Chang Kong simply replied, the price is too high, it's not worth it. Wu Lin anxiously pleaded with Chang Kong. Teacher Wu, can you lend me the money? I have to get it. This item is really important to me. On stage, Shui Ling began the final countdown. 5 million going once, 5 million going twice. Chang Kong advised him with a stern look. Don't push it, let it go. Shui Ling slammed the gavel, declaring, 5 million going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to guest number 6 for winning the 1,000-year dragon scale fruit. In a moment, all successful bidders from today are invited backstage to claim their treasures. At that moment, Wu Lin seemed to lose all feeling. Wu Lin couldn't believe his eyes. How could this have happened? During this time, Tang Wulin was heartbroken and had no interest in the rest of the auction. The only thought in his mind was that someone else had taken the dragon scale fruit. Wu Chang Kong had no idea that if Wu Lin failed to obtain this 1,000-year dragon scale fruit, he might have to pay the price with his own life. Although he had successfully purchased 2 entry passes for the intermediate spirit ascension platform, Tang Wulin felt no joy at all. He was still filled with regret for not having saved enough money to buy the 1,000-year dragon scale fruit. A spirit item of the same caliber as the 1,000-year dragon scale fruit was not something one could easily find. He had no idea when he would see one again. On the stage, Shui Ling's voice rang out once more. Distinguished guests, we will now present the final 3 items of today's auction. These are 3 sets of exquisite battle armor. The first piece is the belt from a purple-grade battle armor. As everyone knows, the power core of a battle armor is usually located in the belt, and one can build an entire suit of battle armor based on it. Wu Lin's eyes widened as he observed it, realizing what it was. Oh my god, is this really battle armor? It radiated a faint purple light. The piece of metal in the center of the belt was truly special. What kind of metal is that? Wu Lin turned to ask teacher Wu Chang Kong. Is this the legendary battle armor? It looks so incredible, Chang Kong replied. That's right, this is battle armor. A battle armor is typically shaped by forging masters. Then a mecha designer designs the soul guidance formation array. Finally, a mecha manufacturer assembles the parts and engraves the formation array. It seemed Wu Lin had cheered up again. He eagerly shared his thoughts. My dream is to find a designer and a manufacturer who understand each other to create my very own battle armor. Teacher Wu, have you studied battle armor? Chang Kong didn't deny it. Of course. Battle armor is a soul master's second life. A good suit of battle armor can increase a soul master's strength by 30%. Scientific advancements have even made it possible for ordinary people to become mecha masters. Even support-type soul masters can gain immense combat power through mechas, but the truly powerful experts will always be the soul masters who possess immense personal strength. Battle armor masters are among them. For example, even a 6-ring support-type soul master, no matter how powerful their mecha is, wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from a battle armor master of the same rank. In the end, the selling price for these 3 sets of battle armor reached the astronomical sum of 20 million Federation coins. This was battle armor, a truly magnificent item. With the final item successfully auctioned, the Heavenly Dough Royal Auction came to a smooth conclusion. Wu Lin thought to himself, I just used my purple demon eyes to see the details of that battle armor. It was all made from 1,000 refined metal. That's truly a success for the forging masters. Additionally, the mecha designer and mecha manufacturer also played a huge role in the creation of the battle armor. Therefore, if I want to personally create my own custom battle armor, I must find a 3rd rank or higher designer and a manufacturer teammate. Ugh, I can't believe I let the 1,000-year dragon scale fruit slip away. My mood turned so sour. That was so immature of me. It's okay. I'll definitely find another 1,000-year dragon scale fruit in the future. It's just a matter of time. Besides, Teacher Wu will surely help me find those spirit items. As he was walking, Chang Kong suddenly called him back. Tang Wulin, wait a moment. Wu Lin turned around curiously. Chang Kong told him, we're waiting for someone. A figure appeared. Wu Lin spoke up. Isn't that bidder number 6? The one who kept making high bids at the auction? The person spoke. Huh? Kiddo. Wu Lin's jaw dropped in surprise as the mysterious person removed their mask and spoke. You're pretty upset you couldn't buy the 1,000-year dragon scale fruit, aren't you? Wu Lin recognized something and exclaimed, Huh, that voice is so familiar. You are? Zhao Lin smiled and held out a box in front of him. Here, make sure to take good care of it. Wu Lin looked at him and called out, Hall Master Zhao. Zhao Lin kept smiling and continued, Your 1,000-year dragon scale fruit. This one is no ordinary item. This dragon scale fruit has probably been nurtured by the blood essence of a very powerful dragon soul beast. Vu Lan observed it excitedly. It really is a 4-horned dragon scale fruit from the year 4. Let me introduce to you, the dragon scale fruit is usually light blue, but this one is a light purple, which is quite extraordinary. Look closely, it even has a layer of golden veins on its surface. You widened your eyes in surprise. Vu Lan shared, this golden pattern is very similar to the dragon scale that appeared on my right arm when I activated half of my bloodline's power. Triulam nodded. Your luck is really good. This dragon scale fruit is a rare treasure that is very hard to find. It's a pity it was picked a bit early. If it could wait to become a 10,000-year dragon scale fruit, it would be an invaluable treasure. Vu Lan took it. You held it in your trembling hands, feeling emotional. Really? Really? That's amazing. It turns out this 1,000-year dragon scale fruit is so powerful. After saying that, he turned to Chang Kong. Little Chang Kong from Donghai. Remember to transfer the money into the company's account. He coldly replied, Got it. Triulam raised his hand and slapped Vu Lan again, spitting out some saliva. Little one, our Tang Sect has helped you a lot. Remember to do your best for Tang Sect in the future. Vu Lan, with a twisted face, replied, Yes. You looked down at the dragon scale in your hand, happily thinking to yourself, So happy. I finally have a 1,000-year dragon scale fruit. At that time, I really thought I had missed out on it, but it turns out Master Vo had already. Wait, did Master Vo plan all of this? So, is my transformation a bit? Chang Kong behind spoke up and asked, Are you happy now? You seem to have guessed his intentions. Everything has been seen through by Master Vo. Chang Kong approached, filled with killing intent, and questioned, Earlier, when you couldn't buy the dragon scale fruit, did you blame me in your heart? Your frustrated face is really funny. You stood frozen in fear. Master Vo spoke to the point where you didn't dare to turn back. Triu Lam behind patted your back hard. Little one, remember to use this dragon scale fruit well. Don't let us down. Oh, this little Chang Kong from Dong Hai. You are really wicked. Didn't you say anything to the boy before? Chang Kong coldly replied. I didn't tell him to see if he would be unhappy about it. You quietly turned to Master Vo and said, I was wrong. He burst out laughing. No wonder you are the little Chang Kong from Dong Hai. The bright orange-yellow light from the end of the road shone through the green canopy, and the flower petals fluttering in the air created a picturesque scene. Vu Lan was seriously thinking, tomorrow I must go with Master Vo into the intermediate ascension platform. I will definitely cooperate well with Master Vo. The help from Master Vo and sect leader Triu for me, I will remember it deeply, and in the future, I will repay Tang Sect well. Tonight I must seriously meditate to ensure that I can perform at my best tomorrow. I'm coming. Intermediate ascension platform. Chang Kong and Vu Lan ventured deeper into a forest. You looked around, thinking, is this really the intermediate ascension platform? It seems not much different from the primary ascension platform. Both are worlds filled with green plants. Speaking of the method to enter the intermediate ascension platform, it is indeed strict. You recalled the memory. Duthien sternly reminded everyone, all clothes must be completely removed. This is to prevent anyone from bringing their battle armor into the ascension platform. You silently assessed that this method of entering the ascension platform is indeed awkward. Fortunately, after entering, there are still clothes. Looking at Master Vo's demeanor, he seems to not care about this at all. Just unexpectedly, Master Vo had just stepped in and increased to 6 soul rings. Although I have seen it many times, I still feel shocked now. That is the heavenly bone sword. Even Master Vu is cautious like that. It seems that it is indeed very dangerous inside. You followed Chang Kong deeper inside. Seeing everything still calm, Vu Lan voiced his confusion. It's been over 10 minutes since we entered. Why haven't any soul beasts appeared yet? He gently replied, finally you have noticed this. The Ascension platform is actually a simulated construction of the previous Star Battle Great Forest, mainly divided into several areas. The outer area, the mixed area, the core area, and the Great Danger Zone. The closer we get to the core area of the Star Battle Great Forest, the stronger the soul beasts inside become. The intermediate ascension platform we are currently in is equivalent to the mixed area in the Star Battle Great Forest. With the appearance of battle armor, the strength of soul masters has also increased significantly. Humans have exploited the Star Battle Great Forest to the point where there is hardly anything left. But even now, the Great Danger Zone in the center of the jungle remains a forbidden area for humans. It is said that there are still extremely powerful, ferocious beasts surviving there. There have been very strong battle armor masters who dared to venture in, but they never returned. Soul beasts with cultivation exceeding 10,000 years can transform into human form. Once they intend to attack the Great Danger Zone of humans, they will leave the Star Battle Great Forest, infiltrate the human world, and simultaneously launch terror attacks in the human world. After that, humans and soul beasts will gradually sign tacit agreements. Everyone keeps to their own territory, and each person lives their own life. You turn to ask further, so what about the soul beasts in the Star Battle Great Forest? Chang Kong explained calmly. Those soul beasts have long been hunted down by humans. Because natural soul spirits are hard to come by, artificial soul spirits have become the choice of the vast majority of soul masters. Yet the soul skills provided by artificial soul spirits are much weaker than those from natural soul spirits. To enhance their strength, humans continuously hunt soul beasts to gain benefits from them. You continued in panic. So, haven't all the soul beasts been wiped out? Trung Kong replied. With the development of soul guidance technology, soul beasts will inevitably be completely destroyed. It's only a matter of time. According to research statistics, for the past few hundred years, along with the awakening of martial souls, the amount of soul power you can generate has been decreasing. So I suspect that after the soul beasts are completely annihilated, there might not be any soul masters left on the continent. Alright, we should focus on the present. The intermediate spirit ascension platform is mainly inhabited by 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts. Soul beasts of this level already have their own territories, so if we don't encounter them, it's fine. But once we do, it will be extremely troublesome. Trong Kong's eyes glinted slightly, his lips pressed into a thin line. A white tiger with 2 wings was flying towards them. Vu Luan looked at it and spoke. This seems to be an ice-fire demon tiger. It roared at him and the man as if it had seen delicious prey. Streaks of light shot towards Vu Luan. He was startled, thinking, what? Such powerful pressure. Just one roar almost blew me away. Vu Luan saw the tall figure of Truong Kong in front of him. It's Teacher Vo. Teacher Vo is helping me block its attack. He held his sword in a ready stance. then reminded Wuluan. This is an ice-fire demon tiger with a cultivation of at least 4,000 years. Tang Wuluan, you fall back. I don't need you to join the fight. Just protect yourself. His eyes were full of seriousness and determination. Over here. The boy also pursed his lips, ready to counterattack at any moment. The ice-fire tiger's mouth opened wide, launching a spherical energy blast of searing fire with destructive power. A fireball shot out from its mouth. Truong Kong shouted, Tang Wuluan, get back. The fireball flew straight at him with terrifying speed, and as it got closer to Truong Kong, it grew much larger. Wuluan watched it, stunned, and said, What? The fireball it spat out has gotten bigger. Truong Kong remained calm, his eyes flashing brightly, ready to counter. Amidst the dazzling icy space, surrounding the sharp sword was a cold spiritual energy, along with countless sparkling ice shards. Wuluan observed, silently assessing. Teacher Vo's soul power is circulating according to the cultivation method of the mysterious heaven skill. His sword is starting to freeze over. Truong Kong pointed his Skydew sword straight ahead, the fireball and the sword tip colliding head-on. The impact created a massive explosion that sent shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. The boy praised silently in his heart. So powerful, wow. He shattered the fireball. The brilliant red and opposing blue flames billowed upwards from the fierce clash, showcasing a climactic confrontation between two destructive elemental powers. A sparkling ice cone was created after that intense counterattack. Truong Kong swung his arm, flinging numerous sharp ice spikes towards the ice-fire tiger. Wuluan shouted, The fireball has shattered, and turned into ice cones. Teacher Vo, his eyes seemed to emit a cold killing intent. Truong Kong raised his glowing exquisite sword high, ready to unleash his ultimate move. A powerful beam of icy blue light tore through the dark night, accompanied by countless shattered ice crystals. Wuluan was shocked, thinking, Teacher Vo's first soul ring has lit up. Is he about to use a soul skill? He stood in the center of a giant rotating ice sphere, creating a defensive barrier of the ice element. Wuluan's pupils widened as he assessed the scene. Just now, the sword transformed into a field of phantoms, turning into countless sword glints, accurately striking down those ice cones. Truong Kong didn't turn back but spoke a reminder. Tang Wuluan, run now. Use your blue-silver grass to get out of this area. The boy was startled out of his thoughts. Yes, sir. He summoned the blue grass vines and wrapped them around his wrist. Then Wuluan lifted his entire body up. Before leaving, he didn't forget to cheer for him. Good luck, Teacher Vo. Suddenly, the ice-fire tiger leaped high, preparing to pounce on Truong Kong from behind. Wuluan saw it and thought worriedly, Oh no. The ice-fire demon tiger suddenly lunged from behind Teacher Vo, its mouth wide open, spitting out numerous fire bolts. Amidst a blazing explosion of fiery energy, the ice-fire tiger appeared majestically from above, along with 4 orbs of light, heralding a destructive attack of divine beast power about to descend. Seeing the danger approaching him, the boy screamed, Teacher Vo, Teacher Vo! Panicking and not knowing what to do, Wuluan suddenly froze. Truong Kong was still standing safely inside a protective circle. He thought, I could only barely see with my purple demon eyes that Teacher Vo was actually unharmed. He seems to be covered by a glowing cocoon. Wait, that cocoon of light is formed by countless sword glints. The giant bright white energy sphere stood out against the fiery red background, creating a dramatic contrast between the two elements. It folded its petals one by one, forming a pure white flower bud. The ice-fire tiger dove from above right into the center of the bud, from which a dazzling light flashed, forcing Wuluan to squint. Through the cold mist, it still charged forward powerfully despite the light. An ice blade appeared from nowhere, piercing straight through the ice-fire tiger's body, stopping its every subsequent move. The once lush green tropical forest was now frozen over in a corner, with cold mist faintly drifting through the air. High above, Wuluan stared blankly at the surrounding scenery. Before him, a giant crystal ice tower rose to the sky. The figure of Truong Kong stood coldly below, as if nothing could frighten him. The forest was covered in a thick layer of snow, and sharp icicles hung down, creating a frigid space. A cold wind blew through the air, obscuring the view with a haze. Truong Kong sheathed his sword, drawing all the coldness back inside. Wuluan observed and thought to himself, the world of ice and snow from before has vanished. All the ice mist in the forest was absorbed by Teacher Vo's Skydew sword. He came down to stand beside Truong Kong, approaching the ice-fire tiger's corpse. The man spoke, How about you finish it with the final blow? Use your golden dragon claw. Wulin's body was enveloped in a warm golden light. He nodded in agreement. All right. A brilliant flash of light suddenly erupted in the middle of the forest. He watched with wide, captivated eyes, unable to look away. Wulin exclaimed softly, Wow, so much spirit energy. In front of Wulin was a radiant blue energy mass that was drawing in power. He reached out to touch that source of power to absorb it. Wulin's entire body was now enveloped in spirit energy. Chang Kong spoke up from the side. 1/10 of its 4,000-year cultivation has been converted into 400 years of spirit energy for you to absorb. Add that to the 700 years of spirit energy you absorbed in the elementary spirit ascension platform. Your spirit soul has broken through the 1,000-year mark. Wulin couldn't believe his ears. He thought, a 1,000-year breakthrough? I'm about to have a 1,000-year spirit soul. While he was immersed in the energy, it suddenly vanished, much to his astonishment. Wulin asked blankly, "Why is it gone?" He looked at him without answering. Wulin asked again, "Teacher Wu, why did all the light disappear?" Chang Kong explained to him, "Don't be hasty. You can only accumulate spirit energy inside the spirit ascension platform. You have to wait until you get out to complete the spirit ascension." Wulin replied, "Oh, so that's how it is. You scared me to death. I thought there was a problem with my bloodline power." He looked at him and continued, "The opportunity to enter the intermediate spirit ascension platform is very rare, so we can absorb a little more spirit energy while we're in here." He nodded. "Yes." Chang Kong recalled his conversation with Zhao Lin. "According to Hallmaster Zhao's calculations, your body's absorption capacity far exceeds that of an ordinary person. So this time, it might be possible to raise your spirit soul to 2,000 years," he happily accepted. "Yes." Suddenly, Wulin lost his balance and stumbled forward. A burst of power erupted from beneath his feet. Chang Kong swiftly grabbed his collar and flew up to avoid the danger. Wulin asked in surprise, "What is this?" The two of them were standing on a high tree branch. Wulin glanced down to observe. "Are those poison thorns? How terrifying. I didn't sense them at all. Moreover, the toxicity of those thorns is so strong, the spot they hit was completely corroded. If you get hit by even a little bit, I'm afraid you'd have to leave the Spirit Ascension platform." A poison death porcupine appeared, walking to the base of the tree. Chang Kong looked at it and introduced it to Wulin. "That's a poison death porcupine. Not only can it shoot poison thorns, but its speed is extremely fast and its impact force is astonishing. This thing is too dangerous. I won't let you handle it. I'll deal with it myself." He watched him, thinking, Teacher Wu's third spirit ring is lighting up. Teacher Wu is also activating his purple demon eyes simultaneously. The light from his purple demon eyes is much more dazzling than the light from mine. Without another word, Chang Kong moved as fast as the wind. He shot towards the poison porcupine like an arrow. It looked up at Chang Kong. From the side, Wulin shouted, "Teacher Wu, the poison death porcupine has locked onto you. It's about to attack with its poison thorns." The poison porcupine's eyes were bloodshot, and its sharp quills stood on end like arrows. A vibrant purple energy radiated around it, ready for battle. Chang Kong began to make his move. Numerous sharp ice pillars erupted from the ground, piercing through it. The poison porcupine was stunned by the sudden attack. He watched its actions, wondering, what kind of skill is that? The poison death porcupine was again, suddenly locked in place by appearing ice cones. He leaped down from above, his feet radiating frost, and slowly approached. In midair, a massive stream of sword energy swirled powerfully, forming a brilliant blade of ice light preparing to descend from above. In the decisive moment, Chang Kong raised his hand, two fingers pointing to the sky, forming an ancient hand seal amidst a radiant glow and dazzling speed. Ready to activate a world-shaking secret art, Wulin followed the direction of his hand, his mouth agape in surprise. His icy gaze swept forward. "End it," frost language. In the middle of the forest lay the frozen porcupine, breathless, having departed this world without a chance for last words. Wulin's eyes widened in amazement. This was a 1,000-year poison death porcupine. Yet, in front of Teacher Wu, it was too weak to withstand a single blow. Teacher Wu's spirit skills are truly powerful, Wu Changkong explained coolly. Actually, all spirit skills are very powerful. It just depends on whether a person knows how to use them flexibly. Having learned something new, Wulin asked curiously, "Use them flexibly?" He took on the air of a teacher, explaining in detail. "Let me introduce you to my first 4 spirit skills: Frost Silver, Frost Mist, Sky Frost Slash, and Frost Language." He emphasized, "You must remember, a spirit skill is not just a simple ability. In fact, each spirit skill has thousands of variations, depending on how you use it." Wulin, filled with the enthusiasm of an eager student, nodded excitedly. "Yes!" Fearing his loud voice would attract spirit beasts, Chang Kong advised him to be a little quieter. Then he held out his hand to demonstrate for his student. "This is my first spirit skill, Frost Silver. In reality, it's just a blade of frost. With a whoosh, a light flashed. Not far away, a piece of a leaf was sliced off by the frost. Chang Kong said that if the distance is too great, it can't even cut a leaf." Wulin nodded repeatedly. "Yes, sir." Chang Kong's expression turned serious, and icy frost swirled around him. "And this is also Frost Silver. Frost radiated out, blades of light multiplying rapidly, forming a round cocoon that enveloped him. Wulin watched without blinking, marveling inwardly. This is the move from just now. Teacher Wu used the blades of light to weave a cocoon, right? After demonstrating for a moment, Changkong dispelled the cocoon. A cold wind brushed past, making Wulin shiver slightly. He repeated the important point. It's the same first spirit skill, but with different applications and control, the power it releases is different, and the resulting effect is also completely dissimilar. Wulin nodded and said excitedly, "Yes." Changkong couldn't help but remind him, "Speak a little softer." So, he whispered, using the silver bone for defense. It's almost a perfect absolute defense. Changkong said that no matter how simple a soul skill is, as long as it's used correctly, it can unleash immense power. Soul skills are ever-changing. The key is how you use them. He took the lesson to heart, nodding slightly and replying, "Yes." Tang Wulin felt incredibly shaken at that moment. He now understood how ridiculous it was to be sad about drawing a trash spirit soul before. That's right, there are no useless things in this world, only people who don't know how to use what they have. Just like Wu Zhongkong's silver bone soul skill, it's not even as good as Shi Shi's light dragon dagger, but in Wu Zhongkong's hands, it can unleash tremendous power. Moreover, when he faced the six-ring Light Biao Soul Master before, Wu Zhongkong defeated his opponent just by relying on his understanding of martial souls, without even using a soul skill. This is no longer a difference in soul power, but a gap in the knowledge and application of martial souls between them. A door to a new world quietly opened in Tang Wulin's heart. The master and student continued deeper into the forest. He shared, "Teacher Wu, I feel that the function of spiritual power is definitely not as simple as just containing a spirit soul." He nodded in satisfaction. "Correct. The fact that you can realize this proves you've understood the lesson." Along the way, Tang Wulin and Wu Zhongkong discussed issues related to soul skills, while carefully paying attention to the changing environment around them. They encountered a few soul beasts on the way, all of which were easily and severely injured by Wu Zhongkong. Then Tang Wulin would deal the final blow and absorb their spiritual power. After walking for a while, Zhongkong warned him, "Next you must stay close to me. We've entered the mixed zone. 10,000-year soul beasts can appear in this area, and they possess very high intelligence." Wulin asked wonderingly, "They have intelligence?" Zhongkong explained that the truly terrifying soul beasts must have super high intelligence. For powerful soul beasts, the level of their intelligence determines whether they can fully unleash their own strength. These words left Wulin stunned. He gave an example. "Just imagine, if that 100-year dark gold terraclaw bear you all encountered had intelligence no less than yours, how long do you think you could have lasted?" He scratched his chin and muttered, "With intelligence equal to ours, huh? It would have wiped the floor with us the moment it appeared." Suddenly, Zhang Kong's sharp eyebrows furrowed. He spoke up, "Tang Wulin, stop." He also stopped, looking around warily. While Wulin looked around in confusion, Zhang Kong stared at the gloomy forest ahead. This place was too quiet, even the light had dimmed considerably. Although the soul beasts in the mixed zone are sparse, there should still be normal insects, but there wasn't a single insect around here. He frowned, his face turning a few shades colder. There must be some other factor affecting this place. If my guess is right, we might be in big trouble. Wulin was startled, only now noticing it. That's right. This place was indeed frighteningly quiet. Moreover, even using my purple demon eyes, I can't see any soul beasts anywhere. The light all around is getting darker and darker. There's an extremely powerful soul beast slowly approaching us. Hearing him say that, Zhang Kong instructed, "Tang Wulin, don't move far from me." Suddenly, at that moment, a gloomy aura swept over them. Wulin was startled and looked over as a human-shaped black mist suddenly flew towards them from a distance. Wulin froze, standing on the spot, as if scared stiff, but luckily, Zhang Kong was beside him. His eyes shot a cold glance, and immediately a powerful blast shot out, shattering the black mist. The smoke dissipated, and the black mist faded slightly. However, the smoky mist was everywhere, and another dark shadow with a face identical to Wulin's suddenly appeared right in front of him. Zhang Kong glanced over coldly, his eyes flashing with a sharp, cold light, and the dark shadow was instantly shattered, vanishing without a trace. Wulin was so scared he fell to the ground. "Thank you, Teacher Wu. You scared me to death." That shadow just now looked exactly like me. "But was that move you just used also the purple demon eyes?" Zhang Kong looked around warily. "Yes, get up quickly, there's no time to explain." He deduced that this must be a dual-attribute soul beast, possessing both dark and spiritual attributes. Its power is immense. We're in real trouble this time. He stood protectively in front of Wulin. "It's using the surrounding black fog as a smokescreen to approach us step by step," Wulin shouted in a panic. "There are more and more shadows like that last one, and the black fog is getting closer." Zhang Kong stepped forward and summoned his power, forming a protective circle. He observed and calculated, Teacher Wu has used a soul skill. It seems it can temporarily hold back the black fog that is constantly closing in on us. This soul beast has a domain type ability, which means that within the domain where it casts its skills, its power will become stronger. Right now, I'm using my ice attribute to counter its dark attribute. It seems that if we can't find the enemy's location, even Teacher Wu won't know how to strike. That's right. Speaking of domains, I can also have a domain of my own. Wulin knelt on one knee, placed his hand on the ground, and summoned a circle that looked like a magic array. Then Wulin slowly closed his eyes, telling himself to focus his mind and feel the emotions of the blue-silver grass moving around him. When facing danger, even plants feel fear. I can seem to feel the fear of the blue-silver grass. The fear of the blue-silver grass is getting more and more intense. They are all directed towards that direction. Wulin shot up, pointing in one direction and shouting to Zhang Kong, "Teacher Wu, I've found the soul beast's location. It's over there." With this information, he replied, "All right, I get it. That makes things easier." Third soul skill, Heavenly Bone Slash. Wu Lin was blinded by the light, marveling to himself at the powerful soul skill that instantly dispersed the black fog. A creature slowly appeared and approached. When Chang Kong caught sight of it, he shouted to Wu Lin, "It's here! That's a three-eyed demonic ape, a 10,000-year soul beast." What's more, it has even refined a soul bone, making it very difficult to deal with. He dashed forward at high speed. "Tang Wu, Lin, don't just stand there. Be careful not to get hit." Wu Lin nodded and replied, "Yes. Teacher Wu is attacking proactively. Does he also think it'll be too difficult to protect me?" The ape stood imposingly, watching the figure rush toward it, then suddenly glanced in another direction. Meanwhile, Wu Lin was startled as their eyes met. He thought anxiously, "Why did it suddenly look at me? Never mind. I need to move from here first." Chang Kong had arrived, confronting the ape head-on. Slash! A powerful beam of light sliced through its body. Wu Lin froze, a bit surprised. The one fighting Teacher Wu was just an illusion of the three-eyed demonic ape. It suddenly leaped up and stomped down hard right behind Chang Kong's position. Watching its move, he realized the truth. What? Its real attack was aimed at the spot where I was just standing. If I hadn't moved just now, I would have been pulverized. For a soul beast to have its own tactics, could it be one with extremely high intelligence? This is terrifying. Its next move is completely unpredictable. He glanced over and snorted coldly. To think I was tricked by a soul beast, truly worthy of its 10,000-year status. Looks like I'll have to go all out. Wu Lin was stunned by what he saw. Is that Teacher Wu's sixth soul ring? He's about to use a 10,000-year soul skill. Wu Lin broke out in a cold sweat, his face tense as the surroundings grew increasingly bright. Is this the power of a 10,000-year soul skill? A sharp ice sword materialized as the symbol on the ape's head suddenly began to glow. Chang Kong, mid-attack, abruptly froze. A spiritual attack? His eyes widened as a dazzling light emanated from Chang Kong. Wu Lin watched anxiously. Did Teacher Wu just use his purple demon eyes, so they can also be used to launch a spiritual attack? The two sources of red and blue light collided, and then suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, shattering the surroundings and sending fragments flying everywhere. He struggled to stay balanced against the explosive force, his eyes wide. Suddenly, Wu Lin slipped from a tree branch and fell to the ground with a thud. The hard impact left him dizzy, and he winced in pain. Meanwhile, blood trickled from Chang Kong's nose as he thought, its spiritual attack is too strong. Even my purple demon eyes couldn't fully withstand its assault. It seems Tang Wulin was caught in that spiritual shockwave. The ape roared, charging forward with its fanged mouth wide open, spewing a blazing red stream of power. He stood calmly in the face of the attack. Chang Kong closed his eyes as if gathering his strength, and a power ready to erupt radiated from his body. A brilliant blue electrical aura enveloped him. He prepared to swing his ice sword and sweep away all obstacles. His brilliant golden pupils snapped open, staring straight ahead, and his sharp sword shot forward in the direction of his gaze. Chang Kong seemed to transform into a ball of energy.